This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Ruthless Serenade, Book 2 of Korolev Bratva, written by Lisa Lovell, performed by Melissa Schwery and Duncan Cole.
Chapter 1. Mindy. 7 years later. Mr. Chen, could you please say that again? I ask. My voice is unexpectedly gentle despite my growing impatience. The office's ambient noise fades away as I strain to comprehend Mr. Chen's heavily accented English. Invoice not good. Mr. Chen's voice comes through, distorted by static, yet clearly conveying his distress. There is absolutely zero chance I can make it to the school in time to pick up my daughter. I sneak a peek at the clock. It's already 4:33. So much for finishing early today. And to top it off, it's Friday. I know all the other parents have already grabbed their kids. I'm swamped with work and still have one last task to complete before I can call it a day. The end of the month always gets crazy with all these reports that need to be finished. I understand you're having an issue with one of our invoices, Mr. Chen. I respond, surprised by the softness in my own voice. Let's sort this out together. Which invoice are we talking about? His reply is a jumble of sounds I can't decipher. Sorry, Mr. Chen, could you please repeat that? I urge him, absently twisting a lock of hair around my finger. My grand idea of grabbing a coffee before picking up my daughter has dissipated into my usual panic of being behind schedule. In my mind, I can already see her sitting alone in the hallway, anxiously awaiting my arrival. Yes, Mr. Chen, I'm here to assist you with whatever you need. I recline in my chair, noticing the sunset painting the sky in vibrant oranges and pinks outside my window. Okay, maybe it's a little too early for sunset. Mr. Chen struggles to explain the bad invoice problem, and his words remain an incomprehensible muddle. Come on, Mr. Chen, let's get on with it, I think to myself. Sharon is waiting. Mr. Chen, I interject. Would you please be so kind as to send me an email with the details? Hoping I was sufficiently polite, I end the call without waiting for a response. I check the time again. 4:38. It's peak Friday afternoon and there's absolutely no way I can make it on time. Anxiously, I give Tanya, my babysitter, a call, but she doesn't answer. I start to worry as I shoot her a text. Hey, Tanya, could you please pick up Sharon from school today? Sorry about the late notice. I'll double your fee, of course. My mind starts spinning with wild thoughts. What if Tanya is busy? What if she's gotten fed up with my last-minute requests and says no? She has every right to. But lucky for me, my phone beeps with a message from her. Okay, Willow Heights is on my way anyway. You're one lucky girl, Mindy. Smiling emoji. I let out a big sigh of relief. Thank goodness for Tanya. She's a true lifesaver. But I can't always depend on her, especially not like today when I had to make another last-minute emergency request. I really need to come up with a better way to handle the logistics between my job at Visionary Media and my daughter's school, Willow Heights. It's a constant juggling act. Organizing everyday life as a working single mom in New York sucks, is the least I can say. But I adore my little girl, so who am I to complain? She's the sweetest thing you'll ever meet. I smile as I think of my daughter. She's just so darn lovable. Everyone falls for her in a heartbeat. She's a bit shy, doesn't open up to strangers easily. But for some reason, people always want to chat with her. And whenever she meets someone new, she sticks to me like glue, burying her face in my shirt and holding on to my hand like it's her lifeline. Sharon is the most beautiful kid. No, I'm not parentally blind. Seriously. She has a full head of gorgeous thick hair and a killer pair of wide blue eyes that are impossible to resist. She inherited those from her father. If only she knew who he was. I quickly push my thoughts about Maron Korolev back into the depths of my mind where they belong. I know I should just get him out of my head and accept the fact that he's dead. But it's not exactly easy to forget him and our complicated relationship. The relationship that ended with an unexpected pregnancy. A pregnancy I wasn't even aware of until I was almost in my 5th month. My periods had been inconsistent my entire life, even more so since my miscarriage. But then, miraculously, I got pregnant again. From Maron, of course. Just before he kicked me out of his event and disappeared from my life for good. Just before I learned from the news that he got fatally shot. Despite our previous fallout, my heart shattered into a million pieces. I could not function for months. And then my heart broke all over again when I learned that he left me with a child, our beautiful baby girl. Sharon is the miracle of my life. Of course, it's hard to forget her father. Every time I look at my daughter, I think of Maron. She looks so much like him, it's impossible not to. All right, Mindy, back to reality. Tanya is on her way to pick up Sharon. That gives me just enough time to do one last task, and then not think of work all weekend. Just spend quality time with my daughter. All I need to do is review the last of the expense reports and email it to Mr. Chen. Then I'm off. I start typing the report, and am deep into working when I hear a knock on my office door. Come in, I call out, not looking up from the computer screen. Ah, Miss Williams, burning the midnight oil again, Albert Solomon says as he strolls in, his voice a mix of admiration and concern. I hope you're not working too hard on a Friday evening. I glance up, offering a polite smile to my boss's husband. Just wrapping up the monthly expense analysis, Mr. Solomon. You know how it is at month end. And I had quite the adventure conversing with Mr. Chen earlier. He chuckles, leaning casually against the doorframe. This suddenly makes me think of Maron Korolev. He stood in the doorway of my office at Global Media exactly like this. Except he was taller, broader, more masculine, oozing pure, unadulterated sin. Damn it, Mindy. That was centuries ago. Since then, life has gone on, and Albert Solomon is a very, very far cry from Maron Korolev. Albert is a middle-aged man with a smile that I would like to wipe off. And he has a tendency to appear around young female employees pretending to engage them in serious work-related conversations. Yes. He smiles that fake smile of his. Our dear Mr. Chen and his linguistic gymnastics. How do you manage to stay so patient? I shrug, trying to keep things light. Practice, I guess, and a lot of deep breaths. Albert moves further into the office, glancing over the pile of paperwork on my desk. You know, Mindy, your dedication to this company is truly remarkable. Not many would sacrifice their Friday evening like this. It's just a part of the job, I reply, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the praise. He picks up a pen from my desk, twirling it absently. But it's more than that, isn't it? You have a real passion for what you do. It's inspiring. I shift in my seat, sensing a change in the atmosphere. Thank you, Mr. Solomon. I try my best. Call me Albert, please, he says. I think we've known each other long enough for first names, don't you? I clear my throat, desperately searching for a way to change the subject. Well, speaking of work, I was wondering about the new time tracking system. Always thinking about work, he interrupts, a small smile on his lips. You know, Mindy, I find myself thinking about the company's future a lot lately. About the people who make it great. His eyes linger on me for a moment too long, and I feel my cheeks flush. That's good to hear. I'm sure Mrs. Solomon appreciates your dedication to the business. Christine understands the demands of success, he says, waving a hand dismissively. But let's not talk about her right now. I'm more interested in your thoughts about where we could take things from here. The ambiguity in his words makes me increasingly uncomfortable. I'm about to respond when, thankfully, I hear another set of footsteps approaching. The door swings open and Christine enters, her eyes instantly locking onto me. A flash of irritation crosses her face before she quickly masks it with a smile. Oh, Mindy, you're still here. I breathe a sigh of relief, grateful for the interruption. Just finishing up. She glances at her watch, purposefully emphasizing the time. It's getting late. I'm sure you want to go home now. Her gaze flicks over to her husband, who looks caught off guard by her presence. Isn't that right, Albert? We wouldn't want Miss Williams to be kept from her personal life because of your endless questions about the budget. Of course not, my love. Albert replies obediently, like a loyal puppy. You're absolutely right. A wave of disgust washes over me. I can't help but wonder if Christine is aware of Albert's suggestive comments toward female employees. I know for certain that I'm not the only one he's been doing it to. Speaking of personal life, Christine continues, plastering on another fake smile. I'm sure you have to pick up Sharon soon, don't you? Tanya's picking her up again, as I couldn't finish my end-of-month tasks because of the ridiculous workload, I want to say. Thankfully, Albert chimes in. Christine should know. Listen to her, Miss Williams. She was a single mom of 3 before she met me. Christine smiles at her husband, and the tension in my chest releases. Maybe I was mistaken when I thought Albert was trying to hit on me. Innocent joking is what it was. It's just his character, that's all. Why would he try to hit on me with a charming and successful woman like Christine by his side? Ladies, I'll leave you two to it, Albert says. I need to go now. He looks at Christine, smiling. See you later, dear. The door closes behind him, and only Christine and I are left in the office. There's a hint of unease in the air, so I say, I had a long call with Mr. Chen. That's why I'm a little late today. I clear my throat. Apparently, there's an issue with one of the invoices. The Chinese have a way of managing things that sometimes confuses me, and sometimes their English is hard to understand on the phone. So I asked him to email me the details and... Mindy. Christine cuts in. Go pick up Sharon. I don't want to keep the little girl waiting for her mom any longer than she has to. You can send that email on Monday morning. I heave a soft sigh of relief and close down my laptop. Thank you, Christine. 10 minutes later, I'm making my way down the dim office corridor, listening to the click of my own heels echoing in the silence. As I pass Christine's office, I catch a glimpse of her and Albert through the glass wall. My steps slow to a halt. Even from this far, the tension radiating from their bodies is obvious. Albert's hands grip the edge of the desk as Christine paces back and forth with visible frustration. I can practically hear their conversation. Albert, for Christ's sake, don't you think I see what you're doing, trying to charm these young women? His response is low, placating. No, darling, that's just not true. You know I only love you. After pacing back and forth, Christine finally stops and pulls out a hanky to dab at her eyes. Albert steps away from his desk to pull her in for a hug. For a moment, they're lost in each other's arms. Then Christine gazes up at her husband with the adoration of a teenage crush. They probably think they're alone in the building, being Friday evening. Or maybe they just don't care who sees them at this point. Watching them, I feel this mix of cute and gross. A part of me is jealous, and a part of me feels bad for Christine. It's also a big ol' reminder of my own situation. Working single mom, feeling pretty damn lonely on most evenings. At least Christine has Albert, even if he's a bit of a creep sometimes. Me? I've got nobody besides Sharon. I step out of the Visionary Media building and look around me. My car is the only one in the employees' car park. To ease my loneliness and catch up with the latest news, I give Betty a quick FaceTime call. It's been over a year since she left the corporate world and started her own online dating agency. Since then, she's set up base in Bali, and she's killing it, living her best life as a digital nomad. The only downside is that she often works nights. Due to the 12-hour time difference between Bali and the U.S. East Coast. But then again, she loves it. Betty's the girl who just breezes through life like it's nothing. While everyone else is struggling, she's just cruising along with no problems whatsoever. As I wait for her to answer, I hustle to my car and fumble with my keys. With the phone wedged between my chin and shoulder, I finally unlock the door and flop into the driver's seat. After a couple of tries, my engine roars to life. "Hey there, cutie," Betty coos into the phone just as I place it on the holder. "I was starting to think you forgot about your bestie on this beautiful Friday night. What's keeping you so busy?" "Just the usual work stuff, Bets," I reply nonchalantly as I pull out of the parking lot and ease my car into the Friday afternoon traffic. "But don't worry. My love for you never takes a backseat, despite my passion for endless spreadsheets and clients with broken English." "Your passion for endless spreadsheets, huh? Don't you think you're pushing yourself too hard, Mindy?" "Oh, come on, Miss Digital Nomad." I roll my eyes jokingly. "I just called to check on you, and you have to come right at me. Besides, you know how it is. Corporate life ain't a walk in the park." "No, it ain't. But so is raising a child. Sharon needs a calm, healthy, and well-balanced mother. And your clients can wait until Monday for those numbers. So can the Solomons. I've had much worse bosses than the Solomons," I sigh. Not to mention that they're disgustingly in love after all these years together. "Oh, I'm sure your bosses are wonderful. But I know you, babe. I know you have a tendency of pushing yourself too hard and then getting burnt out in the process. Working as hard as you do and raising a daughter is a lot for one person to handle. I worry about you all the time." "Don't make me weepy, Bets," I pout. Instead of making me ridiculously emotional, dish out the deets on Bali. Give me all the juicy gossip. A wide smile spreads across her face. "Oh my gosh, Mindy, this place is like a dream. Every day feels like a fairy tale with the sound of ocean waves and sunsets that are worthy of Instagram." I roll my eyes again. I'm green with envy. I chuckle. All I see from my window in the mornings is the never-ending parade of New York traffic, knowing I'll be stuck in it in 30 minutes. How's the matchmaking business going? "Blowing up, Min. Looks like my inner matchmaker is finally paying off. My database is growing so quickly. I'm thinking of hiring a virtual assistant." "This is just so you, Bets," I giggle. "You've always had that knack for bringing people together. I'm so proud of you, girl." "Thanks, babe. Believe me, this is what living is. New York and global media. That was just existing at best." "You know what? As soon as my salary is quadrupled at Vision Media, I'll book a flight to Bali for me and Sharon. A one-way, might I add." I can practically feel the butterflies in my stomach as I think about it. "Yes, please," Betty exclaims. We can start each day with a sunrise yoga session on the beach. Nah, I'll be too busy sleeping in until noon and then finding a hot local to marry on the beach. I laugh. Speaking of hot locals, any potential husbands on the horizon? Betty asks. Husbands? I don't even have a boyfriend. Oh, honey, let's start small. How about going on a date first? I sigh. I haven't been on one in forever. Well, you're young and gorgeous. There's got to be someone out there dying to take you out. Betty sounds mysterious. I'm not really looking for anyone right now. I pause for a second. The only guy I could date right now is Albert Solomon. Seriously? I shrug. Yep, he keeps getting at things, and I'm finding it more and more difficult to avoid him. She groans. Ugh, what the hell, girl? What is it about you and your bosses? Remember when Maron hit on you? I certainly do. But seriously, babe, Betty continues, you're still young, hot, and you could have the world if you wanted. There's got to be someone out there just waiting to sweep you off your feet. She pauses. And I happen to have that someone on my database. My eyes widen. No way. Yes way. This guy, Nesbitt McCullen, is a catch. He's rich, successful, and has a soft spot for kids. What more could you want? I heave a sigh. I appreciate it, but I think I'll pass for now. I don't think I'm ready to date Bets. Betty gives me a sly grin. Stop it, Mindy. When was the last time you let yourself have some fun? It's a rhetorical question, but it catches me off guard. She's right. Fun hasn't been the focus lately. At least not the kind of fun Betty is talking about. I spend the little free time I have with Sharon, and I'm loving every second of it. She's the light of my life. As for my non-existent love life, I've got other priorities right now. Betty, dating is secondary at the moment. Sharon just started school, and, well, it's been a challenge for her. Plus, the logistics are a nightmare. Just an hour ago, I had to call Tanya again for an emergency pickup. How could I fit in a romantic relationship? When? When Sharon is sleeping? Or playing in her room on her own, which she rarely does? She's always where I am. I sigh yet again. Sorry for ranting. All I want to say is, maybe when she's older, I can start thinking about myself. Listen, Mindy, you can't just bury your own hopes and desires. If you keep pouring all your energy into work and raising Sharon, you'll eventually burn out. I don't mention to Betty that sometimes I download dating apps and browse through them at night, hoping to find a decent guy. A partner for me, a stepdad for Sharon. Imagining a nice guy treating me well and being in love with my daughter. We'd have wild sex all night, and then I wake up from my ridiculous fantasy. I take a deep breath. All right, Bets, set me up on a date with this Nesbitt guy. Who knows, he might be the one. That's what I like to hear, babe. I finally pull up along the curb outside my apartment block and bring the car to a halt. FaceTiming my bestie on my way home made the trip feel so much shorter. Time flies when you're having fun, I guess. I really miss Betty. Sometimes I wish I could just wrap up my life in New York, take Sharon, fly to Bali to meet her, and never look back. I'm home, Bets. Gotta go. I'm sure Tanya wants to skedaddle now to feed her cats or meet her boyfriend or something. Give Sharon kisses for me, she adds. As soon as I end the call with Betty, I feel loneliness descend on me again. I find myself thinking about the past 7 years. It's been a long time since that night when everything changed, when Maron exited my life and got killed. After almost 5 months of grieving him and our relationship, I found out I was pregnant with his baby. It was a shock, to say the least. I was a total mess. Finding out that he left me with a child just made the pain worse. It was Betty who was with me through it all. She helped me find a small apartment, came with me to doctor's appointments, and all the rest. I never tried to reach out to Maron's family. I thought about it a lot, but I felt it was best to not tear open old wounds. Maron and I fell out really bad before he got shot. His family must have been in a lot of pain already after losing him. Besides, who would I talk to from the Korolev family? Maurice? Definitely not. I don't even know where he is. Timofey. We weren't that close. Or Maron's mother? She probably doesn't even remember who I am. Sometimes it's best to just leave things as they are. And now, 7 years later, here I am. Single mom, corporate job, and a 6-year-old daughter who looks just like her father. It's a different life than what I imagined back then, but it's mine. And for Sharon, I'd do it all over again. Before entering my apartment, I take a moment to collect myself. Time to switch from work Mindy to mom Mindy. I open the door, drop my keys, and head straight to the kitchen. Tanya greets me with a hint of concern on her face. Hey, Mindy. Hey, Tanya, I reply, feeling guilty about the last-minute call. Thank you so much. I dig into my purse and pull out some cash, handing Tanya her double fee. Take it, Tanya. I promise I'll try to plan better next time. Tanya smiles warmly. It's okay, Mindy. I grew up with just my mom, too. Now I understand her struggles even more. I return her smile and glance around my small apartment. Where's Sharon? In her room, Tanya says, then hesitates. Her teacher says she didn't have a great day. I frown. Oh, did she tell you what happened? Tanya shrugs slightly. I'm not family, so confidentiality, I guess. She just said Sharon had a situation today. She grabs her stuff. But I really have to run. Sure, Tanya. Thanks again. After Tanya leaves, I sneak to Sharon's room. The door is closed, which is strange. I open it and peek inside. And there she is. My beautiful baby girl is sitting on the floor, totally engrossed in a puzzle. She doesn't even look up when I enter. That's just like Sharon. She can tune out the world when she wants to. Sometimes I wonder if it's intentional, or if she just gets lost in thought. I walk over and give her a kiss on the head. Hey there, honey bunny, I say with a smile. I glance at the picture on the puzzle. It's a cute puppy. Sharon loves dogs, and always asks me for one. But I know it would only add more chaos to our already hectic lives. What's the cute pup's name? I ask. It's not a pup, Mommy, she corrects me. It's a boy dog named Lucky. That's a great name, I reply. Are you hungry, sweetie? We have some fish sticks in the freezer. Sharon doesn't respond. Sometimes she does that. I pick her up from the floor. Come on, let's go eat, I tell her. Wow, you're getting so heavy. She hugs my neck and I kiss her face. Love you, baby. As we head toward the kitchen, I gently broach the subject. Hey, sweetie, Tanya mentioned you had a tough day at school. Do you want to talk about it? After a long moment, she whispers, They played the quiet game at recess. I feel a flash of anger, but quickly suppress it. Oh? And how did it go? I won, she says softly. But they said it didn't count because I'm always quiet. I close my eyes briefly, fighting the urge to march back into that school and give those kids a piece of my mind. Instead, I reach out and take Sharon's small hand in mine. Listen to me, Sharon, I say, keeping my tone firm but gentle. Your voice is yours to use however and whenever you choose. You are not broken or strange. You're just you. Perfect as you are. And I love you to the moon and back. Sharon's big blue eyes, so much like her father's, look up at me. Then she wraps her arms around my waist, burying her face in my shirt. Can we have ice cream for dessert? She mumbles into the fabric. I laugh, running my fingers through her hair. Sure thing, kiddo. How about we make sundaes after dinner? You can use all the toppings you want. I feel her little head nodding. Race you to the freezer, I say, and I pretend I'm running, dragging her with me. Sharon's giggles echo through our little apartment. As we finish our meals and dig into our ice cream sundaes, I watch Sharon carefully arrange her toppings, her tongue poking out in concentration. For a moment, I let myself relax, pushing away thoughts of work, of Albert Solomon's lingering looks, of the constant juggling act that is my life. This moment, right here with my daughter, is all that matters.
Chapter 2. Maron. As the morning light creeps through the silk curtains, my boner wakes me up. I lie in the guest bedroom. My cock is so hard it nearly hurts. Last night I was going to fuck Eva, my girlfriend of 2 long years, but she got on my goddamn nerves with her neediness, so I changed my mind. I moved to the guest room for the night. Eva's a great girl, but last night her jealousy reached new heights. So when she started her, "We've been together for 2 years, Maron. How much longer do I have to wait?" conversation right after I let her suck my dick, I couldn't stomach her delusional bullshit anymore. So I slipped out of bed, leaving her to her fantasies of a happily ever after. I knew she'd be a mess in the morning, but I was too tired to give a shit. To be frank, I don't know how I've stuck with her for 2 years. She's been all right at the beginning, but lately she's becoming a fucking headache. It's clear that she wants more than just a fuck buddy, and I can't give that to her. I've already found myself thinking about cutting her loose before she suffocates me with her clinginess. For a moment, my erection makes me consider going back to Eva for a quick fuck, but then my thoughts shift elsewhere. Mindy. It's been 7 long years since I kicked her out of that party, right before Shirkov shot me and almost had me killed. Almost. The doctors tell me it's a miracle that I'm still alive. Little do they know that it takes more than a bullet to take me out. I'd been a ghost for the last 7 years, carefully staying away from the spotlight. In fact, I saw that whole shit show with Shirkov as an opportunity to disappear from the public eye. It's better this way, more peaceful, and definitely safer for the little family I have left. Nobody needs to know that Maron Korolev is alive, except for my family, a few close allies, and business partners. But even after all this time, I still think of Mindy Williams, especially now that Eva is starting to get on my nerves. But the facts remain facts. Mindy betrayed me in the worst way possible, and I can't just ignore that. So why is it that I still have a soft spot for her? Cut it out, Duboyev. It was me who terminated everything between us, and for good fucking reason. 7 years have passed since I last saw her, and 7 years is a very long time. It's time to move on. Not to mention that love has no place in my screwed-up life. The fuck would be good, though. My cock is throbbing hard. There's something about a morning glory. It's not the kind of erection I can just wheel away. It demands immediate release. And all it takes is one mental picture of Mindy to get me going. For fuck's sake, Korolev, she's the woman who betrayed you, and you've not seen her for a fucking eternity. I really don't know what it is about her. For the last 7 years, there hasn't been a day when I didn't think of her, despite the way things had ended between us. The Tremoxine launch party was supposed to be my crowning achievement, but instead it turned into a goddamn shit show, all thanks to her. And Maurice, of course. My loser half-brother whose fuck-up with the kidney deal almost led to my death. I can practically hear Shirkov's gunshot ringing in my ears. I can almost see the panic on everyone's faces before my world went black. Leonid Shirkov, that ruthless bastard, decided to make his move against me that night and take revenge for his daughter's death. The chaos, the screaming, the blood, it's all seared into my memory. Frankly, I can't really blame Shirkov. I would have done the same thing in his shoes. It was the perfect night to enact his revenge. And after Maurice's colossal fuck-up, I can't even hold him accountable for what he's done. He did what any desperate, grieving father would do after losing his daughter. I had a daughter once, a long time ago. If anyone, I understand what it feels like to lose a child. Maybe I did die that night. Sometimes I wonder, am I still alive, or am I already on the other side? Whatever the case, when I saw Mindy cradling Maurice that night, I knew I lost her forever. And then I lost Maurice, too. It was the icing on the cake. I knew there was no coming back from that. And then Shirkov happened. I fell into a coma, and when I woke up from it, I found myself in a different world. Everything had changed. It was a new chapter, had to be. I knew I couldn't continue living my life the way I did before. I had to move on. Disappear from the spotlight, forget about Mindy and our complicated relationship. So why is it that even now I can't get her out of my head? For too many years I haven't seen that flirtatious smile of hers, or those beautiful feminine curves, her divine tits, her clean-shaven pussy, and those sensual lips around my cock. I haven't smelled the vanilla scent around her either. Mindy Williams has been a lingering obsession ever since I met her, and I thought not having her in my life will make that go away, but it didn't. Thinking of her, I instinctively wrap a hand around my shaft. I can almost feel her breath on my cock. I can taste her on my tongue, like roses and vanilla. I start stroking my dick, imagining Mindy's lips around it. I keep pumping, and my fantasy takes me deep inside her. Jerking off is the only time I allow those feelings for her to come to the surface. As I keep pumping harder and harder, in my mind's eye, I see her face, her bouncing breasts, her peachy ass, and her beautiful, smooth pussy. The image is so real that I can almost smell her close to me. Man, did I love that pussy. Being with her was the ultimate ecstasy. I keep going, and the feeling intensifies. In my fantasy, I'm deep inside her now, the head of my dick touching her sweetest point. I know that this lonely release will only be a temporary fix, like putting a Band-Aid over a bullet wound. But when the orgasm hits, it's wild and electrifying. It tears through me like a bullet. And when it's gone, it only leaves a fucking void and a desire to be with Mindy even more. All right, Korolev, that's enough. Time to get your shit together. After lying on the bed, gasping for a few moments, I finally get up. Once I manage to sit, I take a minute to catch my breath and calm down. I place my hands against my temples and lean forward, balancing myself at the edge of the bed. A visit to the gym is exactly what I need right now. A strenuous session to push my body to its limits and exhaust my mind. It's the only way to still the turmoil in my head these days. 15 minutes later, I'm down at the gym, pushing myself much harder than usual. I run until my lungs burn, lift weights until my muscles scream with exertion. I tire myself to the point where I can hardly move. Good. Exactly the way I like to feel in the mornings. On my way back to the house, I decide to drop by my mother's wing of the mansion for a quick visit. As I step into her suite, I take a peek into her bedroom and see her sleeping peacefully. Not wanting to wake her up, I decide to find her night caregiver, Katya. "How was last night?" I ask her in a hushed tone. Katya stifles a yawn before answering.
"Same as usual, Mr. Korolev. I let your mom know that Cordelia will be coming over soon. Then she slept about 5 hours and then started wandering again. In the end, I managed to guide her back to bed."
"Sounds like a typical night." Katya nods.
"It was. She'll probably be up soon."
"Spasiba, Katya. I'll come visit her later today." Making sure not to wake up my sleeping mother, I quietly sneak out and click the door shut behind me. It still breaks my fucking heart that she has to be in a state like this. Her condition has deteriorated in the last 7 years, but not as quickly as her doctors thought it would. There are moments when she still recognizes me as her son. Then a minute later, she has no clue where she is, and she starts looking for Cordelia all over again. Cordelia. My mother's love for her is a daily reminder of the daughter I'd lost. It's a wound that will never heal, but I've made peace with that now. It's become a part of who I am, and it makes me cherish the family I have left even more. My brother Timofey and my mother, no matter the state she's in. I slumped down on the couch in my office, enjoying the solitude and savoring a cup of coffee. It's steaming hot and perfectly strong, just the way I like it. The rich scent of the fresh brew fills the air, and I eagerly take the first sip, feeling the bitter taste wake up my senses. I like these late morning hours. They're when I get the most of my shit done. It's the most productive time of my day. The time I write my to-do list, make a bunch of calls, and go over my profit reports with my accountant. It's also when I catch up with my closest ally and right-hand man, Pavel. But just as I'm about to dive into some important paperwork, Eva barges in and ruins my peace with her presence. Blyad. I know it's not her fault, but she's really starting to annoy me. And it's not just my girlfriend who bugs me after 2 years together. It's also the invisible presence of her twin sister Rachel that really grates on my nerves. Though I've never actually met her, Rachel is almost like a third wheel in our relationship. It's like her and Eva are joined at the hip or something. Eva won't shut up about how close they are. They live together and do almost everything together. I don't know shit about psychology, but I'm sure it's not a healthy bond. I can feel my eye twitching at the thought of Eva mentioning Rachel again. I just hope she's not here to rant about her sister this time. Eva saunters over to me, running her fingers through my hair.
"Hey there, handsome,"
she coos.
"How about we go back to bed and start the day right?"
Okay, at least she's not here to talk about Rachel. Maybe it's just my own fixation. "Hey," I say, looking up. I make no effort to get up and show affection. The idea of romance makes me want to puke right now. All that lovey-dovey stuff is just a tool for women to control and manipulate men. Not to mention that these are my working hours. She should not be in my office. Why did you even let her stay the night, Modach? You could have just sent her home in a taxi like you usually do. Eva moves closer, her full lips curving into a seductive smirk. Her nightgown clings to her curves, leaving almost nothing to imagination. Her breasts are visible through the fabric. Normally I would get turned on by this sight, but not today. I took care of myself a few hours ago, thinking of Mindy. She hovers next to me, her nightgown now half open. She puts her hand on my head, tousling my hair. As she moves, she deliberately flashes her clean-shaven pussy. I look at her, but all I feel is annoyance. Gently but firmly, I remove her hand from my hair. Not now, Eva. She moves away a little, but it's just not in her nature to give up, especially when it comes to teasing me.
"Be a good boy, Maron,"
she purrs with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Her fingers trail down my chest, leaving small goosebumps in their wake. With deliberate slowness, she kneels before me and undoes my pants, careful to maintain eye contact the whole time. I have to give it to her. The woman knows exactly how to get me going. She slides off the nightgown as she kneels in front of me, putting her whole body on display.
I know you like me, Maron,
she whispers seductively. Her breasts are perky, and her pussy is silky, and the view makes my cock erect. I don't move. I just sit there, staying in a half-slouched position, letting her do her thing. She positions herself in front of me, opens her mouth, and takes my dick into her mouth. Well, fuck it. My body betrays me, responding eagerly to her skillful tongue and her lips as they engulf my cock. But at the same time, my mind is screaming in protest. I know this isn't what I want. I don't want Eva's lips around my dick. Then whose lips do you want, Lovell? I fucking hate to admit it, but deep down I know the answer. I've known it for the last 7 years, despite all the shit that's happened. Eva sucks me greedily, and despite my lingering annoyance, I can't help but feel a twisted feeling of pleasure coursing through me. I allow her to continue for a few more minutes. But then suddenly, something in my head snaps and I nudge her head away. I'm not in the mood, Eva. Her face falls and she frowns.
What's wrong, Maron?
God, I want someone else to do that. That's what. I pull my pants back on. Nothing. I just want you to stop.
You know,
Eva says, her voice shaking slightly.
Rachel's always telling me I should be more assertive with you. She says it's not healthy the way you treat me.
I scoff internally. Of course fucking Rachel would say that. The psychiatrist twin, always analyzing our relationship, always knowing what's good for us.
You just don't seem interested anymore, Maron,
Eva continues, and I sense her frustration rising.
I don't know what's happening to you, but I'm not happy with how things are going. You've changed.
She's not wrong. I want to tell her that what's changed is my tolerance for her symbiotic relationship with Rachel, but I know it's more than just that. This thing between us was never meant to be serious. I've just allowed it to progress. And now she wants to take things to the next level, which is the exact opposite of what I want. She anxiously wipes a streak of tears from her eyes.
I'm trying to do everything to make you feel loved, and all you do is act distant and unavailable. Sometimes it's like you're living in another universe, Maron. Just like last night when you left to sleep in another room. How do you think that makes me feel?
Shit. I feel a pang of empathy for her, but I keep my face emotionless. I know she's right. I have changed. I just can't be bothered about it. There is something else that fucks with me, and it has nothing to do with Eva. It's a lingering thought that I just can't seem to force out of my head. It's a thought about a person. For a long time, I thought I'd moved on, found my peace. But now that Eva is getting on my nerves, I find myself thinking about her even more often. Mindy. But then again, this is not the first time this happened in the last 7 years. Her image continues to haunt me, despite my best efforts. I've tried to banish her from my thoughts and erase her memory for good. I failed. It's a weakness, I know, a vulnerability that has no place in my life. But no matter how hard I try, she's there, lurking in the shadows of my consciousness and in my sexual fantasies. That woman did something indelible to me, something that makes all other women hopelessly dull in comparison. The only thing that remains from my previous life is this lingering thought about the woman I once fell for. Everything else changed. I keep my life private. I've almost completely ditched the whole Bratva scene. I now have the privilege to live it up with all my riches. The Ramak scene is selling like hotcakes, and global media is killing it. I even appointed a new CEO, but remained the owner. I have a good life now, a steady flow of passive income, way more than anyone could ever wish for. Except Mindy Williams just won't leave me alone. She haunts my thoughts every goddamn day. I take a sip of my coffee, realizing it has gone cold. I glance over at Eva, who is seated in the armchair across me, her dressing gown draped to one side. She's clearly waiting for me to say something. I like to sleep alone, Eva. My voice is calm. That's why I went to the spare room.
Right,
she responds, her tone laced with disappointment.
But it's more than just that, isn't it? Is there someone else, Maron?
For fuck's sake, I groan inwardly. Not her jealousy again. I've dealt with her insecurity many times, and I'm getting fucking tired of it. I know I should feel sympathy for her, but I just can't. There's no one, I snap, trying not to lose my temper. Of course, Eva's not buying it.
I don't believe you,
she says, standing up and moving closer to me. She towers over me with an anger on her face that could incinerate the room. My eyes are at chest level with her, and her breasts seem to swell as she lifts her hand to strike me. In a split second, my own hand snaps out and grabs her wrist tightly. You're going to stop this shit, Eva, I growl through gritted teeth. This isn't about someone else. Each word is like a sharp blade cutting through the air, fueled by my building frustration. Eva rips her arm from my grasp, her nails leaving angry red marks on my skin.
Don't you dare feed me that bullshit, Maron. I see the way you undress every woman with your eyes. You salivate over every piece of ass that walks by.
Her voice rises to a shrill crescendo, and her face is contorted with rage.
Do you think I'm blind? Do you think I don't know you're pulling away? Rachel says your behavior is textbook avoidance.
There it is. Fucking Rachel again. My jaw clenches at the mention of her name. Of course she's been analyzing me, probably dissecting every interaction Eva reports back to her. And knowing how close they are, she probably reports everything. The thought of it makes my blood boil. Eva's voice continues to rise.
Do you think I don't know you're still pining for your precious ex-girlfriend?
My heart stops dead in my chest. What the fuck? Is it that obvious? How does she even know? Am I wearing my heart on my sleeve like some lovesick teenager?
I know you still have feelings for her.
Eva is nearly shouting now, probably sensing my shock.
I know who she is.
I stare at her as she continues.
You want to hear her name for me? Mindy Williams. Rachel helped me figure it out.
Motherfucker. The air leaves my lungs in a rush. How in the ever-loving fuck does she know that name? And Rachel's involved? This is getting complicated. Too fucking complicated. I pinch the bridge of my nose, sucking in a sharp breath. That's enough, Eva. My voice is low. I'm not going to listen to your accusations. Tears stream down her face, smearing her mascara into ugly black streaks.
Screw you, Maron. You're a heartless monster.
I shrug. I'll take that. I've been called worse. Eva fixes me with a glare that's designed to turn me into stone. Her eyes shimmer with angry tears as she turns on her heel and storms out of the room. Even through the closed door, her sobs echo through the house like a banshee's wail. And me? I guess I should feel guilty. Or at least I should feel some semblance of remorse for not giving her what she wants. But all I feel is annoyance. And I know I can't continue doing this. I have to end things between us. And soon. Driven by a sudden idea, I pull out my phone and open New York High's website, my fingers moving deftly across the screen. With a few taps, I book a table for two. New York High has changed a lot over the last 7 years. They have a new management team, and Kevin is no longer working with them. They even refurbished the place. The only thing they kept intact was the stage where Mindy used to perform. But that was a long time ago. These days they try to attract new and upcoming talent, Musicians who will perform for free just to get their music heard. Anyway, New York High is the perfect place to have a talk with Eva and put an end to our relationship. She's a beautiful young woman and deserves a guy who is willing to give her what she wants. Unfortunately, that guy won't be me. Once the table is booked, I slip my phone back into my pocket and head upstairs. I find Eva in the bedroom, lying on the bed. "Eva," I say, feeling like shit about the upcoming separation. I reach out to touch her shoulder, but she flinches away, her body tensing up like a coiled spring.
"Leave me alone, Maron,"
she snarls, her voice muffled by tears and anger.
"I hate you."
I turn her back to face me. Her face is streaked with tears and smeared makeup, a sight that twists my gut. I fucking hate to do this, but I must. "We need to talk," I say. "I'll take you out for dinner." I feel uncharacteristically sorry for her, like I'm the dirtiest cheat and liar, which I am, but it's time to cut these women loose. This relationship has become more trouble than it's worth. Chapter 3. Maron. As soon as Eva and I step into New York High, the memories of Mindy come flooding back, hitting me like a fucking freight train. I glance at the stage where some broad is singing, but all I can see there is her. I can't believe that her voice and her presence on stage still haunt me. My heart pounds in my chest so loud that I have to take a few deep breaths to calm the fuck down. For fuck's sake, Korolev, that was 7 years ago. You're here to break up with Eva, not reminisce about an old flame. We slide into a booth where we can barely be seen. I try to focus on ordering the food, but I struggle to think straight with Eva yapping in my ear. She obviously misunderstood this whole dinner thing. She must believe that I brought her here for a make-up meal, with make-up sex to follow.
"I'll be back in a minute,"
she says with a tempting smile, her fingers grazing my arm.
"I'm just going to fix my makeup."
She sachets toward the restroom, her hips swaying in a way that she knows drives all men wild. All men except me. As soon as she's out of my sight and I'm left alone with my thoughts, my attention is drawn to a table near the back of the venue. But it's not the table that catches my attention. It's the woman sitting there. Her back is slightly turned toward me, giving me a partial glimpse of her side profile, and I recognize her immediately. Every fucking cell in my body, every last nerve ending in my brain knows. Bоже mой, is that... How the fuck is she here tonight? Is she still performing here? I am in shock. I really did not expect this. She probably doesn't even know that I'm alive. My goddamn heart starts to pound so hard that I can practically feel it in my throat. How is it that I still lose my shit over her like this, after all this time? And why the fuck is she here? Looks like 7 years hasn't been long enough. No matter how much I tried to forget her and her betrayal, she still fucks with my head. And now that she's here, sitting just a few tables away from me, I feel like a horny, lovesick teenager. Jesus Christ, she's beautiful. Maybe even more so than she used to be, if that's even possible. Except she looks more mature, more serious, but she still has the same features, the features that used to turn me on so much that I couldn't fucking control myself. The way those chestnut locks cascade down her back, the delicate curve of her chin, the way she sits at that table, leaning forward with her feet crossed at the ankles. It's unmistakable. Holy fuck, it really is her. The more I stare at her, the more incredible she looks. Even from afar, I can see that the years have been more than kind to her. They transformed her from a beautiful young girl into a stunning, mature woman. She's got curves in all the right places, and her body is even more voluptuous and lush than I remember. Her dress clings to her like it was made for her only, the neckline plunging just low enough to give me a tantalizing side view of her cleavage. I can't take my eyes off her as I drink in every inch of her smooth, flawless skin. Her hair is longer than it used to be, falling in soft waves around her face and brushing against her bare shoulders. And her tits. Jesus Christ, those tits. They're fuller, more luscious than ever, straining against the fabric of her dress like they're begging to be touched. I feel a rush of heat to my groin, my cock twitching in my pants like I'm fucking 17. I have to shift in my seat to adjust myself, but it's no use. The sight of her has me rock hard and ready to go. Before I know it, my mind is flooded with memories of all the filthy things we used to do together. I know I should look away. I should focus on something else. But I can't. I'm transfixed, my eyes glued to her like a starving animal staring at the feast. She's here with a man. Husband? Boyfriend? Date? Damn it, Korolev. Jealousy starts to rage through me. Actually, it's more than just jealousy. It's a toxic cocktail of emotions. Shock, anger, resentment, and a twisted sense of joy that I can't even begin to explain. Seeing Mindy so unexpectedly makes me feel alive in a way I haven't felt in a long time. It's like a jolt of electricity to my dead heart, a shock to the system, waking me up from the numb haze I've been living in. Eva slides back into the booth, a coy smile playing on her freshly painted lips.
How do you like my makeup, Maron?
She asks, batting her lashes at me like a schoolgirl feigning innocence.
Rachel helped me choose the lipstick. She says it emphasizes my lips and brings out my eyes more.
Fuck! I barely spare her a glance, my eyes still fixed on Mindy, and the mention of Rachel only solidifies my resolve to end this relationship. I can't take another goddamn minute of this. Did you change your makeup? I ask. It's a dumb question, but it's all I can come up with right now. Eva frowns, her perfectly shaped brows knitting together in confusion.
Yes, I put on this new shade of lipstick.
And she starts talking, going into an endless rant about her makeup choices and how they bring out her features. I'm not listening. I can't pay attention to a single word she's saying, not when every fucking fiber in my body is being drawn to the woman sitting at that table in the far corner of the venue. Maybe I shouldn't have brought Eva here, but how was I supposed to know that Mindy would be here tonight?
Maron, what's wrong?
Eva tries to catch my eye, her voice tinged with concern.
Are you sure you're okay? You seem distracted.
I don't answer. I can't. My mind is a clusterfuck of desire, rage, resentment, and regret. I know I'm being a dick, ignoring Eva like this, but I can't help it. Seeing Mindy after all this time, so unexpectedly, has completely thrown me off balance. I'm shaken to my core in a way I never expected.
Maron, seriously, what's going on?
Eva's voice cuts through my thoughts, sharper this time.
I know you haven't heard a word I said.
I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the inevitable fallout. Eva, I begin, my voice steady and calm. This is our goodbye dinner. It's over between us. There, it's out. I could have been more subtle about it, but it's all I can manage right now. Eva's eyes widen, shock and disbelief written into every line of her face.
What? No, Maron, you can't mean that. We might have our differences, but we belong together.
I shake my head. No, Eva, we don't. It's over.
But...
Tears well up in her eyes, her lower lip trembling.
Who is she, Maron?
Who is she? The woman sitting over at that table, that's who. My insides churn. Just you and me, Eva. No one else. I say through gritted teeth. Her voice rises to a shrill pitch.
Is it your ex-girlfriend? That Mindy person?
Blood. I nervously glance toward Minzy's table, but it's empty now. Where the fuck has she gone? Eva, keep it down, I say, trying to keep my voice even. This is a restaurant.
Don't you shush me, Maron,
she hisses under her breath. The woman in the next booth peeks her head out, casting a look of disgust our way. I fix her with a stare that is enough to make her pull back behind the wall that separates her booth from ours. Tears stream down Eva's face, smudging the carefully applied makeup she put on just minutes ago.
Is this what you really want, Maron?
Her voice cracks with emotion. I nod, my jaw clenched tight. Yes, I say firmly, looking into her eyes. Eva's voice trembles with anger and hurt.
You're despicable, Maron. A heartless, soulless...
She pauses, looking for words.
A fucking idiot, that's what you are. You're gonna die alone.
She stands up abruptly and rushes back toward the restroom, her sobs echoing through the restaurant. I lean back in my chair, feeling a rush of relief course through me. The curious glances from other diners don't faze me as I watch Eva leave. As soon as she's out of sight, I glance over to Mindy's still empty seat before turning my attention to the man sitting across her table. He sits too far for me to register his features, but I already hate the motherfucker. But then again, what the fuck did I expect? It's been 7 years. Of course Mindy would date another guy. Sure it was me. These thoughts are not helping. I should go home, drink a bottle of vodka, and get my fucking head straight. The main achievement for tonight is that Eva is finally out of my hair. My mind briefly registers a twinge of guilt over her, but it quickly dissipates. It's finally over. After several long minutes, Eva appears from the restroom. Her face is blotchy, and her eyes are puffy from crying. She returns to our table without making eye contact with me, sliding back into her seat and immediately digging through her purse. I've called a taxi for you, I tell her matter-of-factly. It should be here in a few minutes. She looks at me. Her face is a mess, with black smears of eyeliner smudging down her cheeks.
You'll regret this, Maron. Mark my words.
I don't respond. I silently watch as she grabs her purse and exits the restaurant. As the door closes behind her, I feel a weight lift off my shoulders. Sweet fucking relief. I recline in my chair again and let out a deep sigh, closing my eyes. Finally, after what seems like an eternity, I signal the waiter that I am ready to pay. It's time for me to get the fuck out of here before I do something stupid, like going over to Mindy's table and breaking the neck of the guy she's with.
Excuse me, sir, but your order has not been prepared yet,
the waiter tells me with a hint of surprise. Don't worry, I reply calmly. I'll still cover the bill. Less than 5 minutes later, I step outside and close the door behind me. The cool night air hits me like a wake-up call. For a second, my head clears. I make my way to the parking lot and slide into my ride, the same black Escalade I had when Mindy was still in my life. I crack open the window, hoping the fresh air will help sort out the mess in my head. Fat fucking chance. My mind's still spinning. I can't fucking believe she was here tonight. 7 years of trying to forget about her, and now she's here on a date with some schmuck. I don't even know who the guy is, but I could strangle that bastard with my bare hands. For a hot second, I actually imagined wringing the fucker's neck. Mindy's mine. Jesus Christ, where did that stupid thought come from? I close my eyes to chase away the ridiculous thought. Remember what happened, Modoc. She betrayed you, stabbed you in the back. Once I feel somewhat composed, I open my eyes, and what I see almost makes me shoot up from my seat. Mindy's leaving the restaurant, heading straight towards where I'm parked. Driven by pure instinct, I quickly pressed the button to pull up the window. I watch her through tinted glass as she walks up to the car next to mine. My fucking heart is going a mile a minute. She squeezes herself between the two vehicles, juggling her phone and fumbling with her keys. Fucking typical. She's parked right next to me. Her ride's a beat-up old thing. I guess she's not exactly rolling in dough. My brain automatically logs her plate number. I'm probably parked too close to her because she can barely open her door. She looks annoyed and begins to rap on my window.
Excuse me? Can you move your car?
Bleh. I freeze up.
I know you're in there. I saw you pull up your window,
she says, not even trying to mask her frustration. I don't say or do a thing. I just sit there like a fucking stone statue, a garden gnome. Finally, she huffs and circles around to the passenger side, climbing into her car through the other side. I hear her turn her engine over. That's when I finally get my act together and move my car. Smooth, Korolev. Real smooth. This is fucking ridiculous. I don't know what the fuck is going on with me. My heart is hammering in my chest, and I can't keep my act together. As I drive away, my thoughts continue to race in my head. How? How the fuck does she have this effect on me? Why can't I just forget about her? After what happened at the Tremoxin launch, I promised myself that I would never reach out to her again. There are things that can't be forgiven, and some distances are meant to remain uncrossed. Unless life says otherwise.
Chapter 4. Mindy. Sometimes I feel like I'm the punchline to an intergalactic joke. Case in point, tonight. Betty, you know I love you, but I want to strangle you right now. I hiss into my phone as I'm huddled in the fancy restroom of New York High. My old stomping grounds, now just another reminder of how much has changed. Betty, my forever bestie and online dating expert, set me up on a disaster date with a guy who makes me wish I'd stayed home. A guy named Nesbitt McCullen. Oh, shit. Is it that bad? Betty's concerned voice comes through the phone. Bad is a generous term for how this is going, Bats. I snap. I'm hiding in the restroom just to escape this guy for 5 minutes. I know I'm being a mean bitch to Betty right now. She set me up on this date because she wants the best for me. I'm in no position to complain to her. But what am I supposed to do when this Nesbitt guy makes me so angry that I could scream? I quickly shut my mouth when the door swings open and a stunning young woman enters. Her face is stained with tears, her makeup smudged and running. She glares at me intensely, or maybe not. My perception could be distorted due to this horribly embarrassing date I'm on. I don't get it, Betty says. I hear her typing on the other end of the line as she pulls up his profile again. His username is the ultimate catch, she reads out loud. I let out an exasperated sigh. Oh, that explains it, I say, rolling my eyes. All he talks about is money, how his investments are doing. And not once did he bother to ask about me, my interests, or what I do for a living. I grumble into the phone. I mean, is that so wrong? Betty asks. I was setting you up with a rich and handsome catch. A real up-and-comer. Well, if by catch you mean a self-absorbed, money-obsessed prick, then sure, Nesbitt McCullen is the grand prize. Okay. It's one date. What if he's not the one? Betty persists. Besides, consider the financial stability a man like him could provide. You could leave your boring accounting job behind and fully embrace being a fit and fabulous mother. No more worrying about money. And remember, Rich Match caters to the wealthy. My matchmaking business specifically targets affluent and self-assured single people in their 30s and 40s. Betty sounds as if she's doing a sales pitch over the phone. Ugh, I'm sorry, Bets. I don't mean to sound ungrateful. But you know I've never been the gold digger type. I whisper, trying to make sure the woman doesn't hear me. I mean, of course, it's good when a guy is ambitious. But what good is it if he's a douche? Seriously. Just in the past 30 minutes, I got a crash course on cryptocurrencies, portfolio management, and S&P 500. I can't even keep up anymore. I'm so sorry, Mindy, Betty says apologetically. His profile looked perfect. Good-looking, 35-year-old, financially stable, doesn't mind kids, wants his own kids, too. Does his profile mention narcissism, egoism, and zero interest in anyone else but himself? Betty bursts into laughter. Hold on, let me check again. She pauses. Okay, here it is. His About Me section says, Ladies, your search for the perfect man ends here. I'm the kind of guy your mother warned you about. The irresistible bad boy with a heart of gold. Jesus, Bets, I say, grinning at the absurdity of the situation. Okay, maybe he changed a few things on his profile since I found him. Betty says, Wait, there's more here. Fun facts about me. I bought an island because I could. I have a collection of cars that would make James Bond turn green with jealousy. I'm fluent in 3 languages, English, money, and sarcasm. Oh my God, Bets, I grumble. Seriously? Betty sighs. All right, I admit. I'll be more thorough next time. I'm really sorry, babe. Are you able to make a run for it? Need an emergency extraction? Betty and I have a strategy in place for dealing with mishaps like this. When a date goes the wrong way or turns out ridiculous, we always text each other for what we call an emergency extraction. I do. Give me 5 minutes to get my stuff, and you're on, I say. Thanks, Bets. And sorry for acting like a bitch. I know you just want the best for me. It's all right, hon, she replies. Honestly, I owe you one after you saved me from that guy who went into graphic detail about how he wanted to strangle his ex-girlfriend for cheating on him with her personal trainer. Oh, yeah, he was quite a charmer, even more so than the one who wanted to have sex with you in public. She laughs. All right, babe, 5 minutes and I'll give you the call. Be ready. 10 seconds later, I'm out of the bathroom, walking back to the table where Nesbitt McCullen is waiting for me. But as I walk back to our booth, a strange feeling begins to gnaw at me. Like someone is watching me, which is pretty ridiculous considering we're in a restaurant full of people. I brush the feeling aside and sit down at the table, giving a half smile to my disaster date. Where were we? I ask, as I begin to stuff my belongings into my purse. I better be ready for Betty's call so I can get the hell out of here as soon as possible. I think I should pay you a compliment, Nesbitt says out of the blue, grinning at me. You look hot as fuck tonight. At the neighboring table, the pearls on an older woman's necklace clink together as she turns to give us a disapproving look. Thank you. I force a fake smile. Nesbitt seems pleased with himself, and he eagerly returns to the one and only topic he can talk about. So, as I was saying before you went to the toilet, he continues. I'm more of an altcoin person. First, I was into Bitcoin, but then I found out that I've got enough cash in the bank to tolerate a bit more risk. So I took 20% of my liquid net worth and decided to. I nod and try to force a smile, wondering how much longer it'll take for Betty to call me. It must be at least 2 minutes since I left the restroom. That means I have 3 more minutes left from this crash course on crypto investing. And let me tell you, Mindy, it was the best decision I ever made. My portfolio has grown exponentially since then. My mind is spinning, and my thoughts are jumbled. My brain has shut down. I feel like I've mentally checked out and left my body behind. I can't possibly listen to any of this anymore. As Nesbitt continues talking, I feel a chill on my spine. The same chill I felt when I was walking back from the bathroom. Is someone watching me? I instinctively turn around, but all I see is the same woman I met in the restroom. She is walking toward the other end of the restaurant and sits down at a table. Her eyes are locked on someone sitting opposite her, but her expression is far from joyful. I don't know what it is about that scene that draws me, but I find myself straining to see who she's looking at. Maybe I'm just so bored with Nesbitt's ranting that I'm trying to find myself a distraction. That's great, I say, turning back to Nesbitt, trying to feign interest. And what do you like to do for fun? Come on, Bets. What's taking you so long? Nesbitt looks at me as if I've grown a second head. Fun? Mindy, time is money. I don't have time for things like fun. Every waking moment is an opportunity to make cash. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Oh, right. How silly of me. The waiter arrives with our drinks, and I'm grateful for the momentary distraction. But as soon as he leaves, Nesbitt launches into another monologue about his latest investment strategy. I take a sip of my wine, wishing it was something stronger. You, my dear, need a man like me, a self-made entrepreneur. Nesbitt boasts for what feels like the 100th time. Someone who knows how to pursue his goals. He grins, and someone who has expertise in the bedroom as well. I nearly choke on my drink. What the hell is Betty doing? I'm sure we're past 5 minutes already. When my phone finally starts ringing, it feels like the second arrival of the Messiah. Sorry, I have to take this, I say. Must be the babysitter. Oh, you have a kid? Nesbitt's eyes open like saucers. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't get the chance, I mumble, and speak into the phone. Hey, Tanya, is everything okay? Not really, I hear Betty's voice. I'm afraid you have to come home. Sharon has a fever. A what? Oh my God, I say and stand up. Don't worry, Tanya. I'm on my way. Hurry up, Mindy, Betty says, urgency in her tone. It looks pretty serious. I hang up the call and slide the phone into my purse. Sorry, I have to go, I say to Nesbitt. Thank you for your time. And the lesson about investing. Oh, when is our next one? Nesbitt asks. We haven't even gone to first base yet. Sorry, Nesbitt, I tell him, not feeling sorry at all. I'll be very busy in the coming weeks. Months, I mean. Years, decades, light years. Bye. With that, I turn around and head to the exit as fast as my feet can carry me. I'll send you my account details, I hear him call out. You have to pay half of the bill. Jesus Christ, what a douchebag. I storm toward the exit, as far away from Nesbitt McCullen as possible, and only stop when the noise of the restaurant fades and the door is shut behind me. Once outside, I pause for a moment, taking a deep breath of the crispy air. The evening is chilly, but the weather is nice, with only a few clouds staining the starry night sky. Another disastrous date bites the dust, making it 3 in a row. The guy before Nesbitt turned out to be gay and was only looking for a fake wife. The one before that was the textbook version of a sociopath. As I make my way towards my car, for the 3rd time tonight, a strange feeling catches my attention. Why do I feel like someone's watching me? Am I becoming paranoid? I look around me and my eyes land on a large black car. It is parked right next to mine. It is a robust, expensive-looking vehicle that probably belongs to a celebrity or a millionaire. I briefly catch a glimpse of someone sitting in the driver's seat just before the window is pulled up. Strange. I remember Maron used to have a similar car. It had the same tinted windows just like this one. Even the license number seems familiar. Shit. This is Maron's old car. I glance at the registration number again, and my knees go weak for a moment. The car was probably sold after his death. It must be a cruel twist of fate that it is here now, bringing back unwanted memories of the man I once loved. Damn it, Mindy. Maybe it's just my disastrous date that's making me moody. I really need to tell Betty to stop setting me up with potential suitors. I'm sure her matchmaking business brings great results to her clients, but it looks like it ain't for me. I make my way to my parking spot and squeeze myself between my own ride and Maron's old car. I let out a loud grunt as I struggled to open the door wide enough for me to get in. Maron's old SUV is parked way too close, leaving almost no room for me and my single mom butt. But I know there's someone sitting inside. I saw them pull up their window just as I exited the restaurant. "Excuse me, would you mind moving your car?" I say as politely as possible, giving their tinted window a firm knock. I get no response. "Hello? I know you're in there." I tap the window again. Crickets. Really? It must be some entitled prick. Maybe some rich guy screwing his Barbie doll girlfriend behind that window. I let out an exasperated sigh and make my way around my own car. I open it from the other side and crawl in through the passenger seat. I don't even care anymore. I just want to be out of here and forget about this disastrous date. But to my surprise, just as I slam the door shut and start my engine, the big black car roars to life and smoothly pulls out of its spot. Seriously? Whoever bought Maron's old car is an asshat. I stare after the big black SUV, dumbfounded. I shake my head in disbelief and mumble something about entitled rich jerks, arrogant snobs, and their complete disregard for regular people like me. Never mind that, though. The evening is finally over. All that matters is that I can finally go home and kiss my daughter goodnight. Chapter 5. Mindy. I lock my apartment door behind me and lean against it for a moment. There's a pang of frustration and guilt in me about spending the evening on a terrible date. I could have just stayed at home and played with Sharon or watched a movie with her. Instead, I left her with Tanya, just to be able to meet this Nesbitt guy. What a shitty use of the little free time I have. Being a single mom just amplifies my mother's guilt. Whoever tried raising a child in New York City knows what I'm talking about. I'm always working my butt off to support us, always running late to pick up my daughter from school. And then I spend the little free time I have with my baby girl. Unless, of course, I'm on a date with the hopes of finding a reliable and loving partner and father figure for Sharon. But it's slim pickings out there, to say the least. I have no doubt that Betty means well, but finding a decent guy? It seems like an impossible mission in this city. It's as futile as trying to teach a cat to fetch. As I walk into the living room, I'm greeted by the sight of Tanya sitting on the couch with a book on her lap. She sets it down and calls out to me, "Hey, Mindy, how was your date?" I let out a frustrated sigh, dropping my purse and kicking off my heels before collapsing onto the couch next to her. "Like the others." She frowns sympathetically and turns towards me. "Oh no, what happened?" I wouldn't even know where to begin. I chuckle, rubbing my temples and shaking my head. "I'm sorry, Mindy," Tanya sympathizes, placing a hand on my shoulder. "Was it really that bad?" I sink into the soft cushions, closing my eyes. Let's just say he's not exactly the father figure I want for Sharon. I give her a weak smile. She shakes her head. "Don't give up, Mindy. You deserve a kind guy who loves you and Sharon." I let out a small laugh. Maybe, but that's a matter for another day. Right now, I just want to focus on spending more time with Sharon. Tanya nods understandingly. "I get it. Do what's best for you and your daughter." She pauses. "How's she doing in school, by the way? I tried asking her, but she seemed hesitant to talk about it." "You know how she is," I sigh. "Sharon needs time to adjust and make friends. Maybe it's an only child thing." Tanya's tone is gentle. "Or just a phase. Give her a few months to adjust. This school is still fresh for her. Feeling the need to change the subject, I ask, how was she tonight? Tanya's face lights up. Awesome. We had dinner, played games, and I got her to bed on time. She missed you, but I told her you'd be home soon to give her a good night kiss. I feel a surge of gratitude and affection for Tanya. Thank you so much, Tanya. I don't know what I'd do without you. You'd find another babysitter. Tanya winks and stands up. But seriously, you know I love Sharon. You two are practically family to me. She stretches. But I better jet now. My cat is probably meowing up a storm, and my neighbors are about to file a noise complaint. Catch you later, Mindy. As soon as I close the door behind Tanya, I hear a soft shuffling behind me. I turn around and see my beautiful baby girl emerging from her room. Her eyes are heavy with sleep, and she's wearing her pajamas. She's got her precious Lovey in her tiny hands, that old stuffed bunny with one ear hanging on for dear life. She's blinking at the hallway light as she hugs her bunny close to her chest, her fingers tangled in its fluffy fur. Her hair is messy from sleeping, but she looks so darn cute that I could eat her. Hey, sleepyhead, I say, crouching down to her level. What are you doing out of bed, sweet pea? Sharon just stares at me with those big blue eyes of hers, not saying a word. My heart sinks a little, wondering if this is going to be one of those quiet moments. But then she pipes up, her voice all soft and sleepy. I heard you come home, Mommy. I woke up 'cause I missed you. That's all it takes for my heart to melt. Aw, baby, I missed you too. I'm sorry I couldn't tuck you in tonight. Sharon rubs her eye with her fist, still holding tight to her bunny. It's okay, Mommy. Tanya read me a story, but I wanted a hug from you before I go back to sleep. I don't know if hearts can melt twice within 1 minute, but mine does. I open up my arms and she practically falls into them, snuggling up against me like I'm the coziest blanket in the world. I love you so much, baby, I murmur into her hair. To the moon and back, forever and ever. You know that, right? Sharon's little arms are squeezing me tight. I love you too, Mommy. I get even more misty-eyed at that. This kid. She's my everything to me and more. I'd do anything for her, even if it means having dinner with Nesbitt McCullen every night for the rest of my life. All right, little miss, let's get you back to bed, I say, scooping her up and carrying her back to her room. She's all warm and soft in my arms, and I wish I could just stay with her in this moment forever. I tuck her in, making sure her bunny is right there next to her. She looks up at me with those big, sleepy eyes. Mommy, will you stay with me until I fall asleep? I'm tired. All I want is my bed, but of course I say yes. So I climb in next to her, wrapping my arms around her as she snuggles up close to me. As I lie there listening to her breathing get slower and deeper, I realize that this right here, this is what it's all about. Never mind the dating drama. Forget the stress of single motherhood. As long as I've got this beautiful little girl by my side, I've got everything I need. Yet, as I hold her, I find myself wondering about what could be going on in that little head of hers. Why does she choose to speak sometimes and not others? How can I help her feel safe and confident all the time? I don't know the answers. Maybe I should speak to her teachers, or maybe contact a professional, a child psychologist, perhaps. Once I'm sure she's fallen asleep, I carefully push myself up and tiptoe out of her room. Just as I'm about to walk away, I pause and look back at her peacefully sleeping form. I can't get enough of my beautiful daughter. So much so that I can't resist going back and giving her one last kiss for the night. As quietly as possible, I sneak back to her bed and bend down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Her eyes flutter open and she asks me sleepily, Mommy, do I have a daddy? My heart jumps. The question catches me completely off guard. I take a deep breath to steady myself, then gently stroke her tiny cheek. Yes, honey, I say softly. You do have a daddy, but he's not with us. Where is he? She asks, her curiosity piquing despite her sleepiness. I struggle to find the right words. He's gone to a special place, sweetheart, I tell her, struggling to keep my voice even. But where? She persists. Oh my God. What am I supposed to say to her? And how much am I supposed to share? My heart aches as I try to protect her from the harsh truth of what happened 7 years ago. He's with the angels, honey. I finally managed to say past the lump in my throat. I can almost see her little mind working, trying to understand what I'm telling her. Will he come back, Mommy? She asks with wide eyes. She seems a lot more awake than she did a minute ago. I gently stroke her hair. No, sweetie, I say softly, trying to hide the emotion lurking in my voice. People who are with the angels don't come back, but they watch over us from up there. Like Aunt Emily, she asks, remembering what I told her about my twin sister. It's amazing how her little brain is connecting the dots. I told her some hilarious stories about me and my late twin sister Emily when we were young, how we used to trick everyone with our identical looks, and now she's tied that to her missing father. Yes, honey, just like Auntie Emily. I kiss her forehead again and tuck the quilt around her. Now get some rest, sweetie. I love you. Her eyes are looking more drowsy now. I love you too, Mommy, she murmurs as she finally drifts off to sleep. I move out of her room as quietly as I can and gently click the door shut behind me. As soon as I'm outside, I heave a long, weary sigh. You need a hot drink, Mindy, I murmur to myself. As I head to the kitchen and prepare myself a steaming cup of decaf coffee, that familiar feeling of emptiness fills my heart again. Why do I keep thinking about him? Why? Even after all this time. It's been 7 years since Maron died, yet the pain still lingers. Despite knowing that I will never see him again, I can't help but let my mind wander to thoughts of him. Maybe it's because of Sharon. Perhaps it's just the guilt of knowing that our daughter will never get to meet her father. That's enough, Mindy. These thoughts aren't helping. He's gone. He was shot dead. It was on the news. The last image I have of him is when he saw me cradling Maurice at the Tremoxin launch party. The hurt in his eyes is etched into my soul. Then he kicked me out of the building, almost literally. It hurts just to think about it, even after all this time. I never had a heartbreak like that. I don't think I will ever have. I tried calling him several times, but to no avail. He made up his mind. He wanted me out of his life for good. And when I learned from the news that he got killed, it was like the final stab to the back. I cannot even begin to explain what I felt. It was like losing Emily all over again, but different. For weeks, I could not function. There were moments when I thought I was also going to die. But then, somehow, I dragged myself out of my bed and managed to get on with my life. I still had bills that needed to be paid. Besides, I knew that wallowing in my own misery is only going to make matters worse. So I moved on. At least, I thought I did. Then Sharon happened. 5 months later, just as I was starting to function again like a normal human being, I learned that I was carrying Maron's miracle baby. It's hard to explain the cocktail of emotions I had felt. If it wasn't for Betty's help, I don't think I'd be here today. Anyway, that was 7 years ago. They say that every 7 years, every single cell in the human body dies and gets replaced with a new one. That makes me a whole new person, and the mother of the most precious child in the world. Yet still, that one lingering feeling, that gnawing thought, never seems to go away. The earth-shattering love I experienced a long time ago, my love for Maron Korolev, the father of my child. But it is time to face the facts. It is something that will probably haunt me till the end of my days. Chapter 6. Mindy. Rush hour traffic in New York is the definition of insanity. The line of cars in front of me just won't end. But then again, this is not the first time I go through this ordeal. I do it 5 times a week. It's 5 p.m. on a weekday, which is the craziest time to be in New York traffic. Tens of thousands of people are trying to get home from work, and I am one of them. I know I am going to be late again. In my mind's eye, I can vividly picture Sharon sitting alone on one of the benches outside her school, waiting for me. She is almost always the last one to be picked up. After concluding a meeting with Christine earlier today, I noticed my phone lighting up with missed calls and 2 voicemails. Then, just as I was about to wrap up for the day, Albert walked in and approached my desk with that slick smile of his. "Miss Williams, thank God you're here," he'd said. "I've been reviewing the quarterly projections, and I have some ideas. Can we discuss them this week? Perhaps over dinner?" I caught on to his subtle hint, of course, but instead of reciprocating his flirtatious tone, I maintained a professional demeanor. "Unfortunately, I'm swamped with end-of-quarter tasks, Mr. Solomon. Maybe we could schedule a meeting at the office instead." Then Christine popped her head into my office and saved me from the uncomfortable situation. "Albert, will you please let Miss Williams finish up? She still needs to pick up her daughter from school." "Of course, dear," Albert replied, his eyes lingering on me for a little too long. As they both exited my space, I wondered if Christine picked up on the underlying tension between her husband and me. She probably did. Either way, the awkward change in the atmosphere whenever Albert Solomon is around is starting to weigh on me. But at the end of the day, I just have to continue doing my best to brush off his inappropriate remarks and keep my mouth shut. I can't afford to lose this job. Once I had completed the last task of the day, I left the office as quickly as possible so that I could listen to the 2 voicemails in my car. "Miss Williams, it's Clarice Evans from Willow Heights Elementary School. I'm sorry to disturb you, but Sharon's been having a tough day. We had to separate her from the rest of the class for safety reasons. Please call me back when you can." I just sat there in shock with the phone pressed against my ear. Sharon was separated from her classmates? What does that mean exactly? The first image that came to mind was of my daughter being isolated in a plain room, strapped into a straitjacket, sobbing for her mother. I'm being overly dramatic, I scolded myself. It's an elementary school, not an insane asylum. Then I listened to the second message. "Miss Williams, it's Clarice Evans again. We think it would be best if you could pick up Sharon early today. She is having a really rough time. She had several conflicts with her classmates and has stopped communicating with anyone." That's when I started to panic. I glanced at the timestamps and it hit me. Both voicemails were sent over 2 hours ago. I don't even want to think about what Sharon must have gone through since then. But between endless calls, Excel spreadsheets, and unpleasant visits from Albert Solomon, I had zero chance to listen to the messages earlier. I couldn't even look at my phone, let alone respond. Guilt swells inside me, but I push it down. All that matters is that I'm on my way to Sharon now. I just need to get out of traffic, pick her up, take her home, and talk things through. "Come on, move already," I mutter under my breath, banging my hand against the steering wheel in frustration. I don't get it. How do other parents make this work without losing their minds? What if Sharon thinks I've forgotten her? What if she's crying, feeling abandoned by her own mother? She's been struggling ever since she started at this new school a few weeks ago. She's not like other kids. She needs more time to adjust and make friends. She's always been clingy toward me, more than most children are. As I watch the sea of brake lights ahead of me, my mind drifts to my own childhood. I was like Sharon once, shy, clingy, struggling to connect with others. But I had a built-in best friend and soulmate, my twin sister, Emily. We grew up in our own little bubble, inseparable and content, like most twins do. I wish you were here, Em. Maybe you would also have a kid or more. We could have them play together, love on each other, and learn social skills from each other. We would be one big happy family. They wouldn't be so alone like Sharon is. Get it together, girl. I snap at myself. These thoughts are only making you feel like shit. It's true. It is pointless to dwell on the past. It only brings with it a ton of pain, and that is not helping right now, or ever. Sharon needs a stable mother who is present with her. I grab a tissue from the glove box and quickly wipe away the stray tear that escaped the corner of my eye. By the time I finally pull into the school parking lot, it's nearly empty. I jump out of the car and race up the stairs as quickly as I can, then march down the long, empty corridor to where Sharon is waiting by herself. My baby girl sits on a chair that is clearly too big for her tiny body. Her little legs dangle off the edge as she kicks the air impatiently. When she sees me, she jumps off the chair and runs toward me with open arms. Mommy, Mommy! She collides with me in a hug, and I feel like the worst mother ever. I press a kiss to the top of her head as soon as she's in my arms. Hey, sweetheart. I'm so sorry for not coming earlier. Traffic was a nightmare today. Sharon looks up at me with relief in her big blue eyes, mixed with something else that's hard to decipher. It's okay, Mommy, she tells me. Her voice comes out small and tired. I brush away a stray curl from her face. Are you okay, sweetie pie? Miss Evans called and said you had a rough day. Do you want to talk about it? Sharon's lower lip quivers, and she looks down at her shoes. The kids were mean to me, Mommy, she whispers almost inaudibly. My heart squeezes with protectiveness and anger. Who could be mean to my sweet baby girl? I'm so sorry, honey. What happened? I ask. Sharon remains silent, burying her head into my chest. It's okay, baby, I urge gently. You know you can talk to me. I wait patiently for her to say something, anything, but it seems like she's having one of her quiet moments. She buries her face into my chest, her little hand clinging to the fabric of my blouse. I release a heavy sigh, realizing that pushing her for answers won't do any good. It's okay, sweetheart. Let's go talk to Miss Evans, okay? Miss Evans, Sharon's teacher, greets us with an empathetic smile as we enter her office. Hi, Miss Evans, I tell her. Sorry for not getting here earlier. I had a crazy day at work and I only heard your voicemail on the way here. It's all right, Miss Williams. Just wanted to let you know that Sharon had a tough day today. Miss Evans says sympathetically and glances at Sharon. Right, kiddo? Got into a few scuffles with the other kids? Sharon nods silently in agreement. I see. Is there anything we can do to make sure this doesn't happen again? I ask Miss Evans, choosing my words carefully around Sharon. I don't want to scare her, or make her feel like she's done something wrong. About that, Miss Williams, Miss Evans says, her tone hesitant. Mrs. West would like to talk to you. I feel the color drain from my face. Why would the school principal want to speak to me? Now? I ask anxiously. Miss Evans nods somberly. She's waiting for you in her office, she confirms. I try to remain calm, but my voice quivers a little as I ask, "Do you know why?" Miss Evans hesitates again before responding. "I'm sure Mrs. West will explain everything to you." She looks at Sharon. "I'll watch Sharon in the meantime," she offers kindly. Shit. Why would Mrs. West want to talk to me at such a short notice? It's the end of the day and all the kids are out of here. Has Sharon done something serious? Either way, this can't be good. I kneel down to Sharon's level, giving her a reassuring smile. "Sweetie, I'm going to go talk to Mrs. West. Can you stay here with Miss Evans? I'll be back soon, okay?" Sharon nods in silence, but her eyes are filled with worry. I give her a reassuring kiss before standing up and exiting the room. As I make my way towards Mrs. West's office, my mind races. Is Sharon in trouble? Is she being bullied? My stomach churns with anxiety. "Take a chill pill, Mindy. You're being an overthinker again." It's true. I do think way too much, and it hasn't served me once. I take a few deep breaths in an attempt to calm my nerves, but I can't help feeling like I'm walking into a storm, unprepared and vulnerable. With each step I take, my worry grows. I've always known Sharon was different, more sensitive than other kids, but I thought we were managing and that everything is under control. As I reach Mrs. West's door, I pause for a second, letting my hand hover over the knob. Whatever is waiting for me on the other side, I have to face it and be strong. For Sharon. For us. I take one last steadying breath before I knock on the door, preparing myself for whatever comes next. Chapter 7. Mindy. Mrs. West, the school director, welcomes me with a warm smile as I enter her office. "Miss Williams," she says from behind her desk, "please take a seat." Mrs. West is a woman in her middle years, with respect and professionalism etched into her features. Even her attire is professional, as it should be for someone in her position. She's wearing a smart black suit and a crisp white blouse. Her desk looks clean and organized, the total opposite of my own desk back at the office. My nerves are on fire, and my anxiety is through the roof. When the school principal demands my presence in her office at 6 p.m, it can't mean anything good. My mind races with worst-case scenarios. Sharon will be kicked out of school, and I'll have to find another one for her. That means I'll have to change the logistics of getting her to school every morning and picking her up in the afternoon. Unless I pay someone to do it, which I can't afford. Not to mention that Sharon would need to adjust again to the new environment. I really don't want to put her through all of that. "I wanted to discuss Sharon with you, Miss Williams," Mrs. West begins, her tone gentle but firm. I gulp. "Miss Evans mentioned that she had a tough day today," I say gingerly. "She did indeed," Mrs. West confirms. "But the reason I asked you to come and talk to me is..." For a moment she seems like she's looking for the right words. "Well, it's something more serious." My heart skips a beat. "But before we get into that, can you tell me about your family situation, Miss Williams?" The question catches me off guard. What is it that she wants me to tell her? Do I tell her about the stress that comes with being a working single mom? What it's like to work full-time in New York City and raise a daughter at the same time? Do I tell her that my daughter is growing up without her father because he got shot before she was even born? Or the overwhelming longing I still have for Maron Korolev after all this time? "Look, Mrs. West, I'm a single mom," I tell her, pushing aside the thoughts invading my mind. "It's just me and Sharon." My voice catches slightly as I continue. I know she needs more attention than other kids, but I commute every day and work full-time. And as I'm sure you know, raising a child in New York is no walk in the park, especially without a father. I pause, swallowing a lump in my throat. Mrs. West must sense the emotion in my voice, because she responds with an empathetic look. I love my daughter more than anything, and I'm trying my best. I meet Mrs. West's eyes. Mrs. West's face softens, and she nods slowly. I appreciate your honesty, Miss Williams. Your situation helps provide context for what we're seeing with Sharon. She pauses, allowing her words to sink in. I'm sure Miss Evans told you what happened today, which is why I wanted to talk to you. My heart rate picks up again. All she mentioned was that she had a difficult day. Is there something else I should know? Mrs. West folds her hands on the desk, her expression turning more serious. Let me put things in context for you, Miss Williams. Some of the other students have been calling Sharon names, apparently because she doesn't have a father. Can you tell me something about him? Shit, calling her names? Because she doesn't have a father? Suddenly, my palm itches at the thought of wanting to slap those other students. Then my mind drifts to Sharon's questions about her dad last night. My heart sinks. Sharon's father is not in our lives, I tell Mrs. West, carefully hiding the emotion in my voice. She does ask about him, though. I told her he's with the angels, which is the truth. I admit quietly. I'm sorry to hear that, Mrs. West says gently. Children can be cruel to each other sometimes. In response to other kids' bullying, Sharon had an episode of anger and lashed out. That's why she had to be separated. But we're more concerned about a pattern we've noticed in her behavior. I brace myself, sensing that we're getting to the heart of the matter. What kind of pattern? Mrs. West takes a deep breath before continuing. Sharon won't talk to any of her peers. And sometimes, when she doesn't like something, she would lash out. In fact, we're in October now, and she hasn't spoken a single word to anyone in her class. The revelation hits me like a ton of bricks. I knew Sharon was quiet and reserved, but I had no idea it was this serious. As the shock wears off, I find myself connecting this new information with my own observations and worries about how her social skills are developing. I gape at Mrs. West. But she talks to me and her babysitter all the time. Mrs. West nods, her expression understanding but grave. That is a good sign, she says. It shows that Sharon has the ability to speak. It also shows that she chooses not to do it in certain situations. This selective behavior is what we need to address. I hesitate before asking, is that something we should be concerned about? I'm afraid it is, Miss Williams. Mrs. West's tone changes slightly. Children her age should not be isolating themselves and refusing to communicate with their peers. So, as educators, it is our responsibility to assess her. Our speech therapist evaluated Sharon, and she has completed a thorough assessment. Oh, I say, surprised. May I know the result of this assessment? I'm pleased to say that Sharon is perfectly healthy, and her cognitive functions are normal, Mrs. West says, a small smile appearing on her face. However, it seems that she has something called selective mutism. Selective mutism, I ask, feeling confused. This is the first time I hear the term. It's a rare psychological condition, Mrs. West explains. We don't exactly know how it develops, but it means that Sharon picks who she talks to. And it seems she's only willing to talk to a select few people. I guess I shouldn't be surprised knowing my daughter. Yet still, Mrs. West's words hit me like a slap in the face. For the first 3 years of Sharon's life, she didn't utter a single word. I was at a loss as to what to do. I remember staying up all night, scrolling through websites, trying to figure out why my perfect little angel is refusing to speak. She barely even babbled as a baby. Sometimes it got so bad that Sharon would get mad at me because she couldn't express herself. Fortunately, her preschool offered free therapy services, which helped her progress. Some children simply take longer to develop their language skills, Miss Williams. The speech therapist had reassured me when I was feeling down about my daughter's late development. Sharon is doing great, and there is no reason to worry. And she did do great. Her speech development picked up, and one day she started to speak, and hasn't stopped since. I don't even understand how it is possible that she refuses to talk to her classmates. I'm still struggling to wrap my head around all of this. What am I supposed to do with this information? Do we need to get her to therapy? How often? Who will even take her? What are our options? I choke out, hoping that my thoughts will stop spiraling out of control. Mrs. West leans forward, her expression determined. We want to help Sharon overcome this, she says. We are going to have a big school event in a few weeks' time. It's called Story Night. One of our generous patrons decided to support the school financially so that talented kids have an opportunity to shine. Each student will perform their own original story in front of an audience, and Sharon's teachers and I all agree that it's a good idea to include her in the roster. My heart sinks. I know how much Sharon struggles with shyness and social anxiety, and the thought of her having to perform in front of a crowd doesn't exactly make me feel easy. Are you sure that's a good idea? I ask. Don't you think that would be too much too soon? Mrs. West nods with understanding in her expression. I know it seems daunting, she says, but we believe that with the right support and preparation, Sharon can do this. In fact, I believe she needs to see that she can do this. It's an opportunity for her to challenge herself, to push past her fears and find her voice. I take a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. I want to believe that Mrs. West is right, that Sharon is capable of more than I give her credit for. But the thought of my little girl standing alone on a stage, in front of a crowd, makes me want to grab her and run away. I just don't want to put too much pressure on her, or put her through unnecessary stress, I tell Mrs. West. Mrs. West reaches across the desk, placing her hand on top of mine. I understand, she says, her voice soothing. But sometimes a little push is exactly what a child needs to grow. We'll be with Sharon every step of the way, supporting her and cheering her on. And you'll be there too, showing her that she's loved and accepted no matter what. I nod, feeling tears prick at the corners of my eyes. I know that Mrs. West has a point. I can't protect my daughter from every challenge and obstacle in life. She has to learn to navigate the world on her own, because one day I won't be here to shield her. But I also know that as long as I'm around, I'll be there to catch her if she falls, and I'll love her unconditionally no matter what. All right, I nod, letting out a sigh of relief. What time is story night scheduled for? Mrs. West smiles and replies, I'll send out an email to all the parents as soon as the date is confirmed. She studies my face for a moment before continuing. Miss Williams, I must impress upon you the importance of attending. I understand you have a demanding job and many obligations, but it will mean the world to Sharon for her mother to see her achievements. She pauses. I would go as far as saying that her ability to speak depends on it. Of course, Mrs. West, I tell her quietly. Of course I'll be there.
Chapter 8. Maron. I'm sitting on my ass at my office, my eyes glued to the computer screen as I work through my weekly profit reports. I glance at the clock, realizing it's almost 11 in the morning. Time for a break. I've been at it since 7. Stretching my legs while still seated, I feel the tension ease in my muscles. It's time for my daily training session, the one thing that helps me channel my pent-up sexual energy. I guess I could just hit up an escort site and order a girl to suck that tension out of me, but lately I'm just not in the mood for that. Especially since I saw Mindy at New York High. Just as I'm about to stand up, I hear a knock on the door. Must be Pavel, my right-hand man. "Enter," I say, my voice coming out gruff. But it's not Pavel who walks in. It's Eva. She's wearing a revealing red mini dress and a pair of thigh-high boots. She flaunts herself in front of me, her eyes locked onto mine with intense focus. I stare at her. Without saying anything, she sits down and gracefully crosses her legs, not taking her eyes off me. It's clear that she's not wearing panties, and it's also clear that she wants me to know that. "What are you doing here?" I question, a slight frown forming on my face. I shift in my seat, feeling an unwanted stirring of arousal. It's been a while since I've been with a woman. The fleeting release I get from fantasizing about Mindy is no real substitute. Eva continues to stare at me for a long moment before rising from the sofa. Her dress rides up to reveal another flash of her clean-shaven pussy. With deliberate steps, she stalks close to me, pressing her body against mine until her breasts are flush against my face.
"I came here to make you happy, Maron,"
she purrs in my ear. Blad. I guess I should have updated my security on the latest developments. If I did, she would not have been able to walk into my office unannounced. But the sensation of her soft, pliant body against mine ignites a primal lust within me. It's been too long since I've ravaged a woman with my body and mind, and the way she's offering herself to me feels too easy. A beautiful woman coming on to me, serving herself on a silver platter. Except Eva is exactly the woman I don't want to fuck. Not anymore. "Eva," I say firmly, "we've been over this. It's over between us. You need to accept that and move on." But Eva isn't deterred. She simply ignores my words and drops down to her knees in front of me. Her skilled fingers eagerly begin to undo my belt and zipper. "Stop," I blurt out before I can think otherwise. Eva freezes and looks up at me with hurt and confusion in her eyes as I nudge her away. I take deep breaths to calm myself, trying to push away the arousal that still lingers from her touch.
"Maron, please," she begs. "I only came here to make you happy."
Fuck. Why won't she just understand? I stand up abruptly, pulling away from Eva's grasp. I have no tolerance for this bullshit anymore. We talked about this already, and I'm not one to have the same conversation twice. If words alone won't help, I'm just going to have to kick her out. "Goodbye, Eva," I say, moving toward the door to open it for her. "Don't contact me again." But as I reach for the handle, her voice stops me in my tracks.
"I'm pregnant, Maron,"
she whispers, her hand instinctively moving to her stomach. I freeze, my hand hovering over the doorknob. For a moment, I'm not sure I heard her correctly. I turn slowly, my eyes narrowing as I take in her tear-stained face. "What did you say?" Eva stands up, her body trembling.
"I said I'm pregnant, Maron. With your child."
She looks at me.
I didn't plan this. I'm scared. I don't know what to do."
I shake my head, a humorless laugh escaping my lips. "That's impossible, Eva. I always wore a condom. You know that." But even as I say the words, a flicker of doubt creeps in. Sure was me. Can she really be pregnant? This is the last fucking thing I need right now. Or ever. But Eva must see a flicker of uncertainty in my eyes because she takes a step toward me, her hand outstretched.
"I'm telling the truth, Maron. I took a test. Multiple tests. They were all positive.
Doubt hits me again as my mind races with the implications of her words. I turn away from her, my hand clenching into a fist at my side. If she's telling the truth, then this is a fucking problem. But I know one thing for certain. I won't let her trap me. I won't let her use pregnancy as a way to worm her way back into my life. Eva, if you're really pregnant, I need to see the evidence, I say, my voice firm and unyielding. A positive test or a DNA test to confirm I'm the father. If I am, I'll provide financial support for the child. But that's it. I don't want you in my life. Eva's expression darkens, her eyes filling with a mix of desperation and resolve that sets my internal alarm bells jangling. She storms toward the cupboard, her trembling hands violently as she jerks it open. She snatches a bottle of vodka, and her eyes dart between me and the alcohol, their wildness reflecting her desperation.
I can't do this alone, Maron, she whispers hoarsely. I'm not strong enough.
She pauses.
You know what? Screw it,
she mutters, reaching for the vodka.
If this is how it ends, so be it. Your pills should do the trick. I've already swallowed a handful of your precious tremoxine.
With those words, she raises the bottle to her mouth and gulps down the liquid. My fucking heart seizes in my chest, and a cold sweat breaks out on my skin. Tremoxine and alcohol are a deadly combination, and Eva is aware of that. Eva, stop this shit, I roar, lunging forward to grab her wrists and pry the bottle from her grasp. Don't you fucking dare! But she's not listening.
Let me go, Maron,
she screams, jumping away from me. Her voice is high and hysterical.
I'll do it. I swear to God I'll do it.
My hand snaps out, and I manage to grab her forearm, but she is relentless, her desperation fueling her strength as she fights back. The bottle falls to the floor, splashing the liquid across the polished wood. With a final wrenching twist, I allow her to break free from my grip. Tears stream down her face as she backs away from me, her eyes wide and haunted.
I loved you, Maron,
she sobs, her words barely intelligible through her tears.
I would have done anything for you, but if I can't have you, then I don't want to live.
Before I can form a coherent response, she turns and flees the room. All I hear is her anguished cries echoing down the hallway. I stand there, my chest heaving, my mind reeling from the chaos of the last few minutes. Motherfucker! This is not good. A hysterical ex possibly carrying my offspring and using it to manipulate me is never good. I should have just kept my dick in my pants instead of fucking her for 2 years. Or at least I should have been more careful. But then again, what if she's lying? She's crazy enough to make this up and use it to wiggle her way back into my life. Whatever the case, I'm going to have to find out the truth.
Chapter 9. Mindy. I sneak a glance at Sharon as we drive through the busy streets of New York. She's quietly sitting in the back seat, staring out the window, deep in thought. I know my daughter well, and it's clear that something's bothering her, except sometimes she won't tell me what it is. She's always been closed off about her feelings, and it makes me wonder if it's because of her selective mutism. Her body language is screaming tension, hunched shoulders and clenched hands. My mind is going crazy with worry about what happened today, how she must be hurting. I suck in a deep breath and plaster a grin on my face. Listen, honey bunny, I chirp, trying to sound cheerful and not like I'm about to pull out my own hair. How about we go get some ice cream? My treat. Sharon's eyes light up like Christmas morning. Before dinner? Let's go wild today, baby. What do you say, huh? She giggles. Can we get chocolate, Mommy? The tension in my chest eases at her enthusiasm. Ice cream always does the job when I want to cheer her up. It's one of the best tricks I have up my sleeve. Too bad I can't use it all the time. You know it, Sweet Pea. Chocolate overload it is. I pull up to Scoops and Smiles, our favorite ice cream joint. I'm eagerly bouncing on my toes as we head toward the shop, hoping this sweet treat will make Sharon feel better and take her mind off her rough school day. The ice cream parlor is bright and colorful, with candy-colored walls and a display case filled with a wide variety of different flavors. Sharon grabs onto my hand as we make our way inside, her small body jumping with anticipation. As we get closer to the counter, her eyes light up at the sight of all the delicious options. "Mommy, look!" She squeals, pointing at each one and trying to read off their wacky names, like Chunky Monkey Business and Scoop-a-Dooby-Doo. I can't help but laugh along with her. Seriously, who comes up with these names? Rocky Road Rage? Berrylicious Brain Freeze? Sharon's face is beaming with joy. She seems like she completely forgot about whatever was troubling her before. Her eyes are glued to the sight before her, like she just found a secret tunnel to Charlie's Chocolate Factory. "Which one can I have, Mommy?" she asks with such innocent enthusiasm that I almost melt into a puddle. "You can pick whatever, sweetie," I say, getting down to her level. "I'll get something else, and you can try out mine too, okay?" Sharon's smile could light up a dark room. "Really? Thank you, Mommy." She wraps her arms around my neck in a hug. I hold on to her tightly, cherishing every second of the precious moment. Minutes later, as Sharon and I are sitting in a cozy booth, savoring our ice cream, I'm reminded of a funny story from my childhood. Did I ever tell you how Auntie Emily and I fooled everyone around us in school? I ask with a mischievous grin spreading across my face. Sharon's eyes widen with curiosity. "No, Mommy, tell me," she exclaims eagerly. My mind drifts back to those carefree days. Well, when Auntie Emily and I were about your age, we decided to play a little trick on our teachers at school. We switched places for a whole day, just to see if anyone would notice. Sharon giggles, her mouth full of colorful sprinkles. "Really? Did they figure it out?" I smile at the memory. Nope, nobody could tell the difference. We even fooled some of our friends. I went to all of Emily's classes, and she went to mine. It was so hard not to laugh when the teachers called us by the wrong names. "That's funny, Mommy." Sharon laughs, her eyes sparkling with delight. "I wish I had a twin sister, too." My heart clenches a little at her words. The bittersweet pang of longing for the sister I lost gnaws at me, but I brush it aside. The past is the past. What matters right now is the joy of sharing this moment with my daughter. It was pretty awesome, I agree, reaching out to boop Sharon on the nose. But you know what? Having a twin is special, but being your mom is the best thing in the whole wide world. Sharon beams at me, her smile brighter than all the colors of the ice cream parlor. "I love you, Mommy," she says quietly, her voice filled with pure, innocent affection. "I love you too, baby," I reply, my heart overflowing with adoration for this precious little girl. I never thought it was possible to love like this. A mother's love for their child is unlike anything else in the universe. I remember the days when my own mom kept telling me that. One day you'll understand what it's like. Back then, I had no idea what she meant. Now I understand it more than anything. "Can I have another ice cream, Mommy?" Sharon asks eagerly, her eyes sparkling with hope. I'm about to gently refuse. After all, one whole scoop is enough before dinner, when something catches my eye through the parlor's large front window. Parked just across the street is a black Escalade. Its license plate reads Sun 8899, and I'd recognize that combination anywhere. I saw that car just the other night. It's Maron's old car. My breath catches in my throat, and I can feel myself go a few shades paler. I have no idea why I'm having this reaction, despite knowing that someone else is driving that car. I strain my eyes to see who it is, but the tinted windows block my full view of the interior. Thanks to the bright daylight, however, I can make out the features of a figure sitting in the driver's seat, talking on the phone. Whoever he is, he's a pretty big guy. He's wearing sunglasses, a black leather jacket, and a salt and pepper beard. He's good-looking even. Almost as good-looking as... Oh my God. I blink hard, almost unable to believe my eyes. If I didn't know better, I'd think I'm seeing a ghost. A ghost I've been trying to forget every day for the last 7 years. My heart almost stops beating. My skin goes even more pale, if that's even possible. No, it can't be. You're going nuts, Mindy. I'm jolted back to reality by Sharon's voice. Mommy, can I have another ice cream? I look down at my daughter, my mind spinning from what I just saw. Without really thinking, I nod and follow her to the counter. My movements are almost robotic as I let her choose another treat. Even as we leave the parlor and get back to my car, I still struggle to shake off the daze I'm in. My mind is consumed with a single thought. What the hell did I just see? Or who? And why does he look so much like him? Jesus Christ, I need to get my head straight. I've got enough on my plate, and one more thing to occupy my thoughts is the last thing I need right now. Especially that I have a feeling that Sharon will require extra attention in the weeks ahead. This school event won't be a walk in the park for her, and I must make sure that she can handle the emotional pressure. Earth to Mindy. The day isn't over yet, girl. Right. Back to reality. I start the engine of my car, forcing my brain to focus on our next task. All right, Peanut, I say, glancing at Sharon in the rearview mirror. We need to do some grocery shopping before we head home. Where do you think we should go? Sharon's face lights up at being given the choice. Can we go to Walmart, Mommy? Please? She asks excitedly. Sure, baby, but why Walmart? Because they have the big toy section with all the dolls, she explains, her eyes sparkling from joy. And they give out free stickers at the checkout. Melanie in my class got one yesterday. Her reasoning brings a smile to my face. I never get tired of my baby girl's enthusiasm about the smallest things in life. Walmart it is then, I agree. But remember, we are going there to pick up groceries, not toys. We get our food first, and then we can take a look at the dolls, okay? Yay, Sharon cheers, bouncing in her seat. Can we get Lucky Charms, too? We'll see, honey. I wink. I focus on the road ahead as we head toward Walmart, but my thoughts just keep attacking me. I can't shake the feeling that it's like something important has shifted. Unless I've gone crazy or developed the ability to see the dead, which is unlikely. What if he's out there? What if he's alive? At the end of the day, Maron Korolev was a powerful man, powerful enough to fake his own death and disappear from the public eye. Could it be possible? If so, why would he do that? Does this have something to do with the Bratva? Stop it, Mindy. I know I'm not doing myself a favor by allowing these thoughts to fester in my mind, but I just can't help it. And the worst thing about it is that the simple idea that he could be alive somehow makes me inexplicably, ridiculously happy. Back at home, our usual evening routine unfolds. I help Sharon with her homework and we have dinner together. Then it's time for her bath and bedtime story. Throughout it all, she seems quieter than normal. Her chatter is subdued, and her smiles are a little less bright. But I give her space, knowing that she'll come to me when she's ready. Just as I'm tucking her into bed, she finally opens up about what happened at school earlier. Her voice is small and hesitant, as if she's afraid to speak the words out loud. "Mommy," she whispers, her eyes filled with the sadness that tugs at my heartstrings. "One of the big boys teased me today. He said that you hate me because I can't talk." Her words knock the wind from me. "Oh, baby," I murmur, gathering her into my arms and holding her tight. "I could never, ever hate you. You're everything to me, my whole world." But Sharon isn't finished. "Then the others joined in," she continues, her voice trembling slightly. "They started saying things like, 'Are you too dumb to speak? Or do you just like being a freak?'" I close my eyes, feeling a wave of anger and pain wash over me. How could children be so cruel, so heartless to say such things to another child, my child? "Listen to me, Sharon," I say gently. "Those kids are wrong. You are not dumb, and you are not a freak. You are smart, kind, and brave, and perfect just the way you are. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise." Sharon sniffles, burying her face in my shoulder. "But, Mommy, why can't I talk like the other kids? Why am I different?" I stroke her hair, feeling my own tears threatening to fall. Everyone is different in their own way, baby. And being different is a good thing. It's what makes you special. "I'm special?" she asks, seemingly mulling my words over. "You are, baby," I tell her, in the best possible way. I can feel some tears trying to escape my eyes, but I manage to keep my act together. Sharon nods, and a small smile appears on her lips. "We're both special, Mommy," she whispers, reaching out and pulling her small body close to mine. A rush of emotions floods my heart as I hold on to her. I wish she could see herself the way I see her, how she is the most perfect creature in the world. I wish I could explain to her what she means to me in a way that she understands. But language alone isn't enough for that. Perhaps when she grows up and has her own kid, she'll know. A mother's love for her child is a special kind of love, a bond only a parent could understand. It is one that cannot be expressed with words. Sharon finally drifts off to sleep, her little hand clutching her favorite stuffed bunny. I watch her for a few minutes, my heart swelling with a mix of love, joy, and protectiveness. Even in her slumber, I can see the traces of tension on her sweet face, the weight of the day's events still lingering. When I'm sure she's fallen asleep, I quietly slip out of her room, leaving the door slightly ajar just in case she needs me during the night. With a heavy sigh, I make my way to the living room and collapse on the couch. My mind is still a mess after everything Sharon told me. I open my laptop, the blue glow of the screen illuminating my face in the low light of the room. With trembling fingers, I type selective mutism into the search bar. As I scroll through the results, I feel a sense of both relief and trepidation. Relief because I finally have a name for what Sharon is going through, a tangible thing that I can research and understand. Trepidation because I know that this is just the beginning of a long and difficult journey. One article catches my eye, and I click on it, my eyes scanning the words hungrily. Selective mutism is a condition that mostly affects children. Those affected are unable to talk in certain situations due to either fear or anxiety. While it is mostly common for kids around school age, it can also affect teens and adults. It is important to remember that children with SM are not being disobedient or stubborn. SM is a condition that is beyond their control If you suspect your child has SM, talk to a pediatrician or another healthcare professional. Treatments are available, and the outlook is generally positive, especially when treatment begins early. With encouragement and support, your child can learn to speak for themselves without letting fear or anxiety deprive them of their voice. I let out a heavy sigh and closed my laptop. I head to the bathroom and go through the motions of my evening routine on autopilot, taking a shower and brushing my teeth with movements that are almost robotic. By the time I finally climb into my bed and turn off the lights, my thoughts are somewhat composed. But as I try to drift off to sleep, something just won't let me rest. A thought that keeps nagging me, a tiny voice from the past that just won't go away. A thought about a certain someone that exited my life 7 years ago. After about 30 minutes of tossing and turning, I decide to get up and head to the kitchen for a hot chocolate. It is the only thing that helps me on these evenings like this. On my way to the kitchen, I glance into Sharon's room, seeing her peacefully sleeping form, her tousled hair, framing her face, makes me smile and feel comforted. She's fast asleep, breathing softly. Her features are now smooth, the tension that had gripped her earlier no longer visible. My perfect little daughter. Once I'm in the kitchen, I clutch the warm mug of cocoa. The steam rises, carrying the scent of chocolate, a luxury I allow myself only on nights like this. My eyes drift to the fridge, covered with Sharon's drawings, stick figures of the two of us, just her and me. No dad, no siblings, no pets. The silence of our small apartment seems to mock the laughter and friendly chaos that should fill a family home. A lone tear escapes. It's just not fair. Every kid deserves a beautiful childhood with a loving family, grandparents, aunties, cousins, pets, and a dad. But all Sharon has is me, and all I have is her. And now this selective mutism. How are we supposed to handle it? Will she grow out of it? How can I support her through this? And let's be real. What will this mean in real-world terms? Will she need professional help? How will that affect our daily logistics? How much will it cost? My gaze falls on the pile of bills on the counter, then shifts to the calendar on the wall. The latter, marked with doctor's appointments and work deadlines, mockingly stares back at me. It's almost as if it's challenging me, daring me to keep up with its relentless demands. I feel the weight of it all pressed down on my shoulders, a constant reminder that no matter how hard I push, life keeps pushing back. My hand trembles slightly as I lift the mug to my lips, allowing the sweet warmth of the liquid to calm my mind. I check the time. It's almost midnight. Work tomorrow is going to be hell. Maybe Betty's on to something. Maybe I should start looking for a partner more seriously. This whole situation is just too much for one person to handle. But why does dating have to be so damn exhausting? Why is it that I'm only able to meet a bunch of jerks who lack even the most basic human decency? It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. But deep down, I know there's more to it than just that. The real reason for being a single mother lingers in the back of my mind, like a dark shadow from the past. A dark shadow that just won't go away. It follows me wherever I go, and there isn't a single moment when I'm unaware of it. Maron. I say the name out loud. A moment later, I'm shaking my head, unsure where the hell that came from. But I just can't help it. What if he's out there somewhere? What if he didn't die that day? The more I think about it, the more believable it seems. If there's one person who could fake his own death, it's Maron Korolev. He's got the power and the connections to pull off something like that. And with the Tremoxin launch going south all those years ago, perhaps he had a reason to do it. Oh my God. What if he's really out there? I don't know what to think anymore. Even if he's alive, what am I supposed to do with that information? He could have contacted me, but he never did. But then again, why would he? Should I contact him? Shouldn't he know he has a daughter? And even if I decided to reach out to him, how would I get a hold of him? I don't even know for sure if he's alive. My mind feels like a clusterfuck of confusion. Not even my late-night hot chocolate can help these thoughts go away. But I've been around long enough to know one thing. The universe has a funny way of knocking on your door when you least expect it. Sometimes the only sensible thing to do is wait and observe, and allow things to unfold at their natural pace.
Chapter 10. Maron. I lean back in my office chair and survey the representatives of the streaming company I just acquired. Gentlemen, I say, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. The lead negotiator, a sharp-suited man named David Wells, nods in response.
I have to admit, Mr. Korolev, you and your team drove a hard bargain, but I believe this deal will be beneficial for both of our companies.
I chuckle, reaching for the signed contract on the table. The guy is a typical office rat in a suit, spilling out politically correct corporate shit. I know this world in and out, and I can navigate it well. So I meet him where he is and respond in the same ridiculous manner, just to piss him off a little. I couldn't agree more, Mr. Wells. The acquisition of your streaming service is a major coup for global media. With your exclusive content and subscriber base, we're poised to dominate the industry, I tell him, placing extra emphasis on the word acquisition. David Wells sets down his pen and stares at me with a fake smile. I can tell that he can barely contain his frustration. It's obvious that he's not happy I bought his precious little business, but I couldn't care less.
It's been a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Korolev. I have no doubt that our streaming service will thrive under the global media umbrella.
What he really means is that he doesn't want to be my bitch, but unfortunately for him, there's nothing he can do about it. We stand up and firmly shake hands. I can feel the tension in the room, but it's not my problem. I'm only here for this meeting. My appointed CEO will take care of the rest. Welcome to the global media family, Mr. Wells, I tell him, just to grind his gears a little. It's a good day to be Maron Korolev, I think to myself as I close the door behind Wells and his associates. I walk up to the bar and pour myself a glass of whiskey, watching the golden liquid engulf the ice cubes. I take a sip, savoring the smooth burn as it slides down my throat. The whiskey is a celebration, a toast to another successful deal, another feather in my cap. But as I settle into my chair, the weight of the empty room seems to press in on me. Despite my achievements, my loneliness is tangible. The money, the power, the success, it all feels hollow without someone to share it with. I've sacrificed a lot to get to where I am and built this empire with blood and sweat. But what good is it if I have no one to enjoy it with? I take another sip of whiskey, listening to the ice cubes clink against the glass. The sound echoes in the silence of the room. I always took pride in my independence, in my ability to stand alone at the top. But now, a part of me is starting to wonder if it was all worth it. What good is $1 billion empire if you're alone in it? What's the point of all this power if you're too scared to let anyone in? Scared? Don't be a pussy, Korolev. Eva's pregnancy story comes to mind, but I'm confident it's just a ploy on her part. Sure, we may have been careless a few times, but I never spilled cum inside her, and for the most part we used protection. But then again, a part of me wonders if I'll ever be called Dad again. Probably not. That ship has sailed when my daughter Cordelia died. She would be a teenager if she was alive today. I close my eyes, letting the whiskey burn away the edges of my newfound solitude. My mind wanders to Mindy and the day I saw her in New York High, sitting there with that guy. God, I wanted to punch that prick in the face, just for being alive. A surge of jealousy hits me. Mindy is mine. Mine? What the fuck, Korolev? She betrayed you, remember? And that thing with her has been over for 7 fucking years. I don't know what's gotten into me. It is maddening to think that there is a woman walking this earth who could linger in my mind for so long. One who could manage to creep into my every thought and who stirs long-forgotten feelings within me. One who has my cock throb with desire every fucking morning and has me jerking off just thinking about her. Maybe it's time to reach out to her. What? No fucking way, Mudak. Every time you've done that, it ended up in some fucking disaster. Instinctively, I reach for my phone and call Pavel. Come to my office, Bratok. Less than 2 minutes later, the door opens, and my second-in-command's head appears. What's going on, boss? He mutters, closing the door behind him. His haggard appearance immediately catches my attention. You look like shit, Pavel, I tell him bluntly. I'm not in the mood for diplomacy. Something bothering you? Pavel lets out a heavy sigh. Natalia's in hospital, boss. Pavel got married to a woman named Natalia about 5 years ago. They had an old-school Bratva wedding and a party to follow, with lots of traditional Russian music and barrels of alcohol. We were at it the whole weekend, drinking vodka and smoking cigars like brothers, playing cards and swapping war stories from the old days. Your wife's in hospital? I ask. You never mentioned she was sick. Her health hasn't been great lately, but it didn't look like anything serious. Then she fainted a few days ago, some sort of autoimmune disease. They say she'll have to be on steroids for fuck knows how long. Pizdец. Zalshlishet, Bratok. I gape at him in shock, placing a hand on his shoulder. What do you need, Pavel? Anything. He shakes his head. Leave it, boss. She's getting good care. Hopefully she'll pull through. His voice cracks a little. I look him over, and in a moment of realization, I see Pavel as a broken man. His face is lined with concern. His hair looks thinner, and I could swear he lost weight. He seems to have shrunk somehow. I can tell he's very far from his best shape. He has been my loyal friend and right-hand man for nearly 2 decades, and I know him too well. I rise from my chair and head to the safe, pulling out a hefty wad of cash. Take this, Bratan. Private health care ain't cheap. Pavel looks at me dumbfounded. You already pay me a shitload, boss. It's not like I'm living on breadcrumbs. Zamolche, Pavel. I insist, thrusting the money into his hand. Shut the fuck up and take it, and tell me if you need help with anything. Pavel throws his hands up in defeat. Fine. Spasiba, Bakan. He pockets the cash. Let me tell you something personal then, he adds. Personal? I ask, surprised by the sudden change of topic. Pavel doesn't talk to me about personal matters unless it's something important. You heard me. He's intently keeping his eyes on me. I stare at him for a second, then nod. Go on. You've been sour lately, boss. Not yourself. I take a sip of my whiskey. Just dealing with some shit, Pavel. Eva and I separated, and then I ran into Mindy. Pavel stares at me. Mindy? Your old chief accountant? Where? New York High. She was there on a date. Pavel frowns, his disapproval evident on his face. I thought you were done with her, boss. That was a long fucking time ago. I shake my head. Not that simple, Pavel. How is it not simple? Pavel gestures with his arms. You kicked her out because she betrayed you, remember? You need a good woman by your side. It's not like you're getting any younger, boss. If you keep this up, you'll die as a miserable old man loaded with cash. If I didn't know Pavel for a fucking lifetime, I would punch him in the face for this comment. But deep down, I know he's right. He knows me just as well as I know him, and I fucking hate that he can see through me. You'll be by my deathbed, Mudak, I grumble. I can get rid of any woman, but not you. He smirks. You got that right, boss. But don't try to change the subject. What's going on? What do you want me to say? I grumble, taking another sip of my whiskey. That I thought I had Mindy once, but I fucked it up? You fucked it up. I thought she did, boss, Pavel corrects me. Or Maurice. The mention of Maurice's name makes me clench my jaw. I haven't seen that idiot for 7 years, and I don't even know if he's alive or dead. Went fucking AWOL on all of us. If I know him well, he's probably dead, face down in a ditch somewhere. Whatever the case, the memory of my half-brother still fucking stings. I fall into silence. Pavel stares at me for a while, then walks closer and gives me a friendly pat on the back. Only you can know what's best for you, Pagan. But if you do, I suggest you go after it, because one day you'll wake up lying on your deathbed wishing you did. I remain silent. I just continue to sip my whiskey without uttering a single word. But there's a fucking war brewing inside me, and Pavel knows it. He's known me since we were teenagers, and I know I can't hide my deepest, darkest shit from him. Pavel finishes his drink and gives me a side-eye. Well, I better get going and check on the wife at the hospital. He pats his pocket where he put the cash. Thanks for the bonus, boss. Means a lot, he says, shutting the door behind him and leaving me alone with my thoughts once again. Shortly after Pavel leaves, I decide to call it a day. I've been feeling distracted since morning, and I know there's no point in staying at the office when my focus is off. So I exit the building, hop into my Escalade, and make a spontaneous decision to go to the closest Walmart to pick up a few things. Shopping is a mundane task, and it is usually taken care of by my housekeepers. But for whatever reason, today is different. Today I want to get out of my usual environment. I want to feel like a normal person for once, an average Joe, just buying shit at Walmart. I'm always either the Bratva boss, the owner of a global media, or someone's worst nightmare. Maron Korolev is anything but average. Except for today. I don't know what the fuck is happening in my head, but I can't be bothered to push it down right now. At Walmart, I'm strolling through the aisles with the biggest fucking trolley I could find. I grab the fanciest drinks, luxury foods, and top-notch produce like I'm some kind of kingpin. As I look at my overflowing cart, I wonder who the fuck I am going to share all this with. Driven by instinct, I pull out my phone to call my brother, Timofey, and ask him if he or my mother needs anything. "What do you want?" he answers the phone. "Wow, real friendly greeting there," I reply sarcastically. "Not in the mood for formalities, Bratok. I just saw Mom and she asked me the same fucking question 527 times. Speaking of Mom, do you or her need anything from Walmart?" "Are you in Walmart? What the fuck are you doing there, Maron?" "Ever heard of grocery shopping?" I ask, gritting my teeth, knowing what's coming my way. "Grocery shopping? You?" Timofey bursts out laughing, not even trying to hide his amusement. "Very fucking funny, Timo." I roll my eyes. You can answer my question as soon as you're done cackling like a hyena."
All right,
Timofey says, catching his breath.
"Get Mom some ice cream. Lots of it. And I need vodka. Even more."
I smirk. Consider it done. Despite acting like a dick, Timofey is not wrong. I don't really know what the fuck I'm doing pushing a cart around Walmart. But here we are. Maron Korolev, Bratva boss, billionaire company owner and investor, grabbing ice cream, fresh fruit, veggies, and vodka at Walmart. It feels strange, like I've been domesticated or something. But somehow, it also feels right. The thought of getting something from a supermarket for the people I care about feels right. Suddenly, Willow Heights Elementary comes to mind, the little public school I decided to sponsor a while ago. After a lifetime of dubious shit, I figured it was time to give something back. And the struggling elementary school that is short on funds seemed like a sensible option. What the fuck do kids like nowadays? After some contemplation, I pick up 3 large boxes and start filling them with anything I can get my hands on. Food, drinks, books, stationery, you name it. By the time I'm done, there is a heap of stuff in each box. I'll take the boxes to the school later and get Mrs. West, the principal, to distribute them among the children who need them the most. Once finished, I make my way to stand in line at the checkout. After waiting for my turn for about 5 minutes, I begin to feel my impatience surge. How the fuck do people do this every day? How do they work their jobs, raise their children, and do chores like food shopping? After another few minutes of waiting in a line that does not move, I decide to switch to a shorter one. As I round the corner toward another checkout, something makes me stop in my tracks. My eyes go wide, and I freeze, my body going stiff as a statue. There, standing at the register, stands the woman I jerk off to every morning. Mindy fucking Williams. My heart starts hammering in my chest. The sound of it is so ridiculously loud that I'm sure the whole store can hear it. I just stand there like an idiot, unable to take my eyes off her, drinking in the sight of her. Bоже moj, she looks fucking incredible, like she hasn't aged a bit. Despite her good looks, I can see exhaustion etched into her face. There's no trace of the glam makeup she had on the other night at New York High. This is Mindy Williams on a weekday, stripped down, raw and real. And sitting in her shopping cart with her back to me is a little girl. She can't be more than 5 or 6 years old. From this angle, I can't see her face. All I can see is her long golden hair cascading down her back, the kid swinging her legs, her little sneakers tapping against the metal of the cart. She's wearing a purple backpack with some cartoon character I don't recognize. As I watch, the girl turns her head slightly, giving me a glimpse of her profile. There's something familiar about the slope of her nose, the curve of her cheek, but I can't quite place it. Then she says something to Mindy, and I strain to hear her voice, but it's inaudible in the busy store. Mindy leans down, listening intently, then nods and grabs a chocolate bar from the checkout display. The little girl's whole body seems to light up with excitement. Who is this child? Where did she come from? Surely she can't be Mindy's. I remember her struggles with fertility, the pain in her eyes when she talked about it. Did she adopt? Or maybe she found a way to have a kid after all. My eyes drift down to Mindy's hands. There's no ring on her finger. Right, not married. I don't know why the fuck that makes me inexplicably happy. But then again, having no ring doesn't mean anything these days. For all I know, she could be happily settled down with some guy, raising this kid together. A guy I feel like I want to kill all of a sudden. It was me, Murdoch. I push aside the thought and focus on the child instead. She seems happy, well cared for. Mindy always had a nurturing side. I always thought she'd make a good mother, until she broke my trust by betraying me. But as I watch her interact with the little girl, I can't shake the feeling that I'm missing something. Something important. The way the girl's hair falls, the shape of her hands as she reaches for the chocolate. It somehow seems familiar. I shake my head, trying to snap out of my wandering thoughts. It's just a kid, maybe not even Mindy's. Maybe a niece or a friend's daughter. It doesn't matter anyway. It's none of my business. But even as I tell myself that, I can't stop the flood of questions and the what-ifs from crowding my mind. Mindy doesn't see me. She's too focused on paying for her groceries. For a moment, I'm gripped by the urge to go over there, to say something, anything. But what the fuck would I say to her? "Hey, remember me? The guy who got shot just after he kicked you out of his party?" Yeah, that'd go over well. I just stay where I am, watching them from a distance like some kind of creep. I can't help it, though. Seeing Mindy, seeing this kid, it stirs up feelings I thought I'd buried a long time ago. By the time I finish paying for my own groceries, they're gone, vanished into the parking lot like ghosts. I don't know whether to feel relieved or disappointed. I load my bags into the car, my mind still racing. "That's enough, Korolev. You can pull your shit together any moment now." Snapping myself back into reality, I start the engine. But even as I pull out of the parking lot, I find myself glancing in the rearview mirror, searching for a glimpse of them. Just for a second, just to make sure they're real. They're nowhere to be seen. Just like always, just like everything else in my fucked up life. Here 1 minute, gone the next. I grip the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. The image of Mindy and that little girl burns in my mind, refusing to fade. It's like a splinter under my skin, irritating and impossible to ignore. Who is that kid? The question echoes in my head over and over. I try to push it down, but it keeps coming back, insistent and nagging. There was something about her, something I can't put my finger on. The way she moved, the shape of her face, it all seemed vaguely familiar, like some half-forgotten dream. And Mindy, Christ, seeing her like that, all natural and unguarded, it hit me harder than I expected. She looked tired, yeah, but there was something else, too. A softness, a contentment I don't remember seeing in her before. Is she happy? Does she ever think about me? About what we had? And that kid, is she hers? If so, is she raising her alone, or is there someone else in the picture? The thought of Mindy building a family with another man, living the life we once talked about, it twists something inside me. It's a mixture of jealousy and regret that tastes bitter in my mouth. Pizdets, what the fuck are you doing, dickhead? This is ancient history. Mindy and I, we're done. Have been for years. I made my choices, she made hers. There's no going back. But even as I tell myself this, I know it's bullshit. Seeing her twice within such a short period of time, it's like someone ripped open an old wound. All those feelings I thought I'd buried, all those what-ifs and could-have-beens, they're all rushing back, as fresh and as raw as they were 7 years ago. Yeah, I slammed my hand against the steering wheel, allowing my frustration to boil over. Fuck the past. Fuck the what-ifs and the could-have-beens. I have a future to focus on, a new path to carve out for myself. I can't let myself get caught up in some old shit from the past. I won't. But as I drive home, glancing at the city lights blur past my windows, I can't shake the feeling that something has shifted. That seeing Mindy and that little girl has set something in motion. Something I might not be able to stop.
Chapter 11. Mindy. Mommy, wake up. I jolt awake, my head spinning as the sunlight streams in through the slotted blinds. For a few disoriented seconds, I have no clue where I am or how I got here. I look up to see Sharon standing over me. Mommy, I peed in the bed. It takes me a moment to register what she said before glancing at the time. It's already 7:44. We're both running late for school and work. Oh, shit, I blurt. Sorry, baby. I'm not cross about the bed. Looks like I overslept. I rush to stand up, but immediately fall back on my ass as my legs are completely numb from sleeping in a cramped position on the couch. Damn it. We're going to be late. Again. There's just no way we can make it on time. Sharon is still standing next to me, looking slightly confused, lips curled down. I pull her into a bear hug. It's okay, baby, I console her. It happens. I'll change the bedding for you. As I strip the sheets and toss them into the laundry basket, Sharon's face twists in pain. Mommy, my tummy hurts, she whimpers, clutching her belly, looking like she's trying to hold herself together. I quickly place my hand on her forehead, check her lymph nodes, but she seems fine, except for the fact that her stomach hurts. Shit. What the hell do I do now? I can't leave my sick daughter on her own, but I can't afford to skip work either. We're preparing for an annual meeting with the owners, and the Solomons are counting on me. And I'm counting on them to pay my bills. I can't risk losing my job, not when my expenses are piling up and the rent is due next week. Don't worry, sweetie, I soothe Sharon, brushing her hair back from her forehead. We'll get you some medicine and you'll feel better soon. Tanya. I grab my phone and dial our precious babysitter's number, my stomach churning as I wait for her to pick up. She's my last hope. But as the seconds tick by with no answer, I feel a sinking sensation in the pit of my stomach. Finally, on the 5th ring, I hear Tanya's voice. Hello? She says, her voice sounding distracted and harried. Tanya, thank God, I breathe, relief washing over me. I'm so sorry for calling last minute, but I need your help. Sharon's sick. Can you come over? There's a pause on the other end of the line. Mindy, I'm so sorry, Tanya says, her tone apologetic. I've got a doctor's appointment I can't miss. And then I promised to help my sister with some errands. If you'd called yesterday, maybe I could have rearranged things, but now... She trails off, and I close my eyes, fighting back the stress that threatens to overwhelm me. It's okay, Tanya. I understand, I say, my voice tight. I'm really sorry, Tanya says again, and I can hear the genuine regret in her tone. If there was any way I could make it work, I would, but today I just can't. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Don't worry, I lie, my mind racing as I try to come up with another solution. I'll figure something out. Thanks, Tanya. I hang up the phone and run my fingers through my hair. What the hell am I supposed to do? It's one of those days when I just can't skip work. This upcoming meeting is important and I need to prepare. If I let the Solomons down, I can say goodbye to this job, simple as that. I look down at Sharon, who's curled up on the couch with a blanket wrapped around her. She looks small and tired, her face all pale and scrunched up like she's hurting. My heart breaks. Screw it, Mindy. There's no way you can leave your 6-year-old alone. She's more important than any job. I heave a sigh. Hey, baby, I say softly, crouching down next to her. Mommy's gonna call the office and see if she can stay home with you today, okay? Sharon looks up at me, her eyes getting all teary. But Mommy, I have to go to school. We're practicing for the big story night. I can't miss it. Her voice comes out quiet and sad, and it just breaks my heart even more. Oh, honey, I say, giving her a gentle hug and a kiss on the forehead. I know how much you're looking forward to story night, but right now the most important thing is for you to rest up and feel better. Sharon sniffles, hiding her face against my shoulder. But what if I forget my story? I gently stroke my baby girl's hair. You won't forget your story, honey bunny. You're the best little storyteller I know. Sharon's face brightens up a little, a small smile sneaking onto her lips. You think so? I nod, looking her in the eye. I know so, baby. And until you feel better, you can practice your story with me. How's that? Sharon's eyes widen with surprise and gratitude. Really? She whispers, her voice croaky from crying earlier. You're not going to work? I smile at her. Let me call the office first, sweetie, all right? If they let me stay home, we'll watch movies and snuggle on the couch while you tell me the story for the school event, okay? Sharon nods, a weak smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Okay, Mommy, she murmurs, her eyelids already drooping with exhaustion. I take a deep breath and dial Christine's number. My heart is thundering against my ribcage as I wait for her to pick up. When she finally answers, I launch into my explanation, my words tumbling out in a rush. Christine, I'm so sorry to do this, but I need to stay at home. Sharon's sick and her babysitter is busy today. I can't leave her alone. After a long and uncomfortable silence, Christine's voice cracks through the phone line. Mindy, I'm sorry about Sharon, but you know how important this period is, she says with a sharp edge to her tone. We're at the end of the quarter, and with the annual presentation coming up. My stomach drops. I know Christine is right. It's one of the busiest times of the year, and with the upcoming visit from the company's owners, I can't expect to skip office days without consequences. I hear you, Christine, I say apologetically. I promise this won't become a habit. I'll make sure to get everything done and return to the office as soon as possible. Christine lets out a heavy sigh. Fine. Stay home with Sharon. But you must also understand that as a business, we need someone we can rely on. We've got deadlines to meet and clients to keep satisfied. As much as I understand your challenges, I can't keep covering for you. If this continues, I will have no choice but to consider... She pauses. Other options. My heart plummets. I understand, Christine. I won't let you down again, I promise. I really hope so, Mindy. We value your skills and we want to keep you. But if this keeps happening, eventually there will have to be consequences. Shit. I swallow hard. Sure, Christine used to be a single mom herself, and I know she understands my challenges. But she also has a company to run. And what boss wants an employee who keeps skipping work days? I hang up the phone and go back to Sharon, who's now moved from the couch to curl up on her bed. She's breathing softly, holding on to her favorite bunny with her blanket pulled up to her chin. Hey, baby, I say gently, sitting down beside her. How about we try to eat a little something? It will help you feel better. Sharon shakes her head weakly, her voice muted. I don't want anything. My tummy hurts. I stroke her hair gently, my heart aching for her. I know, honey. What about some soup, huh? Just a little bit. She burrows deeper into the cushions, her face half hidden. I don't want soup. I just want to sleep. All right, baby, I sigh, giving up on my efforts. I tuck in the blanket around her, making sure she's cozy and warm. You just rest now, honey bunny. As Sharon closes her eyes, I stroke her hair, humming softly. Her breathing evens out as she drifts off to sleep, and I carefully get up, tucking in the blanket around her once more. I tiptoe out of the room, casting one last glance at my sleeping daughter before gently closing the door behind me. With a deep sigh, I lean against the wall and allow myself a moment to close my eyes, gathering the strength to face the day. The silence of the apartment feels both comforting and oppressive. Pushing away from the wall, I make my way to the kitchen. The coffee maker gurgles to life, filling the air with the rich aroma of brewing coffee. As I wait for my liquid lifeline, I boot up my laptop on the kitchen table. The hum of the computer starting up mingles with the soft bubbling of the coffee pot, creating a soundtrack for the impending workday. Coffee in hand, I settle into my makeshift home office. The to-do list looming on my screen is daunting, and I can't afford to waste another minute. With one ear tuned to any sound from Sharon's room, I take a deep breath and dive into my work. But despite my best efforts, I just can't seem to get my mind to concentrate. I keep getting distracted and my thoughts are racing. How long can I keep doing this? Sharon is only 6. The older she gets, the higher my expenses will be. My daughter is my everything, the center of my universe. Yet being a single parent living and working in the city often feels like I'm carrying the world on my shoulders. How do other single moms do it? Am I missing something? Betty's voice echoes in my head. Girl, you need to find yourself a man. Maybe she's right. But what am I supposed to do when I just can't seem to find anyone decent out there? Not to mention that dating as a single mother is a logistical nightmare. It's all on me. No doting in-laws or generous relatives to babysit Sharon while I go out. It's just me and Tanya. That is, if she's free to look after Sharon. By the time I arrange everything before going out, I'm already fed up and exhausted. And then, what if I go on a date, things go terribly well? Yeah, that'd be nothing short of a miracle. But let's say it happens. Let's say I end up bringing a guy back to our tiny condo. Do I lock Sharon in her room to make sure she doesn't barge in on her mom and her new friend while we're going for it? What would I tell her if that happened? Oh, hey, baby, this is Jack, Peter, Harry, Mommy's new friend, who may or may not be here next weekend. Don't mind us, nothing to see here. No, thank you. Sipping the last drops of my coffee, I sit back in my desk chair and stare at my laptop. A daunting stack of Excel spreadsheets looms on the screen, a stark reminder of the challenges we've faced this year with the company. My fingers fly across the keyboard as I enter data into the spreadsheets, meticulously checking each figure for accuracy. As the numbers stare back at me, one thing becomes clear. This year has been far from successful. Our print advertising revenue has plummeted by 30%. Digital subscriptions are growing at half the rate we projected, and our new app launch was a complete disaster, with user retention dropping off a cliff after the first month. Not good. I scratch my head. I don't even want to imagine what the Solomons would do when they see these numbers. I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to shut down entire departments in an attempt to cut costs. If I were them, I would probably do that. Sales are down. Operating expenses have ballooned due to our failed expansion in the Asian market. And profits have taken a major hit. We are looking at almost a 40% decrease. Shit, and more shit. I can't leave this report the way it is. I need to find a way to convince the Solomons, the owners, and the rest of the boardroom that our current struggles are just a temporary setback. With some creative manipulation of charts and graphs, I lunge into my financial alchemy. I group our failing print division with our moderately successful digital arm, making the overall decline look less severe. I adjust the y-axis on our revenue charts to make the downturn appear less dramatic. For our app statistics, I focus on the initial download numbers rather than the abysmal retention rate. I highlight our cost-cutting measures, conveniently leaving out the fact that they haven't made a huge dent in our bloated expenses. It's a delicate balancing act that requires a sharp eye and strategic thinking. I'm not lying per se, just presenting the truth in the most favorable light possible. Still, guilt gnaws at me as I work, but it's better than worrying about life. Focusing on a task is a welcome distraction from the treacherous thoughts that usually plague my mind. Gradually, as I continue working, the tension in my body eases and my mind quiets down. I lose myself in the world of pivot tables and conditional formatting, crafting a narrative of a company facing challenges but poised for a comeback. That looks a lot better. I sit back and survey my handiwork of what I like to call financial plastic surgery. Sure, the downward trends are still visible, but they no longer look like a dramatic nosedive. I've managed to paint a picture of a company weathering a storm rather than one on the brink of collapse. With a sense of accomplishment, I transfer the file onto a USB drive. I take a deep breath before unplugging it from my computer. I feel my muscles relax and I close my eyes for a moment, visualizing how I'll confidently present these improved charts and flash cool smiles at the people in the boardroom. I'll talk about market challenges and repositioning for future growth, hoping they won't see through my carefully constructed illusion. While it's not ideal, it might just buy us enough time to turn things around. Or at least that's what I tell myself to quiet the voice of conscience in the back of my mind. Because what I'm really doing is putting together a whole lot of smoke and mirrors to hide the fact that the company is on the brink of disaster. But then again, this is not the first time I've had to do this. And I'm not the only accountant that does such things. It's common industry practice. I'm not lying about anything, just presenting the truth in the most favorable way. Isn't that what we all do in the corporate world? Suddenly, Maron Korolev comes to mind. What would he think of this little financial witchcraft? "Miss Williams, this is unacceptable," he'd say. But Mr. Korolev, this is just... I'd try to reason with him, even though I'd know it's as useless as arguing with a brick wall. "Save it, Miss Williams," he'd bark, rudely interrupting me. "It looks like you need a lesson in obedience. I need you on my office table without your panties. Right now." I shake myself, snapping my mind back into reality. Jesus, Mindy, where did that come from? I think of my little girl sleeping quietly in her room in an attempt to muffle that tiny voice in my head. Too bad that tiny voice isn't having any of it. It just keeps growing louder and louder. What if Sharon's dad is alive? What if he's still out there somewhere? I shake myself once again. I really don't know what's happening with me or why these thoughts keep plaguing me. Even if by some miracle Maron Korolev is alive, it's pointless to think about him. He'd contact me if he had any interest in reconnecting. I have to get him out of my head and fast. I can't let myself be distracted like this. I have a job to keep and a daughter to raise. A daughter who is ill and sleeping in her room as we speak. I smile as I think of my baby girl, and I can feel the tension seep from my body. Sharon is everything to me and always will be. I'll do anything to protect her, and I'll give her anything she needs. The only thing I can't give her is her father. Maron Korolev, the man I once loved. Chapter 12. Mindy. The next day I get to work 5 minutes later than usual. Thankfully, Sharon had a restful night and she's feeling much better. Tanya joined us in the morning, and after consulting with a doctor, my worries eased. It seemed that Sharon had just eaten something that didn't sit well with her stomach. I rush into the office, feeling out of breath and guilty for skipping the previous day. Christine is sitting at her desk, staring at the screen, seemingly ignoring me. I apologize for yesterday, Christine, I wheeze, trying to get my breath back. It was an emergency. Won't happen again. And I've made progress on the Asian market expansion report you asked for. She coolly nods at me, her eyes glued to her laptop screen. Emergencies will always happen, Mindy, she says without bothering to look up. What about those Asian market figures? Really? No. Is Sharon feeling better? Or something along those lines? Christine doesn't ask a single question about what happened yesterday. On the contrary, the tone in her voice suggests that her words translate to, "You're fired if those numbers aren't perfect." I swallow hard, keeping my voice professional. Well, we're still waiting for the final numbers from our Chinese partners, I explain. But I've double-checked the Singaporean figures, and they look promising. I'm also following up with our team in Malaysia for additional insights. I should have the full report for you by the end of the week. Christine finally looks up from her screen, but her expression is unreadable. Make sure those numbers are accurate, Mindy. We can't afford any mistakes at the end-of-year presentation. I nod, feeling the weight of her expectations pressing down on me. Don't worry, Christine. I'll make sure everything is perfect. As I head to my desk, I can't shake the feeling that I'm walking on very thin ice. One wrong move, one missed deadline, one more unplanned home office day, and I could lose the job that puts bread on the table for Sharon and me. I dive into my daily work, but despite my diligent efforts, I find it difficult to focus on the zillions of tasks at hand. The numbers on my screen blur together, and I'm starting to worry that I might make mistakes. After an intense hour of forced focus, I make a quick escape to the restroom and call Tanya for an update on Sharon's condition. How is she doing? I whisper urgently into the phone. Much better, Tanya reassures me. She had a nutritious lunch and even got to enjoy some strawberry ice cream afterward. We're playing cards right now, and I'm fighting for my life. Tanya chuckles. Oh, good, I say, relieved. Thanks so much, Tanya. You're a godsend. Don't worry, Mindy. Tanya replies with her trademark mischievous tone. Everything is fine. Mommy! Mommy! Sharon's lively voice can be heard in the background. I'm 5 points ahead of Tanya. I'm going to win. Keep it up, sweetie, I respond. We'll celebrate when I get home. As I head back to my desk, I feel the previous tension easing. Sharon is feeling better. I pause for a moment, realizing how much I rely on Tanya. It's strange, but the thought of her not being in our lives suddenly hits me. Maybe it's because she's so good with Sharon, or maybe it's just the stress talking. Tanya is more than just our babysitter. She's become a part of our little family. Sharon's face lights up when she walks through the door, and honestly, mine does too. She is one of the few people Sharon talks to without any problems. Her selective mutism just disappears around Tanya. I know Tanya is young, with her whole life ahead of her. Sometimes I worry she'll decide to go off traveling or head to university. She'd have every right to. But where would that leave us, especially Sharon? I mean, I could always look for another babysitter, but it wouldn't be the same. The thought of finding someone new, someone Sharon might struggle to open up to, honestly frightens me. Tanya just gets us, gets Sharon. She's special. Then again, I'm just getting all sappy over our babysitter when I should be focusing on my job. I don't even know why I'm having these thoughts right now. Tanya is taking care of Sharon, and that's what matters. And me? I have work. As I make my way back to my desk, I notice Albert Solomon chatting with a group of colleagues near the water cooler. His eyes meet mine, and I feel a knot form in my stomach. He excuses himself from the group and makes his way over to me, with that smile on his face that never quite reaches his eyes. Miss Williams, he says. His voice is friendly, but it has an undercurrent that I'm starting to dread. I heard you had some trouble with the Asian market expansion numbers. I force a polite smile, acutely aware of the other employees milling about. Nothing I can't handle, Mr. Solomon. Just waiting for some data to come in. He steps closer, invading my personal space just enough to make me uncomfortable. You know I have some connections in Asia that could be beneficial. Perhaps we could discuss strategies over lunch sometime. Purely professional, of course. Yuck. The invitation seems innocent on the surface, but I know he's on to something. The way his eyes linger, the slight emphasis on beneficial, it all sets off alarm bells. A woman's instincts are rarely wrong. Maybe another time, Mr. Solomon, I say, taking a small step back. I'm afraid I'm at capacity with the upcoming presentation. Albert's smile tightens almost imperceptibly. Of course. Well, if you change your mind, you know where to find me. He leans in, his voice dropping to a near whisper. I'm sorry about Christine being harsh on you. Sometimes she can be, well, she is under a lot of pressure, you know. Before I can respond, he straightens up, his public persona back in place. Good luck with that report, Miss Williams, he says loudly for the benefit of anyone listening. As he walks away, I can't shake the feeling that I'm walking on a minefield. I glance toward Christine's office, wondering if she has any idea what her husband is up to. I return to my desk, trying to push the encounter out of my mind and focus on getting through my daily to-do list. But as I pull up the spreadsheets, I wonder how many more of these subtle, uncomfortable moments I'll have to endure to keep this job. And at what point will the cost become too high? Slightly annoyed, I sit back in my chair and start pulling up an Excel table when an email pops up on my screen. Subject: Important presentation on extended workday and fiscal year review. Dear team, I am reaching out to inform you of a significant event happening on October 23rd from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. Our esteemed company owners, James and Emily Thompson, will be visiting us from London to receive a thorough update on our fiscal year's performance. The planned agenda is as follows. 2 to 2:30 p.m., Presenter 1, John Upton, Head of Human Resources. 3 to 4 p.m., Presenter 2, Christine Solomon, General Performance of the Company. 4:30 to 5:30 p.m., Discussion with James and Emily about planned changes and future plans. 6 to 7 p.m., Presenter 3, Mindy Williams, Summary of Fiscal Year. If you have any relevant updates or data that you believe should be included in the presentation, please send them to me at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Best regards, Christine Solomon. I stare at the email in dismay. Why do I always have to be the last one on the presentation schedule? From 6 to 7 p.m.? Maybe I should talk to Christine about it. But then again, I can't expect her to change everything just for me, especially not after skipping office yesterday. I heave a big sigh. Just another day when I can't pick up Sharon from school. But on the bright side, the presentation is over a week from now. I have plenty of time to figure out arrangements for Tanya to take care of Sharon. I spend the rest of the day buried in spreadsheets and reports. By the time 5 p.m. rolls around, my eyes are burning and my head is ready to explode. I gather my things, bid a hasty goodbye to my coworkers, and practically sprint to my car. After a long workday, I collapse into the driver's seat, totally drained. I decide to give Betty a call, the one thing that always brightens my day. Hey, girl, Betty's cheerful voice answers. Hey, Bets, I say, already feeling some of the stress melt away. Thanks again for saving my ass from that terrible date the other day. Hey, that's what friends are for, she giggles. But listen up, you won't believe what I've got lined up for you. Betty gushes. Another potential match. This guy is absolutely perfect. Bets, I cut her off. I'm sorry, but I can't. That Nesbitt guy was traumatizing enough for me. Plus, I've got enough numbers to crunch at work right now. I don't need them in my love life, too. Betty cracks up. Okay, I hear you. But don't lose hope, babe. Your Prince Charming is out there somewhere. Prince Charming will have to wait. I stifle a laugh. I've got a lot going on right now. Sharon was sick just yesterday, and I had to rearrange everything last minute. And then there's this annual report coming up. The company owners are coming from England, and Christine will have my head if I don't perform. There's a short pause on the other end of the line before Betty's voice comes through, tinged with concern. You know you should really find someone, Mindy. You're going to drive yourself crazy like this. And one day, just collapse. Who's going to look after Sharon then? I let out an exasperated sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose. I'm not going to collapse, Bets. I'm fine. And if you start with the "you need a man" speech again, I'm hanging up. All right, Betty concedes. Her voice is both amused and concerned. Take a chill pill, girl. You can't blame your bestie for worrying about you. I'm silent for a moment, considering my next words carefully. Listen, Bets, there's something I wanted to tell you. Well, don't keep me in suspense. Spit it out, girl. Betty says, her curiosity piqued. I take a deep breath. You might want to sit down for this. Maron, I think he might be alive. There's a beat of silence, then Betty's voice explodes through the phone. Wait, are you talking about Maron Korolev? Because it really sounded like you said he's alive, and I'm not sure, Bets, I interrupt her. But I think I saw him in town a few days ago. Sharon and I were having ice cream, and his old car was in the parking lot. And the man sitting inside really looked like... I swallow hard. Him. Betty lets out a low whistle. Maron Korolev, Mr. Tall, Dark, and Dangerous, hanging out at an ice cream joint. What was he in line for? A unicorn sparkle swirl? Or Lila Vanilla? I can't help but giggle at the ridiculousness of it. Stop it, Betty. It was definitely his old car. I'd recognize it anywhere. And although the windows are tinted, the guy inside really looked like Maron, except a 7 years older version of him. It's not like there are many guys his size in NYC. Oh my God, Mindy, Betty says, her tone suddenly serious. So, did you talk to him? I bark out another laugh, but it's hollow. I just skipped right up with Sharon and said, Hey, Maron, long time no see. By the way, this is your daughter. Don't mind her silence, she's selective about who she talks to. Oh, and here's my account number. For those pesky child support payments. I snort. Besides, I'm not even sure it was him. I don't even know what to think of all this. Maybe I'm just going nuts. Okay, relax, Betty interjects. But Min, seriously. If it was really him, don't you think you should look into it? After all, he's Sharon's father. Don't you think she deserves to know him? And let's be real. Couldn't you use the financial help? I fall silent, Betty's words hitting a nerve. When I speak again, my voice is muted. We've been over this, Bets. You know about Maron's connections. I can't expose Sharon to that world. Besides, I'm not even sure it was him I saw. So you'd rather struggle alone than give your daughter a chance to know her father? Betty pushes, clearly not having any of my whining. It's better than dragging her into the dangers of that life, I say firmly, even as my heart aches. There's a heavy pause on the line. Finally, Betty speaks, her voice gentle. She's going to ask you about him someday, you know. She already has, I admit, my throat tightening. And? I told her he's with the angels. My voice cracks slightly. Betty's sharp intake of breath is like a knife to my chest. Oh, Mindy, she whispers. Don't oh Mindy me, I snap, suddenly defensive. It's the only safe answer. For all of us. You don't know what it's like having to look into those big innocent eyes and try to explain why Daddy isn't around. Why he can't come to her school plays or tuck her in at night. There's a long pause on the other end of the line. When Betty speaks again, her voice is soft. I know, hun. I can't even imagine how hard it must be. I worry about you both. I'm sorry, Bets, I tell her, feeling guilty for my tone. I don't mean to be harsh, it's just, Hard, you know? We chat for a few more minutes, with the conversation drifting to lighter topics, but Maron's ghost lingers between every word. Even as I hang up, I feel the familiar ache in my chest, the one I've been trying to ignore all these years. I catch my reflection in the mirror, tired eyes, worry lines etched a little deeper than yesterday. All right, Mindy, that's enough bitching, I mutter to myself. It's been 7 years. Let the man go. But even as I say the words, memories flood my mind. Maron's rare smirk, the safety I felt in his arms, the way he could make the world disappear with just a look. After 7 long years, I still miss him, which is absolutely certifiably insane. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the thoughts, but it's like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. Some things, it seems, are just too stubborn to let go. And Maron Korolev, for better or worse, has always been one of those things. I place the phone on the seat next to me and lean back, not feeling motivated enough to turn on the car. I sit there for a few moments, frozen in place, before finally mustering up the energy to start the engine. As I drive through the bustling city, Betty's suggestion swirls in my mind. Maybe I should investigate and find out if he's really alive. But just the thought of it makes me feel weird and uncomfortable. What if it's dangerous? And what if I find out he's alive? Then what? How would he react if he found out about Sharon? He's always had a possessive and controlling side to him. Okay, Mindy, let's say he's alive and learns that he has a daughter. That means I will have to be in touch with him for the rest of my life, and I don't know if I want that. Yes, you do. Sharon would have a Bratva heritage. Now that I definitely don't want. And if that's not enough, Sharon has selective mutism. Would she speak to her father? She probably wouldn't. She's only ever been around women. Me, Tanya, and her teachers. Almost zero male influence. Which is pathetic. She needs a father figure. All kids do. Perhaps that would even help with her selective mutism. But then again, maybe I'm just delusional. I'm still not sure if Maron is alive. I'm not even sure I want to find out if he is. But even if Maron comes back from the dead, magically becomes the perfect father to Sharon, her speech improves, could we ever become a happy family? No, Mindy. You need to stop these thoughts right now. They're nothing but wishful thinking. Chapter 13. Mindy. After Tanya leaves, I tuck Sharon into bed. She's made a full recovery, and I'm so relieved to see her back to her usual energetic self. I sit down on the edge of her bed and give her a warm smile. Hey, sweetie, I've got an idea. How about you tell me a bedtime story tonight? I want to hear the story you're planning for the event at school. Sharon's eyes light up. You want to hear my story, Mommy? Of course I do, honey bunny. I can't wait to listen. She sits up a little straighter, clearing her throat dramatically. Okay. Once upon a time, in a cozy den nestled in the heart of the forest, there lived a mother fox and her 7 little fox cubs. As Sharon weaves her tale, I find myself completely enchanted. She tells me about how the mother fox bravely saves her cubs from a pack of hungry wolves, using her wit and cunning to outsmart the dangerous predators. Her voice rises and falls with the action, and she even uses different voices for each character. When she finishes, I applaud. Sharon, that was wonderful. See, what did I tell you? You're the best storyteller in the whole world, honey bunny. Sharon beams at me, her face flushed with pride. You think so, Mommy? I do, sweetheart. Everyone at story night is going to love your story. I'm so proud of you, baby. Sharon throws her arms around me, hugging me tight. I love you, Mommy. I hug her back, feeling a warmth spread through my chest. I love you too, sweetheart, more than anything in the world. Once Sharon drifts off into slumber, I settle down in the living room and uncork a bottle of rosé. The subtle aroma of roses fills the room. Mixed with it is a hint of fruit, perhaps strawberry or peach. As I fill my glass, the scent intensifies, creating a pleasing bouquet. After finishing the wine, I quickly check my emails one last time before calling it a night. And there it is. On the very top of my inbox sits the invitation Mrs. West was talking about, just a few days ago. Subject: Invitation to our school's story night. Dear parents and guardians, you're invited to our upcoming story night on October 23rd from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. at our school. Our talented students will share original stories, poems, and plays that are sure to delight and inspire. Join us for an afternoon of creativity, refreshments, and community. Mark your calendars and contact the school office for more information. Sincerely, Mrs. Brenda West, Willow Heights Elementary School. As I glance at my phone's calendar, my heart nearly stops. That's exactly a week from now. The school event and my big presentation at work are scheduled for the same day, for the exact same time. I can't believe this. How am I supposed to be in two places at once? Which one should I cancel? No. Damn it. Frustration grips me as I bury my face in my hands, and I feel like I could scream. Handling this situation seems impossible. Missing the presentation at work is not an option. It will cost me my job. Christine will fire me immediately. I have no doubt about it. But if I stay at work to attend to my duties, it means I'm letting down Sharon. How could I, as a mother, miss my daughter's moment in the spotlight? Especially when this performance could serve as a form of therapy for her selective mutism. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Ugh. My frustration turns into anger and I feel like I could punch a hole in the wall. What the hell am I supposed to do? Surely parenting can't be this difficult for everyone. If it was, parents would be warning others not to have children. There would be public service announcements about the emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion that comes with raising kids and keeping a full-time job at the same time. Did my own parents struggle like this? I wish my mom was still alive so I could ask her. No, they didn't, Mindy. They had each other. None of my friends have children yet. Betty is on the other side of the world building her business and often says she's not cut out for motherhood. My sister, Alexis, is in rehab, and motherhood is probably the last thing on her mind right now. We are not really in touch anyway. I can't believe this. I pour myself another glass of rosé, hoping it will help me find a solution, but there's just no way around it. It's one or the other. Either I miss Sharon's performance, or I lose the only thing that puts bread on our table, which sucks. And it's not like Christine would give me a glowing reference if I were to look for another job. I nervously gulp down the remaining wine in my glass and stumble into bed, my mind filled with frustration, worries, and what-ifs. As I sink into the mattress, my previous anger turns into sadness, and my tears finally begin to spill down my cheeks. If only Sharon had a father. Everything would be different then. But the fact remains, she doesn't have a father. I'm alone in this, and I really don't know what to do.
Chapter 14. Maron. Timofey drives his fist into my gut and watches as I double over, wheezing like a flat tire. "This round's yours, Bratva," I tell my brother after our brutal boxing session. This time I lost, and it's been a while since that happened. I slump down on the bench in the gym, gulping down my sports drink. Timofey sits down next to me, a grin plastered on his face despite his heavy breathing. "That was good, Maron. I don't often get to beat the shit out of you like that," he says, still riding the high of his victory. "Yeah, whatever," I mutter, wiping my sweaty forehead with the towel around my neck. "Enjoy it while it lasts, Pidorok. I'm not going easy on you next time." Doing an intense workout session at the gym earlier today and pushing myself to my limits was not enough. I was still bursting with energy, and I needed an outlet for my sexual frustration. So I called Timofey to see if he wanted to spar, and he did. Maybe next time I shouldn't exhaust myself before facing my brother in the ring, especially if I want to kick his ass. But I needed this. Ever since I saw Mindy at New York High and then at Walmart, she's been constantly on my mind. I don't know where to channel all my pent-up energy. Even now, as I sit here, I'm thinking about her. Her beautiful features, full lips, those perky, heaving breasts, and her round ass. I quietly sit next to Timofey, lost in thought. The gym buzzes around us, the clanking of weights and the whir of treadmills filling the air. Finally, it's my brother who breaks the silence.
"So, what's really got you all wound up lately, bro? You've been hitting the gym like you're training to survive the apocalypse."
I hesitate, weighing whether to unload the shit that's been eating at me. But Timofey knows me, and he knows something's going on. Him and Pavel are the two people closest to me. My brother waits patiently, his expression curious yet concerned. Fuck it. I take a deep breath, bracing myself to spill everything. Eva showed up at my place a few days ago, threw a fit worthy of a toddler because I won't take her back.
"Whoa, hold up. You and Eva split? When did that happen?"
"A while ago," I murmur, not even trying to hide the annoyance in my voice. Her clinginess was suffocating. And don't even get me started on Rachel, her fucking twin sister. She couldn't shut up about her. Rachel this, Rachel that. I swear my eye starts twitching just hearing the name. I fix Timofey with a serious look. "Listen up, Timo. Here's some brotherly wisdom for you. Never fuck a woman who has a twin." Timofey grins, clearly amused.
"Noted. I'll add it to my pickup routine. Hey, baby, before we go any further, got a twin sister? No? Great, let's hit the sheets. Yes? Been nice knowing ya."
"Just trying to save you from the headache, Bratok," I smirk. "Anyway, here's the kicker. Eva says she's pregnant."
"Shit,"
Timofey says, his eyes widening to comical proportions.
"You're going to be a dad? Changing nappies and making friends with other parents on the playground?"
"Shut the fuck up, Timo," I snap. "Eva's just being a manipulative bitch." I shake my head. I told her I want proof and a DNA test.
"Is that it?"
Timo narrows his eyes.
"Why do I feel like that's not all of it? I can smell another bombshell coming."
"You psychic now?" I fire back.
"Just fluent in Maronese. And right now your face is screaming I've got more shit to unload on my poor brother. Come on, man. Spill before I get bored and leave."
"All right, fine." I throw my hand up in defense. "I saw Mindy the other day. At fucking Walmart, of all places." Timofey's eyebrows shoot up.
"Mindy? The hot singer from New York High? The one you were crazy about?"
"Yeah," I grunt, taking another swig of my drink.
"She still look good?"
"Sure." I want to tell him that sure is an understatement, that Mindy is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, and that I wanted to take her between the freezers and the booze section and fuck her until we both pass out. But I hold back. Instead, I just say, she had a kid with her, about 5 or 6. Timofey lets out a low whistle.
"Oh, shit. You think it could be yours?"
I shake my head. Nah, it's been what, 7 years? Well, it adds up if the kid is 6, Timofey suggests, giving me a side-eye. Why don't you go and find out what's going on? I scoff. And say what? Hey, remember me, the guy who kicked you out of his party, told you he never wanted to see you again, proceeded to get shot, and then pretended to be dead for the next 7 years? Besides, the woman betrayed me, remember? Timofey rolls his eyes. Come on, man. If she's still on your mind after all this time, it means something. You can't keep living like this. You're on the fast track to becoming a grumpy, pissy old man. Poshulnakui, mudak, I mutter, but there's no real heat behind it. I'm serious, Maron, Timofey persists. You need to do something. Are you planning to spend the rest of your life jerking off to old memories? Hey, I punch his shoulder. Watch it, dickhead. Timofey laughs, rubbing his shoulder in pain. I'm just looking out for my brother. Maybe it's time to stop being a pussy and make a decision. Either go after her or forget about her for good. I scoff. That's rich coming from a grumpy single guy. Timofey's eyes narrow. For your information, I met someone interesting. She's abroad now, but I'm meeting her soon when she's back in New York. She's originally from around here. I raise an eyebrow, surprised by this revelation. You've been holding out on me, Timo? Timofey shrugs, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Not more than you. Besides, I'm just making sure it's real before I say anything. I give my brother a side glance and a pat on his back. At least one of us is making progress. You could too. It gives me an annoyingly self-righteous grin. If you just get your head out of your ass. Normally his statement would annoy me, but not now. I sit there for a moment, considering his words. The exact same words Pavel told me just a few days ago. If I do and it blows up in my face, I'm kicking your ass, I finally tell him. You can try. Timofey grins again. Come on, let's go another round. I want to see if I can punch you hard enough to make you puke. I stand up, tossing my empty bottle into the trash. You're on, I growl, but my heart's not in it. The image of Mindy and that little girl just won't get out of my mind. I know I'm distracted the moment we step back into the ring. Timofey immediately lands a solid right hook that sends me staggering. What the fuck, man? He asks, lowering his gloves. You're not even trying. Is that? I grimace. Timofey sighs, pulling off his gloves. All right, Maron, seriously. What the fuck is really going on with you? I slump against the ropes, feeling tired under the weight of my own thoughts. Being the tough fucking alpha all the time suddenly feels draining. I curse under my breath, feeling uncomfortable sharing the shit that's been plaguing me. Been feeling off lately. Grumpy, distant, like I'm watching my life go by, and I'm not even in it. No shit, Sherlock, Timofey says. Tell me something I don't already know. And it looks like this shit with Mindy is only going to make it worse. I glare at him. He's right. We both know it. And I fucking hate it, but I can't deny it anymore. Seeing her with that kid, it hit me hard, I admit, no longer caring about being seen as a weak piece of shit. Made me think about what I might be missing out on. Timofey nods, his expression shifting from tough to annoyingly empathetic. He furrows his brow and looks at me with childlike innocence in his eyes. Normally I'd give him shit for that, or punch him in the face, but I'm just not in the mood right now. Listen, Maron, he begins, seemingly mulling something over. You've been through hell since the Shirkov fiasco, but you can't keep living in the past. You've got to move forward somehow. Maybe reaching out to Mindy isn't the answer, but you need to do something. Join a club, go on a date, hell, adopt a dog or something. Just
live a little.
I run a hand through my sweat-soaked hair, considering his words. It's not that easy.
Nothing worth doing ever is,
Timofey says, tossing me a towel.
Now come on, let's go home and hit the showers. You stink worse than your attitude.
As I follow him out of the ring, feeling like a piece of shit, I can't deny how true his words ring. Maybe these last 7 years have taken a toll on me, and I've become a distant asshole. Maybe it is time to come out of the shadows and do something with my life. But first I need to figure out what to do about Mindy. I pause at the gym's exit, my hand on the door. The cool air from outside seeps in, contrasting with the stuffy warmth of the gym.
You coming or what?
Timofey calls, already getting into his Bentley. The engine of the car comes to life, purring softly. Yeah, I murmur, tossing my gym bag into the trunk before sliding into the passenger seat. The city lights blur past as we drive through the winding roads leading to our family estate. The silence between us is comfortable, filled with unspoken understanding. But as we approach the wrought iron gates of the mansion, I still can't stop myself from thinking about Mindy. Does she live in a place like this now? Or is she still struggling to make ends meet? Is that little girl hers? If yes, is she raising her alone? Or is there some guy in the picture? The gates open silently, the guards recognizing the car. As we pull up to the grand entrance, I spot a light on in my mother's wing. Thanks for beating the shit out of me today, Bratok, I say, looking at my brother.
Anytime,
Timofey grins. Exhausted but wired, I make my way to my bathroom, desperate to wash away the day's sweat and tension. As I remove my clothes, thoughts of Mindy flood my mind once again, and I can feel myself becoming aroused. My erection is hard and insistent, demanding release. Quickly, I strip down completely and step into the shower, turning on the water. It cascades over my naked body, warming my skin and soothing my muscles. My throbbing cock feels heavy and urgent in my hand. I let the water pound against my skin, each drop igniting a fire within me. I grip my shaft with one hand and let out an animalistic moan as I begin to stroke my dick. Mindy's image continues to swirl in my mind, her curves and softness driving me wild. I glide my hand up and down my length with fervent strokes. The pounding water echoes in sync with my rapid movements. Each thrust of my hand is like plunging into Mindy's core, imagining her gasps and moans as I fuck her. My pace quickens as I keep stroking until, finally, the pressure becomes too much. Bleh! I groan as I throw back my head, feeling the waves of ecstasy approaching. My orgasm comes fast, nearly tearing through me. It's savage and leaves me even hungrier for the woman on my mind. My cum shoots out in thick waves, and with a deep, guttural growl, I erupt into my palm. But even as I bathe in the warmth of my ecstasy, I know it can never compare to the real thing. As my breathing begins to return to its normal pace, I press my back against the cold, tiled wall, letting the water stream over me. This is so incredibly fucked up. Even after all this time, after all the shit that's happened, I still crave her with every goddamn fiber of my being. 7 fucking years have passed, and Mindy Williams still has me in her grip. She's etched into my skin, coursing through my veins like a drug I can't seem to get out of my system. All I have is the memory of her body when I jerk off. You're a joke, Korolev. As the last waves of pleasure subside, I step out of the shower and grab a towel to dry myself, feeling like a pathetic piece of shit. I move closer to the mirror and stare at my reflection there. The man that stares back to me seems broken, torn between the past and the present. With a grunt, I force myself back to reality. I must pay a visit to my mother. I push thoughts of Mindy to the darkest corners of my mind, locking them away until the next moment of weakness. I know it will be back soon. Her image is always there, just beneath the surface, ready to emerge whenever my guard is down. And frankly, fighting it is getting fucking exhausting. Maybe Timofey and Pavel are right. Sure, Mindy betrayed me and our relationship ended up being a fucking catastrophe, but I can't keep going through life like this, with her image haunting me every hour of the day. I must do something about it.
Chapter 15. Mindy. Today is a big day, and I feel like crap. I'm all dressed up in my fancy high heels and tight black skirt, ready to rock my presentation at the office. I just need to drop Sharon off at school first. "Let's go, baby," I tell her as I open the car door and help her out. We hold hands as we walk to the building, and I give her a smooch before saying goodbye. "You know Tanya is coming to watch you perform on stage, right? She'll be here after lunch." "Mommy, I want you to watch me." Sharon's lips curl down. "All the other moms will be there, and I don't want the boys to bully me again." My heart breaks into a million pieces for the 100th time today. I feel like the worst mother ever. Scratch that. The worst person ever. Or both. What kind of mom misses her daughter's spotlight moment? You, apparently, Mindy. But then again, what the hell am I supposed to do? I know it would take long to find another job if I lost this one, and it's not like I have any savings to live on and put food on the table for my baby girl. If I don't turn up today and present those numbers to the owners, I'm certain Christine will terminate my contract with immediate effect. I wipe away the teardrop that escaped my eye and squat down to Sharon's eye level. "I'm so sorry, Munchkin. I wish I could be here to see you shine. But work has other plans for me today." I nearly choke on my own words. "I promise I'll make it up to you. And guess what? We'll both be talking to people, and they'll all be listening. It's like we're doing it together, just in different places." My explanation feels lame, and Sharon is too smart to buy it. She looks at me with a pout and asks, "Can't they just listen to you some other time?" I wish, baby, trust me, but it's not that simple. I plant a kiss on her cheek, pushing down the urge to cry. "Listen to Mommy. Tanya will record it on video, and we will watch it together before bed tonight, okay?" You're the worst mother, Mindy. Ever. Period. Sharon gives me a tight hug. "Okay." I squeeze her back. "I love you so much, baby." I let go of her. "You will be amazing. I just know it." Watching my daughter run to her classroom makes me so mad at Christine. Or maybe I'm not even mad at her. Maybe I'm just mad at myself for not asking her to change the schedule. Maybe it's all my fault. But I also know that I'm walking on thin ice at the office. Christine is an inch away from firing me. With her husband constantly hitting on me and with me skipping several workdays lately to look after Sharon, she already has a beef with me. Shit. Fuck. Shit. I want to scream out my frustration, cry out my sadness and guilt, but I don't. Instead, I just robotically settle into the car and make my way to work, trying to gather my thoughts for the presentation ahead. The presentation I worked so hard on. Trying to make those numbers charts not look like total garbage. The flash drive that contains all the necessary data is safely stowed in my bag. At least that's taken care of. When I arrive at the office, I see Christine waiting for me with an anxious expression on her face. "Hey, Mindy," she greets me. "Can you drop by my office for a few minutes, just to go over a few things before Mr. and Mrs. Thompson arrive?" "Sure, Christine," I nod, following her into her quarters. When I enter, I'm surprised to see Albert there as well, leaning against Christine's desk, with a casual air that feels out of place, especially that the tension in the room is palpable. He flashes me a smile that makes my skin crawl, and I have to force myself not to visibly recoil. Christine gets straight to the point. I won't beat around the bush, Mindy. Your presentation could make or break our company. Profits have been down this year, and the owners are looking for answers. They may even consider downsizing some departments and laying off employees. As Christine speaks, I realize that my instinct was right. With her own interests at stake, she's all cooperation and kindness. But I know one thing for sure. If I slip up even a little, she'll turn cold and threatening in an instant. It's a stark reminder of the precarious position I'm in. I understand, Christine, I reassure her, trying to ignore Albert's gaze, which I can feel burning into me. I saw those numbers, and I'm well aware of the stakes. I prepared a comprehensive presentation covering everything from inflation rates to the lingering effects of COVID-19. I have about 24 slides with pictures, detailing every aspect, and I also have some suggestions for increasing profits. Christine looks relieved. Good. We're counting on you, Mindy. I have full confidence in you, Miss Williams. Albert interjects with a smooth tone. You never fail to exceed expectations. There's an underlying hint in his words that sets me even more on edge, especially with his wife being present. I just hope she doesn't pick up on it, although I doubt it. He leans in closer, his voice dropping to a low. If you need any last-minute help or support, let me know. I'm always happy to assist. His words make me squirm. I mumble a half-hearted thank you, feeling like I'm being hunted by some predator. As I turn to leave, I catch him exchanging a knowing look with Christine. I can't help but feel embarrassed for her obliviousness or willful ignorance of her husband's advances toward me. Then again, my boss's marriage is not for me to worry about. The real deal is this presentation. Like Christine said, it's a make-or-break situation. If I screw up, I can say goodbye to this job. And there's more at stake than just that. If I lose my job, missing Sharon's big moment will be for nothing. The pressure's on, Mindy. You must make it worthwhile. So that is what I do. I settle into my office and get to work. After going through my presentation in my head one last time, I'm fairly confident that I can win Mr. and Mrs. Thompson's trust. Maybe Christine will even start to value my hard work. If I ace this, then maybe, just maybe, I'll finally have a stable job, at least for now. As the day goes by and the clock ticks closer to the appointed time, I head to the restroom to make sure I look presentable. I fix my makeup and smooth out the wrinkles on my shirt that formed from sitting at my desk all day. Taking one last look at my reflection in the mirror, I give myself a little pep talk before finally heading to the boardroom to meet the company owners. You can do this, girl. Rock their socks off and make this worthwhile. For Sharon. Once I'm feeling composed and collected, I exit the bathroom and make my way to the conference room, striding over the polished floor. The flash drive containing my carefully crafted presentation is clutched tightly in my hand. I glance at the time. I have exactly 2 minutes and 36 seconds before I start. I enter the boardroom and quietly take a seat at the back, patiently waiting for my turn. By the time my name is called and I move to the front, I'm battling a surge of anxiety. Every key decision-maker in the company is present. Christine sits in the front row, her eyes sharp and assessing. To her right is Albert. To her left are Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, the owners of the company, who watch me with an air of regal detachment. They're a middle-aged couple, embodying polished corporate professionalism. Mr. Thompson, with salt and pepper hair and a crisp navy suit, radiates quiet authority, while Mrs. Thompson, elegant in a tailored charcoal dress, her blonde hair pulled back in a sleek chignon, regards me with cool, appraising eyes. I swallow hard, trying to quell my nerves. I connect my laptop to the projector, inserting the pen drive into the USB slot with a confidence I don't quite feel. Then I flash my widest smile, the one I've perfected for moments like these. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I begin, my voice ringing out clear and strong. Thank you all for being here today. I'd like to extend a special welcome to Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, our esteemed owners, who came all the way from London to meet with us. It is a pleasure to have you here. I pause, feeling the energy of the room shift ever so slightly in my favor. Today I will be presenting an overview of our current financial standing, highlighting key metrics, recent trends, and projections for the foreseeable future. Our goal is to ensure we have a clear understanding of our financial health and to identify opportunities for growth and improvement. So far, so good, Mindy. I take a deep breath, my mind already thinking about the graphs I've so carefully crafted. I'd like to begin with a review of our recent financial performance, followed by an analysis of our expenses and revenue streams. After that, I'll present our financial forecast and strategic recommendations. Finally, we'll open the floor for any questions or discussions. I scan the room, making eye contact with the owners and the Solomons. Before I dive into the details, I'd like to point out that your insights and feedback are invaluable. Please feel free to jot down any questions or thoughts you have so that we can address them during the Q&A session at the end. With a sense of accomplishment, I press enter to pull up the contents of the flash drive. My anxiety eases and the tension in my shoulders finally loosens. Let's start with an overview of our recent financial performance. The first graph provides a general view of the company's progress. I double-click the file and brace myself, hoping I've done a good enough job that they won't see through my financial wizardry. But the moment the image appears on the projector screen, my blood runs cold. Cold enough to freeze over hell itself. Staring back at me is not the carefully doctored chart I'd prepared. It's a selfie I took in the mirror years ago. Shit! What's this picture doing on this drive? Panicked, I click on something else, but it only makes matters worse. I'm met with a picture of myself naked. I'm sure all color fades from my face as the realization sets in. This is the wrong flash drive. This is not the one with the presentation I prepared for this meeting. This flash drive is the one I used a long time ago, the one I saved my naked pictures on, the same naked pictures I accidentally sent to Maron 7 years ago. Oh dear God. Panic is a mild term for what I'm experiencing right now. I'm pretty sure my face looks as pale as humanly possible. I open my mouth to say something, anything, but no words come out. My feet feel heavy, like they grew roots. The people in the boardroom stare back at me in utter shock, their expressions shifting between confusion and disbelief. My heart pounds in my chest like it's trying to escape my ribcage. Every second stretches into eternity as I try to comprehend the gravity of my mistake, wondering how on earth I can undo this catastrophe. Sorry, I finally stammer, desperately clicking to find something, anything I can use to dig myself out of this unfolding catastrophe. But the next image only reveals another private photo from my past. Me pouting in front of a mirror without my panties on. This is surely the end of me. No presentation, no slides to support my numbers, nothing except old memories, mistakes from my past. Mother Earth, please open up and swallow me whole. The room, previously silent with anticipation, suddenly erupts into a cacophony of whispers and murmurs. I see the mix of emotions ripple across the faces in the front row. Mr. Thompson's eyebrows shoot up, while Mrs. Thompson leans over to whisper something to Christine, whose expression has turned from expectant to horrified. I spot Albert, his eyes widening with interest as he cranes his neck for a better look. A few rows back, I hear someone stifle a laugh, the sound cutting through me like a knife. Is this some kind of a joke? A voice calls out from the back of the room, followed by a few nervous titters. I try to speak, to explain, but my voice catches in my throat. What would I say anyway? The whispering grows louder, spreading through the room like a raging wildfire. I catch fragments of conversations like, "Did she do this on purpose?" And, "She looks all right, don't you think?" I'm beyond mortified. I stand there frozen, wishing I could just pop out of existence. My mouth opens and closes, but still nothing comes out. My colleagues exchange puzzled glances, some looking embarrassed for me, others barely concealing their amusement. I see a few people pull out their phones, no doubt eager to share this mortifying moment on social media. Christine stands up abruptly, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. Her face is a mask of poorly contained fury as she strides toward me, hissing under her breath. "What the hell is going on, Mindy?" The Thompsons remained seated, but their expressions have hardened into masks of disapproval. Mrs. Thompson checks her watch pointedly, while Mr. Thompson's mouth is set in a grim line. As Christine reaches the front of the boardroom, I finally find my voice, though it comes out as a pathetic squeak. I'm so sorry. There's been a mistake. If I could just have a moment to..." "Yeah, right. Like there's anything you can do to fix this, Mindy." My words are drowned out by the rising tide of voices in the room. The professional atmosphere has completely disintegrated, replaced by a circus-like mayhem that makes my cheeks burn with shame. This is the end of you, Mindy Williams. So I do the one thing that seems most reasonable in this horrific moment. I act on pure instinct. With trembling hands, I yank the flash drive from the laptop, the small device feeling like a ticking bomb in my palm. The room spins around me. The faces blur into a sea of judgment and mockery. My legs move of their own accord, propelling me toward the exit. I don't think, I just act, moving as fast as my legs can carry me, stumbling on my heels and nearly falling on the way out. The only thing that keeps me upright is the adrenaline coursing through my veins. My laptop, my notes, my dignity, all left behind in that godforsaken boardroom. None of it matters anymore. As I burst through the double doors, the cool air of the hallway hits my flushed face. Tears blur my vision as I race down the corridor. I'm done. My career, my reputation, my carefully constructed life, it's all crumbling around me like a house of cards. I'm gone, fleeing from the wreckage of my own making. The elevator doors slide open, and I throw myself inside, frantically jabbing the ground floor button. As the doors close, cutting off the jumble of sounds behind me, I sag against the wall, my legs finally giving out. I slide to the floor, hugging my knees to my chest as I let out a strangled sob. The USB drive that is still clutched in my hand feels like it's burning my skin. A small, innocuous object that just destroyed my career and the life I've worked so hard to build. As the elevator descends, taking me away from the scene of my professional suicide, one single thought repeats in my head. What in the ever-loving fuck am I going to do now? Chapter 16. Mindy. I'm sitting in my car, motionless. I can't bring myself to start the engine. I'm not even sure if I should. Maybe I should speak to Christine first. But what do I expect after what just happened? Surely she's not going to congratulate me for my performance. Besides, she's probably busy apologizing to the Thompsons for my nudes. The situation is self-explanatory. She's going to terminate my work contract. She's probably done it already. I just sit here, emptily staring at my car's dashboard, immobile like a statue. From the corner of my eye, I notice the clock showing 7:15 in the evening. Two thoughts cross my mind. First, my daughter. She must be finished with her story by now, and she's probably on the way home with Tanya. Second, I need to speak to someone before I lose my sobriety completely and for good. Betty. I must talk to her. I know it's early morning hours where she is, but she always tells me that she's always there for me, especially if it's an emergency. I think it's safe to say that this is one of those situations. Besides, if I don't speak to someone and fast, I might just drive into traffic and cause an accident. I try calling her on our usual app, but there's no answer. I sigh, picturing her enjoying an early morning swim in the ocean, or sipping coffee on the beach with some handsome local or digital nomad guy. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here in my car in a New York City parking lot, having just torched my career, wondering how on earth I'm going to clean up the mess I've made. A few minutes later, my phone buzzes, interrupting my pity party. "Hey there, boo thing." Betty's voice sings through the line. "Hey, Bets," I croak out, my voice breaking. Betty immediately knows that something is terribly wrong. "Oh shit, are you okay, hon? Did something happen?" "You can say that again. There can't be too many fools on this planet who've managed to flash naked pictures to their bosses, not once, but twice in a lifetime. I might as well get business cards printed. Notorious flasher." I dive right into telling Betty all about my colossal fuck-up today and how I destroyed my career. How I brought the wrong flash drive with me and how I projected my private parts onto the boardroom screen. All in front of my bosses, the company owners, and a group of investors and other stakeholders. "Holy freaking shit, Mindy," Betty says. "What are you going to do now?" "Nothing. Just going to wait for my death sentence for now." "Listen, babe," Betty replies. "Here's an idea. What if you and Sharon come visit me for a whole month during the school holidays? I bet you could use a break after this fiasco. Sharon would love it too. You can crash at my place. There's enough room. What do you say, huh?" I must admit, the offer is incredibly tempting, especially now when I just want to pop out of existence. Sunshine, monkeys, lush greenery, and waking up to the sound of the ocean. It all sounds like a dream. And the idea of having Betty help me out with the never-ending responsibilities of parenting makes it sound even better. "I don't know, Bets," I croak out, wiping away some tears that escaped my eyes. "It sounds amazing, but I don't think I'm fit to make decisions right now. Besides, I'm pretty sure I just lost my job. I don't know if I can afford to fly myself and my daughter to the other side of the world and back." "That's okay, babe. Just give yourself some time to think about it," Betty says. "But I'm sure it would be good for you and for Sharon too." "I don't know about Sharon, Bets. She's special." "Special? What do you mean?" I tell her about Sharon's selective mutism, what it means, and what the consequences might be. Then I tell her about story night, how important it was for Sharon, and how I missed it because of work. My heart breaks more and more with every word, but it also feels good to let it all out. By the end of my venting session, tears flow freely down my face, smudging my mascara in streaks. "Oh, honey," Betty says, her voice softening. "I'm so sorry. I know how much you wanted to be there for her." I feel like I'm failing as a mother, Bets, I sniff. Like I'm not capable of giving her the support she needs. And now I lost my job, too. "Come on, Mindy," Betty says in a gently scolding tone. "You're an awesome mom. Sharon is lucky to have you. Besides, if you had someone by your side..." I let out a scoff, already knowing what's coming my way. "Please, Betty, not now. I know you want me to find someone, but I just can't think about this right now." Betty consoles me for another 20 minutes, until I'm finally ready to start my car and pull out of the parking lot. Despite her nagging, I couldn't be more grateful for her. She's thousands of miles away from me, living a completely different life. Yet she's always there to support me in my worst moments. I couldn't wish for a better friend. The drive home feels longer than usual. Traffic seems worse than ever. I hit every red light, and each stop only adds to my frustration. By the time I finally pull into my parking spot in front of my apartment building, I feel like I've been run over by a truck. It takes another 15 minutes just to gather myself before I can drag myself upstairs. "Hey, Mindy." Tanya's voice greets me in hushed tones. "How'd it go?" I just grimace, too drained to talk about it. "Not great." I let out a heavy sigh. "I had the wrong flash drive." Tanya gasps and covers her mouth with her hands. "Oh no." I nod gravely, but I can't bring myself to flesh out the details. Tanya doesn't need to know everything anyway. "How did Sharon do?" Tanya's face lights up with a beaming smile. "Mindy, you should have seen her. She totally nailed it. Her story was powerful, and she told it with a confidence I've never seen from her. The whole crowd was cheering for her. I feel relief and pride wash over me. My little girl up there on stage facing her fears and rocking it? That's incredible. But at the same time, it stings knowing I wasn't there to witness her shining moment. Oh my God, Tanya, you have no idea how much this means to me, I say past the lump in my throat. Did you record it? Tanya nods eagerly, already pulling out her phone. Of course. I'll send it to you right away. I smile weakly at Tanya. Seriously, thank you so much, Tanya. For everything, for being there for Sharon. She gives me that classic Tanya smile. No problem, Mindy, but there's more good news. Really? I furrow my brow. Tanya's lips curve into a smile. Well, Sharon made a new friend, she says. A pretty handsome one, I have to say. She adds with a mischievous smirk. Probably someone's dad. They were talking for almost 10 minutes. I can't believe what I'm hearing. My daughter talking to a complete stranger for 20 minutes. Did you catch it on camera? I ask, surprised. Tanya shakes her head. Only the performance, she admits. Oh well, I guess Sharon will tell me all about it tomorrow. Still, the fact that my little girl stood on stage, told a story, received a standing ovation, and even made a new friend feels almost unbelievable. Pride swells in my chest at the thought. She's exceeded every expectation and found her own voice. It makes me the proudest mom ever. I just wish I could have been there for her. After Tanya leaves and I lock the door behind her, a sense of loneliness descends upon me once more. Sharon is already sleeping in her room, and I'm just here, leaning against the wall in the living room, feeling lost and unsure of what to do next. The silence in the room is like a heavy burden on my shoulders. I collapse on the couch and pull out my phone, opening the video Tanya sent me. And there she is, my amazing little girl, standing tall and proud on stage. She looks so tiny up there, her little hands gripping the microphone stand like it's a lifeline. At first, she's silent, and her eyes are wide as she stares out at the audience. The seconds tick by, and I can see the worry on her face. But then something incredible happens. She steadies herself, takes a deep breath, and starts to speak. Once upon a time, her voice rings out, in a cozy den nestled in the heart of the forest, there lived a mother fox and her 7 little fox cubs. Her tone is soft at first, almost inaudible over the rustle of the crowd. But as she begins to tell her story, her words grow stronger, more confident. By the time she reaches the end, her face is glowing as she beams out at the crowd. And they all lived happily ever after. As soon as she finishes, the audience breaks out in a smattering of applause, clapping and cheering for her. Sharon looks surprised at first, but then she smiles proudly and takes a little bow. I find myself crying tears of joy, regret, and love for my once shy baby girl who conquered her fears tonight and stood tall on that stage with a confidence I've never seen from her before. My heart feels like it could burst with pride. I let out a raw sob that feels as if it's being torn from the deepest part of my soul. The floodgates open, and I allow myself to cry and cry, letting the tears flow freely. They stream down my face, blurring my vision. The stress of everyday life, trying to make ends meet, and the humiliation I face today pours out in those tears. Years of being a single mother, fighting to keep my head above water, struggling to balance work and quality time with my daughter, and longing for a stable family I can't have. All of it comes crashing down on me in this moment. I cry for Sharon, for the mother I couldn't be for her. I finally allow myself to feel the emotions I've been holding back for so long. But at the end of the day, only one thing matters. I have Sharon, and she has me. She will always have me. And I will continue fighting for her until my last breath.
Chapter 17. Maron. Earlier that day. After another sad jerk-off session in the shower, I make my way to my wardrobe. It's time to get your shit together, Korolev. I change into a pair of elegant trousers and a crisp white linen shirt. Today I'm heading to Willow Heights. It's the elementary school I decided to sponsor a while back. I've been giving them generous donations for months now, and they've been nothing but grateful for my support. They even invited me to their school event called Story Night, which is tonight.
This event never could have happened without your generosity, Mr. Korolev,
Mrs. West, the school principal, had said.
It's going to mean the world for many of our children, and we'd love for you to be there celebrating with us.
At first I wasn't sure about saying yes. After all, I'm living incognito, and I rarely show my face in public. Besides, me at a school event? I'd stand out like a sore thumb. There aren't many 6.5-foot-tall tattooed dads in audiences like these. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the kids needed therapy after seeing me staring at them from the crowd. But then again, supporting a struggling elementary school is a cause that's been close to my fucked-up heart ever since my daughter Cordelia died. Many special needs children attend Willow Heights, and the school looks after them well. Contributing to their efforts with some cash makes me feel like I'm doing something meaningful with my life, besides just jerking off to Mindy's memory and managing Bratva-related shit from the shadows. Turning a corner on my way to the garage, I almost collide with Timofey, who's just stepped out of our mother's suite. I pull up short, cursing under my breath. "How's Mom doing today?" I ask him. Timofey yawns and shrugs. "As good as she can, Bratok. Same old repetitive shit." I give my brother a pointed look. "Little respect, Timo." Okay, he relents. "You know how she is. She still brings up Cordelia 152 times a day. Sometimes I wonder if she even remembers that she still has 2 sons. She had a stepson, too. It's out before I can stop it." "Who, Maurice?" Timofey asks. "That was 7 years ago, Maron, and it's probably best that Mom doesn't remember him." Timofey has a point. It's probably best that way. My mother has lost enough. A few years after losing my father, she lost her beloved granddaughter. I don't know if she could bear the thought of losing Maurice, too. Despite the fact that they were not related by blood, she loved him like he was her own. Fucking Maurice. Even after all this time, his memory still haunts us. After I got shot at the Tremoxine launch party, he was also taken to the hospital, but with alcohol poisoning. I only know what Timofey told me once I woke up from my coma, weeks after being shot. That was the last time we heard from Maurice. When we tried to get information about him from the hospital, we hit a wall. We were told the strangest fucking thing, that the patient had denied access to any information about his condition or whereabouts. Just like that, Maurice had vanished from our lives. I thought a lot about finding him after that, even called in a few favors from some of my old contacts in the Bratva, but I always got the same information. He's either dead or doesn't want to be found. Eventually, I decided to give up on pursuing him. I accepted the fact that he was gone. I know I could have found him if I really wanted to, but I decided not to. Our relationship was screwed up, to say the least, and he knew that. Even if he's still alive and out there somewhere, he has good reason to stay out of my sight.
Time flies, Bratok, Timofey says. And the mom was in much better condition back then. Now, she's just a shell of her old self. He sighs. I just wish she could have some joy in her life. This isn't living. This is barely existing.
I know, Timo. I clench my jaw. I fucking hate this feeling of helplessness when it comes to my mother. What else can we do to provide for her?
Absolutely fucking nothing, dear brother.
He looks at me carefully.
Let's talk about something else. What's up with the fancy outfit? New date?
He stops for a moment.
Or perhaps Mindy?
Absolutely not, I reply casually. I've been invited to a school event. Timofey's brows furrow in confusion.
A school event? You? What are you planning to do there? Give the children nightmares? Set a negative example?
Watch it, Prodorok. I fix him with a stare. Timofey grins.
Seriously, Maron, who would invite you to a school event and why?
The principal, I tell him casually. I donated a bunch of money, so they invited me. My brother's expression shifts and he whistles in admiration.
Look at you, Bratok. From Bratva boss to humanitarian.
He slaps my shoulder.
I'm proud of you, dickhead.
Spasiba, Timo. I smirk and glance at my watch. I have less than 30 minutes before the event starts, so I really need to get going if I'm going to make it on time. I quickly say goodbye to my brother and head down to the garage. I jump into the first car I can find and turn on the ignition. The engine roars to life, the garage gate opens, and a few moments later I'm pulling into traffic. The road is almost empty on my way to town. Everyone is trying to get out of the city, not into it. It takes me just over 15 minutes to pull into the school's parking lot.
Mr. Korolev.
Mrs. West, the school principal, greets me with a warm smile as I enter the building.
Thank you so much for coming to our little event.
Pleasure's all mine, Mrs. West. I return the gesture, feeling strange about being here. I'm still not sure what the fuck I'm doing at an elementary school, but there's no turning back now. Mrs. West's eyes shine with gratitude as she leads me to my seat.
I have no words to express how much your generosity means to us, Mr. Korolev.
I nod, feeling a twinge of satisfaction and knowing that my money is being used for a decent cause. Mrs. West glances at her watch, then back at me with an excited grin.
I hate to cut our conversation short, but the storytelling portion of the event is about to begin. Some of our students will be taking the stage to share their original stories. I hope you can stay with us the whole evening, Mr. Korolev.
I feel a surge of anticipation. I haven't planned anything else for tonight, Mrs. West. As I sit in the audience, watching the kids take their turns on stage and trying to stay as invisible as I possibly can, it's hard not to feel bored. This is not exactly my idea of a thrilling evening. But then again, what else would I be doing tonight? Thinking about Mindy and jerking off in the shower? At least I'm spending my time with something that makes sense. After a few children have told their stories, I'm itching to take a break. The room is stuffy, and sitting on my ass all this time feels suffocating. Just as I'm about to get up and go outside for some fresh air, something catches my attention. The next kid to step on the stage is a beautiful little girl with golden hair and an angelic face. Her big blue eyes are wide as she stares down at the audience in front of her. I strain in my seat to get a better sight. As she stands there, her eyes wide and her lips trembling, it becomes clear that something's not right. The seconds continue to pass, but the girl remains silent. Then a young woman, possibly one of the teachers, approaches the stage and whispers something to her.
"Go ahead, Sharon. Share your story with us,"
she encourages in a slightly louder voice. Still the girl does not respond. She simply stands there, unmoving. The audience begins to grow restless, with some of the children squirming in their seats. Sitting next to me, Mrs. West leans over.
"Sharon has selective mutism. She may need some time."
"What does that mean?" I ask.
"She only speaks to certain people,"
Mrs. West says.
"In her case, it's her mother, her nanny, and her class teacher."
"What about the other kids in her class?" I murmur. Mrs. West shakes her head slightly.
"She doesn't talk to them."
I'm taken aback by this information. I've never heard of selective mutism before.
"That's why we put her on stage,"
Mrs. West explains.
"to help her overcome her fear of speaking."
The girl is still mute. She just stands there, staring at the audience. This time, another young woman steps forward and whispers something in the little girl's ear.
"That's Sharon's nanny,"
Mrs. West adds with a hint of relief in her voice. The nanny's quiet words seem to do the trick, because the little girl visibly relaxes. She sets her jaw, and her gaze shifts upwards, towards something above the audience. And then, almost imperceptibly at first, her lips start moving.
"Once upon a time,"
she starts,
"in a cozy den, nestled in the heart of the forest, there lived a mother fox and her 7 little fox cubs."
Her voice is low at first, but as she begins to weave her tale, the entire room falls silent, hanging on her every word. I don't know what the fuck has gotten into me, but I can't take my eyes off of her. Those bright blue eyes, cascading golden locks, and the small gap where her front tooth should be, paired with the difficulty she has in speaking, stirs up something unrecognizable in me. A strange feeling of familiarity. Something about her that I can't put a finger on. I continue to study her intently until it hits me. This girl reminds me of the daughter I lost. In fact, she bears such a striking resemblance to Cordelia, it's almost unbelievable. I feel like a donkey kicked me in the chest, like I'm being transported back in time, reliving the memories I buried a long time ago. Pride, love, loss, an intense longing for someone who is no longer with me. It's the sound of applause that finally snaps me back into reality. I grunt and quickly wipe away a stray tear that had escaped the corner of my eye. What the fuck, Korolev? Mrs. West gives me a side-eye, like she noticed something, but I pretend to ignore her. We all leap to our feet, cheering and clapping for Sharon, this brave little girl who overcame her fears and told us a story.
"Well done, Sharon,"
someone calls out, and I can see the joy and pride shining in her eyes as she beams at the crowd. As the event comes to an end and the audience begins to disperse, I find myself lingering in the auditorium, lost in thought, thinking about my late daughter and trying to understand why that little girl had such an impact on me earlier. Eventually, I decide to go to the refreshment area for a foul-tasting vending machine coffee and a sandwich. The caffeine is a poor substitute for the vodka I'm craving, but it'll have to do. Taking the cup from the machine, I find a quiet corner and settle in, watching the mingling crowd of proud parents, excited children, and tired-looking teachers. It's strange being in a place like this. A part of me feels like an intruder. Another part of me feels oddly at peace. But as I sit here lost in my own thoughts, I see a small shape approaching from the corner of my eye. It's her, the same little girl from earlier, making her way towards me with confident strides. I take another sip of coffee, feeling her curious gaze fixed on me. Sure enough, she comes up to me and stops right in front of me. I stare back at her, waiting for something to happen. She gives me a shy smile. Her missing front tooth makes me grin back involuntarily. She shifts from one foot to the other, clearly wanting to say something, but unsure how to begin. Jesus, she's so fucking sweet, and she looks so much like Cordelia. As the little girl stands before me with those big blue eyes trained on my face, I'm struck once again by a strong sense of déjà vu. It's not just her resemblance to my late daughter. There's something else about her that I can't quite pinpoint. Something feels familiar about her, like I've known this child for my entire life, which is impossible, of course. She's just a random stranger to me. A stranger staring at me, like she's waiting for something to happen. "Hello?" I say to her, breaking the awkward silence. "Are you okay?" She simply nods, her big blue eyes locked onto mine. "What's your name?" I ask, having no clue where this is going. How do you talk to a 6-year-old strange child anyway?
"Sharon," she whispers.
"That's a beautiful name," I reply. I receive another charming gap-toothed smile.
"Whose dad are you?"
she asks. "No one's," I clarify. "I'm just a visitor. I came to listen to your stories."
"Did you listen to mine?"
"I did," I confirm, leaning back slightly. "You did well, Sharon. That little fox Finn was very brave." Sharon's face lights up.
"You remembered his name."
"Sure thing, kiddo," I grin. Sharon changes the subject.
"I almost didn't make it here today,"
she says. "Why is that?" I inquire, and I'm genuinely curious. I'm really starting to like this kid.
"I was afraid, but my mom told me I'm the best storyteller she knows."
"Your mom seems very wise," I comment. "Where is she now?"
"She's at work,"
Sharon responds with a sigh.
"She's also telling a story, and we're a team."
I don't know what that means, but I nod. "So, Sharon, who did you come to this event with?" I inquire.
"Tanya,"
Sharon replies, pointing towards her young nanny nearby, chatting animatedly with Mrs. West. I hesitate for a moment before giving in to my curiosity. "And your dad?"
"I don't have a dad,"
Sharon states matter-of-factly, still smiling brightly.
"Mommy says he's watching over us from heaven."
She speaks of this as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lad, I immediately know what that means, and I swear my fucking heart aches for this girl. I bet your dad is very proud of you right now, Sharon. She beams at me.
"You think so?"
"That's right, kiddo," I nod, surprised at how much my words mean to her. "Want to know a secret?" She nods eagerly. "When I was your age, I used to be scared of talking in front of people too. You know what helped me?" Her big blue eyes widen like saucers.
"What?"
she asks. "I imagined that everyone in the audience was a friendly forest animal, just like in your story." Sharon giggles, the sound warming something inside of me that's gone cold a long time ago.
"That's silly."
"Maybe," I grin. "Give it a try next time, see if it works."
"Okay,"
she declares, then looks over her shoulder. Her young nanny approaches, her eyes shifting between Sharon and me. She's an attractive woman in her early 20s, with luscious dark hair and a kind face. But as she approaches us, there's caution in her demeanor.
"There you are, sweetie,"
she addresses Sharon before glancing at me.
"I hope she wasn't bothering you, sir."
"Not at all." I stand up, towering over the two of them. "We were just discussing her story. She's one brave little storyteller." The woman seems taken aback.
"She was talking to you?"
She gazes down at Sharon, who has suddenly become shy again and is hiding behind the woman.
"That's unusual. She only speaks to a select few people. Right, Sharon?"
Sharon nods and looks up at me from behind her nanny.
"Well, we should be on our way now,"
the nanny says.
"Say goodbye, Sharon." "Bye, mister,"
Sharon whispers. "Bye, Sharon," I reply, pushing down an inexplicable emotion in my voice. As I watch them walk away, my eyes remained fixed on the little girl for some unknown reason. Before they turn a corner and disappear for good, She turns back one last time to give me a small smile. A moment later, they're gone. And me? I'm left here with a feeling of emptiness I don't quite understand.
Chapter 18. Mindy. I pull into the parking lot of Visionary Media. I kill the engine, lean back in the driver's seat, and stay like that for 10 minutes. I can't for the life of me bring myself to get out of my car. Not yet. It's the morning after I so spectacularly murdered my own career by projecting my nudes onto the company's boardroom screen. I know what awaits me inside the office, and my stomach is in knots. I'm here to get fired. I can already picture Christine's icy stare as she hands me my walking papers. And that's the best-case scenario. I'm lucky if she doesn't report me to the police for public indecency. After gathering my strength, I take a deep breath, grab my purse, and force myself out of the car. Each step toward the building feels like I'm marching to my own execution. To my surprise, my keycard still works, unlike at Global Media 7 years ago. Christ, it's like déjà vu. The same damn nudes coming back to haunt me 7 years later. It feels like a lifetime ago. Back then, my only concern was spicing up my love life with Maurice. Now the only thing I can spice up are the meals I make for me and Sharon every day. It's like I'm a whole different person. In just 7 years, I went from carefree chick to struggling single mama. I push open the office door, bracing for impact. But the first thing I notice is Christine's conspicuous absence. Instead, there's Albert. He's parked behind his wife's desk, typing away on his computer. "Good morning," I manage to croak out, but it's like I'm invisible. Everyone's got their heads down, furiously working like their lives depend on it. The only sounds are the hum of the air conditioner and the clacking of keyboards. Something's off, and seeing Albert in Christine's seat just adds to the weirdness of it all. Of course something's off, Mindy. Your presentation was off. The entire company is off. Maybe the Thompsons already decided to close down the whole operation. For a moment, my mind imagines the meeting they must have had after my presentation. First, Mr. and Mrs. Thompson's stare would have settled on Albert. Mr. Solomon. Mr. Thompson would have said with an awkward cough. Then he'd have turned his face toward Christine. "Mrs. Solomon?" Another awkward cough. I trust that no explanation is needed as to why this is unacceptable behavior for our company. Yet another awkward cough. I'm afraid we cannot have employees publicly sharing risque photos of themselves in the boardroom. And with that, they'd have given us a deadline for 30 days to vacate the building, or something along those lines. Stop overthinking, Mindy. It doesn't make much of a difference anyway. Just go to your desk and wait for the final verdict. I walk to my desk, slide into my chair, power up my laptop, and hold my breath as I type in my password. To my shock, it still works. Maybe the Solomons haven't had the time to block me yet. I dive into my emails, looking for the "please clean out your desk" message from Christine. To my surprise, there's nothing, except for the usual flood of customer inquiries and inter-office memos. No pink slip. No "we need to talk" email. For a few minutes, I'm not sure what to do. Should I go talk to Albert? Inquire about the consequences of my performance yesterday? But then again, Albert Solomon is not my direct superior. Christine is. If there's anyone I should talk to, it's her. Except she's nowhere to be seen. She'll be here soon enough, Mindy. Just wait and see. Not really knowing what else to do with myself, I throw myself into work, trying to ignore the knot in my stomach. Easier said than done. After about 5 minutes, I notice Albert standing up from Christine's desk. He glances at me and makes his way across the office. My heart rate spikes as he stops right next to me. Here we go. Miss Williams, he says, his voice unnervingly casual. Can you come to my office in exactly half an hour? My mouth goes dry. Yep, this is it. My last 30 minutes with Vision Media. Of course, Mr. Solomon, I managed to croak out, hoping he can't hear the tremor in my voice. Despite knowing what awaits me, the next 30 minutes are pure torture. Each second feels like an hour. The clock on the wall moves in slow motion, each and every minute stretching out into an eternity. In exactly 30 minutes and 0 seconds, feeling like I've aged a decade, I stand up from my desk. I smooth the wrinkles on my skirt and run a hand through my hair. It is a futile attempt to look composed when I feel anything but. But at least I'll go out in style. I take a deep breath in an attempt to calm my racing heart. Whatever's waiting for me in that office, I've got to face it head on, even if it's my execution. As I make my way across the floor, I can feel eyes on me. I could swear I also hear whispering voices. But when I scan the space, I see all my coworkers staring at their screens like zombies. It takes exactly 43 seconds to get to Albert's office. When I get there, I take another deep breath and raise my hand to knock on his door. Come in, I hear him say from inside. I push open the door and step in. He is sitting at his desk, not looking up from his computer. When he finally does, his expression is unreadable. He gestures toward the chair in front of him. Miss Williams, please have a seat. I sit down, trying to steady my trembling hands. Albert leans back in his chair and gives me a stern look. Let me be direct with you, Miss Williams. After your presentation yesterday, I could have fired you on the spot. My stomach sinks. I feel my face flush with embarrassment. Your performance was unacceptable, Albert continues. Not only did you embarrass yourself, but you also brought shame upon our company in front of its owners. I apologize, I croak out. There's no excuse for... I gulp. For what happened. Albert purses his lips. Christine is adamant about firing you. Of course she is. Tell me something I don't already know. I'm aware of that, Mr. Solomon. I understand her decision. I anticipate him handing me the resignation documents to sign, but instead he does something else. He stands up from his chair and approaches me. I believe that would be a drastic move, Mindy. Your skills and expertise are too valuable to simply let go. He gets even closer. And, being a single mother for a 6-year-old, I imagine this job is important for you. I nod, staring at him. He stands right in front of me, practically towering over me. Fortunately, I have a solution for your situation, he says with a sly smile. His hand reaches out and touches my cheek, causing me to flinch in surprise. What the hell? I stare at him dumbly. Is he doing what I think he is? He gives me a sly wink and says, Let me tell you something, Miss Williams. I know how to persuade my wife to see things my way. His gaze lingers on me. But as they say, everything has a price, and I'm sure you understand that well, being a chief accountant and all. He chuckles at his own lame joke. I can't believe he's doing this. My face is frozen, but inside I feel an overwhelming sense of disgust. Yes, I desperately need this job, but this is what they call sexual harassment, and it makes me feel sick to my stomach. I instinctively withdraw, trying to create distance between us, but he leans in and moves even closer. His face is only inches away from mine now. You're not a naive teenager anymore, Miss Williams. I mean, Mindy. He whispers in a suggestive tone. And those photos you put on display yesterday were Impressive. He then does the unthinkable. He presses his body against mine, making sure that I can feel his arousal through his trousers. Holy fucking shit. Seriously? I have to swallow the urge to puke. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just vomit all over him, right into his face. But instead, I hold my hand out in a stopping motion. No, I say firmly. He takes a step back. Well then, maybe you don't really need this job after all, Miss Williams. I lower my hand and finally manage to find my voice. In case you don't know, Mr. Solomon, what you're doing is considered sexual harassment. Albert's face drains of color. His plastic charm crumbles into a cold, piercing glare. And what you did yesterday is called public indecency. I know he's trying to blackmail me, but I refuse to take the bait. I will not hesitate to report this to HR, Mr. Solomon. He stares at me dumbly, and that gives me the courage to get even bolder. And let's not forget about your history, Mr. Solomon. I improvise. I have no clue if it's true, but I suspect I'm not his first victim. When his expression confirms my suspicion, I continue. I know I'm not the only employee you've approached like this, and I'm sure Mr. and Mrs. Thompson would be very interested to learn about that. I stand to my feet, ready to make a run for it, and so would Christine. For a moment, I worry that he's going to do something crazy, like lash out and attack me, but he doesn't. Instead, his eyes linger on me, full of hatred. You've made the mistake of your life, Mindy, he growls threateningly. My wife will inform you of the next steps, and now get the fuck out of my office. Much obliged, Mr. Solomon, I reply, forcing professional confidence into my tone. I will work from home until Christine makes her final decision. I trust that's satisfactory given the unique circumstance. Without waiting for a reply, I quickly leave his office. Dear God, what the hell just happened? Did he just try to blackmail me into having sex with him? I bolt down the never-ending hallway, as far from Albert Solomon's office as possible. As I approach my desk, my coworkers are still glued to their screens, typing away on their computers like programmed machines. A few of them briefly glance up when they see me gathering my things in a frenzy. My vision is blurred with tears. Are you okay, Mindy? Someone asks, but I don't respond. I pick up all my stuff and storm out of the office without a word. And I run. And run. My legs pump. My lungs burn as I push myself to escape this godforsaken place for the second time in the last 24 hours. First, after my professional suicide, and now, after being sexually harassed and blackmailed by my boss. I'm sure I'm going to need therapy after these 2 days. When I burst through the doorway and finally feel the fresh air on my face, a surge of emotion overwhelms me. Tears begin to wet my cheeks, fueled by fear, relief, and sheer exhaustion. I don't hold them back. I let them flow freely, releasing all the stress I've been pushing down. I fumble with my purse, struggling to find my car keys. The sound of a nearby car engine barely registers in my mind as I'm consumed by my own distress and humiliation. It's not until I'm almost by my car that I see a black Escalade turning the corner. It slows down as it nears me, but in my state of turmoil, I don't give it a second thought. All I can think about is getting in my car and driving away from this nightmare.
Chapter 19. Maron. I navigate my car smoothly into the parking lot of Visionary Media Works. My mind buzzes with ideas about the upcoming meeting with the CEO, Albert Solomon. This company, owned by a British couple, is my top choice to collaborate with on Global Media's next movie project. After thorough research and going through countless reviews, my team and I selected Visionary Media as the ideal partner to handle production for our upcoming film, a Hollywood blockbuster in the psychological thriller genre. We've already secured some A-list actors for the movie, and it's projected to generate billions in profits worldwide. As I turn the corner, I notice something in the car park. A young woman is leaving the building, and I can tell from a distance that she is distressed. As I approach her, my heart starts to race. Her long chestnut hair is what catches my attention first, followed by her curvaceous figure and the way her breasts move as she runs. I can't fucking believe it. It's Mindy, for what feels like the 100th time in the past few weeks. First at New York High, then at Walmart with a kid, and now here in Visionary Media's parking lot. It's like fate has a twisted sense of humor or some mysterious plan behind these strange coincidences. You said you were going to do something about her, Korolev. You still haven't. Pussy. I feel my breath catch in my throat as I watch her, and I curse myself for feeling this way every time I see her. I still don't understand the effect she has on me, but it's the same every fucking time. Then I notice she's crying. Her eyes are puffy, and tears are streaming down her cheeks. Her hands shake as she struggles with her car keys. She's clearly having a rough day. But what the hell is she doing here? Is she working for this company? She's employed by one of my future business partners? More importantly, what could have upset her so much? Or who? I still can't believe I'm seeing her again so randomly. I want nothing more than to screech to a halt beside her, grab her arm, pull her into my car, and kiss away every single one of those tears. In one swift motion, I'd rip off that white blouse and tell her that I can no longer stand this cruel game fate is playing. I imagine my hands exploring her naked body as I fuck her on the rear seat of my Escalade with an intensity like never before. The image of us together makes my dick so hard I want to jerk off right here and now. Dad. I shake myself, forcing my mind back into the present. I should be focusing on the meeting I'm about to have with my new business partner. Albert Solomon is probably waiting for me in his office already. I take a few deep breaths to calm my nerves down before getting out of the car. I peer around the empty car park, but Mindy's already driven off. For a second, I wonder if it was really her I saw, or just my desperate mind creating illusions. Maybe I should get my head checked. Either way, this cannot go on. I must do something about this. I am a man who takes action, and one that never procrastinates. Yet I'm completely fucked when it comes to this woman. I'm acting like a shy schoolboy, not being able to muster up the courage to approach his crush. That's enough, Korolev. Head in the game. You'll deal with Mindy after the meeting. I enter the building with purposeful strides and head straight to Albert Solomon's office. There is a time for everything, and right now my focus must be on business. Mr. Korolev, Albert Solomon greets me, rising from his desk to shake my hand. Welcome to Visionary Media Works. It's an honor to have you here in the flesh. I nod and take a seat in front of him, deciding to get straight to the point. Thank you, Mr. Solomon. As you already know, Global Media is exploring options for outsourcing production on our upcoming project. Your company's track record has impressed us significantly. Albert nods, his posture straightening with interest. We're honored by your consideration, Mr. Korolev. I'd like to hear more about your project requirements and how we can meet them. For the next 25 minutes, we delve deep into the intricacies of the project. We discuss budget allocations, production timelines, creative control parameters, and resource distribution. I must admit, Albert Solomon's grasp of the industry and his company's capabilities are impressive. Let's talk about the price of the package, then, I tell him, leaning back in my chair. $50 million for full production. How's that sound? Albert's eyes widen slightly. I can immediately tell he wasn't expecting a number that high. That's very generous, Mr. Korolev. I think we can make that work. Good. I nod, satisfied. Then we have a deal. We're seconds away from sealing the deal with a handshake, but as Albert pulls his mouth to a grin, the image of Mindy's tear-stained face invades my mind. At the last moment, I casually pull back my hand. Just one more question, Mr. Solomon, out of pure curiosity. "Of course, Mr. Korolev," he says. "Please." "Just before I came up to your office, I saw a young woman in the parking lot, exiting the building. She seemed pretty upset." Albert's expression visibly darkens for a moment, but it almost immediately returns to professional. He waves dismissively.
"Oh, that was just our chief accountant."
"Just?" I frown. For whatever reason, that sets my teeth on edge. "She is your chief accountant? The one who's going to handle millions of dollars for the contract we're about to sign? I hope you're not mistreating your employees, Mr. Solomon." He winces slightly and glares at me with an expression I can't quite decipher. It's somewhere between annoyance and surprise.
"Mr. Korolev, are you a married man?"
he asks. I don't want to engage in a personal conversation with him, so I reply curtly, "No."
"Good for you, Mr. Korolev,"
he says. His professional smile returns, and he winks at me.
"But I'm sure you know how it is with women. Sometimes they can get hysterical over nothing. She's probably on her period or something."
My mind goes from calm and composed to furious in an instant. All I see is red, and I suddenly feel like I want to break the fucker's jaw. A primal rage surges through me, one I haven't felt in a long time. I'm on my feet with lightning speed. "I happen to know that woman," I growl, spelling out each word like a warning. Solomon is visibly taken aback. He grips the edge of his desk like he's trying to steady himself.
What do you mean, Mr. Korolev?"
he blurts, each word stumbling over the other. Guilty is written all over his face. I don't know what this cretin did to Mindy, but I'm certain he's done something, and I want to kill him for it. My hand snaps out before I could think better of it. I reach over his desk and grip his collar. "I'll tell you what I mean," I sneer. "I'm about to sign a $50 million contract with you and your company, and just when I arrive, I see your chief accountant crying in the parking lot, getting into her car, and speeding away during work hours. Can you explain how something like this could happen?"
I don't understand what you're talking about, Mr. Korolev,"
he stammers, shaking like a leaf. He looks so scared. I'm pretty sure he's pissed himself. It's all too fucking clear. He's done something to her. His reaction to my anger only confirms my suspicion. Whatever he's done, he's the one who upset Mindy. "Tell me what you did to her, or I'll break your fucking arm," I roar. I don't care anymore that this was supposed to be a civilized business meeting. And don't you fucking think about lying to me.
All right, just let go of me, please."
He's practically begging me, the pathetic piece of shit. I release my grip and shove him away. He shudders and falls back into his seat. "I'm listening," I grunt, my patience wearing thin. I don't want to waste another minute here. He's either going to tell me the truth about what he did to Mindy, or I'm going to beat it out of him. He hesitates, struggling to collect himself.
"All right, you really want to know what happened? Yesterday, our dear chief accountant made the mistake of her life. She brought the wrong flash drive to present some numbers to the board. She ended up accidentally projecting some of her, private photos onto the boardroom screen."
I frown. For a second, I think there's something wrong with my hearing. She projected her private photos onto the screen? Like nudes? In front of the entire board? Jesus Christ, no wonder she's upset. It reminds me of her slip-up 7 years ago, when she was still working for me, when she accidentally sent me nudes. It's like the same thing all over again. I glare at the man in front of me, and I already know there's more to this story. It's written all over his face. He did something to her, something unforgivable. "And?" I ask, giving him a stare that is designed to freeze his blood. "What did you do to her?" He stammers, fear evident in his voice. My patience snaps like a twig. I grab his collar again and roar into his face. "I asked you a question. What the fuck did you do to her?"
"Nothing."
His voice comes out as a pathetic squeak. "Did you touch her?"
No, I didn't, I swear.
He shakes his head frantically.
She rejected me.
She rejected him? So he did try to touch her. Bludak. I shove him away so roughly that he falls on his ass and crashes against the cupboard by his desk. He stares at me with wide eyes and so much fear on his face that I'm pretty sure he soiled himself. Congratulations, Solomon, I scoff, not even making the effort to look at this piece of human garbage. I'm already turning around, prepared to leave his office. You just kissed a $50 million contract goodbye. He immediately jumps to his feet.
Mr. Korolev,
he says, frantically trying to collect himself.
I can assure you this is all just a big misunderstanding. I can guarantee you our partnership will generate profits beyond your wildest expectations.
There will be no partnership, I bark. I can barely resist the urge to grab him by the neck and toss him out the window. What a pathetic loser. I don't even bother listening to him anymore. I know I can't stay here for another minute, or else I'm going to rip off his dick and feed it to him. So I storm out of Albert Solomon's office, shutting the door behind me so hard it rattles on its hinges. Nobody touches Mindy Williams. Nobody except me. As I make my way to my car, a thought keeps gnawing at me. For some strange and unexplainable reason, Mindy keeps crossing my path. I must stop being a fucking pussy. I don't believe in any esoteric woo-woo shit, but I can't ignore the signs anymore. If there is a greater power out there, it is clearly telling me that I must take action. I must take action before I go insane with all this longing for her. I slam the car door shut and grip the steering wheel. The engine roars to life, matching the fury pulsing through my veins. I'm done playing games with destiny. I'm going to find out everything about Mindy's current situation, where she lives, who she's seeing, and if that kid is hers. I pull out my phone and dial my second in command. This cannot wait any longer.
Chapter 20. Mindy. I open my laptop and stare blankly at the screen. I've been working from home for the last few days. I can't bring myself to return to the office after that disastrous presentation and Albert's sleazy proposition. There have been no calls or emails from Christine or Albert since, but I'm sure they already started looking for my replacement. The only reason I still have a job is that they haven't found the right person yet. My days have been the same this week. Waking up, getting Sharon ready for school, driving her there, and returning home to bury myself in work. But today is Saturday, and I have fallen behind on my tasks. A looming deadline hangs over me, urging me to work over the weekend. Sharon pokes her head into my makeshift home office, clutching her favorite stuffed animal. "Mommy, do you want to play?" I glance at my never-ending Excel spreadsheet, then back at my daughter's cute little face. Guilt washes over me. "I'm sorry, sweetie. Mommy's got to finish some work first." Her shoulders droop as she mutters, "You're always working, Mommy, and I'm bored." Ouch. She's right on the money, and it stings. So I come up with an idea. "Okay, how about this? I'll work a little more, and then we can go to the zoo this afternoon. What do you think, sweetie?" Her eyes light up. "Really? The zoo?" "Sure thing, baby," I nod, feeling determined to make it happen. "You'll get to see all your favorite animals." She grins mischievously. "Even the stinky ones?" I laugh, especially the stinky ones. As Sharon runs off, chattering about penguins and lions, I turn my attention back to my computer. The Excel sheet hasn't gone anywhere, and is still looming in front of me. I'm about halfway into the report when my phone starts buzzing. My heart rate picks up a little. Maybe it's Christine, calling to tell me that I've been fired. Can I get fired on a Saturday? But as I glance at the screen, I realize it's not Christine. It's my sister, Alexis. "What the?" I mutter, not really knowing what to do or how to feel all of a sudden. It's been years since we spoke. We haven't exactly been on good terms after she betrayed me by using confidential information against Maron during his launch party. She did come to see us after Sharon was born, but even that was strange. Our relationship was strained, to say the least. She was high on pain meds and acted irrational. And then one afternoon, when she was supposed to come over, she didn't. I tried to reach out to her, but her phone was off. I got scared, so I called Stardust, her workplace at the time, to see if they knew anything. All I was told was that she was not at the office, that she was forced to go to rehab, and she doesn't want me to contact her. That was the last time I heard of my sister. It was hard at first. Sure, our relationship was already in tatters, but she was still my sister. The only family I had left besides my daughter. It was tough to not have her in my life anymore, especially after losing Emily. But between my job and trying to be a good mother for Sharon, I didn't have the mental capacity to try and pursue contact with her. After everything she's done, it seemed like a hopeless case anyway. My phone keeps ringing, and I find myself hesitating. Why would Alexis try to reach out after all this time? Could she be in some kind of trouble? Before I can think better of it, I pick up the phone from the desk and answer the call. Alexis? I wedge the phone between my neck and shoulder and decide to head to the kitchen to prepare a salad for Sharon in the meantime. Hey, Mindy. Her voice is softer than I remember, and it's tinged with nervousness. I know it's been forever, and frankly, I wouldn't blame you if you hung up on me. I pause, knife hovering over a carrot. It's good to hear your voice, Lex. How are you doing? She clears her throat. Well, I'm calling from rehab. I've been here for a few months now. My eyebrows shoot up as I resume chopping vegetables. A few months? That's definitely an improvement compared to the Alexis I remember. And? How is it going? I'm getting there, she says, her voice cracking slightly. Listen, Mindy, I won't beat around the bush. I'm calling to say sorry. The knife stops in my hand again. Surprise of the day. Scratch that. The year. Maybe rehab is doing something positive for her. Thanks, Alexis, I tell her carefully. I'm following this 12-step program, she explains after a pause. I've reached the part where I need to make amends with all the people I've wronged. And, well, you're the first person I wanted to reach out to, Mindy. I feel my throat clog up with a mix of old hurt and newfound sympathy. Look, Lex, I appreciate this, but what you did and the things you said, they're not that easy to get over. I understand, she interjects. I know I blamed you for everything. For the accident, for Emily, Mom, and my addiction. I can never forgive myself for the things I said to you. It was a wicked and unfair thing to do. I can see that now. There's a pause, and I can hear her taking a deep breath. The pills, they had a way of twisting my emotions, making me say and do things that were... I was not myself, Mindy. She pauses again. But I know that's no excuse for the things I've done, including what I did to you and Maron. There's a long silence on the other end of the line, and a part of me begins to wonder if she hung up on me. Alexis? I ask, are you still there? Yeah. When she speaks again, her voice comes out hoarse. Look, I don't expect you to forgive me. I just want to say sorry. For everything. I was in a very dark place, and I took it all out on you. I lean against the counter, barely believing that we're having this conversation. I never would have expected this to happen. Thank you, Alexis, I tell her quietly. I think I need some time to process this, but thank you. Of course, she continues and inhales deeply. You know, I've been seeing this therapist. A therapist? Alexis seeing a therapist? Wait, a therapist? I blurt, unable to mask my shock. For real? Like you're actually going to therapy? Sure, she replies. I see her every week. Her name is Dr. Rachel Anderson. She's well known in the industry, specializes in addictions. You can Google her. I must say, Lex, that's unexpected, I tell her. I never thought you'd be in therapy. I'm happy for you. Thanks, Alexis says, sounding relieved. She's been really helpful. Besides my rehab program, she also encouraged me to call you. So I did. A fleeting thought crosses my mind. Would she have called me if it wasn't for this Rachel person? I don't ask her that question, though. For now, I just want to feel grateful for the civilized conversation I get to have with my sister for the first time since the accident that took Emily from us, which was almost 10 years ago. I'm glad you're getting help, Lex, I tell her, not really knowing what else to say to her. As much as I'm happy for her progress, the wounds she caused run so deep that it takes a lot more than a phone call to heal them. There's another pause at her end of the line. When she speaks again, her voice sounds tentative. You know, I was hoping that maybe one day I could be a real auntie to Sharon. I know I haven't been there for her, and I want to make things right. I hesitate. Letting her close to Sharon, after all the things she's said and done, is a hard pill to swallow. But then again, I want to give my sister the benefit of the doubt. And I want Sharon to have an auntie. I just can't trust the auntie yet. Maybe with time, Lex. I hope we can make it happen. Thanks, sis. That's all I need for now. A chance to make things right with the family I lost. I can hear genuine gratitude in her voice, but there's also hesitation. I know there's something else she wants to tell me, so I wait. Actually, she begins, her voice coming out cautious. I will be allowed to leave the rehab facility for a few hours every day from next week. Would it be okay if I came to visit sometime? I take a deep breath, still not sure how to feel about this. This is a big step for both of us. A very big one. But then again, maybe a coffee won't hurt. It's obvious that she's trying, and that's making me hopeful. All right, Lex. Let me know when you're free. I will, she says, sounding like a giant weight just came off her shoulders. Thank you, Mindy. Really, you don't know how much this means to me. Sure, I pause. I'm proud of you for getting help. It must have been hard for you. Hard, but worth it, she whispers, her voice cracking. I love you, sis. Those words stir something within me. An indescribable feeling courses through my body, and I really don't know how to respond. Talk soon, is all I choke out. Chapter 21. Mindy. I hang up the phone and rest against the kitchen counter. My mind races and my emotions are a jumble. The idea of having my sister visit after all this time is both exciting and terrifying. But more than that, I'm worried about how Sharon will handle it. What if she retreats into silence and refuses to engage at all? I wouldn't be surprised if it happened. The thought of Alexis and my daughter, the only two people I have left of my family, unable to connect, makes my chest tighten. You're getting ahead of yourself, Mindy. It's just a visit. I'm so lost in thought that I don't notice the soft padding of little feet approaching. My t-shirt gets tugged on, and I look down to see my baby girl's big, curious eyes. Are we going to the zoo, Mommy? Shit, the zoo. I almost forgot about that. There's no way I'm getting any work done today. Maybe in the evening when Sharon is asleep. Sure, sweetie. I give her a big ol' smile. Let's go take over the zoo. I bet the monkeys are already waiting for us. She giggles and her mood immediately improves. Mommy, I want to wear my pink skirt. Seriously, Sharon? Your pink Barbie doll skirt at the zoo? Yes. Pink skirt it is, I guess. By the time we finish getting ready, Sharon looks like an underage Barbie doll. Not exactly your typical zoo outfit, but hey, a girl's got to have the freedom of choice. It's never too early to teach that to kids. I quickly throw on a sports jacket, take Sharon's tiny hand, and help her tie her shoes. Mommy, who were you talking to in the kitchen? She chirps. Were you sneaking a listen? I tease. No, I was not, Sharon exclaims, her eyes wide with innocence. Oh, I bet you weren't. I wink. I was talking to Auntie Alexis. Auntie Alexis? Sharon repeats, her nose scrunching up in confusion. Who's that? Well, I hesitate for a moment, but I guess there's no harm in preparing her to meet her aunt. She's my sister. She's also your auntie. You met her when you were still a baby. I smile. She might come over to see us soon. I watch my daughter from the corner of my eye for any sign of confusion or anxiety. I can see her fingers start to fidget with the hem of her shirt, a sure sign that she's getting nervous. I don't want her to visit Mommy, she whispers. I pat her little shoulder. Don't worry, sweetie, I reassure her, kneeling down to her level. It's just a short visit, and remember, if you don't feel like talking, you can always just point to things or nod. There's no pressure to speak if you don't want to. I can see relief in Sharon's eyes, but there's still tension in her shoulders. It's okay, baby. I pull her into a hug. If it gets too much, you just squeeze my hand, okay? Okay, Mommy, she whispers. I often find myself wondering what could be going on in that little head of hers at times like this. What makes her so afraid of meeting new people? How does she choose who to talk to? I know her selective mutism is a condition, but there are aspects of it I still don't understand. How does a mother navigate this anyway? A part of me always wants to make her feel safe and secure. Another part of me wants to prepare her for the real world. I won't always be there to protect her. Mommy, how did you and Auntie Alexis become sisters? Her innocent question catches me off guard. Kids see the world in such unique ways, and it never ceases to amaze me. I pause for a moment, trying to think of a simple explanation for her young mind. I don't remember, sweetheart. When Emily and I were born, Alexis was already there. I can almost hear the gears turning in her head. I want a little sister too, Mommy, she says wistfully. My throat tightens at the longing in her voice. Why do you want a little sister, sweetie? I ask. By the time I realize it's a stupid question, it's out. To play with her. I have nobody to play with. My guilt rises. I set up a trap for myself and walked right into it. You've got Tanya and me, baby. I gently tuck a lock of hair behind her ear. With the stuffed rabbit hugged tight to her chest, she looks so small and vulnerable that it makes me want to scoop her up and protect her from the harshness of the world. But I can't. All I can do now is give her a big bear hug. As I hold Sharon close, I think about what Tanya said to me a few days ago, about Sharon talking to a man at the school event, a complete stranger. She just walked right up to him and they started talking like they were old friends, she'd said. I remember how my heart skipped a beat at her words. How does my shy little girl, who doesn't even talk to her classmates, strike up a conversation with an adult stranger? And who the hell was this mysterious guy? I'm tempted to ask Sharon about it, but I hesitate. She looks down at her feet, then up at me. Mommy, where are the angels? I blink, caught off guard again. Leave it to my 6-year-old to blindside me with life's big questions. Well, sweetie, the angels live in a special place called heaven, I tell her. It seems like the only reasonable answer. What's it like there? She presses, her eyes full of curiosity. I pause, realizing I'm out of my depth. It's peaceful, I manage, feeling like I'm fumbling in the dark. It's where people go when they leave this world. Sharon's not done yet. She drops another bombshell. So, what's Daddy doing there? Oh, God. I knew I had this coming. But one can never be prepared for it. My heart sinks as I fumble for the right words. Well, honey, I say, forcing a smile. He went to live with the angels so that he can watch over us from there. What a lame answer. Even as I say it, the words taste bitter in my mouth. Besides, what if it's all a big fat lie? What if Daddy's alive and he's out there somewhere? What if it was him I saw just over a week ago when Sharon and I were having ice cream? Sharon's lower lip trembles and I can see she's getting teary. But why did he go there, Mommy? Did he not want to stay with us? Shit. I blink back my own tears, trying to stay strong for my little girl. Sometimes things happen out of our control, baby, I choke out. Daddy? He didn't want to leave us, but he had to. He still loves us very much. I watch the confusion and sadness in Sharon's eyes, and it breaks my heart. Desperate to change the subject, I decide to ask her about something that's been eating me. So why don't you talk to your classmates, baby? She frowns, her little nose scrunching up. Because they laugh at me. I don't like them, she states matter-of-factly. Oh, honey, I say, pulling her close and embracing her in a hug again. I know it's hard when others don't understand you. But you know what? You are so brave and so strong, and I'm so proud of you. And one day you'll find friends who love you just the way you are. She smiles at me, and a little spark appears in her eyes. You think so, Mommy? I nod, placing a kiss on her forehead. Of course, baby. You're amazing, and anyone would be lucky to have you as a friend. Now let's go to the zoo, all right? Okay. Sharon takes my hand and follows me out of the building and into the parking lot. But even as I feel her tiny fingers grip mine, a thought keeps gnawing at me. What if Maron is alive? What if he's out there somewhere? And if he is, shouldn't he know that he has a daughter? How would he react? Would he want to be part of Sharon's life, or would he turn away? But more importantly, what would it mean to Sharon to meet her father? Chapter 22. Mindy. A week later. Hey, sis, Alexis says. My sister stands at the door with a hesitant smile on her face, shifting from one foot to the other. I can tell she's nervous. So am I. We spoke on the phone a few times over the last week, and I decided to give her a chance. She's been trying so hard, and I felt like she deserves a shot. Hey, Lex. I give her a warm smile, stepping aside to let her enter. As I look her over, I almost can't believe how good she looks. Her hair is shorter than before, her skin is glowing, and her eyes are clear. She almost seems like her old self, the one I remember from before the accident that took Emily from us. She moves in, and without warning, she pulls me into a hug. Thanks for letting me come here, Mindy, she whispers against my ear. You don't know how much this means to me. I return the hug, feeling slightly awkward. This is a big step, Lex, I reply, biting my lip. For both of us. Alexis breaks the hug and looks me over. You look amazing, Mindy. And to think that you're a mother now is crazy. You too, sis. I smile at her. And yeah, time flies. Sharon is 6 now. Speaking of Sharon, I hope she has a sweet tooth. She winks at me and pulls out a big box of gourmet chocolate from her bag. I hold up a finger. Not before lunch. Alexis smiles and follows me into our little apartment, looking around curiously. She hangs her jacket on the coat hook, and I step away to take a peek into Sharon's room. Sure enough, there's a small lump under the cover on her bed. Sharon, Auntie Alexis is here to see us, I say, shaking the blanket gently. I hear a muffled sound from under the covers. Come on out, sweetheart, I coo. Alexis would love to meet you. The lump moves, and I feel tiny legs kicking. I slowly pull back the bedsheet and lean in close to Sharon's ear. Hey, baby, I whisper. Guess what? I think your auntie has brought some chocolate with her. Want to come check it out? Sharon immediately recoils and pulls the blanket over her head, hiding from me. Okay, sweetie, I tell her gently. You can come out when you're ready, all right? I head back to the living room, leaving Sharon's door slightly ajar. Maybe if she can hear us talk, it'll coax her to come out and meet her aunt. No luck, I sigh, slumping down on the sofa next to my sister. She won't come out of her room. Give her time, Alexis says. Right now, I'm just a stranger to her. I shake my head. It's more than just that, Lex. What do you mean? Alexis frowns. She has selective mutism. Alexis gives me a confused look. Selective mutism? It's an anxiety disorder that affects kids, I explain. She only talks to people of her choice. In her case, it's me, her nanny, and her teacher. My sister furrows her brow. What about other students at her school? I shake my head. Oh, Mindy. Her expression changes to sympathetic. It's okay, I wave. Most kids grow out of it as they enter adolescence. All I care about is that she's a healthy and happy child. Alexis shifts in her seat, and I can see a question burning in her eyes. And what about her dad? Sorry, Mindy, but I don't even know if it's Maurice or Maron. I feel a surge of annoyance, but I guess I can't blame her. I could barely keep up with my life back then, let alone my sister, who was battling her own problems at the time. It's Maron, if you have to know. She instinctively lowers her gaze and reaches out to take my hand. Shit. I'm sorry, Mindy. I heard what happened to Maron. The press was all over it, so I guess you're in this alone, huh? I nod, and to my surprise, I'm blinking away tears. I'm doing the best I can with what I've got. My sister squeezes my hand, her eyes filled with empathy. I know you are, Mindy, but I bet you're an amazing mother. Sharon is lucky to have you. You haven't even met her, I smile, hoping it will make my urge to cry go away. She's the sweetest little angel, and I swallow hard. She looks so much like her father. As if on cue, we hear the soft creak of Sharon's bedroom door opening. I turn to see her little face peeking out, her eyes scanning the living room. As soon as she sees us looking at her, she pulls her head back. I give Alexis a reassuring smile and stand up. "Hey, baby, want to come say hi to your auntie?" I walk over to Sharon's room and gently guide her out, my hand resting comfortingly on her back. She clings to me like a lifeline, her small fingers gripping my shirt. Alexis stands up and gives her niece a warm smile. "Hey there, Sharon. It's so wonderful to finally meet you." Sharon doesn't respond. Her eyes are fixed firmly on the ground as she follows me into the living room. She presses herself closer to me as if trying to disappear into my side. Alexis crouches down to Sharon's level. "Your mommy told me so much about you. Sharon, I'm so happy you're here. And I see you even brought your bunny with you. Can I see it?" Sharon remains silent, but her grip on her beloved stuffed animal tightens. She begins to fidget, her free hand tugging at the hem of her shirt. "It's okay, baby," I murmur, stroking her hair. Alexis just wants to say hello. Alexis tries again, her voice gentle and friendly. "I love your t-shirt, Sharon. Are those stars on them? They're very pretty." Sharon nods once, almost imperceptibly, but keeps her face downcast. "You know, when I was little, I had a bunny just like yours," Alexis continues, undeterred by Sharon's silence. "His name was Mr. Jumpy, and he was always with me, wherever I went." Sharon raises her eyes just a fraction, peeking at Alexis through her lashes. But as soon as my sister meets her gaze, her eyes dart away, and she shrinks back against me. "Sharon just takes a while to warm up to new people," I explain, rubbing soothing circles on Sharon's back. "Right, baby?" Sharon nods slightly. Alexis straightens. "That's okay. We've got all the time in the world to get to know each other, don't we, Sharon?" Sharon doesn't respond, but her grip on my shirt loosens just a fraction. I feel a surge of gratitude for Alexis's patience and understanding. "How about we all sit down and I make us some hot chocolate?" I suggest, trying to diffuse the tension. "Would you like some, baby?" Sharon hesitates for a moment, then nods once, her head still bowed. I guide her over to the couch, setting her onto it. Alexis takes a seat on the armchair, making sure to give Sharon space. A few minutes later, as I return from the kitchen with 3 mugs of hot chocolate, I pause to take in the scene before me. Alexis is still speaking to Sharon, her voice warm and gentle. Sharon sits quietly on the couch, her gaze occasionally flickering toward her aunt. There's still some tension in her small frame, but it's less pronounced than before. I would never have expected this, but my sister is doing a surprisingly good job of helping Sharon feel at ease. Watching the two of them share the same space, I can't help but think that maybe, just maybe, we're taking the first steps toward healing. Maybe one day, we might actually function as a family again.
Chapter 23. Maron. Not bad, Korolev. That's what I tell myself as I settle back into my leather chair. I've just reviewed the latest reports on tremoxine, and the numbers speak for themselves. Our miracle drug is surpassing even our most optimistic projections. Profits are skyrocketing, and demand is practically endless. My eyes scan over a chart that shows our market domination. We're not just ahead of the competition, we're crushing them. Tremoxine has become the go-to solution for managing mental health conditions, much to the delight of our shareholders. I glance at my watch. In 15 minutes, I'll be attending a board meeting to discuss plans for expanding our production and distribution. I can already feel the taste of victory on my tongue. As I sit here, thinking about charts, profits, and strategies for market expansion, an uninvited thought breaks through. Mindy. What could she be doing right now? Is she happy? Does she ever think about me? Stop that, Modoc. I quickly snap myself back to focus. I can't allow my mind to be elsewhere, at least not right now. This meeting is important, and I have to be fully present. Besides, I already asked Pavel to dig up everything he can on Mindy. In just a few days, I'll know all about her current life. Where she lives, if she's seeing someone, if that little girl is hers, the whole goddamn package. Then I can decide my next move. Until then, I just have to be patient, which is not exactly my strongest suit. Some minutes later, the intercom buzzes, jolting me from my reverie.
Mr. Korolev, the board is waiting for you in the conference room.
My assistant's voice crackles through the speaker. On my way, I respond, straightening my tie and grabbing my laptop. I stride into the conference room like a lion entering its pride. The board members straighten in their seats, their eyes hungry and expectant. Every single one of them is a vulture in a tailored suit, only here for one thing, the promise of green. Lucky for them, I'm about to feed their insatiable appetite. Sitting in the front row is Igor, my lead chemist. His expression is calm and focused. As I take my seat next to him at the head of the table, the air is taut with anticipation. Good morning, gentlemen. I begin talking, my fingers dancing over the remote control. The lights dim, and the presentation flickers to life on the screen behind me. Ready to have your minds blown? A small laughter ripples across the room, but as the first slide appears, their eyes widen. As you can see, Tromoxine isn't just meeting expectations, it's exceeding them. Profits are up 200% from last quarter. I tap on the next slide, revealing another dramatic graph. As you can see here, demand isn't just going up, it's reaching astronomical levels. A murmur of recognition echoes through the room. I click through the slides, each one more impressive than the last. Bar graphs climb like skyscrapers, pie charts bulge obscenely, and line graphs soar off the charts. It's financial pornography, and my audience is getting off on it. Here, you will note, I say, gesturing to a particularly gaudy chart, our market penetration is unprecedented. We're not just cornering the market, we're choking the life out of our competition. By the time I reach the final slide, the board members are practically salivating on the table. I sit down and settle back with a smirk on my face. Any questions? The room falls silent, then erupts into excited chatter. It's clear that I've hooked them, line and sinker. But as the excitement reaches its peak, a throat-clearing sound cuts through the conversation. All eyes turn to Dr. Yuri Volkov. The man looks distinctly uncomfortable.
Mr. Korolev,
he begins, his voice hesitant.
While our financial success is undeniable, it seems that we've encountered some issues.
I feel my jaw tighten. Please elaborate, Dr. Volkov. Volkov adjusts his glasses, avoiding eye contact.
There have been reports of adverse effects in a small patient group.
I frown. Can you be more specific? What effects? He takes a deep breath and adjusts his glasses again. Sweat breaks out on his temple, and his hands are shaking slightly. If I didn't know better, I'd think the man's afraid.
Well, 2 cases of severe liver damage, 3 kidney failures, and...
He looks up over his glasses.
Some fatalities, sir.
The room goes silent in an instant. I lean forward, my heart rate picking up slightly. Fatalities? I ask, keeping my voice level. How many are we talking about?
3 confirmed,
he replies quietly, sliding a report across the table.
And 4 more patients with severe organ damage. Their prognosis is not optimistic.
Blood. This is not good. I review the pages, the numbers jumping out at me like accusations. 3 deaths, 4 people with organ damage, which is fucking concerning, yes, but in the broader context. What is the broader context? Have these cases been investigated? Have they consulted their doctor before taking the medication? Could they have been under the influence of alcohol when they took the pills? Dr. Volkov, I say, injecting calm confidence into my tone. While any death is regrettable, we must look at the bigger picture. Do we have solid evidence that tromoxine is directly responsible for these incidents? Could any other substance be involved? Many of our patients have complex medical histories. Correlation does not equal causation. Furthermore, how many patients are undergoing tromoxine treatment right now? He consults his notes.
Approximately 4.3 million, Mr. Korolev.
I turn to address the board. You heard it, gentlemen. 4.3 million patients actively taking tromoxine as we speak. And while these reports are concerning, we don't even know if these incidents are linked to the pill. The board members exchange glances, and I can practically see the wheels turning in their heads. Dr. Volkov opens his mouth to protest, but I cut him off. We must immediately investigate these cases, of course, but as of yet, I see no reason to alter our plans for expansion. I stop speaking and lock my eyes on Dr. Volkov. The poor bastard looks like he's about to piss himself, but he's not backing down.
Mr. Korolev,
he begins, his voice trembling but determined.
With all due respect, we can't simply brush this off. It's not just about the numbers, sir. While the direct cause of these deaths has not been confirmed yet, we can't afford to take any risks. Imagine how this could affect our reputation. It is our responsibility.
Responsibility? I snarl, slamming my hand on the table. Volkov flinches, but I don't give a shit. Our responsibility is to the millions who depend on tromoxine for its various benefits. You want to take that away based on what? A hunch? Volkov's face is pale, and I can see the fight drain out of his eyes. He slumps back in his chair, defeated. That's what I thought, I say, straightening up. Yes, we will investigate these cases, but I won't let that alter our expansion plans. The tension in the room slowly dissipates, replaced by the rustle of papers and the scraping of chairs as the board members prepare to leave. I've won this round, but somehow my victory feels hollow. I must take matters into my own hands and dig up the truth about those deaths. As the board members file out, their chatter fading like background noise, Igor comes up to me.
Pagan, we need to talk.
His voice is low but firm.
In private.
His jaw is set in a way that tells me this isn't going to be a pleasant conversation. He jerks his head toward a secluded corner, and I quietly follow. What is it, Igor? I growl once we're out of earshot. What's got you looking like you've seen a ghost? Igor runs a hand through his hair, a habit I've come to recognize as his tell for bad news.
Listen, Pagan, I'll just give it to you straight. Volkov's right.
I stare at him. What the fuck do you mean, Igor?
Astoasium, the magic bullet in tromoxine besides its psychoactive components. The FDA pulled it, made it illegal.
The words hit me like a slug to the chest. Are you fucking kidding me? When?
Last week,
Igor mutters, his eyes darting around the room, making sure that nobody hears us.
We need to pull tromoxine, boss. Now, until we figure out if we're somehow linked to those deaths.
Igor insists, his eyes boring into mine. I feel my teeth grinding, the muscles in my jaw jumping. Pull tromoxine? Are you out of your fucking mind, Igor? What about our 4 million patients, and the ones waiting for treatment? Igor's eyes narrow, his voice rising with each word.
We're tap dancing on the wrong side of the law here, Pagan. If we don't make a move, it will raise ethical concerns about the business. You know what the press can do with just a few viral articles. If we don't do something now, they might force us to close down the entire fucking operation.
I step closer, my voice dropping to a menacing growl. Listen good, Igor. We don't even know if those deaths are linked to us. Not a goddamn shred of proof. Don't you think we should investigate first? Igor doesn't back down, his breath hot on my face.
Boss, with all due respect, one of the main ingredients is illegal, and it's—
Then tweak the fucking formula, I snap, cutting him off.
You know we can't do that without stopping production. And that's not all, Pagan.
Igor leans closer, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper.
Someone's been sniffing around, asking questions.
I pause. You're telling me now? What questions?
Some woman contacted me,
he starts, slightly hesitant.
Claimed to be a psychiatrist, calling on behalf of the Board of Psychiatry and Neurology. Apparently one of her patients died from taking Tramoxine. She's one of those overzealous types who wants to know every fucking detail.
I feel the blood drain from my face, but I quickly compose myself. A psychiatrist? Did you get the name? Igor shakes his head.
She was probably using a fake name anyway, but she knew her shit, boss. Talked about autopsy reports, chemical compositions.
He pauses.
And she knows your name. She also knows that you're alive and keeping a low profile. I'm telling you, Pagan, this woman is dangerous.
I rub my jaw, my mind racing. Blood. This is the last fucking thing we need right now, Igor. Any idea how she found out about me? Igor shrugs.
No clue. But she said she had evidence that could bring down the entire operation. Her words, not mine.
Motherfucker. I rub my eyes and lean against the wall. Punching a hole through it suddenly seems like a tempting idea. But instead of taking out my anger on the wall, I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone to dial Pavel.
I'm listening, boss.
My second-in-command's voice crackles through the line. Pavel, I need a favor, I tell him. Igor had a call from some mysterious woman claiming to be a psychiatrist. I need you to find out who she is ASAP. I'll text you her number in a minute. Call in favors if you need to. I want her name, background, everything.
Got it, boss, Pavel says. Send me the number.
I hung up the phone and turned back to Igor. He nods in understanding, but his expression remains grim.
What about Tramoxine?
I close my eyes for a moment, weighing my options. When I open them, my decision is made. We continue production for now. Scale back marketing, keep a low profile. We'll get our legal team ready. If this bitch wants to go to war with us, we'll give it to her. As Igor nods and turns to leave, I grab his arm. One more thing, Igor. This stays between us. No one else needs to know about our enthusiastic psychiatrist. Got it?
Chapter 24. Mindy. What do you want for dinner, baby? I ask Sharon. Chicken nuggets? Meatballs with pasta? Sharon shakes her head. I'm not hungry, Mommy, she mumbles, looking down at her feet. I furrow my brow. My daughter loves her food and never refuses dinner. How about your favorite, baby? I gently stroke her hair. Fish fingers with mashed potato? I'm not hungry, she repeats. My tummy hurts. She clutches at her stomach. I feel a flare of frustration. I should have known better than to let her eat almost an entire box of chocolate after lunch. Despite her protests, I managed to coax her into eating a few bites of toast and sipping some water. But I can tell she doesn't want it. The rest of the evening passes in a haze of worry and guilt. I keep a close eye on her, hoping her stomach ache will magically disappear, but her discomfort lingers. As bedtime approaches, I decide that a good night's sleep might be just what she needs. I run a warm bath, but even as I lift her into the tub, she still looks pale and weak. "All right, Miss Grumpy Tummy," I say, keeping my voice light. "Time for your royal bath." She gives me a tiny smile. "Can Mr. Quackers come too?" she asks, pointing at her favorite rubber duck. "Sure, sweetheart. It wouldn't be a bath without Mr. Quackers, right?" I grab Mr. Quackers from the shelf and plop him into the tub, adding exaggerated quacking noises that draw giggles from Sharon. As I'm washing her hair, Sharon looks up at me. "Mommy, if I eat all my veggies tomorrow, will my tummy stop being mad at me?" I chuckle. "Well, veggies are definitely better for you than all that chocolate you ate earlier. Maybe your tummy's just throwing a little tantrum because of that." "No more tantrums," Sharon mutters, poking at her belly. I smile, but I can't quite shake my worry. "How about this, baby? If you eat your veggies every day for the rest of the week, we can go to the ice cream shop this weekend. Deal?" Sharon's eyes light up. "Deal," she exclaims, then winces a little. "But maybe not too much. I don't want my tummy to hurt again." As her bedtime approaches and her small bedroom is awash in the gentle glow of the nightlight, Sharon nestles deeper into her pillow. Her eyes are droopy and her tiny arms wrap around my neck. I feel the softness of her stuffed rabbit pressing against my skin. "I love you, Mommy," she whispers before drifting off to sleep. I linger for a moment longer, listening to the peaceful rhythm of her breathing before quietly leaving her room and gently clicking the door shut behind me. I make my way to the living room and collapse onto the couch. The day's events replay in my mind. Alexis's visit, Sharon's shyness, and that box of chocolate my sister brought as a gift. I cringe at remembering how eagerly Sharon devoured most of it. I had been too relieved that she was interacting with Alexis to stop her. My eyes drift to my laptop on the coffee table, reminding me of the mountain of work I still need to tackle. It's the second week since that disastrous presentation and the embarrassing incident with Albert, and surprisingly, I still had no calls or emails telling me that I'm fired. But I know it's coming. It's not a question of if, but rather a when. I already handed in a few job applications and refreshed my LinkedIn profile. I just hope I can find something before Christine finds my replacement. "Mommy! Mommy!" The shrill cry of my daughter pierces through the quiet of the night, jerking me out of sleep. My eyes snap open, and I look at the clock on the wall. It's 2:34 a.m. Shit. I fell asleep on the couch, and Sharon's awake. I push myself up and rush to Sharon's bedside. She's curled up in a ball, her face contorted in pain as tears stream down her cheeks. "Mommy," she whimpers. "My tummy hurts so bad." I sit down on the edge of her bed and switch on the heart-shaped lamp on the wall. Its soft glow illuminates the room, casting shadows across my little girl's pale face. I place my hand on her forehead, feeling beads of sweat forming on her skin. "Oh, baby," I say softly, trying to soothe her. "It's okay. I'm here." But Sharon's pain only seems to intensify. Her breaths are becoming rapid and shallow, and she grows even paler. I frantically try everything I can possibly think of. Warm water, a gentle massage, her favorite bedtime story. But nothing brings her any relief. And with each passing moment, I feel more powerless and helpless to ease her pain. As Sharon's cries turn to agonized screams, I realize I can't handle this on my own. I call 911. "Hello? Please, I need an ambulance right away," I plead, my voice trembling slightly. "My daughter is in a lot of pain. Her belly started hurting in the evening, and it's just getting worse and worse." My words come out in a rush. "I understand, ma'am. Nothing to worry about." The operator's voice is calm and professional. "What's your location?" I give her my address. "Please hurry up. She's only 6. She's crying and I don't know what to do." "Help is on the way, ma'am," the operator assures me. "In the meantime, can you tell me exactly what could have led to this?" I take a shaky breath, trying to focus on the operator's questions. "She has a sharp pain in her stomach. She skipped dinner and ate a lot of chocolate after lunch, which was probably a mistake." I'm finding it hard to put 2 coherent sentences together. I try again. "She's been feeling unwell since, and now it's become unbearable." "Okay, try to remain calm, please." The operator's steady voice is a calming presence in the face of my panic. She probably talks to crying mothers all the time. "Help will be there soon. Is your daughter conscious and breathing normally?" I glance at Sharon, curled up on the bed. Her face is pale and streaked with tears. "Yes, she's conscious, but she's in a lot of pain. Please hurry." As I hang up the phone and return to Sharon's room to hold her trembling body, my mind whirls with a series of fears. What if it's something serious? What if it's not just the chocolate she ate? As usual, my mind conjures up worst-case scenarios. Appendicitis, food poisoning, a rare disease I've never even heard of. The fear is almost paralyzing. Your panicking isn't going to help, Mindy. It will only make matters worse. Suddenly, unbidden thoughts of Maron surface. Would he be here if he knew? Would he pace the floor, his eyes wild with worry for his daughter? Or would he be as absent in this crisis, just the way he'd been for the past 7 years? Oh my God, Mindy, stop it. The wail of approaching sirens jolts me back to the present. I look down at Sharon. Her face is still pale and pinched with pain. "Help is here, baby," I whisper, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "Mommy's got you. Everything's going to be okay." The distant wail of sirens grows louder. Flashing lights burst through the gaps in our curtains, painting the walls in a frantic dance of red and blue. The screech of brakes echoes through the quiet of the night, followed by the slamming of car doors and the urgent sound of footsteps on the stairs. A sharp knock on the door startles me. "Paramedics," a voice calls out. I rush to open the door, cradling Sharon in my arms. "Good evening, ma'am." The 2 uniformed paramedics move in immediately as I open the door. "My name is Tom, and this is my colleague Barbara." He looks at my baby girl. "And this is our little patient, right?" I nod. "Sharon." I gently lower her on the couch. She clings to me tightly, as if her life depended on it. "Hey, Sharon," Tom says, then looks at me. "Can you tell us what happened?" I quickly explain everything, making sure to mention every important detail. The chocolate, how she skipped dinner, and how she woke up in the middle of the night crying. "Was there any vomiting or fever?" the woman asks, checking Sharon's vitals. "No, just the pain." I shake my head, fighting tears. "All right, let's get this young lady to the hospital," the man says. "We can't be sure what it is until we properly examine her." "Hospital? Oh, God." Sensing my distress, the woman's hand lands gently on my shoulder. "It's all right, ma'am," she reassures me. "Children are resilient. They bounce back quickly. We'll do everything we can to help her." A quiet thank you and a nod is all I can manage. "Mr. Hoppy," Sharon whispers, and I run like a madwoman to fetch her the old beat-up bunny from her room. Don't worry, your daughter will get the best care, the woman reassures me again. As they prepare to lift Sharon onto the stretcher, I grab my sports jacket, catching a glimpse of myself in the hallway mirror. A pale, disheveled mother stares back, eyes wide with panic. Ready for transport, the guy announces, locking the stretcher into place. A moment later, we're on the move. Out the door, down the stairs, into the back of the ambulance. Buckle up, ma'am, the woman says, and I robotically follow her instructions. The siren starts up again, loud and insistent, and we're speeding off into the night. The back of the ambulance turns into a blur of activity, hands checking vitals, adjusting IVs, all while the vehicle sways and bumps beneath us. As we tear through the dark streets, I can't take my eyes off Sharon's fragile form. I'm squeezed into a corner in the back of the ambulance, clutching my daughter's small hand as if it were the last tether holding me to hope. The flashing red and blue lights cast an eerie glow over her pale face, washing it in shadows and colors that make her look hauntingly otherworldly. In that unsettling light, a thought creeps into my mind. One I wish I could push away, but it lodges itself deep inside me. It's obscure in its meaning, yet somehow I'm certain it holds a truth I can't ignore. Things will never be the same after tonight. I have no idea what that means. All I know is that it's true. And in my heart, I know there's no turning back. Chapter 25. Mindy. It's okay, sweetie, I whisper, brushing Sharon's sweaty hair back. I'm trying to sound calm, but inside I'm falling apart. Each little whimper from her feels like it's tearing me apart from the inside. The hospital looms ahead of us, all bright lights and stark walls. We screech to a stop and suddenly everything's mayhem. The gurney rattles across the floor. Doctors are yelling words I don't understand, and before I know it, they're whisking away my little girl. Mommy? Her faint cry echoes as the doors slam shut, leaving me alone in a sea of strangers. I end up in the waiting room, surrounded by uncomfortable chairs and the smell of bad coffee. There's no way I can sit still, so I pace. Back and forth, like a lioness in a cage. The clock on the wall seems to mock me with each tick. I abruptly stop my pacing. There's no way I can work today, not even from home. I quickly reach for my phone and type out a text to Christine. Hi, Christine. Sorry, but I need to take the day off. Sharon's in hospital. I take a deep breath and hit send. Surely this is my last day with Vision Media, but it doesn't matter anyway. I sealed my fate last week when I flashed my nudes in the boardroom, and with Sharon in hospital, can't even bring myself to care about my job. The office feels distant and unimportant. Those spreadsheets, the reports, the deadlines, all of it fades into insignificance. All I can think of is my daughter. My entire world has narrowed down to this hospital corridor and the emergency room where Sharon was taken. She has to get well. After what feels like forever, a doctor finally comes out with a thin manila folder in his hand. His serious face makes my stomach drop. Miss Williams, he says, unfortunately, your daughter's condition is more severe than we originally believed. Immediate surgery is necessary. His voice is neutral and professional, but his words knock the breath out of me. Severe condition? Immediate surgery? I understand. What's the problem? I choke out. It takes all my willpower to not lose balance and pass out from anxiety. What's going on with her, doctor? The doctor's face remains serious. Appendicitis. Her appendix is severely inflamed and needs to be operated on immediately. He hands me a piece of paper and a pen. Could you please sign this? Sign what? What exactly am I signing? I ask as my shaking hand fumbles for the pen. The agreement for us to perform emergency surgery on your daughter. My hand stops, hovering above the form. Is there absolutely no other option? I have no clue what I'm hoping for, but the idea of these doctors cutting my baby girl open feels unbearable. I'm afraid there isn't, Miss Williams, he says. If Sharon doesn't undergo surgery, there is a high risk of rupture, which can lead to dangerous infections like sepsis. He explains. I stare at him dumbly. What does that mean? To put it simply, her life may be at stake. The corridor spins around me, and I have to hold on to something to steady myself. I nod and sign the paper without really understanding what's happening. My brain has shut down, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The words, Sharon's life may be at stake, just don't fit together in my mind. The doctor senses my fear because he adds, Try not to worry too much, Miss Williams. Yeah, right. Like that's possible. Sharon is in good hands here. He continues. Besides, she's young and strong. Kids bounce back from these kinds of surgeries much quicker than us adults. His words are meant to be reassuring, but they feel hollow in the face of my terror. Still, I cling to them. The paramedics said the same thing. Maybe it's just what they're supposed to say in situations like this? Can I see her? I ask quietly. Before the surgery, I mean. The doctor nods. Of course. She's a bit groggy from the pain medication, but she's awake. She's down the hall, being prepared for the operation. I'm moving before he finishes speaking, my feet carrying me toward my daughter. At the end of the hallway, I spot her small form on a raised hospital bed, dwarfed by the machinery surrounding her. My heart clenches at the sight. As I approach, her eyes flutter open, struggling against the heavy pull of the pain meds. Mommy, she murmurs. I'm at her side in an instant, my hand finding hers. Everything's going to be fine, baby, I whisper. You're my strong little bunny, remember? I press a kiss to her forehead, inhaling her scent that is now tinged with antiseptic. All too soon, a nurse appears. I need to take her to the surgery room, ma'am. I watch helplessly as they wheel Sharon away. The double doors swing shut behind them with a finality that leaves me cold, and just like that, I'm alone again. The hospital corridor suddenly feels vast and empty around me. The loneliness that engulfs me feels cosmic in its intensity. I've never in my life felt so powerless, so helpless. Not even in my darkest days or after Emily's death. Emily's gone. Mom's gone. Maron's gone. I can't lose the one person who means everything to me, my daughter. I find myself slumping against the wall, my legs barely holding me up. A prayer, rusty from disuse, forms on my lips. Please, God, I whisper into the uncaring fluorescent lights. Let her be okay. Just let her be okay. I'll do anything, no matter what it is. The words hang in the air. They feel hollow, a desperate plea to a deity I'm not even sure I believe in anymore. But in this moment, I'd bargain with the devil himself if it meant keeping my daughter healthy. As the hours drag on, my body begins to rebel against the stress and the sleeplessness. My stomach growls. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday's dinner, but the thought of food turns my gut. My throat is parched, crying out for water. Yet I can't bring myself to leave this spot, afraid I'd miss news about Sharon. The bright neon light of the hospital ward bores into my skull, intensifying the dull throb behind my eyes. Exhaustion begins to weigh on me. I fight it, forcing my eyes to stay open, but I can't. My eyelids close, then open again. And again. And again. Eventually, a gentle touch on my shoulder snaps me out of my daze. I have no idea how much time has passed. I blink, disoriented, and find the same doctor standing over me. My eyes snap open, instantly alert, scanning his expression for answers. But before he can even speak, the room tilts, a disorienting whirl that makes my heart drop like a stone. Fear tightens around my throat, sharp and unrelenting, bracing me for the worst possible outcome. "Miss Williams, your daughter," he begins, biting his lower lip. And I'm sure I'm about to pass out.
Chapter 26. Maron. Earlier that day. I wake up with a painful erection. I'm not even surprised by it anymore. In my dream, I was with Mindy, fucking her until we were both spent. I breathe in deeply, my eyes still closed as I try to banish her image from my mind. It's futile. Of course it is. The memory of her perfect ass grinding against me, the sound of her moans, and the sweet taste of her cum on my tongue are all seared into my subconscious. It's the faint light by my bed that finally snaps me awake. I look to my right and realize it's my phone. I had put it on silent for the night, so the only indication of the incoming call is the glowing screen. I mutter a curse under my breath as I reach for the phone on the nightstand. "Hello?"
"Good morning, Mr. Korolev."
Mrs. West's voice greets me.
"I apologize for calling so early, but I must delay our meeting by an hour. There was a pipe burst in the building overnight, and I need time to handle the situation."
"No problem," I reply. "An hour later works for me." I put the phone back on the nightstand and almost immediately drift back off to sleep. By the time my eyes open again and I look at the clock, it's 10 a.m. Bljudak. I fucking overslept. That never happens to me. My head is still reeling from the dream I had about Mindy earlier. It feels real every goddamn time. I push myself up and sit on the edge of my bed for a while, trying to force my body awake. A cold shower is just what I need on a morning like this. I step into the bathroom, turn on the tap, and let the icy water cascade over me for 5 minutes. Once I feel ready, I shut off the flow, dry myself, and head to my wardrobe to choose some fancy clothes. I want to look presentable for my discreet visit to Willow Heights today. Today's meeting with Mrs. West has a very specific agenda: to discuss plans to support Sharon Williams. The whole thing is anonymous, of course. The idea is to set up a bank account with enough money to cover her school fees and her therapy sessions for her selective mutism. In return, Mrs. West will keep me updated on Sharon's progress. While it isn't strictly legal, it isn't illegal either. Mrs. West has agreed to cooperate, and I'm going to make sure she gets compensated for her efforts. I look at myself in the mirror, and I'm pleased with what I see. I almost look like a billionaire philanthropist instead of a ruthless Bratva leader, which suits me just fine. As I head to the garage to get my car, there's this strange feeling nagging at me, one I can't seem to shake. It's about Sharon, the little girl I saw on stage at the Willow Heights event last week. She triggered something in me. Something I locked away a long time ago. I can't name that feeling. All I know is that it's intense, primal, and it comes from a place I didn't even know existed anymore. I can't help but think it has something to do with the daughter I lost, Cordelia. It's more than just the physical resemblance between her and Sharon. She struggles with words the same way as Cordelia did. Because of her Down syndrome, it was tough for Cordelia to talk. I clearly remember the frustration in her eyes when she couldn't get her point across. And when she did, it was like fireworks going off. And then there's Sharon with her selective mutism. I barely know who she is. I don't even know who her parents are. All I know is that she is being raised by a single mother. But every time I think about her and the help she's going to get from me, something warms in my chest. It's like a shot at redemption for me. A chance to make a difference for a kid who needs it. Something I tried so fucking hard for my sweet Cordelia and failed. I check my watch and freak out. Fuck, I'm running late. Mrs. West is waiting for me and I can't keep her hanging. I start my car and weave into traffic. But just as I'm about to merge onto the highway, it hits me. The fucking documents. How could I have forgotten? After my meeting with Mrs. West, I have a crucial appointment with a major distributor for Tromoxine, and those papers are essential to seal the deal. It was me, Korolev. Head in the game, Modoc. I switch lanes and make a quick U-turn at the nearest junction, but as soon as I step into my office, my eyes are drawn to the cabinet door where I keep my documents. It's wide open. Which is fucking strange because I always lock it tight. Maybe you forgot to lock it last night. You're getting senile, Duboyov. Unless I'm not. The instincts I honed back in my Bratva days are screaming at me. My entire body is alert, ready for a fight. Something feels off. I slowly move forward, scanning the room like a predator assessing his domain. Everything looks normal, but I know it isn't. I never leave my cabinet unlocked. Keeping my hand close to the gun hidden in my pants, I search the room for intruders. There's no one. The room is empty. Once I'm sure there's nobody hiding in my office, I walk up to my cabinet and check the lock. It's intact. Whoever opened it had access to it. Maybe I am getting senile after all. Kakogo sharta, I mutter under my breath. I rummage through the cabinet, but everything appears to be in order. The files are neatly organized and undisturbed. Nothing is missing. Fucking strange. Relieved, I grab the documents I need and lock the cabinet, slapping the key back into my desk drawer. Time to focus on the main task for the day. Meet Mrs. West and set up an anonymous support fund for Sharon Williams.
What do you have in mind, Mr. Korolev?
Mrs. West addresses me in her office. I'd like to set up a support fund for Sharon, off the record. It's for her education. It will also cover any therapy she may need for her condition. Mrs. West's expression remains neutral.
May I ask why you wish to support her?
I hesitate. I guess I didn't think this part through. What am I supposed to tell her? That Sharon reminds me of my late daughter who passed away? Even I barely know why I want to help that little girl. Maybe it is just my fucked up way of seeking redemption, making up for all the terrible things I've done in my Bratva days. I was impressed by Sharon when I met her at the school event, I tell her. I believe she has a lot of talent and potential. I want to make sure she has the support she needs to overcome her condition. Now that sounded a lot better. Mrs. West smiles, but it's obvious that she's not buying it. It's like she's got X-ray vision for my bullshit.
Fine. You don't have to share your reasons with me, Mr. Korolev, she says. Whatever the case, this is very generous of you. Please email me the details of the account and I'll set everything up for you.
She glances at her watch, and I can tell she's eager to wrap up the conversation.
I'm sorry, but I must go. The plumbers are still fixing the pipe and they are waiting for me outside. Is there anything else I can help you with, Mr. Korolev?
Actually, there is, I reply, feeling slightly uncomfortable with what I'm about to ask of her. May I see Sharon for a minute, just to say hello? Mrs. West's smile fades.
I'm afraid that won't be possible, Mr. Korolev.
Why not?
She's not in school today. She is in hospital.
My internal alarm bells go off immediately. She's in hospital? Why the fuck would she be in hospital? My immediate instinct is to rush to her side, and I don't know why the fuck I feel this way. Why is she in the hospital? I ask. Mrs. West looks down at her hands.
Mr. Korolev, I'm afraid I can't give you any details. I'm sure you understand. And now, if you don't mind...
I feel my patience wearing thin. Which hospital? I snap, sounding more irritated than I intended. Mrs. West shifts uncomfortably, feeling the change of energy in the room.
Mr. Korolev, as I said, I can't share any personal information about our students.
She nervously clasps her hands.
It's a matter of confidentiality.
I clear my throat and try to keep my cool on the outside, but there's a fucking storm raging inside me. Perhaps we could bend those confidentiality rules, I growl. Mrs. West's eyes widen as she takes a step back.
What exactly do you mean, Mr. Korolev?
Mrs. West, I mean no harm, I say, softening my tone. I don't want to give the old woman a heart attack, but I need her to tell me where Sharon is. I just need to know which hospital Sharon is in. I pause. I reach into my pocket and place a wad of cash on the table in front of her, making a show of it. She stares at the stack of dollar bills and shakes her head.
No.
She looks up at me.
No, Mr. Korolev. I've been in this career for almost 40 years. I love this school and my job. I won't stain it like this.
She stands up and slides the wad of cash back to me.
Goodbye, Mr. Korolev.
As I meet her gaze, Mrs. West motions for me to exit. Fuming, I rise and storm out of her office. But just as I'm about to slam the door behind me, I feel a hand grip my arm. I turn around to see Mrs. West's eyes locked onto mine. She holds out her hand, cradling a piece of paper in her palm. I stare at it, and the words stare back at me. St. Mary's Pediatric Ward. I take the slip of paper and hold Mrs. West's gaze.
I don't need your money, and I don't need to know why you're looking for Sharon, Mr. Korolev,
she says, unwavering.
I trust your intentions are good. Just don't do anything stupid.
Fucking jackpot. I smirk and tuck the piece of paper into my pocket as I exit Mrs. West's office, striding down the school corridor. I don't know why, but I'm fucking ready to tear across town to find Sharon. I jump in my car and shut my eyes for a second. What the fuck am I doing? And why? I don't know the answer, and it's sure as shit I'm not going to figure it out now. All I know is that I would regret it for the rest of my life if I refuse to do what my gut is telling me. I must see Sharon, whatever it takes. Chapter 27. Maron. I pull up in front of St. Mary's Hospital. The parking lot is eerily empty, but through the glass doors I can see the lights coming from the reception area. I exit my Escalade and straighten my jacket before striding inside the building. The receptionist glances up at me with a professional smile.
Good afternoon, sir. How can I help?
I lower my voice. I'm here to see a patient, Sharon Williams. She's in the pediatric unit. He looks down, then types something into the computer.
Of course, sir. May I have your name?
I lean in closer to make sure nobody hears me. Maron Korolev. The receptionist frowns and continues typing. He then shakes his head.
I apologize, sir, but your name is not on the approved visitor list for Sharon Williams. Are you a relative?
Sort of, I answer. The guy raises an eyebrow.
Pardon me?
I clear my throat. I'm not a family member, but I still want to see her.
I understand, sir. Since your name is not on the list, I'm afraid I'm unable to grant access.
I don't think you understand. I don't need permission. I scan the room and pull out $100 from my wallet, placing it on the counter. Maybe this will change your mind. He looks around and slides the money under the guest book. Then he sighs and picks up the phone from the desk.
Paging Dr. Xanadan to reception?
What the fuck is this guy doing? I'm practically burning holes through his skull with my glare. Who the fuck does this pencil pusher think he is? My fists clench and unclench, and I can feel my rage bubbling beneath the surface. I'm an inch away from vaulting over the counter and showing this prick what real fear looks like. But then Sharon's face flashes in my mind. This isn't about my inflated ego or my pride. It's about her. So I plant myself in the waiting room, my leg bouncing with pent-up energy. Minutes later, Dr. Xanadan sweeps in like he owns the place, all crisp scrubs and calculated authority. The receptionist babbles something at him, his eyes darting to me like I'm a ticking bomb. Xanadan silences him with a hand gesture, then turns to face me.
How can I assist you, sir?
His voice is steady, but I catch the slight twitch in his eye. Good. He should be nervous. I stand up purposely, towering over him. I'm here to settle a patient's medical bills. Sharon Williams. She's in the pediatric unit.
Oh.
He stares at me with surprise.
I understand now, sir. Let me...
I move in close, catching a whiff of disinfectant on his skin. All I ask in return is to see her. Something flickers across Xanadan's face, but he quickly recovers. Smart man. He nods, crisp and professional.
I understand, sir. Will you follow me to my office, please?
For fuck's sake. I always hated bureaucracy, and these morons are making me hate it even more. But I keep my mouth shut and quietly follow him. I take a seat in Dr. Xanadan's office and watch him as he pulls up Sharon's file.
Sharon Williams, emergency appendectomy. Her insurance covers 53%, which doesn't include the hospital stay.
Cut the bullshit, Doc, I snap. Give me the number. He blinks, then answers.
That would be $4,872, sir. That covers everything. All expenses for the operation and hospital stay.
Right. Give me the bank details.
Certainly, sir.
He types something on the computer and turns the screen to me.
There you are, sir.
I pull out my phone and transfer the money before he can even finish speaking. Done. He blinks at me.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm going to need your details. I need to inform the patient's mother that...
I fix him with a glare. No, this is off the record.
I understand, sir, but for documentation purposes...
I'm really on the verge of losing my patience. My hand snaps out and I grip his shoulder. His eyes widen. I said it's off the record. Now, if we're finished here, I would like to see Sharon. I punctuate every word, not taking my eyes off him. Poor bastard looks like he's about to soil himself, but I'm beyond caring.
Follow me, sir,
he stumbles out. Lead the way, I command. As we head toward Sharon's room, my heart begins to race in my chest, like I'm walking into a firefight. What the fuck are you doing, Mudak? I still don't know the answer. All I know is that it's too late to back out. Not that I want to back out. I must see her. I must know what's wrong with her. I must understand why she's got me tied up in knots. We walk down long corridors for what feels like an eternity before we finally stop in front of a room. The door is closed. Xanadan turns to me.
She had her surgery last night. She is probably asleep right now, and she mustn't be woken up. I hope you understand, sir. This is in the interest of the patient.
I nod, loud and clear. I wait for the doctor to turn the corner and disappear before I push open the door. The room is a small one with just one bed. I pause at the doorway, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness before stepping inside. Slowly, the dim light reveals a small figure lying there. Sharon. Her golden hair is splayed across the pillow. She looks almost impossibly fragile amidst the tubes and the wires. My throat tightens at the sight of her. But before I move closer, something else catches my eye. There's a chair next to her bed, and in it, a woman is sleeping. In the dimness of the room, I can only make out her silhouette, the curve of her shoulder, the cascade of her hair. But as I take another step forward and the dim light from the hallway falls across her face, I almost stumble back and fall on my ass. It's Mindy. Mindy Williams is sleeping there. I feel like I was kicked in the head by a horse. My legs go weak and my breath comes in short as I stare at her. What the fuck is she doing here? Is she? Of course she is. My brain frantically scrambles for an explanation, and it doesn't take long to put two and two together. Sharon is raised by a single mom, and her surname is Williams. Sharon is Mindy's daughter, dickhead. Sharon is the same little girl you saw in Walmart with Mindy. Jesus Christ, I can't believe it. The little girl that stirred something buried deep inside me is Mindy's daughter. And her mother? Her mother is right here with her. For 7 grueling years, I stubbornly refused to acknowledge how fucking desperately I longed for her. And ever since I saw her in New York High, I've been jerking off to her memory every day like some horny teenager. And now, she is here, sleeping right in front of me, having no idea that I'm staring at her like some creep. I know I should exit the room before I wake her up, but I can't tear my eyes off her. She looks different, more mature, but still achingly beautiful. There are new lines around her eyes, a wariness in the set of her shoulders even as she sleeps. But it's unmistakably her, and she looks fucking incredible. As my initial shock begins to ebb, 1,000 questions flood my mind. And then it hits me like a freight train. If Mindy is Sharon's mother, and Sharon is 6, could she be... Motherfucker! No, I shake my head, trying to clear the impossible thought. If Sharon was mine, Mindy would have told me. She would have... Wouldn't she? Even if I ask myself this question, doubt creeps into my mind and lingers there like a dark shadow. How the fuck would she have told you? She thought you were dead, Modoc. She still thinks you're dead, for fuck's sake. I almost turn around and storm out of the room as the realization dawns on me. She's going to freak out if she wakes up and sees me standing here like an idiot. She's going to think she's seeing a ghost from the past. But I'm so overwhelmed by the weight of everything that I can't get my legs to move. It's like they've grown roots. A part of me wants to turn around and flee, to pretend I never saw the two of them. But another part, a much stronger one, keeps me there. I'm unable to look away from the woman I once fell for, and her child, who might be... mine? Could she be yours, Korolev? Why the fuck do you think she resembles Cordelia? Боже мой. My mouth goes dry in an instant. I open it and close it, but no sound comes out. I'm like a gaping fish fighting for air. Every single nerve in my body is screaming at me to move, to do something, but I'm paralyzed, locked in place by the sheer weight of my realization. And then, as if sensing my presence, Mindy begins to stir.
Chapter 28. Mindy. I wake up to the sound of Sharon's soft snoring. I flinch and shift in the uncomfortable chair, but my eyes remain closed. My back is sore from sleeping in a seated position for the last few hours, but I don't really care. All I care about is that my daughter's surgery was successful, and that I get to be by her side as she recovers. "The intervention was a success, Miss Williams," the doctor had said. "Sharon needs to stay here for a few days to recover, but she's out of danger." There are no words to express the relief I'd felt. I nearly jumped up and pulled the doctor into a big bear hug. Knowing that my baby girl would be okay felt like I'd been handed my life back. "Can I please stay with her?" I was practically begging the doctor. "Of course." He gave me a smile. "We can't provide relatives with a bed to sleep on, but if you're comfortable with a chair—" Of course I am," I'd said. I didn't care that I hadn't slept all night. I knew I'd sleep on broken glass if it meant I could be near Sharon. My sweet baby girl. She's barely 6, yet she's already a fighter. She overcame 2 big challenges very recently. First, she bravely spoke in front of a live audience at her school event. And now, barely a week later, she came out of major surgery stronger than before. I could not be prouder of her. I sense movement in the room and hear the door open, followed by soft voices drifting in from the hallway. My eyes flutter open slightly, but I close them almost immediately, flinching against the dim light. It's probably just the nurse coming to check on Sharon. But the movement stops. Nothing happens. The room is still. Yet the sense of someone nearby presses in on me. I feel a presence in the room, silent and motionless, but unmistakable. I don't know why, but my pulse begins to quicken. My heart rate picks up. I'm no longer sleeping. My eyes snap open like a door flung wide. My vision is blurry at first, slowly adjusting to the dim light spilling in from the hospital corridor. I catch sight of my daughter's peaceful, sleeping form on the bed beside me. She's still, but the steady rise and fall of the bedsheet reassures me of her soft breathing. Then, as my gaze shifts toward the doorway, my heart drops. There's a figure standing there, and I can tell it's not the nurse. Unless it's a male nurse, a very tall and broad one. But somehow I know it isn't. My eyes are wide open now, drawn to the silhouette of this man and his magnetic aura. I know this man. His muscular frame falters slightly, and even in the dim light I can see he's as shocked as I am. He takes a cautious step back as if trying not to scare me. "Don't freak out," is all he says. But it's already too late. I am freaking out. Because if I didn't know better, I'd think the man standing in front of me is... Oh my God. Maybe I'm still sleeping and this is just a ridiculous dream. Maybe I'm so exhausted from the stress of yesterday that my mind is concocting this bizarre scenario. But as my eyes dart around the room, searching for any signs to confirm my theory, I realize with a sinking certainty that this is no dream. My senses are awake, acutely alert, heightened to the point that I can practically feel the pounding of my heart in my eardrums. This is reality, and the man standing before me is all too real. I knew it. I whisper, my mouth moving of its own accord. I knew you were out there. It's It's all that comes out. A second later, the room turns upside down and begins to spin around me. Another second later, the world goes black. Mindy, wake up. A voice almost unnaturally deep seeps through the thin veil of my daze. I mutter something under my breath, then shift my weight. I can feel the fog of unconsciousness slowly lifting. I'm disoriented, and a strange heaviness presses down on me. Fragments of who I'd just seen, his face, his impossible presence.
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Bienvenidos, bienvenidas a un programa especial. Hoy se van a conocer los 13 jugadores y el seleccionador, que ya lo sabéis que es Narcís, de la selección española de la Kings Cup Nations de la selección española. Así que por favor, un fuerte aplauso porque estamos en la tienda en Barcelona de JD. Bueno, no voy a estar solo, voy a estar acompañado y además con el presidente de la selección española. Fuerte aplauso para DJ Mario.
A ver. ¿Cuánta gente?
¿Qué tal, Mario? ¿Me has tenido regalos para mí?
Ah, no es para ti, no me jodas. ¿Dónde los dejamos?
Pues debajo del árbol.
Es para luego. Sí.
Venga, debajo del árbol,
Luego.
debajo del árbol.
Vamos a verlo ahí.
Pensaba que eran para mí, macho.
No, luego los vemos.
¿Estás tú como presidente de...
Flood back into my mind. Mindy. The deep voice calls out again, steady and insistent. My senses reluctantly return. I open one eye, catching sight of the tall figure standing above me. I'm immediately hit by a jolt of recognition, pinning me to the spot as if I've been nailed in place. Maron, I blurt, staring at him in disbelief. It's him. It really is him, and he's alive. I have no idea what he's doing here. I have no clue how he found us. 1,000 questions flood my mind, but I don't care about them. All these years of secretly longing for him suddenly come crashing down on me like an avalanche. I don't care about the past. I don't care about how he pushed me away so violently all those years ago. All I care about is that he's alive and that he's here. Holy crap, he's here. The years have been unbelievably kind to him. He looks even more lethally drop-dead handsome than I remember. His chiseled jawline coupled with his 5 o'clock shadow is just as gorgeous as ever. I can't tear my eyes away from him. With his cheekbones that could cut glass, artfully tousled hair, and aura of brutal masculinity, Maron is still the ultimate portrait of male beauty. My mouth goes dry just drinking in the sight of him. But there's more to this moment than just seeing him again. Our eyes lock, and in that silent exchange, everything we once felt, the longing, the heartache, the years of separation, flows between us without a single word. It's as if we're speaking a language only we understand. A silent telepathy that holds all the emotions we've been pushing down all these years. Maron, I begin to say, but my throat suddenly feels clogged. My gaze moves to Sharon's sleeping form clinging desperately to Mr. Hoppy. It's a miracle the hospital staff hasn't confiscated that worn bunny for a hygiene wash. Is she yours? Maron finally asks, his eyes drifting toward my slumbering daughter beside me. I gulp. She is. As if on cue, Sharon begins to stir. She shifts her body and slowly opens her eyes. Eyes as strikingly blue as her father's. Then the most bizarre thing happens. My baby girl blinks, and her eyes dart between Maron and me, eventually landing on Maron. Hi, she murmurs. Hello, Maron replies, like it's the most natural thing ever. Did you come to see me? Sharon says, giving Maron a smile. Maron returns her gesture. Yeah. My mind reels in disbelief. Is this really happening? Is my daughter speaking to Maron, or is my brain conjuring illusions? My eyes dart between the two of them as my mind frantically scrambles for answers. You two know each other? Maron remains quiet, but Sharon nods. We met at story night, Mommy. You are the best storyteller in the whole school. Maron chimes in, winking at my daughter. I gape at the two of them, trying to put two and two together, but my head's a mess. A clusterfuck of confusion, one might say. It stumbles over questions, desperately grasping for any way to make sense of the impossible scene unfolding before me. How are we feeling, little one? A nurse enters with her trolley, greeting Sharon with a friendly grin. I'm sorry, but I'll need you both to wait outside, she adds, turning to Maron and me. It's time for Sharon's medication. She glances at Sharon again, with a practiced smile. Besides, I bet our little patient could use some more sleep, right? Sharon remains mute. Of course, I quickly tell her. In fact, I think it's best if you go home, ma'am. Your daughter really needs some rest, and I bet you do too. You can come back tomorrow, during visiting hours. But can I just... You heard the nurse, Mindy. This time it's Maron. And Sharon's a brave girl. I bet she'll be fine on her own for one night. All right, Sharon? To my surprise, my daughter nods and addresses Maron. Will you come to see me again? Sure thing, kiddo. Maron winks. I'll come back soon, I promise. I stare at the two of them, unable to mask my shock. If I hadn't witnessed their exchange with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was real. I know it's ridiculous, but if hearts could melt, mine would be a puddle of mush right now. Like a stick of butter left too long in the microwave. Soft, warm, and so gooey that even a family of ants would find it hard to resist. I move to Sharon's bedside and bend down to give her a gentle peck on the forehead. Are you sure you're going to be okay without me for the night, sweetheart? I'm probably acting like an overprotective mother, but we haven't spent a single night apart since the day she was born. Yes, Mommy. Mr. Hoppy is here with me, she says, still holding on to his stuffed bunny. Okay, baby. I kiss my little fighter's temple. I'll see you first thing tomorrow morning, okay? I follow the nurse outside, Maron close behind me. The door closes, cutting off the soft beeping of machines. The corridor stretches before us, a stark contrast to the intimate bubble of Sharon's room. Fluorescent lights hum overhead. The air is thick with the sharp scent of disinfectant. Nurses and doctors hurry past, their shoes squeaking on the polished floor. My head is spinning. The stress and exhaustion of the past day is hitting me hard. Or maybe it's simply Maron's proximity, his body heat radiating close to mine. I turn to face him. The intensity of his stare holds me captive, igniting something within me that I thought was long gone. Memories flood my mind, rushing back with an overwhelming force. And just like it did all those years ago, my body begins to react. I want to run. I want to stay. I want to slap him. I want to kiss him. I want to tear his clothes off and throw myself at him. The conflicting impulses war within me, and still, for the first time in 7 years, I recognize a feeling that I thought I'd long forgotten. I feel alive. Truly, undeniably alive. Mindy. Maron breaks the heavy silence. His eyes roam over me. After all this time, you're still... He trails off, but the heat in his eyes speaks volumes. I swallow hard, fighting the urge to close the distance between us. I didn't think I'd see you again, I whisper. Neither did I, he says, moving a little closer. His proximity completely overwhelms my senses. The scent of him, the cedarwood, spice, danger, is making my head spin. I feel a tingling down below, bringing back memories from all those years ago. My body's reaction to Maron Korolev hasn't changed. No, not in the slightest. I want to say something, but whatever it is, it gets caught in my throat. I missed you like crazy. Sharon is yours. Why didn't you tell me you're alive? Instead of spilling it all out, I just stand there gaping at him, engulfed by the sheer absurdity of the situation. 7 years of separation, heartache, longing, along with countless sleepless nights spent thinking about him, all culminate in this moment. And now, after all this time, he's here, thrown back into my life, stirring up memories I thought I'd buried. Maron, I whisper, I think we have a lot to talk about. He nods. Let's go, he says casually, like we're picking up a conversation from yesterday. Chapter 29. Mindy. As we stroll through the hospital parking lot, I wrap my flimsy cardigan tighter around me. It's freezing cold outside. I was too caught up in the chaos to even think about grabbing a coat before I rushed to be with Sharon. Maron takes off his jacket and drapes it over my shoulders. Thanks, I say, feeling the instant relief from the warmth. God, it feels so good. It's a small gesture, but no one has looked out for me like this in the past 7 years. Frankly, no one ever gave two shits if I was freezing or sweltering. We're here, he announces as we reach his black Escalade. I immediately recognize the license number. So it's true after all. I knew it was him I saw a few weeks ago. New York High. The parking lot of the ice cream shop. A thought crosses my mind. Has he been stalking me? I choose to keep that question to myself. I'll find out everything soon enough. All in good time. Same ride, I comment. He shrugs. They don't make cars as good as these anymore. He unlocks the sleek black vehicle with the press of a button, and we slide into the soft leather interior. He says nothing as we pull out onto the road. I sneak furtive glances at him from the corner of my eye, studying the hard line of his jaw and the shadows dancing across those razor-sharp cheekbones. After all these years, he's still the most breathtakingly beautiful man I've ever seen. Where are we going? I ask. You'll see, he replies. Right. Typical Maron. If I had doubts about whether it's really him, they dissipate in an instant. So I settle back into the luxurious car seat and let my eyes flutter shut. I don't push for answers. I'm too exhausted to do so anyway. I just want to enjoy that he's here with me and that it feels completely natural. Like everything we've been through together happened yesterday. But as we drive through the city, my mind begins to wander. Where the hell has he been all this time? He just let me believe he was dead for the last 7 years? And now he just walks back into my life like it's the most normal thing ever. And how can he stay so calm? All of a sudden, I feel my emotions surge. I want to yell at him, punch him, and let out all the frustration and pain I've been bottling up since he disappeared. By the time we pull into an underground garage beneath a huge skyscraper, there's a storm raging inside me. Let's go, he says casually, oblivious to my internal storm. He brings the car to a halt, and the soft purr of the motor stops. I still don't know where we're going, I tell him, trying to hide my rising anger. I know it won't lead to any good if I let it out now. There is a time for everything. You need new clothes, he says. From here, I squeak. From here. A ghost of a smile plays across his lips. You can't be walking around in that glorified tissue paper you call a top. Okay, this guy is definitely Maron Korolev, though I must admit he's got a point. But then again, the dumpster chic aesthetic of my outfit is the least of my problems right now. We get out of the car and Maron leads me toward a place that looks like the Taj Mahal of shopping centers. If I didn't know better, I'd think we just landed in Dubai of all places. I'm eyeing the storefronts and admiring the lavish displays, each one more extravagant than the last. A simple top in one window probably costs more than my entire monthly salary, making me wonder if I've stumbled into a parallel universe where fashion reigns supreme and sanity takes a backseat. The opulence of the place is overwhelming. As soon as we enter the first shop, Maron goes full Pretty Woman on me, minus the prostitute backstory. Dresses, shoes, makeup, all costing more than my monthly rent, end up in our pile. I resist him. Of course I do. But he's relentless. Eventually, I give up and allow him to give me the ultimate princess treatment of ultimate princess treatments. By the time we finish our insane shopping frenzy, I'm pretty sure we've left a dent in the market that'll be talked about for the years to come. Thank you, Maron. You really didn't have to. I try telling him as we exit the last boutique. You needed it. He cuts me off. Just take it. Okay, mister. Once we dropped our shopping in the trunk and got back inside his car, Maron turns toward me. You're here, is all he says. But there's so much emotion, so much longing in those words that my heart begins to race again. And it's more than just that. I also feel my body beginning to heat, and the familiar tingling in my pussy growing stronger. And then, as if he could sense every tumultuous thought and feeling swirling within me, he leans in and kisses me. Just like that. And it's like fireworks going off. 7 years of pent-up longing explodes, releasing the energy of a dying star. His lips ravage mine with a wild force that sweeps me away. He kisses with primal desire like a man possessed. He kisses like he wants to fuck me right here, right now. Like he wants me to scream his name, shake with ecstasy, and be completely undone in his hands until I'm reduced to a puddle of need and want. We finally break apart, both of us panting heavily. Put your seatbelt on, he commands. What? Why? I pant, barely catching my breath. He glances at me briefly. You said we need to talk, he responds with a smug expression. We're going somewhere. We can talk. Chapter 30. Mindy. New York High. The sign that's become iconic in my life flashes above the entrance as we pull into the parking lot. The maitre d' escorts us through the swanky dining room, and we plop down in a cozy booth, gazing intently at each other. After a few moments of tense silence, Maron casually throws out, So, how's life been treating you? I close my eyes for a moment. How do I even begin answering his question? Do I tell him about the crushing loneliness since he left? What it's like to be a single mother in New York? How Sharon's selective mutism is bringing new challenges? Or that she just had a serious surgery and we weren't sure she was going to come out of it? Maybe I should tell him about the pain I'd felt when I thought he got shot and died. Or maybe I should finally explain to him what happened on the night when everything fell apart. That Maurice stupidly mixed Tremoxin with alcohol, and that I was only trying to help him. Or that I had nothing to do with Alexis exposing Tremoxin to the public. Then again, all that was an eternity ago, and this clearly isn't the time to tear open old wounds. Maybe there won't ever be a time. All I know is that I'm exhausted from barely sleeping last night, and I'm just happy that my daughter is going to be okay. And that right now, I just want to sit here and simply enjoy seeing Maron again. Taking every day as it comes, I reply. It sounds so lame, but it's all I can come up with right now, and I'm not lying per se. If anything, I'm giving him a vague version of the truth. Maron clears his throat and locks eyes with me. I saw you here with some guy, he nonchalantly remarks, but I can sense a hint of emotion in his tone. I raise my eyebrow. What guy? Nesbit? The one who could only talk about his investments, and I had to fake an emergency call from Betty just to escape that dreadful date. And he saw me? What the hell was he doing here anyway? I give Maron a disapproving look. You can't be serious, Maron. I am. He nods earnestly. I was sitting right here, and you were at that table over there. He gestures towards the secluded corner. I shake my head. And? Are you two a thing? He asks after a short silence. I roll my eyes. I can't believe he's doing this. If you have to know, we aren't. It was a failed date. Never saw the guy after that. Right. Maron nods. He doesn't show any emotion, but I know him well enough to tell that he's relieved. And that makes me happy. Why the hell does that make you happy, Mindy? And who were you here with? I want to bite back the question, but it's out before I can think better of it. What if he says something like, "Oh, just celebrating the arrival of our third child with my wife"? Maron visibly clenches his jaw. My girlfriend. Instantly, a surge of irrational jealousy hits me, but I force it down. It's my fault. I set up a trap for myself, then walked right into it. It was our last dinner together. He adds, it's over. This time it's my turn to feel relieved. I don't show him any of that, of course. Silence stretches between us, weighted with lingering glances and unvoiced questions. So, Maron smirks. Looks like we're both single. I give a small, shaky nod, and my attention unwillingly drops to the plush curve of his mouth. Small correction, I whisper meaningfully. I'm a single mom. Maron goes crystalline still, and the air suddenly feels thicker. I can tell he's got questions, but I know it would be stupid to jump the gun and dump everything on him now. She's a cute kid, is all he says. A smile plays at the edge of his mouth, but I can feel the tension beneath. She's the best, I smile, then pause. So, you met my daughter how exactly? Our daughter, I should say. Well, he pauses, then lifts one foot over the other. I was invited to the school event, and Sharon came up to me. I heard all about it. I look at him intently. I just didn't know who she was talking to. Where were you then? He asks, turning the conversation back to me. Oh, funny you should ask. I was busy presenting my nudes in a boardroom full of executives. Work, I say curtly, but my heart begins to race for two reasons. First, Maron bringing up the school event I missed just breaks my heart all over again. Second, if Maron was there, it must mean he has kids who go to Willow Heights. Why else would someone go to an event like this? So you're hanging out at school events now, Maron? I ask. He smirks. Not as often as you might think. I tilt my head, waiting for an explanation. But my heart is beating so hard in my chest that I worry it might just leap out and start tap dancing on the table. Maron, seemingly oblivious to my internal struggle, takes a deep breath. After that crazy night, you know, the lunch party. He trails off. We don't have to go there if you don't want to, I say quickly, which is stupid. I want us to go there. I want an explanation. Let's just say my life took a different direction. He pauses before adding, As for Willow Heights, I am one of their regular donors. That's why I got invited to Sharon's event. I release a breath I had no idea I was holding, and I can feel my shoulders relax. That is very generous of you, is all I tell him. The waiter appears and places our food in front of us. The delicate aroma of butter and herbs wafts from the perfectly seared salmon fillet. My mouth begins to water. I only had a bag of chips all day, one I got from the vending machine at the hospital. Maron stares at me, the intensity of his eyes boring into mine. Let's get some wine, he suggests. Might not be the smartest move. I glance at him. I haven't eaten all day. He smirks. All the more reason we should get some, he says, and orders the wine before I could even respond. Less than a minute later, the waiter brings a fine bottle of French red wine to our table and expertly pours 2 glasses. Maron smoothly picks up a glass and hands it to me, clinking his own against it. To the unlikely reunion, he adds, I should not be drinking right now. It's stupid, irresponsible, but I still go with the flow. Maybe I just can't resist his charm. It's undeniable that he has the same effect on me that he had all those years ago before Sharon was even born. 3 glasses of wine later, I feel my cheeks getting rosy and my inhibitions loosening with each sip. The deep blue inside Maron's eyes is also becoming slightly glassy. I fucking missed you, Mindy, he says. It's just the wine talking. I smile at him as I finish my glass. My head is a little woozy, and I can feel my libido rising. I haven't felt this way in 7 years, and I'm not sure how to feel about it. I can tell where this is going, and I don't know if I'm ready for it. But before I could protest or even voice my concerns, Maron orders another bottle, and I know there's no turning back.
Chapter 31. Maron. We make our way inside the mansion. I can tell she's a little tipsy as she looks around, taking in the scenery.
Not much has changed here.
I can't fucking believe you're here, Mindy, I tell her, gently pressing her against the wall. She looks up at me, our faces close. I can almost feel her breath on my lips. And as I look at her, every fucking part of my being is begging me to close the gap between us. She's even more beautiful than I remember.
Well, I am,
she whispers, smiling shyly. I lean in to kiss her. It feels as effortless as breathing. The weight of the last 7 years evaporates in an instant, collapsing into a single moment. It's like everything we've been through happened yesterday, like we're picking up from where we left off as if no time had passed at all. She doesn't resist. If anything, she responds with an urgency that matches my own. Her fingers thread through my hair, and a soft moan escapes her lips as she draws me closer and closer. I lose myself in the kiss, in the familiar yet electrifying touch of her mouth against mine. My hands explore the curves of her body, each caress awakening memories I've carried through our years apart. The distance between then and now dissolves, making those endless days of separation, those lonely moments of jerking off in the shower, feel like nothing more than a passing dream. I break away from her lips and lift her in one fluid motion. She lets out a tiny shriek in surprise, but her arms instinctively wrap around my neck. Let's go upstairs, I growl, my voice rough with desire. My cock is rock hard, and my heart races against my chest. Reaching my bedroom upstairs, I kick the door shut behind us and press Mindy against it. My mouth moves to her neck, eagerly ravaging it. She gasps as I nip her sensitive skin, her fingers digging into my shoulders.
Fuck, Maron,
she pants. We frantically tear at each other's clothes, desperate to feel skin on skin. Buttons pop and fabric tears, but I don't give a fuck. All I care about is getting this woman naked as quickly as possible. Take those off, I growl. I need you fucking naked. She doesn't object. Her bra and panties drop to the floor, landing on the pile. Bоже мой, she's a fucking goddess. I look her over, devouring her stunning shape with my eyes, greedily taking in every perfect inch. I can't believe how fucking incredible she looks. Motherhood has only intensified her beauty. Every one of her curves is immaculate. Her breasts heave with each breath, her nipples stiff and aching for my touch. They're plumper than I remember, ripe and eager for my mouth to claim them. The sway of her hips, the silky expanse of her stomach, the clean-shaven pussy, all mine for the taking. Lysiska, you're fucking stunning, I growl possessively. Lysiska, I haven't said that word out loud for the last 7 years. Yet as she stands naked before me, it feels more fitting than ever. Suddenly my phone starts to ring. I have no idea where I left it, but I know exactly who is calling. It's Eva. I was supposed to change her ringtone and delete her number. I just hadn't done it yet. But I can't be bothered with that right now. I rip off the remains of my shirt, tearing the fabric as I toss it aside. With one swift motion, I yank down my pants, letting my throbbing cock spring free. Mindy's eyes hungrily devour my body. She bites down on her plump lower lip as her gaze lingers on my rock-hard length. All the pent-up desire I've held for her over the past 7 years consumes me like a raging inferno. The desire I tried so fucking hard to push down and hide from. All because I was too stubborn to admit it to myself. But now that she's here, bare and ready in front of me, I can't wait any longer. I don't want to. I have to be inside her, right now. I lift her again and carry her to the bed that dominates the room, as big as a boxing ring. I lay her down and crawl over her, caging her body with mine. Our lips meet again in a searing kiss as I settle between her thighs. The heat of her pussy radiates against my cock, and it takes every ounce of self-control not to thrust into her immediately. I trail a series of tiny kisses down her neck and across her collarbone, making her body squirm. I take my time exploring her skin with my mouth, savoring every gasp and moan I draw from her lips. When I finally take an erect nipple into my mouth, she arches, bucking against me with a cry of pleasure.
Fuck, Maron,
she whimpers as I kiss her breasts. Her moaning and the tone of her voice send a fresh surge of arousal through me. I continue to suck on her nipple, moving my fingers down to explore her hot sex. She trembles beneath my touch, her hips rising to meet my hand, desperate for more contact. Then I slide 2 fingers into her slick pussy, and her head tips back, a guttural moan escaping her throat. Tell me what you want, Lysiska, I growl against her lips. A flush spreads across her cheeks.
I need you to fuck me, Maron,
she whimpers.
Fuck me hard.
That's my girl. I smirk, positioning myself at her entrance and gently rubbing the head of my cock against her slick folds. She's soaking wet for me, and it's all the invitation I need. With one powerful thrust, I plunge into her, It's like heaven on steroids. She cries out in ecstasy, her eyes rolling back as her nails rake down my back. Her walls clench around me, pulsating against my throbbing cock. I fuck her deep and hard like there's no tomorrow, because frankly, I don't know if there is. But don't think of that now. I bury myself to the hilt inside her tight heat, both of us crying out at the overwhelming sensation. The years of separation dissolve in this moment of pure, raw connection. Then she wraps her legs around me, bucking her hips against mine in raw, wild movements. I fuck her with everything I've got, pouring all of my conflicting emotions into each wild thrust. All the grief, anger, and confusion I've been feeling fade away, turning into fireworks of sensation. In this moment, there's only me and her, our bodies and souls melting into one another. 7 years of longing dissolving in this perfect union of flesh and desire. You feel fucking incredible, Ishishka, I groan. So fucking tight and wet for me. I smack her ass, and she moans in response. Her nails are leaving angry red marks on my back, but I don't care. The pain only spurs me on, mixing with pleasure until I can barely tell them apart. I grip her hips tightly, angling my thrust to hit that spot deep inside her that makes her whole body tremble.
Yes! Oh God, Maron, don't stop.
Mindy throws her head back with a loud moan.
Fuck me harder.
I keep pounding into her relentlessly. The headboard slams against the wall with each animalistic thrust. I briefly wonder if the entire household can hear us, but I can't bring myself to care. Let them hear everything. Let them all know that this woman belongs to me.
Maron,
she gasps, back arching.
I'm gonna come. I'm coming. Fuck.
Then fucking come for me, baby, I command. Come all over my cock. My words push Mindy over the edge. Her back arches as she cries out my name, and her walls clench rhythmically around me. The sight and feel of her coming undone beneath me is all too intense, and I can feel my own orgasm building, coiling tight in my crotch. I let out a primal groan, and with a final powerful thrust, I bury myself to the hilt and let go. The orgasm tears through me like a fucking gunshot. I feel myself come deep between her legs, filling her with wave after wave of warm cum. We finish together, our bodies trembling and convulsing in a mind-blowing explosion of ecstasy. I'm gasping for air, sweat dripping down my body. Then, as if on cue, the stupid phone rings again. And it's the same fucking ringtone as before. I know it's Eva calling, the last person I want to talk to, especially now. The phone rings 5 times, then stops. Good.
That was...
Mindy stammers, gasping for air.
You are incredible.
She purrs like an exhausted but content kitten. You're not too bad yourself, I tease her, continuing to trail passionate kisses down her neck and shoulder. Then I brush her hair aside and hold her warm body tight against my chest. That's when my fucking phone with Eva's ringtone rings for the 3rd time. Chapter 32. Maron. I only glance at my phone screen hours later. 7 missed calls from Eva and the voicemail. I'm really not in the mood to call her back, especially with Mindy sleeping next to me. But when I go to the bathroom, I decide to take my phone with me and listen to the voicemail.
Maron, please, help me. I did something stupid. Please, help.
She's obviously drunk because she's slurring. I don't really know what to make of it, but honestly, I can't bring myself to care. She still hasn't presented any proof of her alleged pregnancy, and at this point, I'm convinced she isn't pregnant at all. As far as I'm concerned, she can drink as much as she wants. I head back to the bedroom and plop down on the bed next to Mindy. I missed you, I blurt, immediately regretting the words, even though they're true. Despite our relationship being fresh and fragile, Mindy doesn't seem to mind my honesty.
I missed you too,
she whispers back.
More than you'll ever know.
She pauses, letting the silence stretch between us. But then her expression darkens. Her eyes suddenly look haunted in the dim light, and I know exactly why. I know there's an elephant in the room we need to address. Well, multiple elephants. 7 years of unspoken words hang between us. A series of events and betrayals that tore our relationship apart all those years ago. I watch her fingers nervously trace patterns on the bedspread, and it hits me how she feels simultaneously so familiar and so foreign. There's still a lot we need to talk about. We both know that. As she turns to face me fully, her voice comes out low and intense, full of emotion.
So, about Maurice,
she starts, but I decide to cut her off. I don't want to talk about Maurice right now. There's something more pressing on my mind. What about Sharon's father? I ask. Mindy's breath catches. She opens her mouth, then closes it again. It is obvious that she's caught off guard and struggling to find the words.
Sharon,
she trails off.
Her father...
Mindy, what happened? I press, sensing the tension in her voice. I must know the truth. Is he dead? Did he hurt you? The thought makes my blood boil. If some abusive cunt knocked her up after we broke up, I'm going to hunt him down and gut him like a pig. She shakes her head, and I notice tears in the corners of her eyes. My mind races, imagining worst-case scenarios, but I wait patiently. My fists clench and unclench as I struggle to contain my rising rage. If someone hurt her, I'm going to rip the motherfucker open with my bare hands. When she finally speaks, her voice comes out so soft that I have to strain to hear what she's saying.
Sharon's father isn't dead, and he didn't hurt me. He was close to death once, but he's very much alive.
I struggle to make sense of this. Is she implying what I think she is? Where is he? I ask the million-dollar question, and my words come out as a hoarse mumble. My heart is beating against my ribcage, and my throat is drier than a fucking desert. Mindy turns to me. Her lips tremble, and for a moment, I think she's going to change the subject. But she doesn't.
Sharon's father is right here, Maron,
she says.
In this room with me.
I stare at her dumbly. Her words knock the air from my lungs. My mind reels, desperately trying to comprehend what I've just heard. Impossible. And yet it's true. I knew it. Somewhere deep down, I knew it the moment I saw Sharon on that stage, struggling to find her voice. I knew it the moment I realized how much she resembles Cordelia. And I knew it the moment I walked into that hospital room and saw Mindy resting by her bedside. Say that again, I demand, staring at her like an idiot. Mindy's gaze locks onto mine, unflinching. I see a flood of emotion in her eyes, including the unshakable love she has for Sharon. Then she drops the bombshell, leaving no further room for doubt.
Sharon is your daughter, Maron.
Chapter 33. Maron. I can't fucking breathe. My eyes squeeze shut, as if I could block out this reality by sheer force of will. But when I open them again, Mindy is still here, her focus steady, waiting. You have a daughter, Modak. A daughter from Mindy. Sharon is your daughter. Of course she is. It all makes sense now. The inexplicable pull I felt toward her, the connection I couldn't explain, and her seemingly random resemblance to Cordelia. A bond that the deepest part of my brain, my gut, my very viscera could feel, but my conscious mind never understood. When did you find out you were pregnant? I finally managed to ask, but it comes out as a hoarse croak.
Months after the Tremoxine launch, after you left,
she replies. My throat tightens and something in me snaps. I left? I didn't leave. She did. She fucking betrayed me. And now she's telling me that I had a daughter all this time and she never once thought to mention that to me? Why didn't you tell me, Mindy? I ask, trying to hide the tension in my tone.
Tell you what?
She asks. That I have a daughter. Why? Her brow furrows as she tilts her head. Her expression shifts to confused, her lips pressing into a thin line. She studies my face, clearly baffled by what I'm asking, as if I'm speaking a foreign language she doesn't understand.
You're kidding, right?
She asks.
Do you really not know the answer to that?
I'm her father, Mindy. It was my right to know, and you kept her away from me, I tell her, struggling to control my rising temper.
What the hell are you talking about, Maron?
She snaps, and something flickers in her eyes.
In case you forgot, I thought you were dead.
You thought? I bark, my temper rising further. What about my family? Timofey, my mother. Don't you think you should have reached out to them? She gapes at me in disbelief, but I'm past caring. I can't believe she's done this. She stole the last 7 years from me and Sharon. She kept us apart all this time. And if I hadn't found her and Sharon in that fucking hospital room, she'd still be keeping my daughter away from me.
Are you fucking serious right now, Maron?
She asks, her face contorted by confusion.
Don't you think I wanted to give Sharon the father she never had?
My fucking point exactly, I fire back. Sharon deserved to know her father just like I deserved to know her. And never once did you think to try to find me?
I thought you were dead, you maniac. How can you not understand?
Don't you fucking maniac me, I roar. You kept my child from me for 7 fucking years. You fucking stole that from me and Sharon. Mindy suddenly goes quiet and she stares at me. Her mouth opens and closes. She shakes her head.
I can't believe you're doing this,
she whispers, but I'm not having any of her shit. There's no excuse for what she's done. She stole all those years away from me and my daughter. She could have had a father, and I could have had a daughter. We could have gotten to know each other and be in each other's life. We'll never get those years back. They're gone. Lyodak, get out of my house, I growl, struggling to keep my rage at bay. She stands, frozen, staring at me like I'm speaking gibberish. I can see the confusion and hurt in her eyes, but I no longer give a fuck.
You don't mean that,
she whispers, not even trying to hide her distress. My response is eerily calm. Get the fuck out of my house. Now. Chapter 34. Maron. Blyad, perot podzlalupnaya. I make my way back to the living room, cursing under my breath. The house feels empty without her, and I fucking hate it. But more than that, I hate the pain of knowing that I missed the first 6 years of my daughter's life. I don't think I've ever felt anything so excruciating. Or maybe I did, when Cordelia died. Or when I saw Mindy and Maurice together, when I learned that she betrayed me. She betrayed you, Murdoch. And now there's this bullshit. Sharon, my daughter, whom I could have loved and cared for since the moment she was born, was kept hidden from me. It feels fucking unbearable, clawing at my insides like a caged beast, desperate to break free. I need a drink. I need a fucking drink right now. It's the only thing that can numb this motherfucking pain. I tear open the minibar, my hands fumbling for the open bottle of Stoli inside. I rip off the cap with ferocity, then raise it to my lips. The searing burn that courses through me immediately dulls the ache inside. It's been too long since I've given in to this urge, but one sip of vodka is nowhere near enough to numb what's plaguing me. So I drink more, and more, and even more. By the time I gulp down half the bottle, the room begins to spin. Fucking woman betrayed me. Again. I tell myself this over and over again, as if I'm trying to fill the unbearable void she left behind. I keep drinking until the expensive bottle of liquid slips from my hands and shatters against the ground, spilling its remaining contents on the floor. What a fucking waste. But I don't give a shit. I let my body slide down onto the ground, feeling the sharp pieces of glass pierce my skin, leaving small cuts on my palms. Blood drips down to the floor, but it's the least of my concerns. My thoughts are racing like bolts of jagged lightning, each more torturous than the last. Yet even as I drink myself into a stupor, the vodka provides no relief. No matter how much alcohol I consume, the pain remains, lingering like a dark shadow. Tramoxine. That will do the trick. The pill I poured blood, sweat, and tears into. The one that helps so many fucked up people. The one I've never tried on myself. Maybe that's what I need right now. I push myself up and stumble forward, struggling to reach the cabinet where I keep my samples. My trembling hands fumble at the lock, and my anticipation grows with each passing moment. But then I pause. A part of me that is still sober somehow manages to think logically. I am drunk as fuck. If I take Tramoxine under the influence of alcohol, it could be fatal. It takes more than a fucking pill and some booze to kill you, Korolev. Fuck it. Besides, maybe I like the idea of dying. It's peaceful. No more racing heart, betrayal, crushing disappointment, seething jealousy, haunting guilt. Just sweet oblivion and freedom from this fucking shit show we call life. A welcome release from the constant struggle of existence. The room is still spinning as I lurch toward the cabinet once more. With a forceful yank, I pull at the doors. Locked. Fuck, I snarl. I awkwardly rummage through the top drawer of my desk for the key, almost spilling the contents in my haste. After a short but frustrating struggle, I find it. I pick it up, insert it into the cabinet lock, and swing the door open, revealing the neatly labeled files behind it. Jackpot. The real treasure lies behind those files. 20 boxes of Tramoxine. I kept them aside for experimental purposes, for friends and associates, but they were never used. Until now. My hands, shaking from the booze and my growing anxiety, rummage to find the boxes behind the folders. But there's nothing there. Nothing. What the fuck? I slur. I sweep the folders aside, sending papers flying across the room. The shelves where my samples should be stare emptily at me. The samples are gone. Vanished. All of them. Unless I'm too fucking drunk to think straight. I find my way back to the minibar and open another bottle of Stoli. What's one more drink going to do at this point? I'm too fucking pissed to care anyway. I take a long swig, wincing at the burn in my throat. The room is spinning faster now. I try to stand straight, but my legs won't cooperate. So I slide back down to the floor, leaning against the cabinet I just rummaged. The bottle slips from my hand, clattering on the floor. I don't bother picking it up. My eyelids are heavy. I fight to keep them open, but it's a lost battle before it even began. The last thing I think about before I pass out is the missing tremoxine. Where the fuck are those samples? Then oblivion takes over. Chapter 35. Maron. I don't know how long I've been out. As my eyes open, a headache hits me with a fucking vengeance. I look around me, straining to see the result of my own doing. Shattered glass, spilled liquid, and overturned furniture litter the room. It looks like a goddamn war zone, where I'm the sole survivor. I groan, pushing myself up from the floor. My body aches with every movement. The stench of alcohol assaults my nostrils, making my stomach churn. I run a hand over my face, feeling the rough stubble on it. Memories come flooding back. Mindy, Sharon. 7 fucking years and she didn't tell me. 6 years of my child's life that I've missed. And for what? Because Mindy decided I wasn't good enough to be her father? I stagger to my feet, kicking aside the debris of my drunken rampage. The room is still spinning, and I have to grab onto the back of the couch to steady myself. Once my legs feel a little more stable, I stumble back to the bar. I grab a bottle of whiskey this time, not bothering with the glass, and take a long swig to heal the effects of my hangover. I put the bottle back on the shelf and turn around to once again survey the destruction of my own doing. The back of a dumpster truck looks more appealing than what's in front of me, yet it's the perfect representation of what my life has become. A fucking mess, just like this room. Maybe jerking off in the shower would help. I strip off my clothes and make my way to the bathroom, stepping under the steaming hot water. My cock is throbbing with aching need, fueled by memories of the night with Mindy. I can still feel her wrapped around me, her pussy tight and hot, milking me as she came. I grab my pulsing member and begin to pump furiously, my hand flying up and down my length, each stroke stronger and more urgent than the last. I pump until the sweet pain of release builds in the pit of my stomach, closing my eyes, imagining Mindy's naked body bucking under me. The orgasm hits me like a savage beast unleashed, intense, visceral, and animalistic. I groan as waves and waves of pleasure wash over me, and I spill my cum onto the tiles in a hot, sticky mess. By the time I come out of the shower, I feel much better. The water has washed away the stench of booze and bad decisions, leaving me feeling almost human again. I wrap a towel around my waist and make my way to my bedroom. The plush carpet feels soft under my feet after the cold bathroom tiles. I flop onto the bed and close my eyes, trying to block out the sunlight peeking through the curtains. I still have a banging headache from the hangover, but I'm starting to return to my functional state. After resting for 30 minutes, I'm ready to take on the day. First, I must get someone to clean up the shit I left in the other room. I pick up my phone and call my housekeeper. "Ilsa, I need you to do a deep clean." Now to find those missing termoxine samples. Not that I want to take them anymore. It would have been a stupid thing to do. But I want to figure out where I put them. I get up and head back to the file cabinet in the room I trashed and check it again. Still empty. No surprise there. Maybe they're in the safe. I stride towards my hidden safe, the one I used to store cash, weapons, and anything else I want to lock away. My hand hovers over the handle, ready to grab the key, when a shiver runs through me. The safe door is open. Worse still, it's empty. I furrow my brow, replaying the events of the last few days in my head. Right before I visited Mrs. West's office, I'd noticed the file cabinet was open, so I locked it. But last night I discovered that my termoxine samples had gone missing, which probably saved my life, but still, it's unlikely those pills just grew feet and took off. And now my safe is empty. Fuck. This is not good. My mind begins to race, considering every possible scenario. Maybe Timofey needed some pills for our mother, or for himself to calm his nerves. I dial his number, feeling tension in my chest as I wait for an answer. Timo, did you take the termoxine from my safe? You and your stupid questions, Maron, comes his frustrated response. I have manners, Bratva. If I need something, I ask. Yeah, right. Timofey and his manners. But that doesn't bring me any closer to a solution. Then a thought hits me. The cameras. They've been installed for years, but I never had to check them before. I sit down and fast-forward to the past month's footage at 10 times the speed. It's a tedious task, and with each passing minute my impatience grows. All I'm staring at is my empty office, a motionless frame that feels more like a still image than a video. Then suddenly, a figure appears. I quickly pause and rewind until a woman comes into view on the screen. Bingo. It's Eva. The footage clearly shows her approaching the safe with purposeful steps. She tries the door. It's locked. Then she strides to my desk, pulls open the top drawer, and removes the key. Motherfucker! She must have memorized its location when she saw me using it. I've been fucking careless. There's no other logical explanation. Eva unlocks the safe with practiced ease and sweeps all the contents into her bag. Just then her phone rings. She answers, looking as casual as can be, then replaces the key in the drawer. With her phone still at her ear, she walks out of my office. But she forgets to lock the safe. The footage returns to a still frame after that. I check the date stamp in the upper corner of the footage. This was almost a month ago, too long for me not to have noticed. Jesus Christ, what a fuck-up. I need answers from her, and I need them yesterday. I snatch up my phone and punch in Eva's number. I hold my breath as it rings, but she doesn't answer. The phone just keeps ringing and ringing. My patience frays with each second, and I yank the phone from my ear to glare at the screen, just as it clicks to voicemail. Blyad. I call again. It rings once, twice, 7 damn rings, then voicemail. On the third attempt, it dawns on me. She knows it's me and isn't picking up. In the last-ditch move, I dial from another number. But still nothing. Furious, I throw the phone down onto the desk, the sharp crack of it hitting the surface matching the frustration boiling inside me. 15 minutes later, my phone rings, but it's not Eva calling me back. It's Pavel. Turn on the TV. His voice crackles through the line. He's clearly in distress, and that puts me on edge. What the fuck, Mudak? Why? I ask, bracing myself for whatever news he's about to break to me. Just do as I say, boss. You have to see this." I crease my brow and grab the remote from the desk. As I flick on the TV and the screen bursts to life, a flashing red banner appears at the bottom. "Breaking news. Psychiatric patients die from illegal drug." My previous confusion turns to shock as I recognize Eva being interviewed by the presenter. I stare at the screen dumbly. Maybe I drank too much and my brain is fucked. Then I see the name on the screen. Dr. Rachel Anderson, clinical psychiatrist. What in the ever-loving fuck is this shit? I blink in confusion. Their resemblance is striking. She looks almost exactly like Eva. They share the same delicate features. But there's something different about this Rachel person's steely gaze. Rachel? She's Eva's twin sister, Doboyov. I gape at the screen in disbelief, and I swear my goddamn heart almost stops beating in my chest.
As a psychiatrist specializing in addictions, I need to raise awareness about this insidious drug tremoxine, she says. Too many lives have been lost because of its easy availability, and the numbers are increasing.
No fucking way. My eyes are glued to the screen. The blood in my veins turns to ice as I watch Dr. Rachel Anderson continue her impassioned plea for stricter regulations. The drug I created to heal millions, the one I poured years of work into, is now being painted as a dangerous substance, an illegal threat to public safety. Every word she speaks tightens the noose around my neck. My life's work, everything I've built, everything I've fought for, crumbles at my feet like a stack of brittle cards, collapsing under the weight of a single blow. You're fucked, Korolev. Spectacularly fucked.
Chapter 36. Mindy. The taxi ride home is a hazy blur. My head is a whirling mess of pain, confusion, and disbelief. I feel like someone has gutted me with a dull knife. How did everything go so wrong in the blink of an eye? He strolled back into my life just to discard me again? A surge of anger rises inside me. Doesn't he understand that I kept quiet because I thought he was dead, and to protect Sharon from his dangerous world? Of course he doesn't understand it. Reasoning with Maron is like trying to reason with a brick wall. The injustice of it all makes me want to scream. How dare he pass judgment on me when he disappeared without a trace that night, letting me think he was killed? What was I supposed to do anyway? Shout our daughter's existence into the void and hope it reaches him? "We're here, ma'am." The cab driver's voice cuts through my spiral of anguish. I blink, realizing my cheeks are wet with tears I don't remember shedding. "Sorry," I mumble, my voice husky. "How much do I owe you?" "It's taken care of," he replies. Oh yeah, I forgot. Even now, Maron is playing gentleman and simultaneously tearing my heart open. Typical. I stumble out of the taxi and make my way into the building. The elevator dings as it comes to a halt on my floor, and I step outside. As I walk down the hallway to my apartment, it strikes me how everything looks exactly the same. Everything except me. It's like I've become a completely different person in just a few days. Sharon getting sick out of nowhere, the frantic rush to the hospital, Maron strolling back into my life after 7 long years. The wild, intense sex that felt just as electrifying, just as explosive as it did back then. And then, telling him that Sharon is his daughter, only to hear him respond, "Get out of here." I scoff at the thought, swallowing back my tears. I'm worn out from being on this emotional roller coaster. Right now, I don't want to think. I just want to lose myself in something ordinary, something mundane. I decide to whip up some tea before collapsing onto the couch. A wave of loneliness washes over me, magnified by the overwhelming silence without my daughter's presence. No matter. As soon as I'm finished with my tea, I'll go straight to the hospital and stay by her side until she is discharged. Speaking of which, I should call Tanya. Just a day before Sharon started feeling unwell, I lined up a job interview for Thursday. By then, Sharon will be home, and I need to arrange for Tanya to look after her while I'm there. I pull out my phone and dial Tanya's number. It rings once, twice, before her warm voice greets me. "Hey, Mins, what's up?" "Hey, Tanya, can you come over on Thursday to watch Sharon? She'll be discharged on Wednesday." There's a weighted pause. It's the kind that sets my nerves jangling apprehensively. "Mindy," she begins carefully. "I was going to call you anyway, but you beat me to it. I'm quitting. I got a scholarship to a university down in Texas, and I'm leaving in 2 weeks." Her voice softens, wavering ever so slightly with remorse. "But I'll come by before then to say goodbye to Sharon, and to you too. You know how much I love you both, right?" Shit. By the time she finishes speaking, fresh tears prick at my eyes. I'll miss Tanya, of course I will. But what about Sharon? Where am I supposed to find another nanny as caring and patient as Tanya? And with my little girl's selective mutism, how will she manage with someone new? "Mindy?" Tanya prompts. "Are you still there?" "Oh, Tanya." My voice cracks, stuttering impotently in my bone-dry mouth. "I'm here. I'm happy for you. This is what you've been working toward. It's just, we're gonna miss you so much." "I'll miss you too, Mindy," she says, and I can hear the genuine emotion in her voice. "You two are like family to me. I don't say that lightly." After stumbling through some hasty congratulations, I end the call and slump back on the couch. To say I'm royally screwed is an understatement. I don't even know how I'm going to tell Sharon about it. Ever since Tanya came into our lives, she has been more than just someone who watches Sharon. She's become family. And now she's leaving. Of course, I knew this was bound to happen eventually. I just wasn't ready for it. I'm totally unprepared to handle logistics and daily life without her. The only logical solution is to find a new nanny, which is easier said than done. Sure, I could go through an agency and hire someone. But with Sharon's selective mutism, it won't be a walk in the park. I take a deep breath and dial the one person who might be able to help. Alexis. We've been growing closer these past few weeks, but there's still a lot we need to work through to rebuild our relationship. Even so, she's the only one I can turn to right now. "Hey, Mindy, what's up?" she answers. Her voice sounds stronger than it has in years. After exchanging some formalities, I get to the point. "Look, Lex, I won't beat around the bush. I need your help. Tanya is leaving to start university, and I need someone to watch Sharon a few times a week." Alexis cuts in, her excitement clear. "Are you serious?" she exclaims, and I can hear genuine joy in her voice. "Mindy, thank you for thinking of me. You don't know how much this means to me. I've been wanting to spend more time with you and Sharon anyway." This gives me a glimmer of hope. Seriously? You'd do that for me? "Of course. We're sisters, Mindy. And I miss having you two around. Bonus points. I've got a remote freelance gig with flexible working hours. I can hang around almost any time. It's a win-win." A rush of relief settles over me. Forget Maron and his cruelty. Having Alexis back in our lives, especially after everything we've been through, feels like a second chance. With her steps toward recovery, maybe things are finally starting to look up for us. Maybe, for the first time in a long time, the three of us can finally be the small family I've always dreamed of.
Chapter 37. Maron.
Don't worry, Pecan, Igor says. We'll handle this.
He's slouched in my office on the couch, with a cigar between his fingers, the smoke curling lazily up to the ceiling. His hand shakes slightly as he lifts it to his lips, and he taps the ash off a little too often. I can see the tightness in his jaw, the way his foot bounces lightly against the floor. I am making him tense, and I can't really blame him. He should be anxious after a shit show like this. Just how the fuck do you plan to handle this, Igor? I snap. I'm pacing like a caged animal, clenching and unclenching my fists as I walk. She's on national fucking TV, Igor. Morning shows, CNN, Fox. The whole fucking country is watching her. Igor shakes his head and leans forward.
With all due respect, Pecan, you're Maron Korolev. You can hire the best lawyers in the country, and I'm confident that my team and I are close to finding a legal replacement for Astoasium.
Then fucking find it, Igor, I roar. By the time Igor leaves my office, I regain a sense of control. Maybe he's got a point. With the best lawyers on our side, we can keep the press at bay until we adjust the formula. Then we can resume business without having a herd of journalists knocking on our door, fishing for the next headline like hungry vultures. I sink back into my chair, taking a slow swig of the scotch in my hand, letting its warm burn anchor me. Just as I finish the glass, I hear a sharp knock at the door. "Enter," I call out. Pavel pokes his head through the doorway and moves into the room with a crumpled newspaper clutched under one arm. "Morning, boss." "Morning, Pavel. Before you tell me why you're darkening my doorstep, have a drink with me." Pavel's face brightens. He loves his booze.
What's the occasion?
"No occasion." I pour both of us a glass, and we clink them together. "Na zdrowie. How's your wife doing?" I inquire. Pavel drains the last of his scotch in one swift gulp, then sets the empty glass down.
"Getting there, boss. She'll be on steroids for a while."
He looks at me.
"The bonus you gave me helped a lot."
"Good," I tell him. "That's what money is for. And now, tell me why you came and what's that paper doing in your armpit?" Pavel mutters something under his breath, tossing the newspaper onto my desk with a thud. He glances at me, expectant, as if he's bracing himself.
"Hate to be the one to break it to you, boss,"
he says. I sit up straight, my eyes locking onto the headline on the front page. My goddamn heart almost stops. Tramoxine claims another victim. 27-year-old New York woman found dead. In a tragic development, Eva Anderson, 27, the twin sister of renowned psychiatrist Dr. Rachel Anderson, was discovered dead at her sister's home. Initial reports confirmed that the cause of death was tramoxine, an over-the-counter medicine that has already claimed multiple lives across the nation. Tramoxine, frequently purchased to treat common mental health conditions, has become a growing concern for law enforcement and public health officials. Despite efforts to curb its distribution, it continues to wreak havoc, leaving a trail of fatalities in its wake. Miss Anderson's death underscores the urgent need for more aggressive action towards substance regulation. I raise my gaze to meet Pavel's. "Shit," is all I say. His expression is somber.
"Sorry, boss. Eva was a good woman."
I release a heavy breath and give a slight nod. "Thanks for telling me, Pavel. I'll take it from here." After Pavel leaves, I quickly down another glass of scotch and squint at the article again. My ex is dead, which is not good. Guilt begins to gnaw at me. I know exactly where she had those pills from. Maybe if I hid the keys to my safe more carefully. Blad. It doesn't matter now. She was an adult woman, and she made her own choices. I'm not her babysitter, and I never was. But what concerns me is who wrote this garbage. Maybe Alexis Williams? Maybe this has something to do with the fact that Mindy is back in my life. I scan the small print, but the name doesn't ring a bell. All right, it's not Alexis Williams, but that doesn't make this fiasco any less frustrating. Thinking about Alexis makes me remember Mindy. Stop it, Korolev. But the memories are flooding back. The sound of her laughter, the way she'd cling to me in bed on lazy mornings, her sharp tongue. Damn it, I still ache for her. It's like a knife being constantly twisted in my chest. Stop this bullshit, Doboyev. She betrayed you twice in one lifetime. I shake my head, trying to push these toxic thoughts away. The sting of her betrayal blends with the yearning, creating a dangerous concoction of emotions I can't afford to feel. I can't allow her to plague my mind like she did before. Not again. Chapter 38. Maron. She haunts me, even in my sleep, and I fucking hate it. It's early in the morning, and I'm lying awake in bed, contemplating my fucked up existence. I hate how Mindy still lingers in my thoughts. Just finished relieving myself, but all I can think about is her. I need to find a way to support Sharon and spend time with her without her mother hovering around. But how? Take this shit to court? Yeah, right. So I can end up being the weekend dad who gets to see his daughter twice a month if he's lucky? Fuck that. That's almost as bad as not seeing her at all. A blast of ice-cold water might knock some sense into my head. I drag myself out of bed and stumble toward the bathroom. But just as I reach for the faucet, my phone starts ringing. Fucking perfect timing. Who the hell is calling at this hour? My hand freezes midair. It could be Mindy. Shit, what if Sharon needs help? I bolt back to my room and grab my phone. Unknown number. What the fuck? This is my private line. The one only my inner circle knows about. The one I keep for emergencies. Frowning, I hit answer.
Mr. Korolev?
The female voice cuts like ice. Who the fuck is this?
Someone you need to listen to very carefully.
Each word drips with predatory satisfaction.
I'm Dr. Rachel Anderson.
Fucking perfect. Eva's sister. How'd you get this number? My voice drops dangerously low.
Let's just say I have friends in interesting places.
That's supposed to impress me?
Consider it a preview of our discussion, Mr. Korolev.
Cut the bullshit. I saw the CNN report.
Good. Message received then.
Get to the point before I hang up.
Tremoxine's still out there, Mr. Korolev. People are still dying.
I bite back a curse. If this is about your sister...
My dead sister.
She cuts in, sharp as a blade. Right. Sorry for your loss. My tone makes it clear I'm anything but.
Let me be crystal clear, Rachel says. You killed her.
A dark laugh escapes me. That's quite an accusation, Doc.
You and I both know what happened.
What I know is your sister and I split up, like adults. Whatever came after isn't on me.
She was depressed, vulnerable.
Not my fucking problem.
She was carrying your child.
Bleh, that lie again. My jaw clenches. Is it a lie? Listen carefully, Dr. Anderson. My voice drops to a dangerous whisper. There was no test, no proof, Just a bunch of baseless accusations. We're done here. Call this number again, and you won't like what happens next.
That's not all, Mr. Korolev.
Rachel's voice turns colder, if that's even possible. Enlighten me. My sarcasm drips like venom.
Eva killed herself with your tremoxine.
Motherfucker. So that's her play. But it's not my goddamn problem if she broke into my office, stole the key to the cabinet, and helped herself to what wasn't hers. Not my fault if she was stupid enough to pop pills with booze. I never gave anything to your sister. My voice could freeze hell over.
Spare me the act.
Her tone sharpens like a knife.
Autopsy reports don't lie.
Silence stretches between us. A waiting game. You've lost me, Doc. I play dumb while my mind races. She lets out a laugh that could shatter glass.
Then let me connect the dots for you, nice and slow. Astoasium. Ring any bells? Your precious tremoxine may be legal, but that little component isn't. Quite the oversight on your end.
She pauses, savoring the moment.
See, I'm not just Eva's sister. I'm a clinical psychiatrist who specializes in addiction. I watched that poison eat away at her brain while I tried to save her. But Astoasium? That shit's different.
Her voice cracks, but the threat beneath is steel.
When you tossed her aside, she took too much of your illegal cocktail and it killed her. Simple as that.
Shit.
You see, Mr. Korolev?
Rachel's voice turns lethal.
Being a clinical psychiatrist opened all the right doors. Her autopsy report told quite the story.
She lets the words hang.
You killed my sister and her unborn child. And as both her sister and a doctor who knows exactly what was in those pills?
Her voice drops to a whisper.
I'm going to make damn sure you pay for every single milligram.
I grind my teeth, muttering curse after curse under my breath. But fuck it. If this bitch wants a war, I'll give her one, and she won't fucking like it. What do you want? I ask, each word grinding through my teeth.
Simple math, Mr. Korolev.
Her voice is cool as ice.
Actions have consequences. Consequences have prices.
The rage builds in my chest like a pressure cooker. How much?
10 million. And tremoxine disappears. Forever.
A savage laugh rips from my throat. She can't be serious. You're fucking delusional, Doctor.
I expected that response.
Her cool tone makes my skin crawl.
So let me be clear. This isn't a negotiation. These are terms.
My grip threatens to shatter the foam. Is that a threat?
A promise.
She doesn't miss a beat.
I've been studying you, Mr. Korolev, very carefully.
That right? And what bedtime stories have you heard about me?
Everything,
the smug bitch says.
Your Bratva connections, organ trade, all that blood money from your dirty deals, and tremoxine?
Her voice cuts deeper.
Those autopsies tell quite the story. So many victims of your miracle drug.
Obliudak, this bitch has to die. This isn't some grieving sister with an axe to grind. She's dug deep, pulled every fucking string, called in God knows how many favors. The kind of intel she has, that takes serious money and even darker connections.
Still with me, Mr. Korolev?
Yeah. It comes out like gravel.
Good. While you weigh your options, here's one final factor to consider.
A pause.
I know all about Sharon.
The rage hits like a nuclear blast. White hot, all-consuming. If you so much as breathe my daughter's name again...
Oh, but your daughter's already part of this, isn't she?
Rachel interrupts, her voice dripping honey-coated venom.
Such a precious little thing, even with her defect. Selective mutism, isn't it? Such a shame. Let's hope she stays healthy enough to overcome it.
Red bleeds into my vision. Every cell in my body screams for her blood. My knuckles crack against the phone, and my heart pounds in my ears. I'm already planning how to hunt this bitch down and tear her to pieces. Touch her and
You'll what?
She cuts through my threat like it's nothing.
Go to the police? The media? I'm sure they'd love to hear about Tremoxine's special ingredient, not to mention your greatest hits collection.
Her voice hardens.
10 million. Tremoxine gone, or your daughter pays for daddy's sins. Simple math.
I've weathered storms before. Survived threats, blackmail, enemies. It's the cost of doing business in my world. Hell, I could even stomach pulling Tremoxine if I had to. But threatening Sharon? That awakens something primitive. Something lethal. You even think about my family. My voice drops to a murderous low. And they won't find enough pieces to bury. Silence stretches for 3 heartbeats.
My twin sister was everything to me, Mr. Korolev.
Her voice cracks with genuine pain.
You took my other half. The only thing that'll ease this agony is watching you lose what I lost.
And 10 million buys your peace? I spit.
Careful with that tone.
Ice crystallizes in her words.
One wrong move, and your little girl vanishes. The clock's ticking. You have 48 hours to make the right choice.
She pauses.
And remember, Mr. Korolev, I died with Eva. I've got nothing left to lose.
The line goes dead, leaving me alone with my rage and one crystal-clear thought. Rachel Anderson just signed her own death warrant.
Chapter 39. Mindy. And we wish you the best in your future endeavors. The words blur on my laptop screen as reality sinks in. Fired. Sure, I'd been bracing for this email since my nude fiasco in the boardroom, but I hadn't expected the Solomons to find my replacement this quickly. The truth stares back at me, cold and final, while my job search folder sits pathetically empty. I only have 2 interviews lined up for next week. Panic surges in me. The numbers dance mockingly in my head. Rent, groceries, Sharon's needs. My daughter's sweet face flashes in my mind and my heart clenches. If I skip meals and direct every resource to keeping her fed, we might stretch it to 6 weeks. Then what? And then what about my career in accountancy? I doubt Christine is going to give me a glowing reference after my performance at the board meeting. Who would want to hire an accountant who flashes her vajayjay instead of the annual growth reports? How am I supposed to find a job with a stain on my career like this? A laugh bubbles up from my throat, teetering on the edge of hysteria as I collapse onto the couch. I stretch my legs, stare at the ceiling, ticking off the cosmic joke my life has become. Running into Maron after 7 years, only to watch him toss me aside like yesterday's trash? Check. Accidentally projecting my nudes onto the boardroom screen at work? Check. Albert Solomon's creepy advances towards me? Check. That terrifying night watching Sharon battle illness at the hospital? Check. And Tanya, the only constant and reliable person in our lives moving away when I need her most? Check and mate. I'm so lost in my spiral of self-pity that the doorbell's ring barely registers. It takes a moment for the sound to pull me back to the present moment. I get up and open the door. Alexis stands in the doorway with a suitcase lining the wall behind her. "I'm so sorry I didn't call, Mindy." She gives me an apologetic look. "I had to leave rehab early, and I didn't have anywhere else to go. Could I crash here for a few nights while I sort out my living situation?" Another plot twist in the saga of my life. But for once, it's one I welcome. Despite everything that's going on, I'm happy to see my sister. "Come on in, Lex," I say, mustering a smile as she wheels her battered suitcase across the threshold. The healthy glow in her cheeks and clear eyes startle me. I haven't seen her look this good in years. "Thanks, sis," she says with a sheepish smile. "Sorry to be such a pest." "Don't even start, Lex." I wave off her apology. We settle in the living room and I busy myself with making coffee, grateful for the mundane task. The familiar routine of measuring grounds and watching steam rise helps quiet the storm of uncertainty still churning in my gut. When I return and sink into the couch beside Alexis, I really look at my sister for the first time. She looks fantastic. "How are you getting on?" I ask softly. A glimmer of pride crosses Alexis's face. "Still in therapy," she says, her voice steady and sure. "This psychiatrist, Dr. Rachel Anderson, she's incredible, Mindy. She's helping me more than I ever thought possible." I lean forward, a strange combination of curiosity and unease stirring in my gut. Something about that name tugs at my memory, but I can't place it. "What happens in these sessions?" I ask. "Well," Alexis's gaze drifts as if seeing beyond the wall. "The most crucial thing is honesty. Brutal, unfiltered honesty. Dr. Anderson always says that healing and honesty go hand in hand." "And are you?" I study her face carefully. "Honest, I mean." Her expression hardens. "I am now. God, it was excruciating at first. Facing yourself, your worst mistakes, your darkest thoughts." She shudders. "It's not for the faint-hearted." Her eyes lock onto mine, unflinching. "But it's necessary. I've done a lot of shit, Mindy, as you well know." I nod silently, years of painful memories hanging between us. "And Dr. Anderson?" Alexis continues, her voice taking on an almost reverent quality. "She has this way of getting to the truth, no matter how deeply it's buried." She pauses, fingers twisting in her lap. "She's the reason I'm here. I never would have found the courage to face you after everything I've done if it weren't for her." "I'm glad you did, Lex," I whisper, reaching for her hand. "I want us to be sisters again, to be there for each other no matter what." Alexis squeezes my fingers, her eyes glistening. "We will be, Mindy. That is everything I want." She takes a sip of coffee, eyes closing briefly before they snap open again. "Where's Sharon?" I hesitate, the weight of recent events pressing down on me. A lot has happened since we last talked. Alexis's brows furrow. "What do you mean?" "Sharon's in hospital," I confess, the words feeling heavy on my tongue. "And Maron is back." Her eyes widen, coffee cup freezing halfway to her lips. "Holy shit, is Sharon okay? Please tell me it's nothing serious." She sets down her cup with a clatter. "And Maron? So he's alive." The whole messy story spills out of me like a burst dam. Sharon's emergency surgery, Maron's sudden reappearance, my unceremonious firing. I carefully dance around certain intimate details, but even the sanitized version sounds like chaos. "And there's Maron Korolev for you," I finish, my voice cracking slightly. Trying to reason with him is like talking to a bag of potatoes. He tossed me out like yesterday's garbage. but I know he'll be back. Now that he knows about Sharon, he'll want to be in her life. Alexis lets out a low whistle, her lips twisting into a wry smile. Jesus, sis. If this was a romance novel, you'd be topping the bestseller list. Her expression sobers. But maybe this distance is for the best. I mean, Maron is dangerous. Deep down, I know she's right. Getting involved with Maron again is like playing with fire. But what Alexis doesn't understand is that he's like a drug in my system, one I can't just flush out no matter how hard I try. And now that he knows he's Sharon's father, he won't just disappear again. I know I should stay away, I say softly. But it's not that simple anymore, Lex. We have a daughter. She sighs, her face a canvas of conflicting emotions. That's exactly my point, Mindy. Think about Sharon, about the future you want for her. Getting tangled up with Maron again, that's a risky game for both of you. I stand abruptly, desperate to escape this conversation before I drown in the undertow of my feelings. Come on, I force brightness into my voice. Let's get you settled. I lead her to my bedroom, pushing open the door with exaggerated cheer. You can take my room. I'll crash in Sharon's for now. Alexis's frown deepens, concern etched in the lines around her eyes. I'm sorry if I overstepped, Mindy. Your relationship with Maron, it's not my place. I run a hand through my hair, exhaling slowly. It's fine, Lex, I say, but the words ring hollow. It's just complicated. She takes my hand, squeezing it gently. Don't worry, sis. Whatever happens, I'm here now. You can count on me. Chapter 40. Mindy. For God's sake, move it! I drum my fingers against the steering wheel, weaving through an endless sea of brake lights. The hospital is still 15 minutes away, and every second without my baby girl is like torture. 3 days of not having her home has left a hollowness in my chest that only her presence can fill. My stomach churns with a different kind of anxiety when I think about her seeing Alexis at our place. The surgery was hard enough. Seeing Sharon so small in that hospital bed nearly broke me. But now, I'm terrified she'll retreat into herself completely. Having her aunt suddenly staying with us is going to be a big deal for her. God damn it! I slam my palm against the wheel as traffic grinds to a complete halt. Desperate for distraction, I rummage through the glove compartment and thank whatever deity is listening when my fingers close around a Mars bar. The chocolate melts on my tongue, and my thoughts drift to yesterday. How Alexis and I spent hours making Sharon's room perfect. After years of distance between us, watching my sister blow up balloons and carefully hang the "Welcome Home, Honey Bunny" banner above Sharon's bed felt like healing something I thought would stay broken forever. Finally, after what feels like years trapped in gridlock, I pull into St. Mary's parking lot. My heart picks up speed with every step towards Sharon's room. Already picturing my baby's tangled golden curls and bright blue eyes that can light up my whole world. She'll be sitting cross-legged on the bed with her favorite stuffed bunny, waiting for her mama, ready to jump into my arms. I push open the door with a smile already spreading across my face, but it dies instantly. The room is empty. The bed is made, sheets pulled tight and sterile. But there's no Sharon. No welcome. No jumping in Mommy's arms. Just the hollow echo of my own breathing in a cold, empty room. What the hell? They must have taken her for a last-minute test, I mutter, trying to quiet the whisper of unease in my chest. That's when I spot Mr. Hoppy on the bedside table. Sharon's cherished stuffed rabbit never leaves her side. Not for x-rays, not for blood draws, not for anything. She'd sooner give up candy than let go of that worn-out bunny, especially in a hospital. I move to the nightstand, my movements mechanical. Her small backpack is still there, untouched. Everything I'd hastily thrown together that terrifying night when the ambulance came is still packed neatly inside. The pajamas she always wears, her favorite book, her rainbow hair ties. Strange. Very strange. A nurse will know, I tell myself. But the hallway beyond her door is a desert of sterile silence. Only a janitor pushes his cart of cleaning supplies, the squeaking wheels echoing off the empty walls. That knot in my stomach tightens. Stop overreacting, Mindy. I sink into one of those uncomfortable plastic chairs that line the corridor, watching as occasional patients hurry past. The wall clock ticks with maddening slowness, each minute stretching like taffy. 10 of them crawl by as I sit there, my eyes bouncing between the corridor and Sharon's empty room. My fingers tap out an anxious rhythm against my thigh. They'll bring her back soon. Finally, I notice movement. A consulting physician hurries past the reception desk, white coat billowing behind him. I recognize his face, though he's not Sharon's doctor. But at this point, I'll take any answers I can get. "Excuse me," I call out. He turns, offering a practiced smile. "Good morning. May I help you?" "Good morning." I glance at his name tag. "Dr. Patel. I'm Mindy Williams. I'm here to collect my daughter, Sharon. She's supposed to be discharged this morning." "Oh, yes, Sharon." His face brightens with recognition. "She's just here in room 408. "That's just it," I say, my fingers twisting together. "Her room is empty." Dr. Patel's smile flickers, then fades. "Empty?" He reaches for his chart, professional efficiency masking what might be confusion. "Let me check." His eyes scan the pages, his forehead creasing. "She is scheduled for discharge today. No tests or procedures noted for this morning." Could someone have taken her for a final checkup? The question comes out smaller than I intended. He shakes his head, already reaching for his phone. "Not without it being recorded here. Let me find out what's happening." I watch him walk away down the corridor, his white coat a retreating beacon in the sterile light. His voice echoes off the walls, growing fainter until he disappears around the corner. So I wait. And wait. The antiseptic hospital smell seems stronger now, choking me as I stand rooted to the spot. My nerves drawn bowstring tight. Every tick of that damn clock on the wall is hammering against my skull. My eyes stay fixed on the corner where Dr. Patel vanished, willing him to return with my daughter skipping beside him. But when Dr. Patel finally reappears, he's alone. The friendly doctor from moments ago is gone, replaced by a ghost-white figure whose expression makes my blood run cold. He walks toward me like a man carrying the weight of the world. "Miss Williams," he begins, his voice shaking slightly. "I don't know how to tell you this. I'm afraid I have some disturbing news." The blood drains from my face so fast the corridor tilts. What the hell does he mean? Where is my daughter? My heart slams against my ribs with such violence I swear it's visible through my blouse. My mouth opens, but no sound comes out. I can only stare at him, desperately trying to read his expression. He draws a shaky breath. "In my nearly 30 years at St. Mary's, this is unprecedented. Doctor, where is my daughter?" The words escape me, scraped raw with fear. Dr. Patel swallows hard. "Miss Williams, it seems that Sharon was already collected by a relative." My stomach lurches violently. A relative? Did Maron come to get her? "What do you mean?" The words wheeze out. "A woman signed for her and picked her up barely an hour ago. She claimed to be Sharon's mother." Dr. Patel explains. My world tilts on its axis. "But what are you talking about? I'm Sharon's mother." My voice rises to a pitch I barely recognize. "Miss Williams, I'm afraid Whoever picked up your daughter this morning, they had compelling replicas of your identification and your personal information. It seems that our staff thought this woman was you." "What? No." My legs give out without warning, and I slam against the wall for support. The fluorescent lights overhead start to spin, merging into a nauseating blur. Black spots dance at the edges of my vision as the reality of what he's saying crashes over me. My baby? Someone took my baby. They walked right in here pretending to be me and just took her. The thought of Sharon, confused and scared, being led away by some stranger makes bile rise in my throat. Mr. Hoppy sits abandoned in that empty room. Did she cry for him? Did she ask for me? "I'm so sorry, Miss Williams. We contacted the police and they are doing everything to find your daughter." I can't form words anymore. Panic tears through my body with such force it feels like I'm about to fall apart. My baby. My precious baby girl. The hallway echoes around us with the sound of a mother's heart breaking. "Maron. Will you excuse me for a minute, doctor?" My voice emerges as a broken whisper. My fingers tremble so violently I can barely scroll through my contacts, but I find his name. I must speak to him. He may not want to see me again, but none of that matters now. Nothing matters except our daughter. I press his name and hold the phone to my ear, my whispered plea desperate and raw. "Please pick up, Maron." 6 rings, then his voicemail. His deep, commanding voice telling me to leave a message feels like a mockery. Fuck. I hit redial, my hand shaking so badly I nearly drop the phone. Each unanswered ring is like a knife in my chest as I pace the sterile hallway like a caged animal. "Come on, Maron," I plead into the silence. "This is about Sharon." Nothing. A sob rips from my throat, primal and broken. The urge to hurl my phone against the wall is almost overwhelming. Of course he won't answer. He doesn't want to talk to me. He's punishing me for not telling him about his daughter. The bitter irony crushes what's left of my composure. The most powerful man in the city, the only person who could move heaven and earth to find our little girl, won't pick up his damn phone. I slide down the wall, my legs finally giving out completely as the horrible truth settles over me like a shroud. I am completely, utterly alone. And somewhere out there, Sharon needs me. Chapter 41. Mindy. The buzz of my phone jolts me from my spiral of despair. Maron. It has to be Maron. My fingers fumble through my pockets, desperate and clumsy, until I finally grasp the phone. But the hope dies in my chest when I see unknown number flashing on the screen. With trembling hands, I answer. "Hello? We have your daughter." The woman's voice is unfamiliar and as cold as a morgue slab. My blood turns to ice. My heart feels like it's been seized by an invisible fist, squeezing it until I can barely breathe. This can't be happening. This is the stuff of nightmares, of late-night news stories about other people's tragedies. Not my baby. Not my Sharon. Bile rises in my throat, and I have to swallow hard to keep myself from retching right there in the hallway. "Who are you? Where's Sharon?" The words scrape past my lips, barely recognizable as my own voice. "It doesn't matter who I am." Her tone is terrifyingly calm, like we're discussing the weather. "What matters is what you're willing to do if you want to see your daughter again." God, please no. I can't believe this is happening. My mind tortures me with images of Sharon alone and frightened, probably retreating into that silent world she goes to when she's scared. My little girl, who needs her stuffed bunny to sleep, who still wants me to check under her bed for monsters, is afraid, and I'm not there for her. Instead, I'm trapped in this sterile hospital hallway, useless, while someone out there has my daughter. The thought cleaves through my chest like a blade. Kidnapped. They took her. Please, I beg, tears streaming unchecked down my face. Please don't hurt her. I'll do anything. Then shut up and listen to me very carefully. She cuts off my pleas without mercy. Your daughter's safety relies solely on 2 people, she states, as if reading from a script. Who? I ask. My heart hammers so hard in my chest, I'm afraid I won't hear her response. You and Maron Korolev. The mention of his name steals what little breath I have left. What does he have to do with this? Everything. Her voice is sharp enough to draw blood. And you're going to deliver a message to him. She pauses, letting the weight of her next words sink in. If he refuses to comply with our demands, Sharon will suffer the consequences. What demands? Please, I don't understand. I start to say, but the woman cuts me off. He'll know. And your job is to make sure he understands that this isn't a game. She pauses for a second. We won't hesitate to harm the kid if he doesn't cooperate. Oh, God, please. Please, I beg. Please, can I talk to her? There's no response. But suddenly, my daughter's small voice comes through. Mommy, she whispers. I'm scared. Wait, so you're not mute? I hear someone else's voice coming from the background. We thought you were a zombie this whole time. My heart shatters at the sound of Sharon's voice. Baby, I whisper, trying to keep my tears at bay. Don't worry, baby. I'm coming for you. That's enough. It's the woman's voice again. You remind Maron Korolev what's at stake. He only has 36 hours left to comply. If he doesn't, we'll start sending pieces of your daughter back to you every hour. Toes, fingers, you name it. Understood? The phone call ends abruptly, leaving me in a deafening silence. A primal urge to scream rises in my throat, but it's stuck. My chest shakes uncontrollably as I cry and cry, my tears bubbling up. I punch the wall in frustration, feeling pain shoot up my arm. But it's nothing compared to the pain wrenching at my heart. Then I kick the wall again and again, releasing all my pent-up helplessness along with a string of curses that would make a sailor blush. I must find a way to contact Maron. Now. I spot my phone on the floor, not even remembering when it slipped from my grip. My hands shake so badly I can barely pick it up, but I manage to unlock the screen and dial Maron's number again. And again. And again. Each unanswered ring feels like a knife twisting in my gut. Please, Maron? I plead into the void, tears scalding my cheeks. Please, pick up. Nothing. Just that same cold, impersonal voicemail greeting that makes me want to scream. My fingers tremble as I type out a text. Maron, please call me. Sharon was kidnapped. She's in danger. The words look surreal on the screen, like something from a nightmare I can't wake up from. The next thing I do in the face of my panic is call for a taxi. I know I'm in no condition to drive. If I can't reach Maron over the phone, I'll go to him. When the car finally pulls up, the driver frowns as he takes a look at my face. Where to, ma'am? I give him the address, my voice cracking from the stress. Please, it's an emergency, I plead. I have to get there as soon as possible. Something in my tear-streaked face must convey my desperation, because his expression softens with understanding. Buckle up, ma'am. The tires screech against the asphalt as we peel out of the hospital parking lot. As the city blurs past my window, Bitter irony twists in my chest. I'm racing back to the very place I was thrown out of just days ago. Maron's mansion.
Chapter 42. Maron. Blood! The word tears from my throat as my fist crushes into the boxing bag. Blood pounds in my ears as I unleash another savage right hook. Motherfucker! Each strike echoes through the empty gym like a gunshot in the dark. My uppercut sends the heavy bag reeling, chains groaning in protest. Obituary! Alone in my basement gym, there's only me and my rage that just won't fucking die. My knuckles split and burn, but the pain is nothing compared to the anger I'm trying to beat into submission. Sweat runs rivulets down my chest, soaking through my shirt, but I don't stop. I can't stop. Punching the damn bag is the only way to keep the darkness in me at bay and maintain control over my crumbling world. Pavel visited me at my office last night. His revelation is still burning through my veins like poison. We ended up drowning ourselves in vodka after he delivered the background check on Mindy. I was fucking 10 shots deep before I lost count. The results... Blood. The results of Pavel's investigation left me reeling like a rookie who just took his first bullet. Every fucking assumption I'd made about her, every fucking story I'd told myself over the years, all of it turned out to be a lie. My own fucking lies. Lies I told myself. I lied to myself for 7 goddamn years and never once doubted myself. Never even thought to question my own fucking ego and investigate. I nearly demolished my office before Pavel managed to restrain me, my rage looking for anything to destroy. And then there's Rachel Anderson. Her threats hang over my head like a cloud. The bitch thinks I'm responsible for her sister's death. Maybe she's right. But I'll be damned if I let her cause more damage than she already has. Halting Tremoxine's production lines is one thing, but I can't allow her to threaten those close to me, especially Sharon. I must put an end to this shit show before Rachel turns her threats into something worse than words. The internal phone's shrill ring cuts through my thoughts. That line's only for the mansion staff, people who know better than to interrupt me here. But, I mutter, landing another punishing blow. They can wait until I'm done exorcising my demons. But the ringing persists until I'm irritated. I stalk to the desk, snatching up the receiver. What? The word comes out like a blade. There's a young woman to see you, sir, the security guard reports. Mindy? Her name hits me like a bullet to the chest. My body responds before my brain can shut it down, craving her like a shot of pure heroin. But why would she come here after I threw her out? My muscles coil at the mere thought of her standing downstairs. If I see her, I won't be able to stop myself from pinning her against the nearest wall, claiming her mouth, and reminding her exactly who she belongs to. But it can't be her. Why would she come back here after what I'd done? What does she want? My voice carries the winter chill of Moscow. I don't know, sir, but she seems quite distressed. Distressed? Why? She didn't say, sir, only that she must speak with you. Her name? It's not a question. She says it's Mindy, sir. Claims you'd know her. My heart slams against my ribs like it's trying to break free. First instinct never lies in this business. Shit. Mindy's here? Sir, the guard continues. She says it's an emergency. About Sharon. My carefully constructed walls crumble in an instant. Rachel Anderson's threats echo in my head. Does this have something to do with her? If so, then I'm a bigger idiot than I had imagined. Why didn't you lead with that, Mudak? I snap. I apologize, sir. Send her to my office, I order sternly. I roughly towel off and stalk toward my office, trying to fortify myself against what's coming. But it's a fool's errand. I'm always fucked when it comes to Mindy. Weak as a newborn wolf pup despite all my power. And after what Pavel told me last night, fuck, I just hope I can keep my shit together. But when she stumbles through the door, the sight of her almost stops my heart dead. She's a wreck. Hair wild like she's been clawing at it, mascara bleeding down her cheeks in black rivers. Her eyes are raw and haunted, aged a decade since I last saw her. Her hands tremble violently around her phone like she's fighting hypothermia.
Maron?
My name scrapes from her throat.
It's Sharon.
The air vanishes from my lungs. What about her? She sways like a tree in a storm, and my body moves before I can stop it, ready to catch her. But she stays standing, her eyes finally locking onto mine with such naked terror that my gut turns to ice. Mindy, what about Sharon? Each word feels like shards of glass in my throat. Her voice fractures.
Sharon was taken from the hospital. Someone pretending to be me picked her up.
What? The word explodes from me as Rachel Anderson's threat slithers through my mind once again. The bitch! Rage begins to build as the pieces click into place. I grab Mindy's shoulders, fingers digging in. What are you saying?
They took her, Maron.
Her words come out between strangled breaths.
Then a woman called, the one who has Sharon. She left a message for you.
My fingers tighten involuntarily. What message?
She said,
Mindy's voice cracks like thin ice,
if you don't comply with her demands, she'll make Sharon suffer.
Yevat, her Butak. My blood runs cold quicker than a bullet leaving the chamber. As if on cue, my phone rings. It's the secure line, the one only family and my closest allies know. I feel the color drained from my face as I stare at the phone. Only one person would be calling now. Speak. The word comes out like a death sentence as I grip the phone to my ear.
Got my message, Mr. Korolev?
Rachel Anderson's voice slithers through the speaker. Where is my daughter? Each word burns like acid in my throat. My free hand clenches into a fist. When I find this suka, I'll make her pray for a quick death.
Money first.
Fuck you! The roar rips from my chest before I can stop it.
I'd watch that language if I were you, Mr. Korolev.
Her voice is icy.
Unless you'd like your daughter's fingers delivered to your doorstep.
What the fuck is your deal, Anderson? My voice explodes through the office like a thunderclap, making Mindy flinch back. The sight of her fear as she stares at me with teary eyes only feeds the inferno of rage in my chest.
I told you, I want my money. Now.
I want to see Sharon first. I force the words through gritted teeth, tasting blood where I've bitten my cheek.
Fine.
Her voice is hard as steel.
I'll send you a picture with the account details.
The next moment, the line goes dead. It doesn't take 5 seconds for my phone to buzz again. The image in the message slams into my chest like a fucking sledgehammer. It's Sharon. She's bound to a chair like some cartel hostage. Her eyes are wide with pure terror, tears cutting paths down her cheeks. She's physically untouched, but the fear etched across her face makes my blood boil. These fucking animals. But that doesn't matter now. What matters is that Sharon is alive, and she's unharmed. That is everything. Below the photo, numbers flash across my screen like neon signs. The bank account details sear themselves into my brain. The message beneath reads, "Send the money and you'll get her coordinates."
Maron, what's happening?
Mindy's voice shatters like broken glass. I don't say anything. My fingers are already flying across the screen, punching in the transfer details. 10 million means nothing to me. Hell, I wouldn't care if it was 100. I'd empty every account I own, burn every fucking asset to the ground if it meant getting my daughter back. As for Mindy, I'll deal with her later.
Maron, please, what's going on?
Mindy's voice fractures further. She's okay. I hammer the transfer button like a maniac. 5 seconds stretch into a fucking eternity before the confirmation flashes. Transfer successful. Rachel Anderson's response is almost instant. Smart move, Mr. Korolev. Your coordinates are 41 degrees, 15 minutes, 52.1 seconds north, 74 degrees, 36 minutes, 14.5 seconds west. Small wooden hut, doors open. You have 2 hours. I'm moving before the message fades, snatching my jacket and car keys in one fluid motion.
Maron, please.
Mindy blocks my path, desperation rolling off her in waves.
Where is Sharon? What's happening?
Pure panic bleeds from every word. I grip her shoulders, forcing her tear-filled eyes to meet mine. I need you to wait here, Mindy. Sharon's safe. I promise.
Where are you going?
Fresh tears carve paths down her cheeks. To get Sharon, I tell her, my voice pure gravel.
I'm coming with you.
No. The word cracks like a gunshot.
Maron, please. You can't make me stay.
I said no. I cut through her protest like a blade. I need you to trust me, Mindy. I will bring her back. I promise. I'm already turning for the door when her hand catches my shoulder.
Maron, I'm so sorry for everything, for keeping Sharon away from you. Just please bring our daughter back.
Our daughter. The raw vulnerability in her voice almost cracks my armor. Every one of my instincts scream to pull her close, to swear everything will be all right. But I don't. I can't. At least not until this is finished. I will, I growl, each word an oath sealed in blood. Whatever it takes. Chapter 43. Maron. 41 degrees, 15 minutes, 52.1 seconds north, 74 degrees, 36 minutes, 14.5 seconds west. Small wooden hut, doors open. You have 2 hours. I stare at the text again. I burn the coordinates into my memory, my jaw clenched as I scan the dense tree line around me. The hut has to be here. Has to be. The Land Rover's door slams shut behind me as I step into the downpour. The icy rain is like sharp bullets against my skin. Perfect fucking weather for this nightmare. The storm started on my way here. Nature's own twisted welcome party. Somewhere in this god-forsaken forest, Sharon's waiting. My daughter is waiting. I've broken every traffic law between here and the city, the speedometer buried in the red the entire way. Let the fucking tickets come. Nothing matters except finding her, my daughter, my family. The words feel foreign and familiar at the same time, but they ignite something primal in my chest. My mind tortures me with images of her, Tiny frame bound to that chair, those wide eyes filled with terror. She won't even be able to cry out, her selective mutism sealing her lips shut. The thought of her suffering in silence makes my hands shake with rage. I force them steady. Rage can wait. Focus needs to come first. That day at the school event keeps playing in my mind. She spoke to me, only me. Back then I didn't understand the gift she'd given me. Now I know it was the universe giving me a sign I was too fucking stupid to see. Something fundamental shifts inside me, like tectonic plates grinding against each other. All the power, the money, the empire I've built, it means nothing. Family, blood, that's the only currency that matters. I have a daughter who needs me, even if she doesn't know it yet. And her mother. Pavel's words from last night sliced through me like a blade. I've been a first-class fucking idiot, clinging to my anger like a security blanket. I should have listened to her, instead of holding on to made-up grudges like a grumpy old man. Now I know that more than anything. She only did what she had to. I was just too fucking blind to see it. She was protecting Sharon from my dangerous world. She didn't even know I was alive. I could have been dead, rotting in some ditch for all she knew. Maybe she was in pain because of it. What would you have done in her shoes, Mudak? I shake off the self-recrimination. Time for that later. Right now, every sense needs to be razor sharp. I'm alone out here, and I must be vigilant in case those fuckers decide to try something funny. They might be watching me from the shadows for all I know. But if they are, let them come. I'll show them what real pain feels like. For Sharon, I'll become whatever monster I need to be. I'll reduce this forest to ashes if that's what it takes. You lost her 7 years ago. You can't lose her again. The GPS ping cuts through my dark thoughts like a knife. This is it, the location. Now I just need to find that fucking house without getting my head blown off. Rachel Anderson's face flashes through my mind. The bitch thinks I killed her sister. She'd love nothing more than to see me bleeding out in these woods. Keep your guard up, Korolev. The sky splits open again, the rain hammering down like nature's own execution squad. The darkness deepens, but it doesn't matter. Let the whole fucking world try to stop me from getting to Sharon. Anderson, the devil himself, they'll all learn what a father's willing to do for his daughter. My boots sink into the sodden earth with each step, the sound lost in the torrential downpour. Years of being in the Bratva have taught me to feel watching eyes before seeing them. Right now, every shadow could hide a sniper's scope. Every rustle could mean death. Then I see it. Through the curtain of rain and mist, a dark shape emerges, the shape of a small house against the storm-ravaged sky. My body instantly shifts into predator mode, muscle memory from countless Bratva operations taking over. But this isn't just another hit, another cleanup job. This is different. This is my daughter. Not a single mission in my past comes close to the importance of this moment. I halt at the clearing's edge, wiping rain from my eyes without lowering my guard. My gaze sweeps the tree line, searching for the telltale glint of a weapon, the slight movement that could mean death. The woods remain still, almost too still. My legs carry me forward. The distance to the house feels infinite. Every step is measured, calculated. The old Maron would have gone in hot, guns blazing, ready to paint the walls red. But that Maron didn't have a daughter to lose. Now precision matters more than ever. One mistake, One wrong move, and I lose everything. I'd be just another Bratva ghost waiting for death. Finally, I reach the door. This is it. I draw in a breath that tastes of gunmetal and rain, then channel every ounce of strength into my leg. The door explodes inward, the crash echoing through the tiny house like thunder. I surge inside like an animal, every nerve ending screaming for danger, eyes cutting through the gloom like razors. And there she is, Sharon. She sits on the rickety chair in the center of the space, her tiny frame swallowed by the emptiness around her. The sight of her, so small, so fucking vulnerable, hits me like a bullet to the chest. She's shivering, pale as death, but alive. Christ, she's alive. Her big blue eyes find me through the gloom, wide with terror and confusion. The rain assaults the rotting roof, but in here, time stands frozen. Then recognition floods her face, and my world stops turning.
You came for me. Again,
she says quietly. My daughter, she's talking to me. Something in me shifts. My throat closes up, and for the first time, I'm truly seeing her. Not just as Sharon, but as my own flesh and blood. She's looking at me like I'm some kind of hero, not the blood-soaked fuck-up I know myself to be. The weight of her trust nearly brings me to my knees. I cross the room in 2 strides and cut her ties, scooping her into my arms. Her small body trembles against my chest like a wounded bird. She weighs almost nothing, this precious thing that's somehow half of me. The urge to destroy everyone who put her here wars with the need to be gentle, to be worthy of her trust. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? My words come out rough, ragged with emotions I've been trying to suppress.
I'm okay,
she says, her voice surprisingly steady.
I was just scared.
Something breaks loose inside me, and I swear my goddamn heart almost melts. I'm holding my daughter in my arms, and I can no longer contain the overwhelming love and fear coursing through me. It's okay, Sharon. You're safe now. I hear the promise in my voice. No one ever lays a hand on you again. Her arms wind around my neck, trusting, instinctive. In this moment, I understand with crystal clarity that I'd reduce this world to ashes to keep her safe. We stay there, in this decrepit shack with its leaking roof and rotting walls, holding on to each other while the storm rages outside. For the first time in 7 years, I feel the ice in my veins thaw. Life floods back into places I thought were dead forever. This second chance, one I sure as hell don't deserve, feels like redemption. I'm the father of the best little girl in the world, and God help anyone who tries to change that. Chapter 44. Maron. I push the door to the guest room open. Sharon still cradled against my chest, her tiny frame feeling more fragile than spun glass. Those small fingers are locked around my neck with a strength born of terror. The weight of her, the soft scent of her hair, it's dragging up ghosts I've spent years trying to bury. Cordelia, the daughter I lost. The memory slams into me, stealing my breath. When I try to lay Sharon on the bed, she clings tighter, her body going rigid. I don't fight it. Instead, I settle on the edge, letting her curl into me like she's trying to disappear into my chest. You're safe now, Sharon. I got you. I murmur, the words feeling pathetically weak against the magnitude of what she's been through. Her eyes are wide open, but it's as if they're seeing something else, something that makes my trigger finger itch. I brush her hair back, my hands feeling too harsh against her delicate skin that's never known violence before today. It's over, I tell her, fighting to keep the rage and worry from my voice. No one's going to hurt you again. I swear it. Silence stretches between us, broken only by her shallow breathing. The vice around my chest tightens, but I keep talking, words spilling out like blood from a wound. It's all I can do. You did good, kid. Tough as nails, just like your mom. She's going to be over the moon to see you. I ramble on, each promise feeling more desperate than the last. But Sharon's still locked away somewhere I can't follow. I hold her closer, as if my strength alone could shield her from whatever nightmare she's reliving. If I could rip her fear away and take it into myself, I'd do it without hesitation. But I'm powerless here, reduced to nothing but a shield of flesh and bone around her small body. With my free hand, I pull out my phone and dial my doctor to come and see her. Then I send Mindy a text. She's here, in the guest room. She's okay, but won't speak. I stare at the screen, willing those 3 dots to appear. Nothing but darkness stares back. Has she lost her phone? She should be tearing the world apart for news of her daughter. Our daughter. Our family physician, Dr. Gary McCoy, arrives in less than 2 minutes, efficient as always. I explained the situation in clipped sentences, my eyes drawn back to Sharon's curled form on the bed. Something raw claws at my chest. It's more than just rediscovering fatherhood. It's about her, about Mindy, about this chance at the family I didn't know I was starving for until it was almost ripped away. I watch the doctor's face like a hawk as he examines her. While he checks vitals and scribbles his notes, ice crystallizes in my veins. Rachel fucking Anderson. That bitch. My mind plays out scenarios of retribution, each more violent than the last. I can almost taste her terror, hear her begging for mercy as I make her pay for every second my daughter spent in fear. Let's step outside, Dr. McCoy suggests, casting a final glance at Sharon. She's motionless on the bed now, eyes sealed shut. I can't tell if it's sleep or if she's barricaded herself behind those delicate eyelids, hiding from a world that's shown her its dark side. Rachel will pay. Post-traumatic stress, the doctor explains in the hallway, his voice low and clinical. Her nervous system is protecting itself by shutting down. She has selective mutism, I growl. Ah, understanding crosses his face. That makes more sense. Trauma can force the speech centers into complete shutdown, especially in cases like hers. Will she be okay? The question comes out like gravel. He nods. With time and proper care, yes, but she'll need therapy. I release a breath that feels like broken glass. Thank you, Doc. His hand lands on my shoulder. Relax, Mr. Korolev. Right now she just needs rest, and her mother by her side. As if summoned by his words, I hear the sound of frantic footsteps echoing down the hallway. Mindy appears, her face a roadmap of tear tracks and terror, chest heaving with panicked breaths. She barely acknowledges the doctor, her wild eyes locking onto mine. Where is she? The words tear from her throat like shrapnel. Inside. A gesture toward the guest room, and she's moving before I can even finish my sentence. I mutter a quick thanks to the doctor and follow her in. Sharon lies curled on the bed, her face impossibly peaceful for someone who's just been kidnapped. Her breathing is soft, almost fragile in the heavy silence. Mindy approaches the bed like she's in a trance. Her hand trembles as she strokes Sharon's hair, tears tracking silver down her face as she presses a kiss to her daughter's forehead.
Baby,
she whispers, her voice raw with relief.
Mommy's here. You're safe now.
I hang back in the shadows, silently guarding their reunion. You two are staying here, I tell Mindy, my tone brooking no argument. I'm arranging surveillance, security detail, the works. Everything. No arguments. For a moment I think she's going to fight me on this. That familiar, defiant fire flashes in her eyes. But then her gaze falls back to Sharon, and the resistance bleeds out of her. She nods, whispering,
I think that's a good idea. For now.
The silence stretches between us, heavy with 7 years of unspoken words. Finally, she breaks it.
Thank you,
she says softly.
For everything you've done. For bringing her back. I could never thank you enough.
I nod, but guilt slams into me like a fucking wrecking ball. This is my fault. All of it. The price of being who I am, of the life I've led. Every enemy I've made, every throat I've cut, every fucking decision that led me here. It all comes crashing down. Playing Russian roulette with my own life is one thing. But Sharon, Mindy, I can't allow them to pay for my sins. Not again. My eyes drift to Mindy as she tends to our sleeping daughter, and something shifts in my chest. Nothing else matters now. Not our tumultuous past, the lies I told myself, the blood on my hands, or the empire built. We have a daughter now. That makes us family. And it's my job to give them the safety and love I never thought I deserved to offer. I move closer, drawn by some primal force I can't name. When I cup Mindy's face, my calloused hand against her silk-soft skin, time stops. Her pulse races beneath my palm like a trapped bird, and something flickers in her eyes. Desire? Love? The same fucking hunger that's eating me alive? Before I can put my finger on it, she breaks away, turning back to Sharon.
I should stay with her,
she murmurs.
She doesn't know you're her father yet.
I nod, dropping my hand. Of course. I'll be outside if you need anything. At the doorway, I pause for one last look. Mindy and Sharon, huddled together like survivors of a storm. My family. I'll paint these fucking walls with anyone who tries to hurt them again. I exit the room, my phone already in a death grip. With practiced precision, I dial Pavel's number. I have a job for you, Bratva, I tell him coldly. I'm all ears, boss, he says. Remember the woman on TV? The psychiatrist, Rachel Anderson?
Yeah. You want her gone, boss? Have her limbs removed?
The eagerness in his voice echoes my own dark urges. I think of Sharon curled up on that bed, of Mindy's tears, my family, my responsibility. Track her down and bring her here, I tell Pavel. I'd like to have a little talk with her.
Consider it done, boss.
Pavel sounds almost robotic. He knows exactly what this means. Rachel Anderson is about to suffer the consequences of her actions, and I'm not about to go easy on her. I end the call and notice the missed calls list. Timofey tried reaching me twice while I was talking. That's not like him. I'm just about to call him back when a text appears on my screen. Mom's not well. It's serious. Come now. I stare at the screen dumbly. The message hits me like a kick to the gut, and the ground shifts beneath my feet. Just when I thought I had my shit together, just when I found my daughter, life decides to remind me what a cruel bitch it can be. Matushka, I mutter, my legs already carrying me toward my mother's quarters. Looks like this fuck-up of a day isn't done with me yet. Chapter 45. Maron. I rush to my mother's quarters like death itself is on my heels. My heart hammers against my ribs as I pause at her door, sweat beading on my forehead. Her time has come. I don't know how I fucking know it, but I do. The certainty runs through my veins like ice water. We've been expecting this. We've been expecting it for years. For years I have prayed for a better life for my mother, but all I could do was throw money at the problem and watch her as she slowly slips away. I couldn't buy back her sharp mind, couldn't restore those brilliant thoughts that dementia stole one by one. When your mother's final moment comes, it doesn't matter if you're 8 or 48, it cuts straight to your soul. But there's also an eerie calm settling over me. Maybe she's finally breaking free from the prison of her broken mind. I push the door open and step inside. She's propped up on pillows, fragile as a wounded bird. Despite her deteriorated state, her face is still beautiful, untouched by the disease that's ravaged her mind. When she sees me, she smiles.
Maron,
she says. Timofey sits beside her, but I can't help staring at her in disbelief. She hasn't called me by my name in years. I'm always the one who has to remind her I'm her son. Matushka, I manage, trying to inject warmth into my voice. It's so nice to see you. The words taste like ash in my mouth. Fucking pathetic. That's all I can offer my dying mother?
Where is Cordelia?
She asks, her voice faint. Before the old grief can tear through me, Timofey speaks up.
She'll be here any minute.
I shoot my brother a look that could freeze hell. Why the fuck would he feed her false hope when he knows Cordelia is lost to us forever? But then the door opens, and Mindy walks in. Mother's face transforms like the sun breaking through storm clouds.
Cordelia,
she whispers. To my absolute shock, Mother straightens. Her eyes clear up like morning fog slipping away. She grasps Mindy's hand with a strength that shouldn't be possible in her state. Her smile is as radiant as I remember from childhood.
Maron, Timofey, look,
she says, her voice suddenly strong and clear.
Cordelia has come to see me.
Timofey and I lock eyes, struck dumb by this impossible moment. We've spent years watching our mother fade, her memories scattering like leaves in the wind. In that world of hers, it seemed that Cordelia was the only constant. And to see her suddenly so present, so vibrant now, is like watching a ghost step out of the shadows and come alive. My mother turns to Mindy, her face softening with a love I haven't seen in years.
You've grown into such a beautiful young woman, my sweet Cordelia,
she murmurs, reaching up to cup Mindy's cheek with trembling fingers.
I'm so proud of you, darling girl.
Mindy's eyes shimmer with unshed tears, but she gives my mother a tender smile.
I'm proud of you too, Grandma,
she whispers, playing along with such natural grace it steals my breath. I watch this surreal scene unfold, feeling like I'm drowning in emotions I can't name. What in the ever-loving fuck is happening? And why does Mindy seem to know exactly what to say, like she's done this dance before?
Timofey,
my mother's voice cuts through my thoughts.
My time has come. Thank you for looking after me all these years. I'm so proud of you, my son.
Timofey nods, silent tears tracking down his face. In all our years, I've never seen him break like this. My mother turns to me, and suddenly I'm 8 years old again, looking into eyes that hold all the wisdom in the world.
Maron,
she says, her voice strong with echoes of who she used to be.
I'm so proud of you too, my boy. Thank you for always making sure I had everything I needed. My final wish is for my boys to find happiness. Find yourselves good wives who love you. You both deserve a family.
Spasiba, Matushka. I manage past the boulder in my throat. Beside me, Timofey tries to speak, but can only nod. Her eyes flutter closed, her breath becoming labored. Mindy leans into me, her whisper soft as silk.
She's experiencing terminal lucidity.
I turn to her, lost. What does that mean?
Some people have a moment of clarity before they...
She explains, as a soft sigh escapes her.
My mother had it too. It's a rare gift, Maron. A chance to say goodbye to loved ones.
The words refuse to make sense in my head.
I have 3 sons,
my mother murmurs, her voice fading like evening light.
Where is Maurice?
Fuck. What am I supposed to tell her? That Maurice pissed away everything he had and vanished into the void?
I'm here.
That voice. That fucking voice. I spin around, every muscle in my body turning to stone. My mind scrambles to process what can't possibly be real. There, standing in the doorway like death's own messenger, is a ghost made flesh. My wayward half-brother, Maurice Korolev, the one who disappeared 7 years ago. He steps forward, his eyes burning into mine like hot coals.
Maron,
he nods, voice tight as a garrote wire. Another curt nod.
Timo.
Then he finds Mindy, and something shifts in his expression.
Mindy.
What in the fuck is this? 1,000 questions explode in my head, each fighting to be first. I want to beat the shit out of him for vanishing. I want to grab him and demand where he's been hiding. But most of all, I want to know how the fuck he's standing here when we buried his memory 7 years ago. I force down the tide of rage and questions rising in my throat. There's a time for that. This isn't it. Maurice's eyes drift to our mother. Her labored breathing cuts through the tension like a knife, yanking us back to this moment, this ending. He moves to her side, gently pressing his lips to her temple.
Larissa,
he murmurs.
Thank you for everything. You're the best stepmother anyone could ever wish for. I'm sorry I didn't always appreciate that.
Mother's eyes flutter closed, and a peaceful smile graces her lips.
It's okay, my dear Maurice. All my 3 sons are here,
she whispers, her voice barely a breath.
And my sweet Cordelia. I can go in peace now.
Her breathing slows, each inhale shallower than the last, like waves retreating from the shore. There's no struggle, no pain carved into her features. Instead, a profound serenity washes over her face, erasing the years of confusion and torment that have haunted her. Her hand, still entwined with Mindy's, offers one final squeeze before going slack. And with a soft sigh like a whisper carried away by the wind, she's gone. The air in the room shifts, as if an invisible weight is lifted. All of the years of suffering, the endless maze of her broken mind, the daily torment of watching her slip away, it all dissolves with that final breath. My mother is gone. She's no longer with us. And we just stand there, united in our grief, and strangely, a sense of relief. A family forged in loss.
Goodbye, Matushka.
Timofey's whisper breaks the silence. Goodbye, I quietly repeat after him. But she can no longer hear us. She's no longer trapped in the prison of her failing mind and body. She's finally, truly free. Chapter 46. Maron.
We'll be there in less than an hour, sir. Please don't move the body.
I set the phone down, my eyes fixed on my mother's lifeless form. She looks peaceful now, almost serene, like she's finally shed the weight of her illness. I smooth the duvet one last time, then sink into the armchair beside her bed, the one her carer used to sit in. She's gone. A strange relief floods through me, followed immediately by guilt for feeling it. But she's free now. No more confusion, no more illness, no more watching her fade away day by day. I shut my eyes, letting years of carefully contained grief crack through my armor. All those emotions I buried under endless fucking logistics. Private nurses, experimental treatments, specialist after specialist, finally break loose. My life's been a series of losses, each one cutting deeper than the last. My father gone when I was just a boy, then Cordelia, ripped away without warning, and now my mother. And of course there's Maurice. Fuck knows if I lost him or not. It's so typically him to show up out of nowhere, right at our mother's deathbed, 7 long years after he vanished. I also lost the first 6 years of my daughter's life, Sharon. And then there's my daughter's mother, Mindy, the woman who still holds my fucking heart, the one I can't force out of my system no matter how hard I try. Life somehow always finds a way to bring us together. I let the anger at my own stupidity surface. I pushed her away because of my own insecurity. I never admitted how much I missed her. I never reached out. When life offered another chance, I pushed her away again. All because of my own fucking inflated ego. And yet somehow, she's still here, with our daughter, in my house. And somehow, I'm sure as shit never letting her go again. There's a lot for us to work through. First, I must tell her everything about why Sharon was kidnapped, and then I must tell her about something else. Something that Pavel told me just yesterday, which is going to be a fucking difficult conversation. One of many difficult conversations. When I enter the living room, I find her on the couch. I freeze in the doorway, letting myself drink in the sight of her. Even beaten down by exhaustion, she looks fucking magnificent. There's vulnerability in the slope of her shoulders, but her spine's still steel. That same unbreakable spirit that hooked me from day one. She's always been a study in contrasts. Soft curves and sharp edges, gentle heart and titanium will. And despite every scar and shadow between us, every fuck-up that stained what we had, I know in my bones that she's the best thing that's ever happened to me. She looks up, her eyes finding mine, and the air turns electric. 1,000 unspoken words hang in the space between us, weighing me down like a rock.
The way you're standing there takes me back to when we worked together at Global Media,
she says, a ghost of a smile playing at the corner of her mouth.
You always leaned against the doorframe like that.
Feels like centuries ago. The smile tugs at my lips before I can stop it. We move toward each other like magnets finding their poles. Our bodies collide with an inevitability that transcends thought. Too fucking exhausted to maintain the walls we've built. Too raw to deny what's always been there between us. I breathe her in. It's like coming home after years in exile. The familiar scent of her hits my bloodstream like pure adrenaline, triggering a flood of memories and emotions I've spent years trying to bury. Our bodies remember what our minds tried to forget, fitting together like they were carved from the same stone. In this moment, I know with bone-deep certainty that whatever hell we've been through, whatever storms are still coming, she's carved into my DNA. Mine. For fucking life. I don't fight it anymore, neither does she. We stay locked together, the silence between us saying more than words ever could. Finally, I break the embrace, just enough to see her face. "Sharon?" The question comes out rough.
Sleeping.
She pauses, her eyes softening.
I'm so sorry about Larissa.
I nod, the reality of my mother's death still raw and bleeding. It was her time. I meet her gaze, my voice dropping to gravel. Thank you for playing along with the Cordelia act. It meant everything to her. She melts against me, her body surrendering its tension.
Of course, it's the least I could do.
The silence wraps around us like a blanket, each lost in our own private grief. Then I gently take her hand and guide her to the couch.
Are you okay?
Her eyes search mine, looking for cracks in my armor where grief for my mother might seep through. I nod, moving to pour myself a glass of scotch. Drink? She shakes her head, seemingly wrestling with something she wants to say.
Maron?
Her voice catches.
What you did for Sharon?
Her words fracture.
Thank you. I don't know what I would have done without you.
Guilt slams into my chest once again. Some father I turned out to be. My own daughter kidnapped because of the enemies I've made, because of who I am. I can never allow that to happen again. Ever. I'll burn my entire empire to the ground before I let anyone touch her.
I don't know where we go from here,
she continues, her voice gathering strength.
But I need you to know that all those years ago, at the Tremoxine launch, I had nothing to do with what my sister did, or with Maurice. I never meant to hurt you. I didn't—
Save it. I cut her off, my words coming out harsher than I intended. I know you're innocent. She stares at me, stunned.
What?
I draw in a deep breath, bracing myself. I'm about to drop a fucking bomb, and I'm not sure she's going to like it. Whatever her reaction, I can't blame her. It's my own stupidity that kept us apart all this time. This mess is on me. My eyes lock onto hers, unflinching. I had Pavel do some digging, Mindy. I know you had nothing to do with exposing Tremoxine, and I know you are only trying to help Maurice. I pause, letting the words hang between us. My voice may have been steady, but my gut is twisting itself into knots. She just stares at me, shock written across her face. I wait for her to explode, to slap me, kick me in the balls, and curse me for the years I stole. But she remains silent, frozen. I've been a fucking idiot, I continue, the confession burning my throat. Blinded by my own pride, looking for excuses to push you away because I was terrified of how much I needed you. But I'm done running.
Maron?
My name catches in her throat.
You mean all these years?
She shakes her head, words failing her as 7 years of pain and misunderstanding crash down around us. I brace myself for the fury I deserve. She should fucking castrate me for this, for condemning her without a trial, for letting my paranoid assumptions poison everything we had. But ever since she came back into my life, I've been fucked in the head. I've been jerking off to her memory every fucking day, and it still didn't ease my yearning for her. So I finally made the call, ordered Pavel to dig up everything about her, about the events 7 years ago, Every detail, every shadow, every fucking breadcrumb. And as always, Pavel delivered. Last night, just hours before Mindy burst into my office with news about Sharon. I couldn't believe the fool I was. Still can't. 7 long years wasted on lies I'd fed myself. All that bullshit about her being a gold-digging traitor, working with her sister to expose me and Tremaxin to the press. The paranoid fantasy that she'd been fucking Maurice behind my back. I've built an empire on reading people, on sniffing out betrayal before it can touch me. Yet I couldn't see what was right in front of my face. Couldn't see her. I'm sorry for the years I wasted, Mindy. The words scrape raw in my throat. I don't want to lose another second without you and Sharon. Her breath catches, tears glazing her eyes like crystals. She shakes her head, stunned by the weight of what I just told her. My chest constricts, but I force myself to continue. I know I fucked up, Mindy. Royally. I don't deserve another chance at this. But if you give me one, I swear on my life that every day, every fucking breath, I'll work to heal what I broke. She stares at me, her lips trembling, struggling to form words.
You don't know how much this means to me, Maron,
she whispers. Her fingers dig into my arms like she's afraid I'll disappear.
We've both screwed up. We've hurt each other, ran away. I don't want to run anymore.
She pauses, her eyes searching mine. Her words feel like they could melt an iceberg. It's not forgiveness, not yet. But it's a chance. A fucking chance I don't deserve, but still got. I lock eyes with her, letting her see everything I've kept hidden. I love you, Mindy. The words feel strange and perfect on my tongue, like a prayer I've always known but never spoke. I always have. She leans forward until our foreheads touch.
I love you too, you stubborn, infuriating dickhead.
A laugh rumbles in my chest as I press closer, breathing her in like a man surfacing from drowning. Her breath hitches, pupils blown wide, lips parting on instinct. The electricity between us builds until the air itself feels ready to ignite.
Sharon's probably not waking up for another hour,
Mindy murmurs. I smirk, my hand sliding to cradle her neck. I'm sure we can find something to do in the meantime.
Chapter 47. Mindy. Maron's hand rests on the small of my back, the gentle pressure guiding me into his bedroom. The familiar scent of his cologne envelops me as we cross the threshold, stirring a whirlwind of memories. Tender caresses, heated moments, whispered promises. My eyes drift over the masculine space, drinking in details that have haunted my dreams for years. The oversized bed with its crisp dark sheets, the gleaming wood furniture, the subtle hints of opulence that speak of power carefully restrained. It's exactly as I remember, yet everything feels different now, charged with new meaning. The soft click of the door closing shifts the air around us, as if the room itself is holding its breath. The anticipation that's been building since we left his mother's room crystallizes into something more intense, more primal. We're truly alone now, cocooned from the rest of the world and its demands. It's just Maron, me, and all the unspoken things that pulse between us like a living heartbeat. I trail my fingers over the smooth surface of the bedsheets, buying myself a moment as emotions surge through me. So much has happened. So much has changed. Yet being here in this room that holds the echoes of our shared past makes time fold in on itself until I can almost believe we never parted. My hand drifts to the top of the bed, fingertips grazing the silken fabric. Memories crash over me like waves, nights of raw passion, mornings filled with lazy kisses, precious moments of vulnerability that neither of us expected to share, before it all slipped through our fingers. I close my eyes, nearly staggering under the weight of it all. The solid warmth of Maron's body behind me anchors me to the present. His hand on my shoulder sparks something primal and familiar, an electric current that runs straight to my core. I lean back into him, instinctively craving more of his touch. He doesn't disappoint. His powerful arms wrap around me, pulling me flush against the hard plane of his chest, making me feel small and protected in the best possible way. "Lisichka," he murmurs, his lips brushing the shell of my ear. His accent, thicker now with emotion, sends a delicious shiver through my body. I turn in his arms, needing to see his face. Our eyes meet and lock, and for a moment, the world stops spinning. The raw intensity in his gaze steals the breath from my lungs. I've seen this man strike terror into his enemies without batting an eye. Yet now, he's looking at me like I'm sacred and precious. Like I'm everything he's ever wanted but never dared to claim. His hand comes up to cup my cheek, and I'm struck by the gentleness in those lethal fingers. His thumb traces the curve of my cheekbone, and I press into his touch, savoring the contrast between his calloused palm and the tender way he holds me. We stand there suspended in time, just looking at each other. Slowly, reverently, we begin to explore with our hands. My fingers trace the strong line of his jaw, feeling the slight rasp of stubble beneath my touch. His hands skim down my sides with deliberate slowness, finally settling on my hips and pulling me closer to him. Every touch feels charged with meaning, electric with promise. It's achingly familiar, yet thrillingly new, like discovering a favorite song in a different key. I let my hands wander over his broad shoulders, down the solid expanse of his chest. Even through his shirt, I can feel the coiled strength beneath, the power he wields. My body responds to his proximity, and heat begins blooming low in my belly. I want him. God, how much I want him. But there's no need to rush. We have time now. Time to savor, time to reconnect, time to heal from the past. Maron's hands move to frame my face, and I'm struck again by how this man, who I've seen command an empire with iron fists, can touch me with such exquisite tenderness. His eyes search mine, and what I see there, vulnerability, hope, fear, steals my breath anew. "Mindy," he says, his voice rougher than usual, heavy with emotion. "I need you to know. You and Sharon. You're everything to me now. I swear to you, I will do whatever it takes to keep you both safe, to make you happy." His words hit me like a physical blow, and tears spring unbidden to my eyes. This is a side of Maron few ever see. The fierce protector beneath the ruthless exterior, laying his heart bare. I blink rapidly, refusing to let tears blur my vision. I need to see him clearly, need to remember every detail of this moment. "I trust you," I breathe like it's a prayer. "With my life, with our daughter's life." I punctuate my declaration with soft kisses to his jaw, his cheeks, the corner of his mouth. He groans softly, his grip on me tightening possessively. When our lips finally meet fully, it's like a match to gasoline. The kiss is deep and passionate, Years of longing and unspoken promises poured into a single burning moment. As we break apart, both breathing heavily, I see something dangerous ignite in his eyes. The predatory gleam I remember so well, the one that makes my pulse quicken and my skin flush. His hands grip my hips with new urgency as he walks me backward until my legs hit the edge of the bed. "I want you," he growls, his accent thick with desire. "Now." "Then take me," I manage to choke out, my voice husky with want. My fingers tremble slightly as I reach for the buttons of his shirt, taking my time despite the urgency thrumming through my veins. Each new inch of skin revealed is a gift to be savored. The fabric is stiff with dried mud, a reminder of what he risked to save our daughter. My throat constricts painfully at the thought. "You could have died," I whisper, the words catching in my throat. Maron's large hand covers mine, stilling my movements. "For you and Sharon, I'd face far worse." The raw honesty in his voice makes my heart stutter. I look up, meeting his intense gaze. The tenderness I see there, barely contained beneath the usual fierce exterior, steals my breath away. This man, this dangerous, powerful man who makes hardened criminals tremble, would lay down his life for us without hesitation. The realization is both thrilling and terrifying. I resume undressing him with reverent hands, pushing the ruined shirt from his broad shoulders. My fingers trace over his chest, mapping the landscape of scars, both old and new. Each mark tells a story of violence and survival, a testament to the world he inhabits, the world he's now sworn to protect us from. Maron's breath catches as I explore him. His hands, which had been resting possessively on my hips, begin to roam with purpose. He tugs at the hem of my shirt, and I lift my arms, allowing him to pull it over my head. As cool air kisses my skin, I fight the instinct to cover myself. Instead, I force myself to remain still, offering myself to his heated gaze. His eyes darken with desire as they roam over me, and I feel an answering heat building low in my belly. "Krasivi," he murmurs thickly, the word wrapped in his accent. His hands ghost over my sides, leaving trails of goosebumps in their wake. When his fingers find the clasp of my bra, my breath hitches as he removes it with practiced ease, letting it fall forgotten to the floor. We continue our slow exploration, removing each piece of clothing with deliberate care. Every newly revealed expanse of skin is worshipped thoroughly with hands and lips. By the time we're both naked, I'm trembling with need, my skin hypersensitive to his every touch. He lifts me onto the bed effortlessly, his powerful body covering mine as he settles between my thighs. The weight of him, the scorching heat of his skin against mine, is better than any fantasy I've entertained during our separation. I wrap my legs around his waist, drawing him closer, needing to feel every inch of him against me. "I will always keep you safe," he vows, his voice rough with emotion. "You and Sharon." The fierce protectiveness in his tone sends shivers through me. I know these aren't empty words. This man would move heaven and earth, would burn the world to ashes to protect what's his. The intensity of it should terrify me, but it doesn't. Instead, it makes me feel cherished, protected, treasured beyond measure. I know, I breathe, running my fingers through his thick hair. I pull him down for a kiss that starts tender but quickly blazes into something more urgent. Maron's hands roam my body with increasing hunger, leaving trails of fire in their wake. I arch into his touch, desperate for more. When his fingers finally dip between my thighs, I can't suppress a throaty moan. He finds my clit with unerring accuracy, stroking me with the perfect pressure, building my arousal with each expert touch. I writhe beneath him, craving more friction, more pressure, more of everything he can give me. Please, I gasp, my nails digging into his broad shoulders. I need you inside me. A low growl rumbles through his chest, purely predatory and entirely male. He positions himself at my entrance, the thick head of his cock pressing hard against me. Our eyes lock as he pushes inside with agonizing slowness. The delicious stretch as he fills me is overwhelming in its perfection. I throw my head back, lost in sensation. Whatever distance, time, and circumstance put between us doesn't matter now. My body remembers him perfectly, accepts him completely. We fit together as if we were carved from the same stone. Fuck, Lisichka, Maron grunts, his forehead pressed to mine, his accent thick with pleasure. You feel like heaven. He begins to move, setting a rhythm that's deep and controlled, each thrust deliberate and devastating. Every movement sends waves of pleasure coursing through my body, building something massive and inevitable inside my core. As our bodies move together in this ancient dance, I'm struck by the bone-deep rightness of it all. This isn't just physical pleasure. Though God knows there's plenty of that. This is something deeper, more profound. A sense of coming home, of pieces finally clicking into place. For the first time in my life, I feel completely safe, utterly cherished, truly loved. Maron's pace increases, his thrusts becoming harder, more urgent. I match him movement for movement, my hips rising to meet each powerful stroke. The room fills with the symphony of our passion. Skin against skin, breathless moans, whispered endearments escaping our lips. I can feel my climax building, coiling tight and hot in my core. Maron must sense it too, because he slides a hand between us, his fingers finding my clit with devastating precision. The dual stimulation is almost too much to bear. That's it, he urges, his voice granite rough with exertion and need. Let me feel you come for me. His words are the final push I need. Oh, God, Maron! His name tears from my throat as pleasure crashes over me, washing me away. My body clenches around him rhythmically as ecstasy courses through my veins, leaving me trembling and breathless in its wake. He follows me over the edge moments later, driving deep one final time with a guttural groan. I feel the hot pulse of his release deep inside me, prolonging my own orgasm. For several long moments, we remain locked together, both of us shaking and gasping for air. Finally, he collapses onto me, his breath hot against the damp skin of my neck. I welcome his weight, allowing myself to feel grounded and secure beneath him. I lay there wrapped in his powerful arms, feeling safer than I ever have before. His heartbeat gradually steadies against my chest as our breathing returns to normal. I look up to find his intense eyes studying me, and the tenderness I see there makes my heart clench. Mindy, he says, his voice serious despite our recent passion. I need you to understand something. I nod, encouraging him to continue, my fingers tracing idle patterns on his shoulder. You and Sharon, you're everything to me now, he continues, raw honesty in every word. I swear to you, I will never leave either of you. Ever. My breath catches at the fierce intensity in his voice. I know I'm not perfect, he admits, vulnerability bleeding through his usual armor. But I promise you, I will do whatever it takes to keep you both safe. to make you happy." Tears prick at my eyes as I absorb his words. This powerful, dangerous man who rules his world with ruthless efficiency is laying his soul bare for me. "If anyone tries to harm you or our daughter," he vows, his voice dropping to a fierce whisper, "I'll tear the world apart to protect you. I'd die before I'd let anything happen to either of you." I reach up to cup his face, overwhelmed by the depth and raw honesty in his words. "I know," I breathe, "and I trust you. Now and forever." He pulls me closer, pressing a tender kiss to my forehead that contrasts sharply with his usual displays of power. "You two are my family now," he murmurs against my skin. "My everything. I will always be here for you both, no matter what." Chapter 48. Mindy. The air in the room is heavy with the aftermath of our passion. A peaceful stillness has settled over us, made all the more precious by the chaos we've recently survived. My fingers trace lazy patterns across Maron's chest, mapping the terrain of scars and muscles. He lies still beneath my touch, eyes closed, allowing me this gentle exploration. It's a rare kind of surrender from him, this man who holds himself with such rigid control, letting his guard down completely with me. Each brush of my fingertips draws a subtle reaction, a quickened breath, a slight tension in his muscles. My hand slips lower, grazing over his muscular thigh as it leads me closer to his cock. I gently cup his balls, rolling them between my fingers in a soft caress that makes him growl softly. I move my hand up his body again, kissing his chest and neck to nip at his earlobe. I pause in my wandering to study his face. 7 years have left their mark. Subtle threads of silver in his beard, fine lines at the corners of his eyes that speak of years of hardship. These changes only enhance his rugged beauty, adding character to features that have haunted my dreams for years. "Mindy," he says suddenly, his voice carrying an eerie weight as he stares at the ceiling. "There's something you must know." The seriousness of his tone makes my fingers still against his skin. "What is it?" I whisper. He keeps his eyes fixed upward as he speaks, his words falling like stones. "What happened to Sharon? It's because of me." I push myself up on my elbow, my post-orgasmic haze evaporating instantly. "What are you talking about?" My voice comes out sharper than intended. Maron turns to face me. The raw guilt I see in his eyes makes my stomach clench. "Dr. Rachel Anderson. That's the name of the woman who kidnapped our daughter." The name instantly strikes a chord. My fingers dig into the sheets as rage and pain surge through me. Every maternal instinct screams for vengeance, yet something about that name nags at my memory. Alexis's words from the other day float back to me. Her casual mention of Rachel Anderson's name during our conversation about therapy. "The psychiatrist?" My voice sounds foreign to my own ears. Maron's eyes snap to mine, his surprise evident. "You know her." I shake my head. Not personally. She's my sister's therapist. Why would she kidnap our daughter? Saying those words out loud tastes bitter on my tongue. The image of my baby girl taken, scared and alone, makes me want to wrap my hands around this woman's neck. Maron's eyes darken with regret. "Rachel Anderson is my ex's sister." I stare at him, dread pooling in my stomach. "And?" "My ex-girlfriend, Eva." His voice roughens. She killed herself. Stole a box of Tremoxin pills from my office and mixed them with alcohol. His jaw clenches. And Rachel, her twin sister, blames me. The word twin is like a blow to my stomach. Emily. My own twin sister, taken from me in that car crash almost 10 years ago. The accident I caused. The guilt that has eaten away at my soul ever since. People talk about twin bonds, but they don't actually understand what it really means. It's like having half your soul ripped away, leaving a wound that never stops bleeding. I'm so sorry about Eva, Maron, I whisper, tears already burning behind my eyes as Emily's face flashes through my mind. Shortly after Eva died, Maron continues, his voice full of regret. The threats started coming from Rachel. His eyes fix on some point on the ceiling. First, she went on national TV talking trash about Tremoxin. His gaze shifts to mine, heavy with guilt. Then she kidnapped our daughter. I feel the blood drain from my face as the pieces slot into place. You see now. Maron's eyes bore into mine, raw with self-loathing. It's all because of me, Mindy. It's my fault our daughter had to go through that terrible experience. I can never forgive myself for what happened to her. His words unleash a storm of emotions inside me, each fighting for dominance. My little girl, my baby, taken by a stranger who claimed to be me. I don't even want to imagine how she must have felt. The thought of her fear, her confusion, her pain, makes me want to scream until my throat bleeds. But beneath the rage, another emotion claws its way up. Emily. My beautiful, brilliant twin sister, the other half of my soul. The empty space she left behind that nothing and no one can ever fill. Losing her created a void so deep I sometimes wonder if I'll ever stop falling into it. And suddenly, horribly, I understand Rachel. She lost her twin sister, just like I lost mine. The agony of that loss, it's beyond words, beyond reason. It's the kind of pain that can drive someone mad. As Maron's confession hangs in the air between us, I'm startled by my own reaction. Besides the burning rage I feel, there's something else. A deep, aching empathy for Rachel. Despite her unforgivable actions, I see her now as another broken soul, shattered by the same devastating loss I've endured. Please don't hurt her. The words tumble from my lips before I can stop them. Maron's head snaps toward me. What? Please don't hurt Rachel, Maron. I repeat, my voice steadier now, more certain. He scoffs, anger flashing in his eyes. Give me one good reason not to. I draw a steadying breath, steeling myself, because I know exactly how she feels. Confusion clouds his expression. What are you talking about? Maron, my voice trembles despite my efforts to keep it steady. I lost my twin sister too. Remember Emily? His face softens slightly. Of course I do, Lisichka. That's my point. The words catch in my throat. I know exactly what it's like to lose a twin. It's not just losing a sibling. It's like having half your soul torn away. My tears threaten to fall, but I force them back. Maron's expression remains stoic, but I see the muscle in his jaw working. You may not understand what Rachel's been through, but I do. I press on. That's why I'm asking you not to hurt her. The silence between us grows heavy, charged. I can feel the rage simmering beneath his careful control, The primal need to destroy anyone who dared harm our daughter.
What about Sharon?
His voice is dangerously low.
Rachel has to pay for what she did to her.
I reach for his hands, gripping them tightly. No, Maron. Rachel's already broken. What she did was unforgivable, but please let it go. Be the better man. For Sharon. For us. He's silent for a long moment, his jaw clenching and unclenching as he wrestles with my words. Finally he speaks, his voice raw.
I don't know if I can forgive her.
I'm not asking you to forgive her. I cup his face in my hands, forcing him to meet my gaze. I'm asking you to let it go. Maron releases a harsh breath, his eyes squeezing shut. His chest heaves as he fights to contain the fury I know still burns inside him. I take his hands again, my voice soft but urgent. Listen, Maron, this is your chance. To be the father Sharon needs. To show her that strength isn't just about violence. It's about knowing when to choose mercy. The silence stretches between us as he absorbs my words. Then, never breaking eye contact, he reaches for his phone and dials. I hold my breath, my heart pounding as I listen.
Pavel.
His voice is firm, final.
Change of plans. We leave Rachel Anderson alone. We'll hand her over to the police.
Chapter 49. Maron. Dawn creeps through the curtains, pulling me from sleep. My body aches in all the right places from a night of claiming my woman, Mindy. She lies naked beside me, her face peaceful in sleep, golden hair spilling across my pillow like ink. My eyes trace every curve of her body, drinking in the sight of her. Those perfect breasts, the smooth plane of her stomach, the intimate territory I spent hours exploring. God, she's beautiful. I could watch her breathe until the world ends. But there's someone else I need to check on. I ease out of bed with stealth, careful not to wake her. The hardwood floor bites cold against my feet as I move to the next room. The door opens on silent hinges. There she is. Sharon, my daughter, curled up like a little wolf cub, her chest rising and falling in the quiet rhythm of deep sleep. The sight punches me in the gut. How fucking close we came to losing her. How close I came to never knowing this piece of my soul existed. I ghost to her bedside, fingers barely touching her hair. She stirs, and I freeze. Everything's okay, I whisper. You're safe here. I'll die before I let anyone hurt you again. Not wanting to wake her up, I slip out like a shadow, easing the door shut. The mansion holds its breath in the early morning silence as I make my way to the kitchen. The coffee maker's quiet hum is the only sound in the suspended moment between night and day. Coffee in hand, I head for the garden. The morning chill attacks my bare skin, but I drop into a chair anyway, letting the steam from my cup thaw my frozen face. I close my eyes, the first hit of caffeine lighting up my veins. When I open them, a ghost materializes from the mist. Maurice, my half-brother, back from the fucking dead, walking toward me like some risen phantom. My muscles coil on instinct. He looks different, clean, sharp, not the strung-out mess I remember. But then again, it wouldn't be the first time his appearance deceived me. I shut my eyes, half hoping he'll vanish. When I look again, he's there, solid as a bullet. Seems I don't get a vote in this reunion. He drags over a lounge chair, settling in with his own cup like we're about to have a fucking tea party.
Maron.
His voice carries 7 years of weight. Maurice? Silence stretches between us like a tripwire, both of us staring at the garden. Something you want to say? I give him a sideways look, sharp as a blade. Maurice clears his throat.
What do you want to hear?
Rage coils in my gut like a serpent. The fucking audacity to walk back in here after all this time like he just stepped out for cigarettes, not vanished for 7 years, leaving nothing but questions and grief. You could start by explaining how the fuck you're here and where you've been for the past 7 years. The words come out like bullets. He exhales, long and heavy.
Look, I'll tell you.
His eyes meet mine, steady.
But only if you're willing to listen without ripping my throat out.
I study him, really look at him. 7 years have carved new lines in his face, threaded silver through his hair and beard. He might be looking well-groomed and composed, might have cleaned up his act, but I can see the toll those lost years etched into him like scars. I give him a sharp nod. Words would taste like ash right now.
I'll start with the Tremoxine lunch,
he says, eyes fixed on the sky, like he's reading his confession in the clouds.
One of the worst days of my life. In a sense, I did die that day.
My jaw locks so tight I can hear my teeth grinding. That night still bleeds when touched, a wound that won't scab over no matter how many years pass.
But I'm glad to see you and Mindy found your way back.
Maurice's voice softens, and something in me bristles.
She's a good woman, Maron. She deserves happiness, and so do you.
My body turns to steel at his words. Him speaking Mindy's name feels like a violation, like he's reaching across sacred lines he has no right to cross.
After the Tremoxine lunch, I blacked out, he continues. Next thing I knew, I was waking up in some hospital bed, doctors telling me I'd been dead for 2 minutes before they dragged me back. They told me it was a miracle.
I stare at him, letting silence do the cutting.
First thing I did when I could think straight was pay off those doctors to declare me dead. Cost me all the money I had, but it was the only way.
The only way? I snap. My fists clench and unclench, rage burning through my veins like gasoline. You didn't think your family deserved to know you were breathing? He meets my gaze, unflinching.
Maron, we both know I couldn't come back after what happened. After the shitstorm I brought down on all of us. I was a walking disaster, destroying everything I touched.
He looks away, his voice dropping.
I needed a clean slate. So when I could finally drag myself out of that hospital bed, I ran, and I never looked back.
I give him a sideways look, sharp as a knife. And where did you run?
Thailand.
His eyes meet mine, steady. What the fuck? The words explode from me. Thailand? Of all the fucking places?
I was beyond fucked up, Maron. Rational thought wasn't exactly my strong suit. All I knew was I had to disappear.
When I say nothing, he fills the silence.
I was a mess, he continues. Landed in Bangkok, the first thing I did was pissed away most of the money you paid me on booze and powder, until the authorities caught up with me, threw my ass in rehab.
Shocking. The word drips with sarcasm.
That rehab saved my life, Maron.
He doesn't flinch at my tone.
Took more than 6 months to get my head straight.
He draws a deep breath.
But coming back wasn't an option. So I stayed. Once I was out of rehab, I moved up to Chiang Mai, even took a job at a hotel. I thought I was building myself a life until...
His voice shifts, takes on a quality I've never heard from him before.
I met a local girl, Linny. We fell hard for each other, and we started piecing together something real.
I study his face, looking for the lies I've learned to expect from him. But his eyes are clear, haunted by something that looks genuine for once. And the word comes out softer than I intended. His throat works.
Linny got pregnant. We were happy.
His voice cracks.
But the universe wasn't done fucking with me yet.
I lean forward, furrowing my brow. There's something in his voice that hooks into me.
Almost 8 months into her pregnancy, she woke up to excruciating pain. I rushed her to hospital, but...
He stops, struggling.
Turns out it was an infection. Took them both, Linny and our baby, gone in a heartbeat.
Liad. The word escapes before I can stop it. I stare at him. For the first time since he came back from the dead, I feel empathy for him.
After that, I spiraled back into the abyss.
His voice splinters on the words. Silence stretches between us. I watch his eyes glisten, years of pain threatening to spill over. For once in my life, I let him take his time. Finally, he drags in a ragged breath.
Started drinking again. It was the only way to drown out their ghosts. The only way I knew. Then everything went to shit. Back to booze, powders, and pills, gambling away whatever was left. Until the authorities scraped me off the streets again. This time, no rehab. Just threw my worthless ass on a plane back to the States with a lifetime ban stamped on my passport.
Fuck, Maurice. The words come out caught between sympathy and disgust. Classic Maurice, leaving devastation in his wake wherever he lands. He nods, shoulders heavy.
Touchdown in New York to a welcoming committee in uniforms. Straight to another rehab facility, starting the whole damn cycle over. That was over a year ago. But this time...
His voice steadies.
This time it stuck.
Something in me shifts, and I squeeze his shoulder. You did it, Bratva. His eyes lock onto mine.
Thank you, Maron.
My hand stays on his shoulder, the contact bridging years of distance. For the first time since we were teenagers, I feel like I'm looking at my brother instead of my burden.
You know,
he continues,
if it wasn't for this woman in rehab, I'd probably be face down in some gutter. She changed everything.
Therapist? My eyebrow arches. Maurice shakes his head.
Another addict. Funnily enough, we knew each other from before.
He smirks, giving me a suggestive side glance.
And just like the first time, we clicked. It was like looking in a mirror. She was the only one who really understood what it means to fight addiction every fucking day. And her strength, her determination to stay clean, it became mine too.
He draws a steady breath, meeting my gaze with something I haven't seen in him before. Certainty.
We started dating. Been together 9 months now. She gave me the balls to come back here, to face you and all the shit I left behind.
Still breaking hearts wherever you land, Maurice. Sarcasm slips out like muscle memory.
Not this time.
A smile touches his lips, genuine.
This woman, she's special to me, Maron.
So what now? My voice carries an edge. You waltz back from the dead and expect everything to be forgiven? You left scorched earth behind you, Maurice. Trust is not something I give away anymore. He nods, eyes steady.
I know, Maron. Not asking for forgiveness. Just grateful my brother's willing to hear me out after all this shit I pulled.
Something thick and unwanted forms in my throat.
Listen.
He wets his lips, voice dropping.
I want to apologize. for all the fucked up shit I've done. As for the Tremoxine launch, it wasn't what you thought. Mindy found me drunk off my ass, ready to swallow enough Tremoxine to end it all. She was just trying to save my life.
My jaw clenches as the memory crashes back. The rage, the assumptions, the years wasted because I was too proud to see the truth, or even look into it. 7 years of believing Mindy betrayed me with my own brother, when she was just being Mindy, trying to help someone in need. I take a deep breath and push myself up from the chair. The morning sun climbs higher, slightly warming the air. Somewhere upstairs, Mindy and my daughter, Maurice's niece, are probably stirring awake. It's time for breakfast. Let's go inside, brother, I suggest. The word brother feels strange but right on my tongue. It's time for you to meet your niece.
Chapter 50. Mindy. The past few weeks have been intense, to say the least. Maron's house has become our bubble, and we're making the most of it. We're almost like teenagers in love for the first time, sneaking kisses in the kitchen whenever Sharon's distracted. We make love in every room in the mansion whenever it's possible. The nights are hot. We can't get enough of each other. It's like we're trying to cram 7 years of missed opportunities into every day. But it's not just about getting our rocks off. We're talking now. Like really talking. We stay up for hours, hashing out all the crap from our past. It's not always pretty, but it feels like we're finally getting to each other. Maron opened up about stepping back from the Bratva. He also told me everything about Eva and her twin sister Rachel. It was not easy to hear. Made me constantly think of Emily and how much I miss her. As for me, well, I didn't have that much to share. My life's been all about Sharon for the past 7 years. Her first steps, her first words, dealing with her selective mutism, worrying about bills, work, putting food on the table. Not exactly thriller material. So yes, there's this new understanding between us now. We're building something real, something that feels solid. Unbreakable, even. It's scary and exciting all at once. Sharon's recovery is our primary focus, of course. Maron's pulled out all the stops, bringing in an expert therapist and the best private medical care money can buy. She's making progress, slowly but surely. Her words are still scarce, but she's opening up bit by bit, to me at least. But with Maron, she's gone silent. It hurts him. I can see it in his eyes. He's trying so hard to connect with Sharon, but with no success so far.
When do you think we should tell her I'm her dad?
Maron asks. Let's give her a little time to heal, I reply, my heart aching with the weight of the secret we still carry. We sink into a comfortable silence, drinking in the pristine winter scene before us. From our spot on the patio, steam rising from our warm drinks, we watch December paint its first masterpiece. Last night's snow blankets everything in sight, and though it's barely afternoon, the sun is already approaching the horizon, bathing the landscape in honey gold light. You know, I whisper softly, it still feels surreal sometimes. I never thought we'd be together. You, me, and Sharon. Maron leans over, his lips brushing the top of my head with such tenderness that a certain area between my legs starts to tingle.
You better get used to it, Lisichka, because I'm not going anywhere,
he murmurs. A smile tugs at my lips, words of love and passion forming on my tongue, when my phone buzzes against the table. Alexis's name illuminates the screen. She's been staying at my place since the night of Sharon's kidnapping, worried sick about her niece. Ever since I broke the news about Sharon's ordeal, She's been checking in on us every single day like clockwork. Let me take this, I murmur to Maron. It's my sister. Maron's eyes soften with understanding as he rises silently, giving me the space I need. Hey, sis, I answer the call, settling against the balcony railing. How are things back home? We're still at Maron's house. Going well, sis. Alexis's voice carries that worried sister tone she's perfected lately. Everything okay? How's Sharon doing? She's getting there, I tell her, letting a heavy sigh escape. The weight of what happened still sits heavy in my chest. There's a loaded pause on the other end of the line. And you and Maron? A smile sneaks onto my face before I can help it. We're giving it another shot. Wow, Alexis breathes. That's big. I'm happy for you, sis. Thanks, sis. It's crazy, but it feels right. The certainty in my voice surprises even me. As long as you're happy, sis, Alexis says, warmth flooding through her words. Then her tone shifts, taking on that slight nervous edge. So, speaking of changes, remember that, guy I told you about? The one from rehab? Yep. How are things going with him? Well, it looks like we're also getting serious, Mindy. I straighten up, pleasant surprise coursing through me. That's amazing, Alexis. I'm really happy for you. Thanks, sis. There's a shuffling sound followed by Alexis clearing her throat. Actually, I was wondering, since you're at Maron's now, would it be okay if he crashed here for a few nights? Only a few nights, I swear. She rushes the words out, then adds with a hint of excitement threading through her voice. We actually have a few viewings lined up for next week. We decided to move in together. I feel my stomach tighten. Part of me wants to say no, to clutch that space like the security blanket it's been all these years. It's my apartment, my sanctuary, my escape route, my piece of independence. But then my heart softens, remembering how hard Alexis has worked since rehab, pouring herself into being the sister I need and the Aunt Sharon deserves. I draw in a steadying breath, pushing down my hesitation. Sure, Lex, as long as you don't trash the place, I add with a lightness. Alexis responds with a squeal so high-pitched I have to yank the phone from my ear, wincing. Her unbridled joy almost makes up for the nervous flutter in my stomach. Oh my God, thank you, Mindy. The words tumble out of her in a rush of excitement. You're the best sister ever. You know that? I push my lips into a smile, knowing she can't see it, but hoping she can hear it. Yeah. But seriously, take good care of the place, okay? Hey, she says, her tone softening. Don't worry. We'll take care of it like it's our own. And it'll only be a few days before we find our own place. As I end the call, an unexpected feeling emerges. That peculiar sensation of watching a door close while another opens. It's like standing on the edge of something vast and new, my heart caught between the thrill of moving forward and the bittersweet ache of letting go. It's exciting and terrifying, all at once. It's Sharon's bedtime. I tuck her in, watching her small form nestle among the pillows. I reach for one of her favorite storybooks, a well-loved tale of magical dreams and far-off adventures, and begin reading for her. As the last words fade from the final page, Sharon looks up at me, her blue eyes holding a gravity. Mommy, I had a dream last night, she says softly, her voice still a rarity that makes my heart stumble in my chest. I brush a silken strand of hair from her forehead. What did you dream, baby? She holds the silence for a moment, then whispers, I dreamed that Maron was my dad. The words catch me like a swift current. I can't believe it. This is the moment. I've been rehearsing this in my head for so long, but now that it's here, all my practiced words dissolve on my tongue. Did you talk to him in your dream? I manage, studying my daughter's face. The question carries more weight than she could possibly understand. She nods. Yes. And what did you tell him? I watch the thoughts dance behind her eyes, her little brow furrowing in concentration. I don't remember. Were you happy in the dream about Maron being your dad? She burrows into my neck like a shy kitten, nodding. Her uh-huh barely brushes against my skin, but it's there. I gently draw her back, needing to see those eyes that are so much like Maron's. My heart races as I ask the question that means everything. Sharon, honey, if Maron really was your dad, would you talk to him? A little smirk plays across her lips as she nods, and I feel tears prick at my eyes. Pinky swear? I hold out my finger, a tremor running through it. She wraps her tiny pinky around mine, nodding with such enthusiasm it makes her curls bounce. This is it, the moment that's been living in my heart, equal parts terror and hope. My palms are slick with nervous sweat, and there's a boulder growing in my throat. I send up a silent prayer that this truth won't disrupt the delicate peace we've found, won't push her back into silence. I draw in a steadying breath. Here goes nothing, Mindy. Well, baby, my voice comes out surprisingly steady. I've got something to tell you. Maron really is your dad. Time seems to freeze as Sharon stares at me, her blue eyes wide and unblinking. I can almost hear the click of puzzle pieces falling into place in her mind. Then, like sunrise breaking through storm clouds, her face transforms. A smile unfurls across her features, starting as a tender bud and blooming until it reaches her eyes, igniting them with sparkle. Really? The word floats between us like a wish. I nod, feeling tears gather in the corners of my eyes. Really, sweetheart. Sharon bolts upright, suddenly vibrating with excitement. Can I go tell him? Now? The eagerness in her voice, the simple fact that she wants to speak to him, makes my heart soar. I press a kiss to her warm cheek, tasting the joy radiating from her. You can tell him in the morning, baby. I tuck the blanket snugly around her small frame. Now it's time for you to sleep, honey bunny. As I give her a goodnight kiss and slip out of her room, I can't help but wonder if tomorrow will change everything. Again. This time, though, I'm not afraid of change.
Chapter 51. Maron. There's a faint knock on my office door. My eyes snap from the computer screen, irritation surging through my veins. I've been running on caffeine and anticipation since Mindy told me about her conversation with Sharon last night. My daughter finally knows the truth. She knows you're her dad, Mudach. The thought sets my heart on fire in a way no victory ever has. Like some goddamn teenager, I spent the night staring at the ceiling, my mind fantasizing about the moment Sharon starts talking to me. By 4 a.m., I'd had enough. I climbed out of bed and retreated to my office. 2 cups of black coffee later, I'm buried in work, desperately trying to distract myself from my racing mind. Another knock. Who the fuck has the balls to show up at my door at 7 a.m. without announcement? Pavel, maybe? But even he knows better, and neither my assistant nor security has called to announce anyone. "Enter," I bark. My hand slides beneath the desk, fondling the cold steel of my pistol. Old habits die hard. But when the door creaks open, every violent instinct in my body melts away. There, like a vision, stands my baby girl. Sharon lingers in the doorway, shifting her weight from one foot to the other like a dancer, her small fingers worrying the hem of her skirt. The sight of my daughter makes my chest ache in places I thought I had turned to stone years ago. "Hey," I soften my voice, offering her a smile. "Wanna come in?" Sharon stays silent. Her big blue eyes study my face, like she's trying to map out our shared blood and my features. The silence stretches between us, fragile as spider silk. "Don't worry, I don't bite," I encourage, desperately trying to coax words from her lips. Sharon takes one tentative step forward, then another, before finally sinking into the leather couch beside my desk. The way she stares at me fills my office with a warmth no amount of morning sun could match. "Have you come to hang out with me?" I turn towards her, keeping my movements slow and deliberate. "How did you sleep last night?" Each word I speak is carefully measured, like handling delicate explosives. Still, nothing but silence fills the space between us. "Don't want to talk to me yet?" I prod gently, trying not to sound hurt. I'm used to commanding respect with a single look, yet here I am, completely powerless before my daughter's silence. Barely noticeable, she shakes her head. "It's okay, Sharon. We can just hang out here together." The words come out rougher than intended, scraping past the emotion lodged in my chest. I force myself to face my laptop again, pretending to work while my peripheral vision catalogs her every movement. Maybe if she doesn't feel the weight of my attention, she'll find her voice. My mind is consumed by thoughts about her. She knows I'm her father. She chose to come here. Even this silence is progress. But fuck if it doesn't test every ounce of patience I've earned in this life. My heart feels ready to burst from my chest just having her here. This small miracle perched on my leather couch. Then something incredible happens. She rises to her feet, turning to face me with a determination that reminds me of her mother's.
"How did you come down from the sky?"
Her voice is soft, like she's sharing a secret. The question hits me like a fucking bullet to the chest. I suddenly find myself struggling for air, my lungs refusing to work. One single question and I'm undone. "What do you mean?" I ask. It's pathetic, but it's all that comes out.
"Mommy said you were with the angels, and they live in the sky,"
she clarifies, her innocent logic piercing a hole through me. Everything suddenly clicks into place, and my heart splinters like fucking glass. Mindy believed I was gone. She told our daughter I was with the angels, a gentle way to explain an absence she thought would be permanent. "Come here, Sharon," I say softly, patting the chair beside me. "Let me explain." She hesitates, weighing her options like a tiny strategist, before leaving the couch to settle next to me. Those big blue eyes look up at me with such pure curiosity that my heart liquefies in my chest. "Your mom," I begin, treading carefully like I'm walking on a minefield, searching for words a child's mind can grasp. "She didn't know where I was for a while. She thought I might not be coming back, like people who go to heaven."
"Mommy thought you'd stay with the angels for good?"
I swallow hard, guilt clawing at my throat like a rabid beast. 7 years. I let Mindy believe I was dead for 7 fucking years. "I think so. That's why she told you that." Sharon's face scrunches up as she processes this information.
"But have you been with the angels?"
Yeah, talk about being backed into a corner. How the fuck do I answer that? I reach out instinctively to touch her face, then pull back. One wrong move could shatter this fragile moment. No, I say finally. I haven't been with the angels. But now I am, because you and your mom are my angels. She looks up at me, wonder dancing in her bright blue eyes.
And you're gonna stay with us?
Absolutely, I confirm, fighting past the tightness in my throat. I'm not going anywhere. You, me, and your mom, we're family now. Sharon falls quiet, contemplating this with all the gravity a child can muster.
I'm glad you're not with the angels,
she whispers. I slowly reach out and gently squeeze her small hand. Me too, sweetheart. Me too. Sitting here in my office where I've orchestrated countless operations and commanded an empire built on blood and steel, I'm brought to my knees by this tiny girl. For the first time in a long fucking time, I begin to understand what it truly means to be powerful. Not through fear or force, but through the simple act of my daughter choosing to break her silence for me. Ruthless Bratva boss, owner of a global media conglomerate, the most feared man in New York City, completely undone by a child's trust. Maybe this is what redemption feels like.
Chapter 52. Mindy. I sit in the sterile lobby of Bedford Hills Correctional Facility. My legs are bouncing with nervous energy as I await admittance. The massive complex stands isolated, a concrete fortress that took me 2 hours to reach through winding roads. I'm here to see Dr. Rachel Anderson. When I told Maron about my planned visit, his reaction was exactly what I'd expected. Barely contained fury.
Why on earth would you want to see our daughter's abductor?
He'd scowled. Because she's a broken person, I'd explained softly. And I empathize with what she went through. I want to forgive her.
Forgive her?
Maron's voice had risen. I'd met his gaze, nodding firmly. Yes, Maron. I want to forgive her. It's my way of making peace with what happened. A harsh alarm jolts me from my memories, orange warning lights flashing barely before fading. Rising on unsteady legs, I approach the counter. I'm here to see Dr. Rachel Anderson. The guard's weathered face barely shifts as he studies his screen.
Identification, please,
he demands flatly. I slide my driver's license across the counter. After a battery of security checks, he stands up and escorts me through a maze of corridors until we reach an open door. I enter the meeting room with forced confidence, chin lifted high, even though my heart is hammering against my ribs. This will be my first face-to-face encounter with Rachel Anderson. Relax, Mindy. No matter how this conversation goes, you'll be okay. Then I spot her, a beautiful young woman sitting behind the glass partition.
You have a maximum of 20 minutes,
the guard announces brusquely before stepping aside. I settle into the chair across from Rachel. Our eyes meet in mutual assessment. She's striking, yet looks broken. It's as if she carries the weight of the world on her shoulders. Looking at her now, you'd never guess she orchestrated my daughter's kidnapping. With her beautiful eyebrows, perfect teeth, and youthful features, she could be anyone's daughter, sister, friend. Nothing about her screams criminal. Hello, I say softly. I'm Mindy Williams. Rachel's gaze pins me in place, unflinching. You know who I am, she states, settling back in her chair with detachment. I draw in a steadying breath before speaking. They treat you well? It's a stupid question that slips out unbidden. This is not how I imagined this conversation. Well enough. She turns away, her voice catching slightly. Good, I murmur, then let silence fill the space between us. We study each other across the barrier. It's surreal, trying to reconcile this wounded woman with the calculated criminal who orchestrated Sharon's kidnapping. I arrived here ready to offer forgiveness, but seeing her in the flesh stirs a hurricane of contradicting emotions. Her minimum 10-year sentence somehow feels both excessive and insufficient, leaving me caught in a web of conflicting feelings. A harsh bell pierces our silence, marking the halfway point of our visit. Somehow, 10 minutes have slipped away in our wordless assessment. Rachel's eyes find mine again. So why did you come to see me, Mindy? I inhale deeply, steadying myself. To tell you that I understand you? She lets out a bitter laugh. Right. What's that supposed to mean? It means I understand what you felt when you lost Eva. Rachel's eyes well with sudden tears. How can you even begin to understand that? The words escape her as a whisper. It's my turn to get teary-eyed. Because I lost my twin sister too, in a car accident that I caused. Something shifts in Rachel's expression as she stares at me. The hard edges of her facade seem to crumble. A flash of recognition, of shared pain, replaces the guarded hostility in her eyes. I'm sorry, she whispers. The raw sincerity in her voice catches me off guard. The reason I came all this way, I say, willing strength into my voice, is to tell you that I understand you, that I forgive you. And in doing so, I'm hoping to finally forgive myself for what I've done. Understanding dawns in her eyes like a sunrise. She presses her palm against the glass, and in that moment I see my own pain reflected back at me. Thank you. Her voice comes out as a raw whisper, thick with emotion. This means I didn't expect this, but it means a lot. The final bell pierces the air. Our time is up. I rise to leave, but just as I turn, her voice catches me. Mindy? She calls out, her eyes brimming with raw emotion. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I've done. I hope you can forgive me one day. The security guard appears to escort me out, but I keep my head turned, watching Rachel through the glass until the last possible moment. A tide of emotions crashes over me. Relief, sadness, guilt, hope, a profound sense of peace, all intertwined. Once she's out of sight, the trembling begins. I lean against the cold wall outside, drawing deep breaths to steady myself. I did it. I faced the woman who brought such darkness into my life and somehow found understanding within myself. It doesn't erase what happened, but it feels like a vital step forward. A crucial step in finally forgiving myself and releasing the guilt I've carried for Emily. It's okay, sis. Emily's voice whispers through my thoughts. I'm free now. You can free yourself, too. As I'm led back through the maze of corridors, tears stream down my face unchecked. But these aren't tears of sorrow or anger. They're tears of release. With each step, another fragment of my burden falls away, as if I'm shedding years of accumulated pain with every footfall. By the time I reach the parking lot, I'm smiling through my tears. I tilt my face toward the sky, drawing in a deep breath of fresh air. For the first time in years, I feel truly unshackled. As I slide the key into the ignition and my car rumbles to life, lightness floods my chest. I found the courage to face my daughter's kidnapper. I found the strength to forgive her. I found the strength to forgive myself. Smiling, I back out of my parking spot and pull into traffic. Back home, my family awaits. Maron, my husband-to-be. Sharon, my beautiful daughter. And then, the two little souls growing in my belly.
Chapter 53. Maron. 6 months later. The mountain air cuts clean and sharp against my skin. Wildflowers perfume the majestic cliffs, their scent carried on winds that whisper through the surrounding grove like ancient secrets. But fuck all of that. I couldn't care less about the scent or the scenery right now. Here I stand on this balcony in my custom Italian suit, feeling like some lovesick teenager with his first crush. Sleep was a stranger last night, and my gut's been twisting itself into knots since dawn broke. But then you only get one shot at marrying the love of your life. Today, Mindy becomes mine in every way that matters. We're binding ourselves together at this mountain resort, this slice of heaven she chose. She fell in love with the place when I brought her here before, and seeing her eyes light up then was all I needed. Her happiness is my religion now, so naturally I bought out the entire fucking hotel for the weekend. We decided to keep things intimate, 20 people more or less, only friends, family, and the ones who've earned their place in our inner circle. Betty stands as Mindy's witness, while Pavel takes his place as mine. My brother, not by blood, but by the sacred bonds of Bratva, forged through years of backing each other's plays and surviving shit. There will be another wedding soon. Life's got a sixth sense of humor sometimes. Maurice and Alexis are next in line for their own vows. When Maurice told me about meeting someone in rehab, someone who understood his demons, I never thought it would be Mindy's sister. But fuck it, I'm happy for them. Sobriety's a bitch of a battle, but they're fighting it together. Down the hall I catch sight of Sharon practicing her walk, that velvet pillow with our rings clutched in her small hands like precious cargo. My little princess in powder blue takes this job more seriously than some of my former lieutenants took theirs. The sight of her hits me right in the chest, a sweet kind of pain. A few years back I would have laughed in the face of anyone who'd said I'd have this. A daughter who looks at me like I hung the moon, a real family, a future worth protecting. It's time, Korolev. I take a deep breath and head for the altar, fighting to keep my face neutral so I don't look like some lovesick fool. Because that's exactly what I am. A fucking fool drunk on love. Pavel and Betty are already there, waiting, and nearby stands Sharon, clutching that velvet pillow like it holds the crown jewels, practicing her curtsy for the 10th time. My chest tightens watching her. My little girl determined to make everything perfect for her mama and papa's wedding day. "Getting cold feet, boss?" Pavel murmurs, barely hiding his smirk. "Never," I shoot back with a grin. "But promise to catch me if I pass out when I see Mindy." Pavel's quiet laughter fills the air. "Always got your back, boss." He throws a wink at Sharon, who lights up like a Christmas tree. The music starts right then, and the doors swing wide. Holy fuck. There she is, my brilliant, fierce goddess of a woman. Her white dress, custom-made to showcase our growing miracle, flows from her shoulders like liquid starlight. The subtle curve of her belly, carrying our twins, makes her glow like something out of a dream. She's holding blue flowers in one hand, and fuck, that smile of hers goes straight to my cock. She's a fucking vision in white, and it's taking every ounce of my control not to claim her right here on this altar. "You're breathtaking, Lashishka," I manage to say as she reaches me, drinking in every detail of her face, her body, this moment.
You clean up pretty nice yourself,
she whispers with a wink. Our eyes lock, and suddenly the world could burn down around us for all I care. It's just her and me. Until Father Mikhailov's pointed cough drags us back to reality.
We are gathered here today in the sight of God and in the presence of these witnesses to join Melinda Grace Williams and Maron Anatoly Korolev in holy matrimony. Today we celebrate the love and commitment that these two share as they pledge to journey through life together as one.
I couldn't tear my eyes away from Mindy if my life depended on it. She's fucking radiant. Her hand drifting now and then to the swell of her belly where our twins are growing strong. And there's our Sharon, standing proud beside her mother, holding that ring pillow like she's guarding the actual crown jewels. My girls, my family.
Melinda Grace Williams, do you take this man to be your husband and promise to love him and care for him through thick and thin till the day you die?
Father Mikhailov's voice carries across the altar. Mindy's eyes catch the evening light, turning them that bewitching shade of green that first drew me in.
I do,
she answers, her voice steady. Holy fuck, she said yes. Father Mikhailov turns to me.
Maron Anatoly Korolev, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife and promise to love her and care for her through thick and thin till the day you die?
Looking into those eyes that have seen the darkness in me and loved me anyway, I say, I do. At Father Mikhailov's nod, Sharon steps forward, practically glowing with the importance of her duty. My hands that have done more shit than anyone else's in this room, almost tremble as I take Mindy's ring. The father smiles.
Then I'm happy to pronounce you husband and wife,
he announces, before turning to me with knowing eyes.
You may now kiss the bride.
He doesn't have to say it twice. I pull Mindy against me and claim her mouth with mine. I kiss her until her cheeks flame and her lips swell, and then I kiss her some more. The crowd behind us could vanish into thin air for all I care, though Sharon's delighted giggle breaks through. I take my wife's hand, my fucking wife's hand, and place it over the priest's as he leads us in our first steps as husband and wife. Sharon trails behind us, handling her mother's train with the same fierce dedication she showed those rings. When we turn to face our people, their hands are clapping, their cheers and congratulations echoing off the walls. Father Mikhailov gives us his final blessing.
On behalf of the church, I wish you both many years of blessing and grace as you delight in your love for one another. A love that finds its source and fulfillment in God, who is the source of all love itself.
It's done. Married. Our family and friends surge to their feet with applause, and Sharon bolts forward like a little rocket, wrapping herself around both our legs. I scoop her up with one arm, keeping my other locked around Mindy, holding my whole world close against my chest. My wife's hand rests on her belly, where our twins grow stronger each day. And in this moment, everything I never knew I needed is right here in my arms. Nothing in this world beats the feeling of Mindy's lips against mine, while our daughter squeezes us tight, her laughter pure as morning sunlight. Who would have fucking believed I'd end up here? The feared Korolev, married to the love of his life, with a beautiful daughter and 2 more miracles on the way. But let anyone dare say I've gone soft. I haven't weakened. I've just found something worth protecting more than any territory or power play. I've found my own kind of paradise. And God help anyone who tries to take it from me.
Chapter 54. Mindy. We stumble into the bedroom. Both of us are drunk on joy and exhaustion after the whirlwind reception. The celebratory sounds from downstairs fade as I close the door, sealing us in our private sanctuary. I slip off my heels with a blissful sigh. Maron loosens his tie, his blue eyes never leaving mine. That familiar warmth in them still makes my heart flutter, even after all this time. We collapse onto the bed. Maron pulls me close and I melt into his embrace, finding my place against his chest where I can feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "I can't believe how blessed I am," Maron murmurs, his voice raw with emotion. "To have you, our 3 beautiful children, after everything we've been through." I lift my head to meet his loving gaze. If I didn't know better, I'd think our story was lifted straight from a romance novel, I tease, thinking of our wild journey. Maron's rich laugh fills the room as his fingers play with my hair. "A novel that started with those accidental nudes you sent me." I groan at the memory, hiding my face against his chest. God, don't remind me. Though I have to admit, from misdelivered photos to a perfect family of 5, not a bad story arc. His kiss starts gentle but quickly deepens with years of stored passion. His hands trace familiar paths across my body as he whispers, "This is our first night as husband and wife, Lisichka. I plan to make it unforgettable." "How?" I ask with feigned innocence, though my racing pulse betrays me. He draws closer, his warm breath ghosting across my lips. His voice drops low, sending shivers down my spine. "First, I'm going to unwrap you slowly, like it's our first night together." His fingers trace whisper-light patterns along my curves. He takes his time, treating each revealed inch of skin like a precious discovery as he helps me out of my dress. "Why?" I breathe, playing along. "Because I want to memorize every part of you, Lisichka. Every curve, every scar, every beautiful mark that motherhood has painted on your body." His words make me tremble as I lay bare before him. He studies me with an intensity that sets my skin ablaze. His blue eyes drinking in every detail, as if he's seeing me for the first time. The room is bathed in soft shadows, with only the dancing flame of a single candle on the nightstand to illuminate us. The flickering light plays across Maron's face, turning him into something almost mythical. "You are fucking breathtaking, Lisichka," he whispers, his voice rough with desire. He draws me closer, claiming my lips with a kiss that makes me melt further into his embrace. There's a fresh intensity to his touch, a passion that feels both familiar and thrillingly new. As his gentle exploration grows more urgent, more demanding, I know with absolute certainty that this night, our first as husband and wife, will be seared into our memories forever. We lie tangled in each other's arms in a blissful post-sex haze, our wedding clothes scattered like breadcrumbs across the floor. The dying candle bathes the room in a soft golden glow, casting long shadows across our intertwined bodies. My cheek rests against Maron's chest, rising and falling with each steady breath. His fingers weave through my hair, occasionally massaging my scalp in ways that turn me boneless against him. The air is thick with the scent of us, a heady mixture of sweat, sex, and the lingering notes of my perfume. "Who the fuck would have thought I'd have this?" Maron murmurs. "Perfect wife, beautiful children, a real family. Doesn't feel like I deserve it." I prop myself up on an elbow to look at him, my heart overflowing. "Maybe you don't, but you're stuck with us anyway, mister." He smiles at me, his blue eyes shining with something rare and precious, pure, unguarded joy. You, Sharon, the twins. You're my entire world, Lisichka. Can't imagine my life any other way. I dip down to kiss him softly, savoring the sweetness of this moment. Neither can I whisper against his lips. Especially after everything life hurled at us. Love triangles, my infertility struggles, selective mutism, and all the other bullets we dodged. But we made it. I pause, smiling. And now it's Maurice and Alexis's turn. Another fucking wedding. Maron's chest rumbles with a soft chuckle. Who would have thought? Let's just hope they stay clean. No booze, no pills. Hey, I land a solid punch on his shoulder. That's not nice, Maron. They've both fought their way back, and they fought hard. Show some respect. Christ, Lisichka, you punch harder than a wrecking ball, he grumbles, rubbing his shoulder. I'm happy for them, all right? I'm just worried how Sharon's going to handle being a flower girl twice in under a month. I stifle a laugh against his chest. Are you kidding? Another chance to be the center of attention. She'll be over the moon. Maron nods, drawing me closer. Maybe you're right. Maybe the worst of her trauma is behind her. As he says it, I find myself truly believing it's possible. It doesn't feel like false hope anymore. My little girl has transformed since that terrible day. She has everything she dreamed. A safe home, parents who adore her, and 2 little brothers on the way. As sleep begins to claim us, I burrow deeper into Maron's embrace. Up here in our mountain sanctuary, the world's dangers feel distant, and for once, I let myself believe that everything will be perfect. Better than perfect, even. Just before I drift off, I hear him whisper, I love you, Mrs. Korolev. I smile, my eyes already closed. I love you too, Mr. Korolev. And as I slip into dreams, I feel complete, whole, at peace. The world couldn't possibly get any better than this. Epilogue. Mindy. A few months later. The sound of laughter and music fills the air. I adjust my veil one last time and glance out the window. The scene on the lawn makes my soul sing. Today is double wedding day. Maron and I are getting married for the second time alongside Alexis and Maurice. The 2 newlyweds, madly in love with each other, asked if we wanted to marry again with them, and we said yes. The first ceremony was small, just a dinner with our nearest and dearest loved ones. Now it's time for the grand celebration. I see Maron standing at the altar, looking dashing as ever in his tuxedo. Next to him is Maurice, fidgeting nervously as he waits for Alexis. My sister is probably having last-minute jitters in the adjacent room. The guests are starting to take their seats. I spot Pavel and his wife, both looking healthy and happy. A few rows back, I spot a sight that still makes me do a double take. Timofey with his arm around Betty. Their unexpected pairing was the talk of the town for weeks after they revealed their relationship. Just over a month ago, Betty called me. Her voice was bubbling with excitement. Mindy, remember the guy I met through my database? She exclaimed. Sure, Bets, I said. What about him? Well, I haven't revealed his identity to you, but now that we're getting serious, I can tell you who he is. I remember laughing. All right, spill, girl. Who is this mystery stranger that swept my bestie off her feet? Well, she began slowly. His name is Timofey Korolev, she gushed. At first, I couldn't believe my ears. Wait, Betty, Is this the same Timofey I think it is? You're dating my brother-in-law? That's right, babe. She was technically bouncing from excitement. You and me are not just besties anymore. We are family. Sometimes I still can't believe it. Timofey and my best friend Betty. None of us ever thought of introducing them to each other. But now that they're together, it feels like they're a perfect match. And they found each other from two opposite ends of the world, while Betty was still in Bali. And just like that, Betty booked the next flight out of Bali, leaving her tropical paradise behind without a second thought. Watching them now, holding hands and lost in their own world, I can't hold back my smile. Sometimes love really does work in mysterious ways. I scan the crowd, looking for my daughter, and eventually spot her chatting with the other kids by the gazebo, adorned with flowers. I still can't believe her transformation. Not only she talks, almost entirely leaving her selective mutism behind, but she plays with other kids. She plays with other kids! I could not be more proud of her. Then I spot Tanya, who recently returned from university in Texas, fussing over our 9-month-old twins, Boris and Daniil. When Tanya contacted me about coming back, I immediately offered her a job. She now has her own apartment within the mansion. Every time I catch Tanya sneaking glances at Bradley, Sharon's speech therapist, and Tanya's new flame, I can't help but grin. Although he's observing Sharon with a professional eye, the pride in his expression is evident. It's incredible what a strong family unit can achieve, Bradley mentioned to us not too long ago. You see, selective mutism is rarely an actual illness. It's more of a coping mechanism that develops in children who lack something in their lives, like a loving family with a mother and father figure. As I take in the scene, a bittersweet pang hits me. Emily. I wish she was here with us. My twin, my other half, would have loved this day. I can almost imagine her standing beside me, her eyes sparkling with joy, probably cracking silly jokes about the double wedding. But even though she's not here physically, I feel her presence. Somehow I know she's watching over us, happy for the family we've built. It's a comforting thought that brings a smile to my face even as I blink back tears. Ready, sis? Alexis appears, looking radiant in her wedding gown. Her transformation still amazes me. Her eyes are sparkling with excitement and nervous energy. I can see the slight tremble in her hands as she smooths down her dress, and I'm reminded that this is her big day. I take a deep breath and a nod. Let's do this, sis. As we make our way down the aisle, I catch sight of Maurice standing next to Maron. It's strange to think how far we've come. From the complicated mess of our past to this moment of shared joy. Despite his past actions, I'm genuinely happy for him and Alexis. Maurice has become more than just my brother-in-law. He's a true member of our family. Seeing him clean, sober, and full of love for my sister fills me with a sense of peace I never thought I'd feel toward him. And as I meet Maron's eyes, seeing the love and promise of forever in them, I know that this is just the beginning of our happily ever after. I continue down the aisle, my eyes locked with Maron's. As I reach him, I see his breath catch, his eyes widening with love and adoration. He takes my hand, his touch sending a familiar thrill through me, all the way down to my core. As we take our places at the altar, I suddenly feel overwhelmed with words. Without thinking, I turn to the officiant. May I say a few words before we begin? I ask, surprising even myself. The officiant looks taken aback, but nods. Of course, he says, stepping aside. Well, I begin, facing our friends and family. When I pictured my wedding day a long time ago, I never imagined I'd be sharing it with my beautiful sister. But here we are, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Alexis, Maurice, Maron, and I, We've had quite the journey, as many of you know, and I'm grateful to all of you for sharing that journey with us. And even more so, I'm grateful that we've all ended up here, together in this beautiful moment. Thank you for sharing this day with us as two sisters married two brothers. Talk about keeping it in the family, huh? As laughter and applause fill the air, I catch Maron's eye. He's looking at me with so much love and pride that it makes my heart swell. The officiant steps forward, a smile on his face. Well, after that beautiful speech, let's begin the ceremony. As we exchange our vows, I hear Sharon's delighted giggle, reminding me of the beautiful family we've built. I catch a glimpse of Alexis and Maurice, their faces glowing with happiness, and I'm struck by how perfectly everything has fallen into place. When Maron slides the ring onto my finger for a second time, it feels like the final piece of a puzzle. We've come full circle, from strangers to lovers, from lovers to partners in every sense. The officiant turns to Alexis and Maurice. My sister's hands are shaking slightly, but her smile is radiant. Maurice looks like he can't quite believe this is happening. There's a moment where he glances at me, a flash of our shared history passing between us. But then he turns back to Alexis, and I see nothing but pure love in his eyes. The officiant's voice rings out. I now pronounce you husband and wife. Then he looks at Maron and I, and once again, husband and wife. The crowd erupts in cheers as both couples seal their vows with passionate kisses. As we turn to face our guests, hand in hand with our spouses, I catch sight of Sharon yet again. She's beaming, her little face alight with joy as she tosses flower petals into the air. The twins, nestled in Tanya's arms, gurgle happily, as if sensing the significance of the moment. Maron leans in close, his breath warm against my ear. Ready for the rest of our lives, Mrs. Korolev? I smile up at him, my heart full to bursting. Always, Mr. Korolev. As the four of us make our way down the aisle, showered with rose petals and surrounded by the love of our family and friends, I realize that this is just the beginning. It's the beginning of something real. Our family, unconventional as it may be, is finally complete.
This has been a Podium Audio production. If this audiobook fulfilled your fantasy, we would love for you to rate and review it. The audiobook might be over, but the heat isn't. Check us out at podiumentertainment.com and join our newsletter for your next love story. Also, don't forget to stalk us on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. We hate to watch you go, but we love to watch you leave. Until next time. You have been listening to Ruthless Serenade, Book 2 of Korolev Bratva, produced by Seth Podowitz, written by Lisa Lovell, performed by Melissa Schwery and Duncan Cole. Text copyright 2024 by Lisa Lovell. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.